Hermetic and Alchemical Essays. By various authors. Triumphal Chariot of Antimony. Basil Valentine. His Triumphant Chariot of Antimony. With annotations of Theodore Kerkringus, 1678. Since, Basil Valentine, by religious vows am bound according to the order of St. Benedict, and that requires another manner of spirit of holiness, than the common state of mortals exercised in the profane business of this world. I thought it my duty before all things, in the beginning of this little book, to declare what is necessary to be known to the pious Badgerist, inflamed with an ardent desire of this art. As, what he ought to do, and whereunto to direct his aim, that he may lay such foundations of the whole matter, as may be stable. Lest his building shaken with winds, happen to fail, and the whole edifice to be involved in shameful ruin, which otherwise, being founded on more firm and solid principles, might have continued for a long series of time. Which admonition I judged was, is, and always will be a necessary part of my religious office, especially, since we must all die, and no one of us, which now are, whether high or low, shall long be seen among the number of men. For it concerns me to commend these meditations of mortality and posterity, leaving them behind me, not only that honor may be given to the divine majesty, but also that men may obey him sincerely in all things. In this meditation I found that there were 5 principal heads, chiefly to be considered by the wise and prudent spectators of our wisdom and art. This first of which is, invocation of God. The second, contemplation of nature. The third, true preparation. The fourth, the way of using. The fifth, utility and fruit. For he, who regards not these, shall never obtain place among true chymists, or fill up the number of perfect spagirists. Therefore touching these 5 heads we shall here following treat, and so far declare them, as that the general work may be brought to light and perfected by an intent and studious operation. 1. God to be first invoked. Invocation of God must be made with a certain heavenly intention, drawn from the bottom of a pure and sincere heart and conscience, free from all ambition, hypocrisy, and all other vices, which have any affinity with these, as arrogance, boldness, pride, luxury, mundane petulancy, oppression of the poor, and other dependent evils, all which are to be eradicated out of the heart. That when a man desires to prostrate himself before the throne of grace, for obtaining bodily health, he may do that with a conscience free from all unprofitable weeds, that his body may be transmuted into an holy temple of God, and be purged from every uncleanness. For God will not be mocked, which I earnestly admonish, as worldly men, pleasing and flattering themselves with their own wisdom, think, God, I say, will not be mocked, but the Creator of all things will be invoked with reverential fear, and acknowledged with due obedience. And for this there is great reason. For what hath man, that he must not own to be received from this his omnipotent Creator, whether you have respect to the body, or to the soul, which operates the body? Hath no he, for sustention of this, out of his mere mercy communicated to us his eternal word, and also promised eternal salvation? Hath not he also provided food and clothing for the body, and all those things without which the body cannot subsist? All these, by humble prayer a man obtains of that most excellent Father, who created heaven and earth, together with things visible and invisible, as the firmament, elements, vegetables, and animals. Which is so very true, that I am certainly assured, no impious man shall ever be partaker of true medicine, much less of the eternal heavenly bread. Therefore place your whole intention and trust in God, call upon him and pray, that he may impart his blessing to you. Let this be the beginning of your work, that by the same you may obtain your desired end, and at length effect what you intended. For the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Whosoever purposeth in himself to seek after that, which is the greatest of terrene things, especially the knowledge of every good thing, that is in the creatures, and God hath liberally imparted to men, and implanted, as to their effective power, in stones, herbs, roots, seeds, animals, plants, minerals, metals, yea, and indeed in all things. Let him cast away all earthly thoughts, reject all that depends on them, and hope for freeness of heart, and pray unto God with great lowliness of mind, so doing, his hope of freeness may at length be turned into freedom. Which no man will doubt, who knows, that he alone is God, who delivered Israel from all his enemies. Which deliverance he did in very deed effect, not only for Israel, but also for all men, making humble supplications to him, and praying with brokenness of heart. Therefore let prayer by the first point of our admonition, which also is, and by us is called invocation of God, which if made, not with hypocrisy in a feigned heart, but with such faith and trust, as that with which the centurion in Capernaum prayed. With such lowliness of mind, and confession of sins, as the woman of Canaan was endued with. With such charity as the Samaritan shewed to the man wounded in the way to Jericho, pouring wine and oil into his wounds, paying his charges in the inn, and giving order he should be very carefully looked to. Lastly, if a man's Christian charity extends itself so far, as if he obtain what he prays for, he would willingly communicate of the same to his neighbor, then he shall unobtainably obtain riches and health, the of his prayer. 1. 2. Next in order after prayer is contemplation, by which I understand an accurate attention to the business itself, under which fall these considerations first to be noted. As, what are the circumstances of any thing, what the matter, what the form, whence its operations proceed, whence it is infused and implanted, how generated by the stars, conformed by the elements, produced and perfected by the three principles. Also how the body of everything may be dissolved, that is, resolved into the first matter, or first essence, of which I have already made mention in other of my writings, viz. How the last matter may be changed into the first, and the first into the last. 2. This contemplation, which absolves the second part of our admonition, is celestial, and to be understood with spiritual reason. For the circumstances and depth of everything cannot be perceived any other way, than by the spiritual cogitation of man, and this contemplation is twofold. One is called possible, the other impossible. The later consists of copious cogitations, which never proceed to effects, nor exhibit any form of a matter, which falls under the touch. As if anyone should endeavor to comprehend the eternity of the Most High, which is vain and impossible, yea, a sin against the Holy Spirit, so arrogantly to pry into the divinity itself, which is immense, infinite, and eternal. And to subject the incomprehensive counsel of the secrets of God, to humane inquisition. The other part of contemplation, which is possible, is called the theory. This contemplates that, which is perceived by touch and sight, and hath a formed nature in time. This considers, how that nature may be helped and perfected by resolution of itself. How everybody may give forth from itself, the good or evil, venom or medicine latent in it. How destruction and confraction are to be handled, whereby under a just title, without sophistical deceits, the pure may be severed and separated from the impure. This separation is instituted and made by diverse manual operations, and various ways. Some of which are vulgarly known by experience, others remote from vulgar experience. These are, calcination, sublimation, reverberation, circulation, putrefaction, digestion, distillation, cohobation, fixation, and the like of these. All degrees of which are found in operating, learned, perceived and manifest by the same. Whence clearly appears what is movable, what is fixed, what is white, red, black, blue, or green, viz. When the operation is rightly instituted by the artificer, for possibly the operator may err, and turn aside from the right way, but that nature should err, when rightly handled, is not possible. Therefore if you shall err, so that nature cannot be altogether free, and released from the body, in which it is held captive, return again into your way, learn the theory more perfectly, and inquire more accurately in the method of operating. That you may find the foundation and certainty in separation of all things. Which is a matter of great concern. And this is the second foundation of philosophy, which follows the prayer, for in that the sum of the matter lies, and is contained in these words. Seek first the kingdom of God, and his justice by prayer, and all other things, which man seeks in these temporals, and he hath need of, either for the sustentation or health of his body, shall be added to you. 3. Next to the theory, which researcheth out the inmost properties of things, follows preparation, which is performed by operations of the hands, that some real work may be produced. From preparation ariseth knowledge, viz. such as opens all the fundamentals of medicine. Operation of the hands requires a diligent application of itself, but the praise of science consists in experience, but the difference of these anatomy distinguisheth, 3 operation shews how all things may be brought to light, and exposed to sight visibly, but knowledge shews the practice. And that, whence the true practitioner is, and is no other than confirmation, because the operation of the hands manifests something that is good, and draws the latent and hidden nature outwards, and brings it to light for good. For, as in spirituals, the way of the Lord is to be prepared, so also in these things, the way is to be opened and prepared. So also in these things, the way is to be opened and prepared, that no error be from the right path, and the process may be made, without devious errors, in the direct way to health. 4. After preparation, and especially after separation of the good from the evil, we are to proceed to the foreuse of the weight or dose, that neither more, nor less than is fit, may be given. For above all things, the physician ought well to know, whether his medicament will be weak or strong, also whether it will do good, or hurt, unless he resolve to fatten the churchyard, and with the loss of his fame, and hazard of his own soul. 5. After the medicament is taken into the body, and hath diffused itself through all the members, that it may search out those defects against which it was administered, the utility comes to be considered. For it is possible that a medicament diligently prepared, and exhibited in due weight, may do more hurt than good in some diseases, and seem to be venom rather than medicine. Hence an accurate reflection is to be made to those things, which profit or help, and they are diligently to be noted, that we may be mindful to observe the same in other cases. Yet both in the 5 use and utility, this one thing is necessary to be considered, viz. whether the disease be an external and open wound, or only an internal and latent evil, for as the difference of these is great, so the way of curation is not the same. Therefore the bottom of every disease is to be known, that it may be understood, whether the same may be cured by external remedies only, or must from within be driven outwards. For if the center of the disease by within, such a medicine must be given, as can search out, apprehend and restore that center, otherwise the physician's labor will be fruitless and in vain. Moreover, if there be an internal disease, which ariseth, and is fed from an internal original, it must never be driven inward by external remedies, for great discommodity will thence ensue, and at length death itself. Which may be understood by the similitude of a tree, for if any one, whilst it germinates or flowers, repels the humours to the interiors, whence they proceeded to the nutriment of the earth, that tree will be so far from bringing forth the desired fruit by the flower, that a suffocation of the same ariseth from the violent conjunction of humours not finding any outlet. Therefore there is great difference between fresh wounds inflicted by prick, cut, or any other way, and the old which derive their original from within. For the fresh wounds may be perfectly cured by external remedies only. But in those, which are nourished from within, an external application of oils, balsams, unguents, and plaisters profits little, unless the internal fountain be stopped, whence the humours flow to the external parts. When the fountain shall be stopped, the flux will cease, and the evil may easily be cured with diet only. It is no great point of art to heal any fresh wound. For this every countryman can easily effect with crude lard, but to remove all symptoms which happen in wounds, and to dry up the fountain of the evil, this is the work, and this the labor of the artist. Now come hither, you physicians, how many soever there be of you, that arrogate to yourselves the title of doctor of either medicine, viz. of internal and external diseases. Understand ye the title of your honor, and consult your own conscience, and see, whether you receive that from God, that is, possess it in verity, or whether you usurp it as a form, for honor's sake. For, as much as heaven is distant from the earth, so vastly different is the art of healing internal diseases, from the sanation of external wounds. If the title be given to you by God, the same God will give a blessing, felicity, health and happy events. But if your title be vain, and only devised and assumed for ambition, all things will evilly succeed to you, your honor will fail, and you will prepare for yourself hellfire, which can no more be extinguished, than it can be expressed by words. For Christ said to his disciples, "You call me Lord and Master, and ye do well, therefore whosoever assumes a title of honor, let him see, whether he do well, and whether he ascribes not more to himself, than he knows and hath learned, which is the real abuse of this title. For he, who will write himself doctor of either medicine, ought to understand, know, and be well skilled in both, viz. the internal and external medicine. Nor should he be ignorant of anatomy, that he may be able to shew the constitution of the body, and discover from what member every disease proceeds, together with its fountain and cause. Also remedies, with which he may cure the disease, and circumstances of external wounds, are to be understood by him. Good God! Where will the title be found, what will become of the master, when an exact trial shall be made, for discovering the ignorance of these doctors of either medicine? In times past, long before my days, the doctors of medicine did themselves cure external wounds, and judged that a part of their office. But in these times, they take servants, whom they employ in these things, and this way the noblest of arts is become a mechanic operation. And some of those who exercise it, are indeed so very rude, as they know not letters, and scarcely know how, according to the proverb, to drive an ass out of the corn. These, I say, profess themselves masters in curing wounds, and doctors of doctors. And to speak the truth as it is, they may by a better right glory in this title, they thou magnificent doctor, umbratical chirurgeon, and most ignorant boaster of titles, why do you style yourself doctor of either medicine? What more now master doctor, what say you, most expert chirurgeon? I pray be not offended at this, or take it amiss. For you yourself will quickly confess, if you do but seriously consider wounds made by prick or cut, that you have as much knowledge in the cure of them, as is in the brain of a dunghill cock, which children learning their ABC are wont to set in the frontispiece of their primer. Therefore I persuade all men, of what state or condition soever, who are desirous of learning, from your masters to search out the true doctrine, which consists in preparation, and afterward in the use. So they, or you, shall possess the title assumed with honor, and men will undoubtedly have confidence in you, and you will in very deed do them good, then will you to the eternal Creator give thanks cordially without feigning. But let every man seriously think with himself, what it is he ought to do, and what he is to omit, and whether he doth justly or unjustly use the title assumed. For he, who assumes any title, ought especially to understand the condition of that title, and why he assumed it, or what the true foundation is. It is not sufficient, if anyone with the vulgar say, saving your reverence, let the more delicate men pardon us, if we intending to speak to the purpose, make mention of putrefaction, this is egregious dung, it hath a strong and grievous ill savour. And know not how it comes to pass, that a man, who perhaps eats food of a most grateful taste and odour, and well accommodated to his natural appetite, thence makes excrement endued with qualities so contrary, and yielding an odour so very ungrateful, and repugnant to nature, of which there is no other reason, than natural putrefaction and corruption. The same happens in all aromatical well-smelling things. It is the philosopher's part to inquire, what odour is, and whence it receives its virtues, and in what the virtue of it may be made manifest to true profit. For the earth is nourished and fattened by stinking dung, and noble fruit is produced of it. Of this matter there is not one cause only, but our book would swell to an huge volume, if we should but briefly hint at all natural generations and mutations, yet digestion and putrefaction are the principal keys of them. For the fire and air make a certain maturation, by which a transmutation of the earth and water may follow, and this is also a certain mutation, by which of evil-smelling dung a most fragrant balsam may be produced. And on the contrary, of most grateful balsam ill-favoured dung. But perhaps you will say, why do I produce examples of so very rude and absurd? I do confess the example is taken from a cottage, rather than a royal court. Yet a prudent considerer of things, more accurately diving into the matter, will easily understand, what such examples intimate to him, viz. That of the highest things the lowest are made, and the lowest the highest, so that, of a medicament is produced a venom, and of venom medicine, of the sweet, bitter, acid, and corrosive. And on the contrary of the corrosive, another thing more profitable. O good God, how much is nature absconded from men, so that she seems to disdain to be wholly seen by us. But since thou hast ordained so very short a time of our life, and thou the judge of all, reservest many things to thyself in the creatures, which thou hast left to be admired, not known, by us. And of which thou alone wilt be the beholder and judge, grant unto me, that unto my life's end I may keep thee and my Saviour in my heart, that besides health and necessaries of the body, which thou hast liberally bestowed, I may also acquire the health of my soul and spiritual riches. Of which inestimable good I am freed from all doubt by that thy mercy, in which, for my soul, for me a miserable sinner, thou didst, on the tree of the cross, shed sulphur and balsam. Which is indeed a mortiferous venom to the devil, but to us sinners, a most present remedy. I do certainly heal my brethren, as far as concerns the soul, by prayer, and in relation to the body, with apt remedies. Therefore I hope they will on their parts use their endeavor, that they with me, and I with them, may at length inhabit the tabernacle of the Most High, and in him our God enjoy eternity. But to return to my philosophy of antimony, I would have the reader, before all other things, to understand, that all things contain in themselves operative and vivificative spirits, which inhabiting in the body feed and nourish themselves, and are sustained by the body. Elements themselves want not these spirits, which, the living God permitting that, whether they be good or evil, have their habitation in them. Men and animals have in them a living operating spirit, which receding from them, nothing but a carcass remains. In herbs, and all things bearing fruit, a spirit of sanity exists. Otherwise they could not, by any preparation, be reduced to medicinal use. Metals and all minerals, are endued and possessed with their own incomprehensible spirit, in which, the power and virtue of all their possible effects, consists. For whatsoever is without spirit, wants life, and contains in itself no vivifying virtue. Therefore, you are to know, that in antimony also there is a spirit, which affects whatsoever in it, or can proceed from it, in an invisible way and manner, no otherwise, than as in the magnet is absconded a certain invisible power. As we shall more largely treat in its own place, where we speak of the magnet. But there are various kinds of spirits, 6 visible to the intellect, and endued with spiritual knowledge, which notwithstanding cannot, when they will, be touched or apprehended, as natural men are touched. Especially they, who have their fixed residence in elements, as are the spirits of fire, lights and other objects formerly darting out light from themselves, such are airy spirits, who inhabit the air, aqueous spirits living in waters, and terrene spirits living in the earth, which we men call earthly men, which are chiefly found in wealthy mines of the earth, where they shew and discover themselves to us. These spirits are endued with senses and understanding, no arts, and can change themselves into diverse forms, until the time of their judgment. But whether a definitory sentence ought to be pronounced against them as yet, or no, that I leave to the providence of the divine majesty, from whom nothing is hid. There are other spirits, wanting speech, which cannot shew themselves visibly in the very act, and they are those which live in animals, as in men and the like, in plants also and in minerals. Nevertheless they have in themselves an occult and operative life, and manifest and discover themselves by their efficacious power of operating, which they contain in and bear about themselves. And most apparently give testimony of their virtue of healing, whensoever that, by help of the art, is extracted from them, being accurately separated from their body. After the same manner, the efficacious spirit, and operative power of antimony, manifests its gifts, and distributes them among men, being first loosed from its own body, and freed from all its bonds, so, that it is able to penetrate, and render fit to be applied to those uses, which the artificer proposed to himself in preparation. But the artist and Vulcan ought to agree, the fire gives separation for an operative power, and the artificer forms the matter. As a blacksmith useth one sort of fire, also iron only is his matter, which he intends for forming diverse instruments. For sometimes of it he makes a spit, at another time horseshoes, another time a saw, and at length innumerable other things, every of which serves for that use, unto which the smith intended it, although the matter is but one, which he prepares for so many divers uses. So of antimony various works may be made for different uses, in which the artist is the smith that forms, Vulcan is as it were the key which opens, and operations and utility give experience, and knowledge of the use. Oh! If foolish and vain men had but ears to hear, and true eyes with understanding, not only for hearing what I write, but for understanding the arcanum and knowledge of the use. Assuredly they would not suck in those insalubrious and turbid potions, but hasten to these limped fountains, and drink of the well of life. Therefore let the world know, that I shall prove those pretended doctors, who seem to be wise, to be mere fools and idiots, and cause many unlearned men, but such as are studious disciples of my doctrine, to become true doctors in very deed. Wherefore I here solemnly cite and invite all men, who earnestly aspire to knowledge, with a cheerful mind, good conscience, and certain hope, to embrace and become spectators of our doctrine, and accurately to peruse my writings and informations. For so, at length, they, being possessors of what they sought, will extol and commend me after death, rendering my mortal name immortal, with their perpetual remembrance of my praises, as long as the world endures. But if when I am dead, anyone be pleased to institute a disputation in the schools against me, my writings will fully answer all his objections, and I am assured my disciples will never forget the benefit received from me, by which they will obtain the empire of truth, which ever was to me, and always will be to them, sufficient to suppress a lie to the world's end. Also let the well-meaning and sincere observer of art know, that there are two kinds of antimony very different from each other, one is fair, pure, and of a golden property, and that contains very much mercury. But the other which hath much sulphur is not so friendly to gold as the first, and is distinguished by fair long and white shining streaks. Therefore one is more fit for medicine and alchemy, than the other, as when the flesh of fishes is compared with the flesh of other animals, although both these are, and are called flesh. Yet each of these very much differs from the flesh of the other. Even so of antimony the difference is the same. Many do indeed write of the interior virtue of antimony, but few of them ever taught the true foundation of the virtues with which it is endued, or found out which way, or in what manner it receives them. So that their doctrine is founded upon words only, exists without any true foundation, and they themselves lose the fruit they hopes to receive by such writings. For to write truly of antimony is a work that requires profound meditations, a mind largely unfolding itself, and knowledge of its manifold preparation, and of the true soul of it, in which all the utility is cited. And which being known you may be able to give an indubitate judgment, of what evil or good, venom or medicine is latent therein. It is not a matter of small moment by a true examen to search into antimony, and thereby to penetrate fundamentally into its essence, and through earnest study to attain the final knowledge thereof. That the venenosity of the same, against which unskilful men ignorantly exclaim, may be taken away, and it be changed and prepared into a better state, becoming a medicine fit for use and void of venom. Many artists intending to anatomize antimony, have divers ways vexed, wrested and tormented the same, in such wise as it cannot be well described in words, much less believed, yet, the matter being truly examined, they effected nothing. For they sought not its true soul, and therefore could not find the feigned soul of it, which themselves sought. By the black colors a mist was cast before their eyes, so that they could neither observe the true soul itself, nor know it. For antimony like unto mercury, may fitly be compared to a round circle, of which there is no end, in which the more diligently any man seeks, the more he finds, if process be made by him in a right way and due order. Yet the life of no one man is sufficient for him to learn all the mysteries thereof. It is venom and a most swift poison, also it is void of venom and a most excellent medicine, whether it be used outwardly or inwardly. Which is a thing hid from most men by reason of their own blindness. And they judge it an incredible, foolish and vain work, because, through their ignorance, it is unknown to them, who can no otherwise be excused, than that they deserve the name of stupidity, yet that is not to be suffered in them. Because they desire not to learn or be better informed either here, or elsewhere. Antimony is endued with all the four first qualities, it is cold and humid, and against it is hot and dry, and accommodates itself to the 4 seasons of the year, also it is volatile and fixed. The volatile part of it is not void of venom, but the fixed is free from all venenosity. Which is so very strange, as it may be reputed one of the 7 wonders of the world, of which so many writers have discoursed, not knowing themselves what they writ. There hath been no 7 man before me, and at this day there is none found, who hath so thoroughly learned the power, virtue, strength, operations, and efficacy of antimony, or so profoundly penetrated into all the energy thereof. As nothing more is latent in it unfound out, or which cannot be brought to light by experience. If such a man could be found he would be worthy to be carried about in a triumphal chariot, as in times past was granted to monarchs and potent heroes, after they had happily fought battles, and were returned with victory. But I fear, that many of our doctors will be constrained to provide a chariot for themselves. For the masters of this terrene world are so entangled with their own thoughts, that they seek nothing from antimony but riches, and forget to search its utility for medicine, and the health of the body. Which notwithstanding ought above all things to be sought, that, being brought to light, the wonderful works of our God may be made manifest, and the glory given to him, with great thankfulness. It is not to be denied, but that more of riches and health may be found in it than either you all, or I myself, can believe, for I profess myself no other than a disciple in the knowledge of antimony, although in it I have seen, experienced and learned more than you, and all such as you are, who arrogate to yourselves great skill therein, either have learned, or ever can learn. Yet no man should therefore be troubled, or despair of benefits. But because the world, indulging their own ingratitude, have neither esteemed, nor with due reverence acknowledged the munificence of the Most High, but have preferred riches before health. God hath spread as it were a spider's web before their eyes, that being blind they might not know the secrets of nature absconded in the form of this mineral. All men cry out rich, rich we would be. I confess you all aspire to riches, and with the epicure say, the body must first be provided for, the soul may at length also find somewhat. And with Midas, as in the fable, you desire that all things whatsoever you touch may be turned into gold. Hence it is, that so many seek their desired riches in anatomy, but because they accept not that gift of the Creator with a grateful heart, which before all things should be procured, and cast the love of their neighbor behind their back. Therefore they in vain look the horse in the mouth. For they know his age and strength no more than the guests at the marriage feast in Cana of Galilee knew the wonderful work, which Christ there wrought, when he turned water into wine. They knew, that wine was water, and that the water was turned into wine, they perceived by the taste, but how that transmutation happened was hid from them. For the Lord Jesus, our Saviour, reserved the supernatural work to himself, as a testimony of his omnipotency. Wherefore I say, it is every man's duty, to search out the mysteries and arcanums, which the Creator hath insisted in all creatures. For although, as we said, it is not credible, that we men can thoroughly learn and penetrate all things. Yet we are not forbid to inquire into them, since by studying diligence so much may be effected, as although through some defect a man may be hindered in such wise, as he cannot attain to the desired riches and perfect sanity. Yet he may acquire enough to occasion him not to repent of his labor, but rather to minister unto him matter of joy and rejoicing, that he sees himself so far an adeptist, as he stands always obliged to render thanks to his Creator. Therefore, whosoever desires to become a perfect anatomist of antimony, the first thing to be considered by him is solution of the body. And in order to this, he must take it in a convenient place, and propose to himself the right way, that he be not seduced into devious paths. Secondly, he must observe the governance of the fire, taking care that it be neither too much, nor too little, or too hot, or too cold. For the sum of all is cited in an exact governance of the fire, by which the vivifying spirits of antimony are extracted, and loosed from their bonds, and so rendered capable to manifest their effects operatively. Also he must take great care, that this operative virtue be not mortified and perish adustion. Thirdly, the use or dose is to be observed by him, that he may administer it in due manner, knowing the measure, as I above mentioned, when I spake of the 5 principal heads requisite in the exercise and practice of chemistry. But here I only hint at it cursorily by way of a parable. By resolution the sum of the matter is proposed, but by fire it is prepared to profit. For a butcher cuts out an ox, and divides it into parts, but no man can profitably enjoy this flesh, unless he first boil it by fire, by which operation the red substance of the flesh is changed and prepared into white aliment. If a man constrained by hunger, should eat that raw and red flesh, it would be venom to him rather than medicine, because the natural heat of the stomach is too weak to concoct and digest that crude body. Hence, my dear friend, you may conclude, that since antimony hath greater venom, and a more gross mineral body than animal flesh, as by the above recited common example I have already shewed, it will also prove more perilous, if used crude. Without remain venom, which will suddenly kill the sick. Therefore the venenosity of antimony is so to be taken away, as it may never again be converted into venom, after the same manner, as wine, which being once, by putrefaction and corruption turned into vinegar, never afterward yields any spirit of wine, but always is and remains vinegar. But on the contrary, if the spirit only of the wine be separated, and the aquosity left by itself, and the same spirit afterward exalted, it will never in any wise be changed into vinegar, although it should be kept 100 years. But will always remain spirit of wine, no otherwise, than as vinegar remains vinegar. This transmutation of wine into vinegar is a wonderful thing, because somewhat is produced from wine, which was not before in its vegetable essence. In which it is also to be noted, that in distillation of wine the spirit first comes forth. But, on the contrary, in distilling vinegar the phlegm first comes, afterward the spirit, as I have shewed above in its own place, where I also made mention of this example. Therefore spirit of wine makes bodies volatile, because itself is volatile, but spirit of vinegar fixeth all medicaments, as well of minerals as vegetables, and renders them solid, so that they apprehend things fixed, and expel fixed diseases. 8. Consider and observe these things diligently, for this principal key is of great concern. Therefore antimony, which contains in itself its own vinegar, ought to be so prepared, as all its venenosity may be taken away, and he, who useth it, conceives no venom thereby, but rather drives away and casts out all poison from himself, by the use thereof. Therefore preparation of antimony consists in the key of alchemy, by which it is dissolved, opened, divided and separated, as in calcination, reverberation, sublimation, etc. as we declared above it. Also in extracting its essence, and in vivifying its mercury, which mercury must afterward be precipitated into a fixed powder. Likewise by arts and due method, of it may be made an oil, which is effectual wholly to consume that new and unknown disease, which the French, in their warlike expeditions, brought into our regions. The same is visible in other preparations, derived from the spagyric arts and alchemy. As for example, if anyone would make beer of barley, wheat, or other corn, all these degrees must be most perfectly known to him, before he can from those grains extract their most subtle essence and virtue, and reduce the same into a most efficacious drink. First, the grains must be so long steeped in water, as until they be able sufficiently, to open and resolve themselves, as I, when I was a young man, travelling into England and Holland, diligently observed to be done in those places. This is called putrefaction and corruption. This key being used, the water is drawn off from the grain, and the macerated corn is laid on heaps close together, and left so for a due time, until it spontaneously conceive heat, and by the same heat, germinating, the grains adhere each to other. This is digestion. This being finished, the grains which adhered in their germination, are separated, and dried, either in the air, or by heat of fire, and so hardened. This is reverberation, and coagulation. When the corn is thus prepared, it is carried to the mill, that it may be broke and ground small. This is vegetable calcination. Afterward, by heat of fire cocting these grains, the more noble spirit of them is extracted, and the water is imbibed with the same, which without the aforesaid preparation could not have been. This way the crude water is converted into beer, and this operation, though I speak but rudely, is called distillation. The hops, when added to the beer, is the vegetable salt thereof, which conserves and preserves from all contraries, endeavoring to corrupt the same. This way of boiling water into drink, by extraction of the spirits from the grains, the Spaniards and Italians know not, and in my native soil of Germany about the Rhine, few are found skilled in this art. After all these works are performed, a new separation is made by clarification, viz. Of the drink. In this manner, a little yeast or ferment is added, which excites an internal motion and heat in the beer, so that it is elevated in itself, and, by the help of time, separation of the dense from the rare, and of the pure from the impure is made. And by this means the beer acquires a constant virtue in operating, so that it penetrates and affects all those ends, for which it was made and brought into use, which before could not have been. Because the spirit, the operator was hindered, by its own impurity, from effecting its proper work. In wine also doth not experience teach the same. That cannot, before the time come, in which the impurities may be separated from it, so very perfectly and efficaciously perform its own work, as after separation of the pure from the impure, which by drunkenness is manifest. For beer or wine unsettled, and not purified, give not forth from themselves so much spirit for inebriating, as after clarification. But of this no more. After all the aforesaid, a new operation may be instituted, by vegetable sublimation, for separation of the spirit of the wine or beer, and for preparing it by distillation into another drink of burning wine, which may also be made of the lees or dregs of wine and beer. When this is done, the operative virtue is separated from its own body, and the spirit being extracted by fire, forsakes its own unprofitable dead habitation, in which it was commodiously hospited before. Now, if this burning wine, or spirit of wine, be rectified, an exaltation is made by often distilling it, and by a certain method of operating, the pure part, free from all phlegm and aquosity, may be so concentred, and as it were condensed, as one measure of it may effect more, than 20 or more could have done before. For it sooner inebriates, and is swift, volatile and subtle for penetrating and operating. 9. Here I admonish you, whosoever you are, who desire to be taught by my writings, and hope to obtain riches and a true medicine from antimony, that you would not carelessly peruse my intention, in which is no letter writ in vain, and which hath not a certain singular signification for your instruction. Yea, I here solemnly affirm, that there are many words dispersed here and there in my writings, to which if the reader give heed as he ought, and know in what fundamentals the principal heads of the matter are cited, and as it were buried, he will have no cause to repent his often turning over the same leaves, but will esteem every word as much as a piece of gold coin. For you know, that although the examples by me proposed, sound harsh, as delivered in a rude manner, yet they contain in them somewhat that is excellent and of great moment. Yet I am not here ambitious to procure authority or praise to my writings, which is not my business, nor would it become me, for when the operation of them shall be brought to light, they will acquire praise enough to themselves. I purposely and willingly produce examples so rude and common, because the power of antimony and the true virtue thereof, deeply and profoundly absconded in its inmost parts, is to be searched out. I was willing, by these gross examples to lead you by the hand, and shew you the way, that by them you might attain to the thing itself, and not at the very first err from the gate. For so doing you would long wander, and never bring your operation to the desired end. For antimony is like a bird, which is carried through the air, and as the wind drives it, so it turns itself which way that wills. Here, in this case, man acts the part of the air or wind and can drive and move antimony, at his pleasure, and repose it in such a place, as himself chooseth. He can imbibe it, with a yellow, red, white or black color, according as he desires it should be, and as he rules and governs the fire. Because in antimony, as in mercury, all colors are found, which no man should wonder at, considering how many things nature bears absconded in her bosom, which neither you nor I are able to comprehend in many days. If a book happen to be given to a man, that is unlearned, he knows not what is signified by that writing, or what that scripture intends, for it is hid from his eyes, and he stands amazed, as a cow at the sight of a new door. But if unto that unlearned man anyone suggest the explication of the book, and teach him not only the matter contained therein, but also the use of the same, the man no more admires it, as an art. But by this means it becomes to him a common thing, the reason and operation of which he understands, and by his own study can learn, conceive, and comprehend the utility so perfectly, as now none of those things, which were contained in the book, are hid from him. Because he hath learned both to read and understand what is written therein. Such a book is antimony to those, who know not of the art of reading. Therefore I faithfully admonish all, who desire to be partakers of its utilities, to bend their mind to know and pronounce the letters thereof, that so they may acquire the art of reading that book. And in such a manner, that, as in a school, they may be removed from form to form, when he who hath rightly gained experience, shall preside as rector, and judge of that which in trial is most worthy, for one is worthy to be preferred before another, in the possession of that. But here, what comes into my mind, and ought in no wise to be passed over in silence, I think good to mention. Viz., that at this day many are found who exclaim, and rashly pronounce crucifige, crucifige, against all those, who prepare venoms into medicaments, by which, as they say, many mortals perish, or, if they escape with life, live miserably. Such are mercury, arsenic, antimony, etc. And this clamor is chiefly made by those, who, if it please the gods, are called doctors 10 of medicine, yet indeed understand not what the difference is, between venom and medicine, but are wholly ignorant how venom may be prepared, so as to pass into a salutary medicament, and instead of its malignity, put on a better nature. Against these I do in a special manner exclaim and protest, against these, I say, who, ignorance of preparation, exhibit poison to men, for mercury, or a pigment, antimony, and such like, are venoms in their substance. And unless rightly prepared remain venoms. Yet after a legitimate preparation, all their venenosity is broke, extinguished and expelled, so that no part of them remains, but what is medicine, which resists all internal venoms, although most deeply rooted, and radically destroys the same. For venom, being in such a manner prepared, as it can no longer hurt, resists all poison, which is not as yet prepared, and so very well prepares and subjugates it, as it is compelled with the same to put off its own venomous nature. Here I shall raise a great contention among the learned, for I know they will doubt what these my words should signify, as whether what I affirm and write be possible to be done or no, and they will be divided into several opinions thereabout. Some will judge it is in no wise possible, that from those things, of which we treat, the venenosity should be wholly taken away. Nor do I wonder, that they persist in that opinion, since the doctrine of like preparations is absolutely unknown to them, who have not the least thought of that, which leads to the knowledge of these more profound mysteries. Yet a small part of these men will with me be constrained to acknowledge, it is possible a vile thing may be changed into a better. For you doctors I mean, must confess to me, that your purpose is to reduce that evil, from which the disease had its original, into a better state. Go to then. Will you not also grant, that if any evil be in those things, of which medicine is to be made, the same evil must be converted into a better state, that it may so much the better perform its operation, and more powerfully and profitably act, without any notable peril? But since unto very few as yet is known, or by experience found, the way, by which a man ought to proceed in these preparations, a very small part of these will assume and contend for the opinion I here affirm, and publicly profess, for very many will be carried away with the greater rout, crying, venom, venom. Which voices, whilst I hear them, put me in mind of those wild clamors, by which the Jews required the Saviour and Redeemer of the world, that he might suffer the punishment of the cross, often crying out crucify him, whom they proclaimed to be the highest, most present, most pernicious, and cursed venom, when as indeed he was the noblest, supreme, most glorious and most profitable medicine of our souls, which was to deliver us from the death of sinners, from the devil, hell and all misfortunes. Although those proud Pharisees and lawyers neither could nor would understand this, nevertheless he both then was, and will be to the end of the world, and after it to all eternity, the same super-excellent medicine, and neither the devil, nor death, nor the very gates of hell, nor any creature, how powerful, or perverse soever, can effect anything at all, whereby to overthrow this truth. So I hope, ye doubt not, although all vagabond and circumforaneous medicasters, all physicians resident in cities, and how many soever there be, that profess themselves masters of any part of medicine, do all together contrive what they can, and exclaim against antimony, but that the same antimony will triumph over the ingratitudes of all those unskilful men, for true physicians and such as are always ready to learn. I touch not here, and by its own power and virtue acquired after due preparation, will overcome and tread under foot all its enemies. But, on the contrary, those ignorant false judges, and pertinacious contemners of antimony, because they know not the truth, together with the proud and bloodthirsty Jews, shall perish, and be cast into the abyss of hell. How ridiculous those magnificent, and to themselves only wise doctors, seem to me, who det emperors, kings, princes and all other great men, and seriously admonish them not so much as to touch such medicines with their lips. Because they are noxious, venomous, and every way perilous, I will not here declare, since I see them only to judge according to their own opinion, without entertaining any observations of other things, the knowledge of which they have not before acquired by their own contemplation, and therefore cannot judge of anything else or otherwise than they have learned. Therefore to these I say, if there be any man, that hath taken so strong a poison, as present death is necessarily expected to follow, I will, provided the man be left wholly to my care, give him an antidote by me prepared which shall continually resist that venom, and quickly expel it out of the body. But I little care, whether you Mr. Doctor, who do neither know this thing, nor ever would apply your mind to know it, do slight the same, and repute it as a ridiculous, and altogether false tale. It is sufficient for me, that I am able, but if praiseworthy, let praise be given to God, to prove and defend the truth thereof. For I myself have experienced it, I have made, I have prepared, I have prescribed this medicine, and there wants not a sufficient number of witnesses to confirm it under hand and seal. And whensoever I shall have occasion to contend in the school with such a doctor, who knows not how himself to prepare his own medicines, but commits that business to another, I am sure I shall obtain the palm from him, for indeed that good man knows not what medicines he prescribes to the sick. Whether the color of them be white, black, grey or blue, he cannot tell. Nor doth this wretched man know, he only knows, that he found it so written in his books, and thence pretends possession, or as it were possession, by prescription of a very long time, yet he desires no further information. Here again let it be lawful to exclaim, Good God, to what a state is the matter brought! What goodness of mind is in these men! What care do they take of the sick! What to them? In the day of judgment they will find the fruit of their ignorance and rashness, they will see him whom they pierced, when they neglected their neighbor, sought after money and nothing else. Whereas were they cordial in their profession, they would spend nights and days in labor, that they might become more learned in their art, whence more certain health would accrue to the sick. Labor is tedious to them. They commit the matter to chance, and being secure of their honor and content with their fame, they, like brawlers, defend themselves with a certain garrulity, without any respect had to conscience or truth. Coals seem wonderful strange, and as outlandish wares to them, therefore they spare the money, that should be bestowed in them, as if they intended to lay it out to a better use. Vulcan himself, viz. the preparer of medicaments, is not found among them, for their fornaces stand in the apothecary's shop, to which they seldom or never come. A paper scroll in which their usual recipe is written, serves their purpose to the full, which bill being by some apothecary's boy or servant received, he with great noise thumps out of his mortar every medicine, and all the health of the sick. My God, change these times, and put an end to this arrogant pride, overturn those trees, lest they swell up to heaven, throw down those giants lest they accumulate all mountains. And defend those, who seriously managing their business, faithfully serve thee, that they may be able to stand against these their persecutors. I seriously admonish all those in our monastery, bound by the same vows with me, that they would with myself night and day pray unto God, that he would so illuminate these enemies of true medicine, as they may execrate their own error. And acknowledge the glory of God, and his power insisted in the creatures, and perceive the clearness latent in them. By preparation and anatomy, as it were speaking in their ears, which otherwise surrounded and covered over with external impurities, would deeply be concealed, and never brought to light. But I trust the Creator of all things, both of those which fall under our sense, and of those that are remote from our senses, will benignly hear our prayers. That, if not whilst I and my brethren live, yet after our death, such a conversion of things and men, God answer these desires, may follow, as that thick and obscure veil may be taken away from the eyes of our enemies. And they by true and infallible illumination, obtain a clear sight, that they may find their lost groat, which God, the eternal governor of time and things of his grace and mercy grant. But it is fit, that I, who intended to publish a certain discourse of antimony, in all its numbers absolute, should begin with the 11 name itself. The Arabians, to whom in times past this mineral was known, did in their language call it astinat. But the Chaldeans called it stibium. Among the Latines at this day the name of antimony is used, by which name they first of all signified it. We Germans in our language have given it a name, which seems to express a certain property of its nature, for since it is seen to consist of a certain streaked matter, and of it may easily be made glass endued with various colors, which proceed therefrom, we have called it spies glass, as if we should say streaked glass. From which variety of the name, by a prudent judgment a singular collection may be made, viz. That antimony was known, and greatly esteemed, and its virtue and utility observed and brought into use by the Arabians, Chaldeans, Latins, and our Germans, but afterward, the heresies of various opinions arising, the use was vitiated. And its virtue and glory first obscured, and afterward wholly extinguished. Of which there is no reason to doubt, for nothing is more probable, than that truth should suffer damage and shipwreck by the oppression of enemies. For who knows not the malice of the devil, which by reason of our sins and blindness is very often permitted by God? The devil is the perpetual enemy of mankind, who employs all his strength, and all his deceits, and omits nothing, which in himself is, to prevent the knowledge of the prophet of true medicine, and to exterminate its use. Knowing well enough, that by that means the power and glory of God is obscured, and those sacrifices of the praises of men are impeded, by which they gave thanks to God, because he hath insight as it were the rays of his goodness in the creatures. Whence they may obtain health by a natural auxiliary. But since to discourse of the name of antimony, is not to our purpose, we will desist from this matter. For all the praise of antimony consists in the preparation thereof, which is made for perfecting the virtues infused in it from nature by the author of nature. Therefore my discourse shall be of this, handling it and its known virtue, and I will endeavor to make my name immortal. Yet before I come to declare the virtue of antimony, since I above confessed, that it is mere venom, I would have you know and diligently note, that venom is able to draw venom to itself, because like itself. Much sooner and much more than any other thing of another nature. Now let any reader consider, and observe it as a thing worthy of note, that the true unicorn's horn, sophisticated by no fallacy, repels all venom from itself, nor can it assume or draw to itself anything of venom, as is manifest by experience. Let a living spider be put in a circle made of unicorn's horn, and out of this circle it cannot go, or pass over the unicorn's horn, for it shuns whatsoever is adverse to venom. But if the circle be made of venomous matter, it is not to be doubted, but that the spider will go out of it, and pass over that venom like itself. Note this experiment, make a piece of silver hollow, and put it in water, that it may float like a boat, and put venom into it, then hold a piece of true unicorn's horn, as nigh to it as you can, but so as you may not touch it. That unicorn's horn by its spiritual virtue will drive the silver from it, so that it will fly away like a duck, which swimming on the water flies, when it perceives the snares of the fowler ready to entangle it. But on the contrary, nature in a wonderful manner loves and follows its own like, as appears by this example. Put a piece of pure and fine bread in a dish full of water, so as the bread may swim upon the water, hold a piece of true unicorn's horn close to it, yet so as it touch it not. And if you leisurely move the unicorn's horn, the little piece of bread will follow it. Nature so much loves its own like, and so much hates what is unlike itself, as this flies and that follows. Therefore let our doctors consider, that venom by a certain magnetic power attracts venom, and those things which are void of venom, do in like manner draw to themselves things pure, and wanting a venomous quality. Therefore venom may be taken away two ways: first, by its contrary, which resists venom, as already is related of the unicorn's horn. Secondly, by like, when venom by a certain magnetic power draws venom to itself. But the venom which must heal venom like itself, ought first to be so prepared, as its venom may pass into medicine, and by its own attractive virtue, assume the other two and expel it with itself. Of which thing you have a most clear example of soap, that is compounded of oil and other fat ingredient matters, which seem to be, and in very deed are, more apt to foul, than cleanse linen. But because in the boiling of soap, especially by the help of salt, a certain separation and preparation is made, the soap is rendered most apt to draw to itself and wash out all foulness and filths from linen and other things, so indeed may venom in a certain manner, by antecedent preparation be accommodated so, as to be no more venom, but a medicament. It draws to itself all other poison, casts it out, and restores the man to his pristine purity and health. Now since our discourse hath led us so far, and we have begun to open nature so much, that the truly studious of medicine, though hitherto ignorant of this, may clearly know, what good or evil is latent in nature, what is venom and what is harmless. Which is a thing hath not as yet been found out by doctors, by reason of their own supine negligence. And that the truth thereof may be demonstrated and also confirmed, it will not be amiss to produce certain experimental examples, which may discover the truth, and refute the false opinions of others. Put an egg, which in the winter is congealed with cold, into very cold water, there let it lie for a due space of time, and the ice will externally adhere to the egg shell, but the cold be extracted from the egg itself, and restored to its pristine vigor and entireness. Again, if any member be benumbed with cold, let not the patient neglect himself, but apply cold snow water round about, so one cold attracts the other, and the member is restored. On the contrary, if anyone have a member inflamed, let him apply to that inflammation and hot matter. As for example, spirit of wine, which is mere fire, or the quintessence of sulfur, and he will in very deed find, that heat is attracted by heat, in a certain magnetic manner, and like to rejoice in like. And not only to assuage the pain and heat of the inflamed member, but absolutely to restore the same to its pristine strength. Yet lest this our purpose should not be fully enough confirmed by examples, I will also add another, by way of supplement. Take frog spawn in the month of March, and laying it on a board dry it in the sun, when dry reduce it to powder, and strew of this powder, upon wounds made by venomous vipers or serpents. By this means such wounds will be so prepared, as they may be perfectly healed by other medicaments applied thereunto. Or otherwise, if linen cloths be often moistened in frog spawn, and as often dried, and that linen cut into small pieces and applied to wounds, they effect the same, as the aforesaid powder would have done. But that the very foundation of this truth may more clearly be declared, take a venomous toad, dry him in the sun, shut him up in an earth-closed pot, and by burning reduce him to ashes. Then having taken out the ashes, and reduced the same to powder, apply of that powder to a wound made by venom, and this poison attracts the other poison, and joins it with itself. Why so, I pray? Because by this burning, which is the calcination of the toad, its interior virtue is made manifest, and efficacious for operating, so, that like can attract like, and especially venom, to itself. Therefore firmly persuade yourself, that this truth is infallible and immutable, which I have here proposed to you and others by example. If anyone afflicted with the pest, do diligently observe this, he will find the truth of those things I have here above mentioned, the astrum of soul. From which, as from an operative and all-vivifying sun, all things in their kinds universally arise. Therefore I determine that in the potency of gold, more than in all other things, is an operating nature. That is, in its own astrum, whence both itself, and all metals and minerals, in the beginning, received their first nativity and propagation of generation. Touching which more may be said, when I shall manifest to you the astrum of soul, and commend the same most religiously to your conscience. After the same manner process is to be made with antimony, which hath the same operations with corporal gold. Yet of the astrum thereof I now speak not. For I know, saith Antimony, it behoves me, before that, to fear and tremble, although in many principal arcanums of medicine, I far excel it. Yet universally I am able to effect none of those things, which the astrum of soul, confirmed by the testimony of celestial verity, is able to produce. The astrum of Mercury I omit, because I myself have my descent from the same original with it, but as to a celestial penetrating power of operating, I give the first place of dominion to the astrum of soul. My writings and books, composed by experience, properly follow and answer each to other, as one metal, as to its virtue, is observed and esteemed by another, and must by fire be proved of what value it is. So these my sayings, or writings, or medicaments, ought to be brought into the schools, as tending to one scope and end. Into the schools, I say, where riches obtain to themselves, as it were, an hereditary place, and instead of that take away all the honor, which is due to Vulcan only, who can boast himself to be a master in his own element of fire. Which may be shewed by example, and a true and manifest proof. When most hard steel is struck with an hard and solid flint, fire excites fire by vehement commotion, and ascension, drawing forth the occult sulfur, or the occult fire is manifested by that vehement commotion, and enkindled by the air so as it truly and efficaciously burns. But the salt remains in the ashes, and the mercury thence takes its flight together with the burning sulfur. 12. So here also understand, that antimony ought in a certain method so to be handled, as its mercury may be separated from the sulfur thereof, in a natural manner. Now as fire, which lies absconded in matter, unless it be made manifest, and can be demonstrated, is profitable for nothing, is not, as I may say, tangible by the hands, nor can it effect anything to purpose. So medicine can effect nothing that is excellent, unless it be first separated from its grossness, rectified and so discharged of impurities, clarified and brought to light by due preparation. As is manifest in all things, for when separation of the pure from the impure is made, and all that is mountainer or terrestrial is segregated from the pure metal, then the desired harvest is to be expected. Hence it is manifest, that fire can effect nothing, before it is in a certain manner opened and set at liberty, that before it is in a certain manner opened and set at liberty, that it may operate. Therefore, to comprehend much in few words, I say, this is the condition of antimony. Whatsoever is occult and absconded from the knowledge of the vulgar, that enjoys the name and honor of art, viz. As long as it lies hid. But so soon as it is discovered and made manifest, art hath end, and it becomes a mechanic work, as I have than once declared in other of my books. A bee sucks honey from flowers, with such art as the Almighty hath insight in it, in which honey is latent a virtue, juice, and corroborative power, of which a medicine is made, as is obvious to the eyes of all men. Now, from that honey, of a sweet and most pleasant taste, a violent corrosive and present venom may be prepared, which perhaps no man, unless he who hath learned it, will believe. No man certainly considers this, unless he be a diligent observer. Yet for this cause honey is not to be condemned, nor is it to be said, that although it hath a most grateful sweetness, yet it is a corrupt medicine. Because a corrosive may be made of it, but it should rather be said, that corruption proceeds from the physician's ignorance, who knew not how duly to prepare it. Here I am willing to teach the ignorant physician, to free him from the last judgment. For honey is prepared of the superfluities of brute animals, by which the grounds and fields are fattened. In those grounds arise flowers, herbs, fruit trees of various kinds, from which the bees suck a most noble quintessence. By this is made the alteration and generation of one thing into another, viz. into aliment of another form and taste, which in no wise agrees with the former, and that is called honey. Of such honey is prepared a food most grateful, pleasant and fit for man, and for many things most profitable. Of the same may be prepared a poison most hurtful to man and beast. Therefore, do you searcher of nature, of what age, sex, fortune, or condition soever, follow me in nature. I will shew you the truth, without any mixture of falsity, drawn from the very foundation. I will make you understand, who proceeds rightly, and who unadvisedly. I will teach you to separate the good from the evil, the highest from the lowest. For of antimony, if its venom be first changed into remedy, is made a medicine, which eradicates, and like fire penetrates, prepares, and by cocting consumes all diseases. Wherefore antimony is first to be prepared into a true stone, which is the quintessence thereof, and because, in its operation it is altogether like unto fire, when reduced to its coagulation, it shall by me be named the stone of fire. When this stone of fire is rightly prepared, as in the end of this treatise I will further show, its medicinal virtue consumes all noxious humours, purifies the blood in the highest degree, and performs all that may be effected by aurum potable. Therefore, I pray you, my unexperienced doctor, who have neither learned my preparation, nor conceived the use, not to judge from a false suspicion, and your own ignorant thoughts. But set about the work itself, and learn how the preparation of antimony ought to be made, how you should further proceed with it, how its venom is expelled and separated, and salutary medicine posited in the place of it, and exalted. When I say 13 you shall have performed this, then at length will you be able to judge of the difference, and understand those things, which before were very far remote from your knowledge. O you wretched and to be pitied medicasters, who painted with a fucus, breath out I know not what Thraconic brags, and pass over mountains wanting foundation, walking through clouds in your own thoughts. And know not where at length you shall rest your foot, you, I say, I admonish to consider what you will answer, in the extreme judgment of the Son of God. Seek, and when you have found, convert what you find to use, and so performing your office commit the rest to God, who will give success, and never leave you destitute of help. But you infamous men, more mad than bacchanalian fools, who will neither learn, nor foul your hands with coals, judge not lest you procure judgment to be pronounced against you, which your children's children may write down to your shame in an indelible character. Every physician ought above all things to take care, that he do neither less nor more, than procure the restitution of health lost, not instituting his curation contrary to nature, or deviating from her direct intention. When spirit of wine is poured upon aqua fortis a vehement ebullition is made, and these two natures will not easily permit themselves to be together. But he, that knows how by distillation to conjoin them and unite them, according to the true intention of the philosophers, he may use them in many things for good. After the same manner, oil or liquor of tartar, and vinegar made of rich wine, act each upon other, for they hate and fly from each other, as fire and water, although they proceeded from one and the same matter. Therefore the physician ought in a special manner to be mindful, to understand all circumstances from the sick very exactly, and consider the same being understood that in curing he may use such means, as are fit to remove the disease, lest the patient be injured by the medicine. As for example, when iron is dissolved in aqua fortis, if you suddenly pour oil of tartar upon that solution, you shall difficultly preserve glass from breaking, for the contrary natures, like unto gunpowder, take fire, and break the glass. Of all these things, our gown doctors know nothing at all, therefore they have no other defense for their ignorance, than silence only. You titular doctors, you I speak to, who write long scrolls of receipts, you apothecaries, who with your decoctions fill pots, no less than those, in Prince coursed, in which meat is boiled for the sustentation of some hundreds of men, you, I say, who hitherto have been blind, suffer a collyrium to be poured into your eyes, and permit them to be anointed with balsam, that the most thick skin of blindness may fall from your sight, and you behold the truth, as in a most clear glass. God grant you grace, that you may know his wonderful works, and the love of your neighbor be rooted in you, that you may search out true medicine, which the ruler of the heavens hath, by his own omnipotent hand. And his ineffable and eternal wisdom, from above infused in, impressed on, and communicated to his noble creatures, for the good of mankind. Whence man may find help in his greatest necessity, and counsel for health in his diseases. Why do you, miserable worm of the earth, and food of worms, look so intently on the rind or shell, and neglect the kernel, being unmindful of your Creator, who formed you according to his image. When as you ought to give thanks to him, and with diligent study to search out his works, exceeding nature herself. Return and look into yourself, there behold the image of your own ingratitude, that you may be ashamed of yourself, especially because you have not searched out those things, which the most wise God, for the good of mortals, hath infused in his creatures, by knowing which, you might have offered unto him the most acceptable sacrifice of praise and gratitude. But I will put an end to this discourse, lest my tears, which I can scarcely keep in, from continually falling from mine eyes, should blot this my writing, and whilst I deplore the blindness of the world, I blemish this lamentation, which I would have known to all men. I am a man religious, incorporated in a most holy order, in which I will persevere, as long as it shall please the omnipotent God, to animate this miserable body with vital spirit, therefore I must not write other things, or otherwise than is agreeable to this state. But had I the office of a secular judge, I would lift up my voice, and sound a trumpet in their ears, that those deaf men may hear, who hitherto would not acknowledge the truth, but out of ignorance, without cause, falsely and slanderously persecute, calumniate, condemn, disparage, and meditate how they may totally suppress the same. But thou, O Lord God, who dwellest in the highest, who art called and truly art the God of rest, who sitting in the supreme throne of majesty, governest heaven and earth, which thou hast created, who conservest the stars, and ordainest the course of the firmament in its motion according to thy command, before whom all creatures tremble, which are found in the earth, or in heaven, and the infernal spirits are astonished with unexpressible dread, be pleased, I pray, to look down upon the transactions of this most ungrateful world, and teach them inwardly to know those things, which thou hast outwardly and visibly proposed to the sons of men, that thou mayest be praised in thy throne, known in thy verity, and adored in thy immense majesty. As for myself, I am unworthy and miserable man, give thanks unto thee, for thy great and infinite gifts and benefits of riches and health bestowed on me, and laud thy majesty for ever for the same. More, O my Father and Lord, I neither can, nor am able to desire in this perishing world. Now, that we may write of antimony, and begin our discourse from the very foundation, whence antimony acquires its empire, triumph and glory, by which it is exalted to perfect operation. We must before all things discover the certain original of its root, how it is generated in the earth, to the dominion of what stars it is subjected, and what elements have thoroughly digested it, and which they be, that have brought it to maturity. Antimony is no other than a fume, or, as I may otherwise call it, a mineral vapor, which is generated from above by the stars, and afterward by the elements deduced and digested to formal coagulation and maturity. Here it is to be noted, that antimony hath acquired its essence, virtue, power, operation and quality, from the same principle, root and essence, whence vulgar mercury is produced. Yet with more firm coagulation, so that it is brought to an harder essence, than the living or running mercury of the vulgar hath. The reason of this is, because it hath assumed from the three principles, a little more of the substance of salt, than common mercury. For although of all the three principles, it hath the least part of salt, yet it hath assumed more of the essence of salt, than common mercury, whence unto it hath happened such a coagulation. Hardness in everything is from salt, which vulgar mercury hath not. For it hath a very small part of salt, but in it, in a spiritual manner, is insight a certain more hot spirit of sulfur. Therefore it always flows, and cannot be brought to coagulation, unless by the help of other metallic spirits, which endued with a very great virtues, are chiefly found in the matrix of Saturn, without which it cannot be fixed, unless by him who possesseth the Stone of Philosophers, by which its three principles may be brought to a concordant equality, and then it acquires such a body, as will melt, flow, and abide the hammer. Like all other metals, otherwise mercury is and will be fluid mercury, until its volatility be this way taken away. Hence it is known, that all animals and all vegetables are too weak to fix mercury into a malleable substance, as many have in vain endeavored, because all these have not a metallic nature. Mercury, within and without, is no other than mere fire, therefore it is not combustible by any fire, no fire can apprehend it so, as to alter its essence, but it suddenly flies and resolves itself into an incombustible oil spiritually. Or after its fixation it remains so invariable, as no strength or power of men is sufficient again to alter it. And whatsoever can now be made of gold may then also be made of it by art. Because after coagulation it is altogether like gold, for it with gold hath one and the same root, stock, or production originally. But since I purpose not in this place to discourse more largely of mercury, and intend only simply, yet truly, to describe the very foundation of antimony, from true and certain principles, I will cease to speak of mercury, and proceed to a further declaration of antimony. Yet, whatsoever I have proposed by way of similitude touching Mercury 14, for an introduction and further consideration, is not written in vain, or to no purpose, but to the end, that the very beginning of antimony may be more clearly understood, which, as I before shewed, received its original, as it were mercurially, with it. Wherefore most diligently think on this. Often bear in mind, observe and understand, that all minerals and metals together, in the same time, and after the same manner, and of one and the same principal matter, are produced and generated. That matter is no other, than a mere vapor, which is extracted from the elementary earth by the superior stars, as by a sidereal distillation of the macrocosm, which sidereal hot infusion, with any airy sulphureous property descending upon inferiors, so acts and operates, as in those metals and minerals is implanted spiritually and invisibly a certain power and virtue, which fume afterward resolves itself in the earth into a certain water, from which mineral water all metals are thenceforth generated and ripened to their perfection. And thence proceeds this or that metal or mineral, according as one of the three principles acquires dominion, and they have much or little of sulfur and salt, or an unequal mixture of the weight of them, whence some metals are fixed. That is, some constant and stable, some volatile and easily mutable, as is seen in gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and lead. Besides these metals, other minerals also are generated of the three principles, according to the communication and participation of the unequal weight of them, as are vitriol, antimony, and many other marcasites, or other electrums, and minerals, which for brevity's sake we here omit. But gold, in its astrum and beginning was imbibed with a much more perfect sulfur, and a much more perfect mercury, than all other metals and minerals, and therefore its operative virtue is much more potent and more efficacious. That the astrums of other metals, yea, all virtues whatsoever are dispersed in other metals, and many more than them, are found in the astrum of gold only. Moreover I say, when that one thing is brought to further maturity by fire, it contains more perfection, than all metals and minerals together. There is one only mineral, of which I have often made mention already, in which is found a sulfur of Sol, equally as strong and powerful, yea more potent and more strong, than in gold itself, so also, there are two kinds of metals found, in which this predominancy powerfully triumphs, of which at this time I have neither will nor disposition to write. But I am willing to keep within the bounds I have set myself in treating of the essence of antimony, touching which I purpose now to speak. Therefore antimony is a mineral made of the vapor of the earth changed into water, which spiritual sidereal transmutation is the true astrum of antimony. Which water, by the stars first, afterward by the element of fire, which resides in the element of air, is extracted from the elementary earth, and by coagulation formally changed into a tangible essence, in which tangible essence, viz. Whence antimony is formally made, is found very much of sulfur predominant, of mercury not so much, and of salt the least of all three, yet it assumes so much salt, as it thence acquires in hard and immalleable mass. The principal quality of it is dry and hot, or rather burning, of cold and humidity it hath very little in it, as there is in common mercury, in corporal gold also is more heat than cold. These may suffice to be spoken of the matter, and three fundamental principles of antimony, how by the archeus in the element of earth it is brought to perfection. Yet the lovers of chemistry should not think this philosophic reason by me alleged of absolute necessity to them, nor need they be solicitous to know, in what centre the astrum of antimony rests, or from what root it flows. But should rather desire to learn the utility and use thereof, viz. Which way it ought to be prepared and reduced to its state, that they may know its virtue, power, and operation, touching which in times past so many things have been written, and to this day are mentioned, and spoken of by all men of all states and conditions. For the learned, as well as the unlearned, hope to have their ardent and insatiable desire satisfied by this. Therefore I will not detain the reader with ambiguous discourses, or tedious delays, but simply teach everything, which I by great study and diligence, which I have often employed about antimony, could find out touching the essence of antimony. For no man, by reason of the shortness of life, can know or search out all its arcanums, because in preparation of antimony, one new wonder follows another perpetually. One degree succeeds a former degree, color follows color, and one virtue, power or operation always manifests itself greater than another. And, to begin here I say, antimony is mere venom, not of the kind of the least venoms, but such, as by which you may destroy men and beasts, so venomous a power is diffused through the whole substance of this mineral. Hence ariseth the common exclamation of all men. For the people, unskilful doctors, and all those, to whom the ground of true medicine is unknown, do with one mouth proclaim it venom, venom. Poison, say they, as I myself above confessed, lies in antimony. For this cause let us dissuade all men from its use, for it endangers the health and life. Therefore doctors resident in princes' courts, admonish monarchs, princes, and other potentates not to use antimony. Other scholastics cry out, beware, you in no wise admit antimony into medicinal use. For its mere poison, these the inhabitants of cities and villages follow. And this far-spread clamor so moves the greatest part of mortals, as antimony in these our days is very ill spoken of, and no man dares put confidence in the medicine thereof, which in it is found so various and unexpressible. For truly and holily I affirm, as truly as God is the creator of all things visible, which are contained in heaven or earth, which either have come, or in time to come shall come unto our knowledge, that under heaven, or by the rays of the sun, with the guidance of experience, can be found or demonstrated no greater medicine, than is in this mineral. Yea, there is no subject, in which so fluently and abundantly can be found such most certain remedies for health, as shall be declared, by sure and undeniable experiments, to be in antimony. Son, attend to this my discourse, and do thou reader give heed to my writings, and do you wise men of the world diligently observe my declaration of antimony founded on experience. For my theory ariseth from nature, and my practice proceeds from certain experience, which shews its manifold utility, and infinite ways produceth the same, not without the incredible admiration of all men. But I assent to you, and confess, as I have before acknowledged in my writings, that antimony at first is mere venom, and before preparation hath nothing in or with itself, but poison, and that I affirm to be true. But you, whosoever you are, insigniized or not insigniized with the degree of doctor, master, or bachelor, whether skillful in art, or by some other privilege promoted. You, I say, who so inconsiderately and so arrogantly without truth exclaim, and prate against me, pause a while, and forget not your own argument, hear what I have to say. Antimony is venom, therefore every one must beware he use it not. No, that doth not follow, Mr. Doctor, Bachelor, or Master, it doth not follow, I say, Mr. Doctor, although you be proud of your red hat. Treacle is made of the most perilous venom of a viper, which is called animal, whence also it had its name. Therefore no man must use it, for there is poison in it. Doth this consequence please you? How doth this my doctrine like you? You hear, that after preparation, no venenosity is found in antimony. For by the spagyric art antimony is converted from venom into medicine, no otherwise than as of the venom of a viper is said, which is converted into treacle. But without preparation you shall find no good in it, nor anything of medicinal help, but much loss and detriment. Now, whosoever desires to become a disciple of antimony, he must, after prayer, and an earnest invocation of God, betake himself to the school of Vulcan, for he is the master and revealer of all secrets. This master is condemned by the wise men of the world, set very light by and derided, because they, by reason of their own negligence and malignity, have learned nothing of him. And all revelation, through their own sloth, is impeded, for no medicine was ever prepared without Vulcan, whatsoever those senseless mad men shall babble and affirm to the contrary. But I will proceed to the proceed and preparation of antimony. For I little value the clamours of arrogant and self-applauding men, let them make and bring to light any work that can excel antimony. It is well known to me, that of antimony may be made medicines equal to those, which are in gold and vulgar mercury, I except the astrum of Sol, for of this may be prepared aurum potable against the leprosy, of this may be made spirit of mercury. The highest remedy against the French pox, of this other infinite remedies may be prepared. If those condemners cannot perceive and understand this, what wonder is it? None, because they have not learned it. No man can give a sound judgment of that, which he never learned. Let the ass, an animal like them in stupidity, be their example, who cannot teach a shepherd how to handle his pipe, so as to play in harmonious tune, because he hath not learned. So, right judgment, with a solid foundation cannot be given by a man, who before hath not bent his studies that way, that from writings he may be able to discern what, in such a business, is just or unjust. After the same manner in this faculty, what can be attributed to any of the doctors, before he hath from writings, and by his own proper labour acquired knowledge? Yet before I pass to the process itself, some one may perhaps interrupt and ask me, which way both minerals and other things receive their venenosity. What venom is? Whence the poison of every thing hath its original? How it may be taken away, also how such a mineral may without peril securely be used for health after evacuation of that venom. To these questions I will briefly and clearly answer. The infusion of venom falls under a twofold consideration, viz. Natural and supernatural. The first reason, why God the Supreme Lord of the stars, and the Maker of heaven and earth, hath proposed to us open venom, especially in minerals, is, that by this his ordination he might show to us his wonders and powerful works. For distinction of good and evil, as in the law he prescribed to us the knowledge of that, which lies as a duty on us to do, viz. To choose the good and eschew the evil. So also the tree of life in paradise was proposed, its right use tended to good, but its abuse brought the fall to evil, for by that God's command was broke, whence proceeded destruction and all evil. This is the first reason. A second reason is, that by this we might comprehend and understand the distinction between evil and good, and at length learn to exterminate malice and reposit goodness in its place. For God wills not, that man should perish and be destroyed, but that he should depart from evil, and come to amendment of life, that destruction may be driven far away from his soul. So, to us his creatures, with wonderful conveniency hath he proposed good and evil, which is found both in the precept of the word, and in the work of the creature, that we may choose what is profitable and good for health, and shun what is evil and pernicious. Thirdly, venom is also made by the stars, when contrary oppositions and conjunctions of them happen, by which the elements are infected so, as they become the cause of pestilences, and other venomous diseases in this world, which also is to be understood of comets. Fourthly, venom is made from things repugnant each to other, as when any one enkindles a deadly poison in himself, by anger or sadness, also when a man drinks being above measure hot. Fifthly, among venoms may be numbered weapons, with which any one is slain, then the abuse of arms is venom to that man. But when any one useth arms, for the just and unblameable defence of his body, to which end they were invented, then they may be accounted a certain kind of medicine. Lastly, the cause of venom may be demonstrated by nature, in this manner, whatsoever nature resists is venom, and that because it fights against nature. As when any one eats such food, as his stomach cannot bear, then that food is venom to him. For it is repugnant to nature, on the contrary, if any one eats such food, as is friendly to his stomach, to him that food is medicine. But venom is principally attracted to bodies in the earth, whilst they are a certain mercurial essence. Now I speak of the venom of minerals, which yet is in an immature, crude, and not well digested form, which is repugnant to nature, and difficultly digested. Because such a mercurial essence is not yet perfect, well digested to maturity, therefore it passeth through the whole body, as a crude, immature, undigestible mineral. As if crude corn should be eaten by men, that would be so difficult to be digested by the stomach, as a notable debility of the body would follow. For the natural heat is too weak to deduce that to a due concoction and perfection. Corn, which receives its maturity from the fire of the great world, must afterward be thoroughly cocked by the minor fire, that it may be digested by the microcosm. As before we said, touching the boiling of flesh to maturity. So here the same is to be understood of antimony, which being yet crude, and not thoroughly cocked in the earth to fixedness, the stomach of man, as I may so speak, is too weak to bear it, or retain the same, as by certain experience is manifested. Viz. That all cathartics, whether minerals, animals or vegetables, are venomous, because of a certain mercurial volatile matter still predominant in them. Which volatile spirit is the cause why other things, which are in man, are expelled, not that by this means the root itself of diseases is laid hold on, which only is effected by the fixedness of every medicine. For every medicine thoroughly fixed, searcheth out fixed diseases, and eradicates them, which purgers not fixed cannot do, but they do only as it were carry away some spoil of diseases. Or they may be compared to water, which driven by force through a street penetrates not the earth itself. Fixed remedies purge not by the inferior parts, because that is not the familiar way of expelling fixed venoms, and that way they would not touch the kernel, as I may call it, or center of the disease. But by expelling sweat, and other ways they strike at the very inmost root of the diseases, not contented with a certain superficial expulsion of filths. Therefore we often admonish all and every one, that all venomous impurity is totally to be taken away from antimony, before it can either be, or be called such a medicine, as may safely be given. For this cause, the good must be separated from the evil, the fixed from the not fixed, and the medicine from the venom with accurate diligence, if we hope by the use of antimony to obtain true honor, and true utility. But fire only can effect that. For Vulcan is the sole and only master of all these. Whatsoever the Vulcan in the greater orb leaves crude and perfects not, that in the lesser world must be amended by a certain other Vulcan, ripening the immature, and cocting the crude by heat, and separating the pure from the impure. That this is possible no man doubts, for daily experience teacheth the same, and it is very apparent in the corporal aspect of colors, which proceed from the fire. For by separation in fire, which perfect fixation, venenosity is taken away, and a change is made of the evil into good, as we have already said. Therefore fire is the separator of venom from medicine, and of good from evil. Which is a thing, that none of the physicians either dares or can truly and fundamentally own, or demonstrate to me, unless he who hath firmly contracted friendship with Vulcan, and instituted the fiery bath full of love, by which the spouse, being thoroughly purged from all defilement, may legitimately lie down with her bridegroom in the marriage bed. Fie upon the acuteness of the worldly wit of those, who neither understand, nor are willing to endeavor to understand these my writings. If you did know, what is called fixed, and what not fixed, and what it signifies to separate the pure from the impure, assuredly you would purposely forget many things, and omitting other vain works, would follow me only. For in me, Antimony speaks of himself, you will find mercury, sulfur and salt, than which nothing is more conducible for the health of men. Mercury is in the regulus, sulfur in the red color, and salt in the remaining black earth. He that can separate these, and again unite them in a due manner, according to art, so as fixation may bear rule, without venom, he may rejoice with honor and truth. Because he hath obtained the stone of fire, which may be prepared of antimony for the health of mortals, and for temporal sustentation with particular profit. For in antimony you may find all colors, black, white, red, green, blue, yellow, and more other mixed colors, than can be believed, all which may be separated apart, and known particularly, and singularly applied to use. According as the artist intends, such an ordination is to be instituted. Therefore now will I distinctly declare, how medicine is to be prepared, venom to be expelled, fixation to be set about, and a true separation to be made, by which the evil may be subdued and depressed, and the good triumph and be taken into use. In the meanwhile, let the lover of art consider, that every of the other metals may be compared to every of the precious stones, but this only contains universally the virtue of all stones. Which those colors, which it gives forth and exhibits to the sight from itself in the fire, do sufficiently demonstrate. Its transparent redness is assigned to the carbuncle, ruby and coral, its whiteness, to the diamond and crystal. Its blue color, to the sapphire, green, to the emerald, yellow, to the jacinth, its black, to the granite, which stone contains in itself a certain blackness occultly absconded. But as to metals, the black is assigned to Saturn, the red to iron, the yellow to gold, the green to copper, the blue to silver, the white to mercury, and its mixture of various colors is attributed to Jupiter. But as all the colors of all metals and precious stones are clearly found in antimony, so also all the powers and virtues of medicine are no less showed in it, than the colors aforesaid, but to educe from it all these colors is not the labor of one man. For our life is circumscribed with limits more strait, than will permit one man by his labor thoroughly to learn whatsoever nature keeps concealed and absconded in her bosom, in one certain way of preparation. From antimony by distillations is drawn forth an humor acid and sharp, like true perfect vinegar. Another way is prepared a shining red color, sweet and savory, as purified honey or sugar. Another way, a wormwood-like bitterness proceeds therefrom, otherwise, a certain acrimony, like some salt oil, thus always one nature follows another. Against, but sublimation it is driven to the Olympic mountains, like a flying eagle, red, yellow and white. Also forced down by descent, it yields diverse colors and preparations, also by reverberation, of it is made a metal, like common lead. Likewise a transparent glass, red, yellow, white, black, and endued with other colors, all which notwithstanding, are not safe to be used in medicine, unless they be first proved by another examen. Also it is resolved into rare and wonderful oils, which are various and manifold, some of which are made perfect with addition, others without mixtion of any other things. Some likewise are taken inwardly, others only outwardly applied to common ulcers, and wounds. It supplies us with so many several extractions, varied with so many colors, as it would tire a Delphian Apollo to describe them all. But indeed, all the mutations of its nature, which are discovered through the gate of fire, it by its own oracles will best unfold. Of it is made living mercury, and sulfur which burns like common sulfur, so that of that gunpowder might be made. Of it is made a true and natural salt, and many other things are prepared of the same. Therefore we begin to speak of the preparations thereof, as of its essence, magistery, arcanum, elixir, and particular tincture, in which you must employ all diligence and care. Especially when I shall in my writings declare to you the stone of fire, and its preparation, together with other various secrets and arcanums, which indeed are scarcely at all known to the world, and which have been little regarded, since the Egyptians, Arabians and Chaldeans died, who professed these arts, of which notwithstanding the use is very great, for searching out the very fountain of true medicine, and all other works pertinent thereunto. Now diligently mind, and with profound meditation consider all the following preparations, one succeeding another, as I shall reveal them. For there is no one inserted, which hath not its singular utility, but every of them is useful, according as ordained as its state. A fixed medicine of antimony, expels fixed diseases and eradicates them. But antimony is not fixed, as when it is crude and not prepared, opens and purgeth the stomach only, but toucheth not the root of the disease. Therefore I will set about the preparation of all, that appertains to antimony, and discover all the keys of its preparation, which now, as by a new nativity, are brought to light and revealed by fire, in the same state to which they were ordained by God their Creator. This unlocking and preparing of mineral antimony is performed by diverse methods and ways, by the disposure and governance of the fire, with manifold labor of the hands, whence proceeds the operation, virtue, power and color of the medicine itself. And since antimony to the aspect presents a crude black color, mixed with a little whiteness, I will first speak of its destructive alteration, which consists in calcination and incineration, and that is thus made. Take Hungarian or other antimony, the best you can get, grind it, if possible, to an impalpable powder. This powder spread thin all over the bottom of a calcining pan, round or square, which hath a rim round about, the height of 2 fingers thickness. Set this pan into a calcining furnace, and administer to it at first a very moderate fire of coals, which afterward increase gradually. When you see a fume beginning to arise from the antimony, stir it continually with an iron spatula, without ceasing, as long as it will give forth from itself any fume. If in calcining, the antimony melt, or concrete into clots, then remove it from the fire, and when cold again reduce it to a subtle powder, and as before calcine it, continually stirring as we said, until no more fume will ascend. If need be, repeat this operation so often and so long, as until that antimony put into the fire, will neither fume, nor concrete into clots, but in color resemble white and pure ashes, then is the calcination of antimony rightly made. Put this antimony thus calcined into a goldsmith's crucible set in a furnace, and urge the fire with bellows, or put it into a wine furnace, administering such fire, as the antimony may flow, like clear and pure water. Then, that you may certainly and infallibly prove, whether the glass made thereof be sufficiently cocted, and hath acquired a transparent color, put a long rod of iron cold into the crucible, and part of the glass will stick to the iron, which with a hammer strike off, and hold up against the light, to see whether it be clear, clean and transparent. If so, it is well, and perfectly mature. Here let my reader, unlearned and but a beginner in art, know, for I write not to men skilled in this art, who have often experienced the powers of the fire, but to candidates, Tyro S15, and the studious disciples of the spagyric science. Because to make glass of antimony is a thing common, and well known to many, know, I say, that every glass, whether made of metals, minerals, or any other matter, must be thoroughly cocted in fire to due maturity, that it may have a clear and transparent color, and be apt for further preparation to medicinal use, which translucid and pure maturity Vulcan only effects in his secret and hidden nature. Therefore, let every man know, consider and retain this. When in the method we have taught, you antimony is converted into glass, take a platter or dish made of copper, which is smooth and broad, heat it hot at the fire, otherwise your matter will fly out. Then pour in the fluid matter as thin as you can, and you will have pure, yellow, transparent glass of antimony. This is the best way of preparing glass of antimony per se, without addition. And this glass, above all others, is endued with the greatest virtue and power, which it manifests after its further preparation. This is by me called pure glass of antimony. 16. For I have seen a sick man, who after he had taken but half an ounce of the infusion, vomited and purged above measure, and soon after died. Hence are those tears, hence those clamors arise against chymists, as if the impious rashness of some false chymists were to be imputed to the art, which pseudo-chymists care not how many houses they fill with funerals, provided one or two that are healed will blaze their fame, and they can hear themselves called doctors, and rob the simple of their money. The reason of this great danger is, because all the emetic force of antimony contained in the fixed salt thereof, in which resides all its venenosity, which weak natures cannot overcome, and therefore receive not so much good from the salutiferous virtue thereof, as hurt from its venom. But this thing should not deter sound men from the use of antimony, since they see it, even then when mixed with venom, often to produce salutary effects. They should rather thus reason. If that salutiferous virtue be freed from the noxious faculty, what good would it not do, or what diseases would it not heal? Therefore, behold, I here offer to you such glass of antimony, as I myself use often, and may be used by every man, without any danger of a mortal catastrophe. Take pure glass of antimony, made as Basilius here teacheth, melt it in a crucible, and keep it in flux so long, as until a third part be consumed. Then let it cool, and grind the same to an impalpable powder, upon which pour spirit of wine highly rectified, until it stand 3 fingers above the powder, close the vessel firmly, and circulate the matter for 3 months. Then by distillation abstract the spirit of wine, or if it be tinged with redness, which always will be, if you have rightly operated, only pour it off, and keep it apart, for it is an excellent medicine. The remaining body put into a crucible, permit it to flow, and then cast it into what forms you will. For it can assume whatsoever shapes you will have it, which may be set in rings, and worn on the hand. But its medicinal use is thus. Put this glass for one night in 2 ounces of cold wine, and in the morning let the sick drink that wine, and you will find very good success, for it purgeth kindly, and if nature incline to bring the matter upward. It performs that action moderately, causing gentle vomits. Only note this, the prescribed dose must be diminished, according to the strength, age and constitution of the sick. Here, reader, candidly accept of this my first admonition offer to thyself, and expect to find more, if you willingly and intently peruse the after following. For there are other glasses prepared of antimony, by addition of borax and other things, in this manner. Take of crude antimony 1 part, of Venetian borax 2 parts. Put these together into a crucible, which setting the vessel in a wind furnace, or urging the fire with bellows, cause to flow, that they may be well and perfectly mixed together, afterward pour out the mixture into a pan. Or dish of copper made hot, as thin as is possible, as before was said in a superior preparation, and you will find you antimony fair and transparently clear, 17 like a pyropus or ruby, provided you observe the due and accurate method. Operating as you ought, in the governing fire. The redness may be abstracted from this red glass, with spirit of wine 18, and by long continued circulation in fire, be perfected, and rendered a most excellent, profitable and efficacious medicine. But a transparent white glass of antimony, after commiction thereof, is prepared in this manner. Take antimony beat or ground small 1 part, Venetian borax very pure 4 parts, put these, well mixed together, into a crucible, and cause the mixture to flow well. At first indeed it will be yellow, but if it stand longer in fire, the yellowness vanisheth, the matter receives a white color, and thenceforth becomes a fair and white glass. Whether this color be brought to perfect maturity, you may prove with a cold iron, as above is said. Many other ways, of antimony may be formed glasses 19 consisting almost of infinite forms. But since my purpose here was not to describe other glasses, than I myself had experienced, and which manifest happy success in healing, I judged it unnecessary to waste paper in describing them, or by a tedious discourse to weary the reader. Especially since, unto you is already in part proposed the principal color, viz. the red, which is found in glass made of antimony. The black color, which antimony had before preparation, is now in a spiritual manner flown up the chimney. Because in such a spiritual manner, very much of the venomous substance had left it before, through the expulsive force of the fire, as by calcination. Yet because in this preparation all the whole venom is not taken away from the glass of antimony, but it still retains very much thereof. I am willing, now I have begun, further to reveal to you, which way the venom may wholly be removed from this glass, and another separation of the pure from the impure, of the venom from the medicine, be instituted. By which the tongue of the orator will be loosed, and occasion given to him of largely expressing my praises, and publishing the same, as with a great sound. Through all parts of this inferior orb, which will be a necessary consequence of the gratitude of my disciples, when they shall see with their eyes, touch with their hands, and with their understanding comprehend, that I do their great profit. Have declared to them the very truth, without deceit, and made them the heirs of a memorable testament. Therefore the first separation of the sulfur from its body, and the extraction of the tincture from its salt, is performed in this manner. Take pure glass of antimony, as I taught you to make it, without the adjunction of any other thing, grind it to subtle powder 20 impalpable as flour. Which powder put into a glass with a plain flat bottom, called a cucurbit, and there pour upon it strong vinegar well rectified, then set the vessel in a digestive fire, or if it be summer, expose it to the sun, stirring it twice or thrice 21 a day. And so long digest it in that temperate heat, as until the vinegar contract a yellow color inclining to redness, like the color of most clean and well purified gold. Then pour off this clear and pure extraction, and pour on fresh vinegar, and repeat the operation, as long as the vinegar is tinged, and until no more tincture can be extracted. Filter all these extractions mixed together, and put them into a glass body, with its head annexed, and by bm distill off the vinegar, until in the bottom remain a yellow powder, inclining to redness. Upon this powder pour distill rainwater oftentimes, and as often distill it off again, still pouring on fresh distilled rainwater. Repeat this labor so long, as until the powder remains sweet and 22 grateful. This powder grind upon a marble or glass, first made hot. Then put it in a glass body, and pour upon it of the best rectified spirit of wine, so much as will stand above it 3 fingers thickness, then set it in a digestive heat, as above, for extracting the tincture of antimony, which will be high-colored and pleasantly red to amazement. And it will deposit a certain earth, or feculency in the bottom. This extraction is sweet, grateful, and so very efficacious in medicine, as no man, that hath not experienced the same, will give credit thereunto. The feces in the bottom retain the venenosity, but the extraction medicine only, which experience hath taught to be profitable remedy for men and beasts. For if 3 or 4 grains of this medicine be taken, it expels the leprosy in Gallic Louis, purifies the blood, drives away melancholy, and resists all venom, and whosoever labors with shortness of breath, difficulty of breathing, or pricking of the sides, he may be cured by the use of this medicine, 23, which effects many wonderful things, if rightly administered, and in due time. That yellow powder, of which mention is made above before it is extracted with spirit of wine, may be ground upon a hot stone, and then put into eggs 24 boiled hard, in place of the yolk, which is to be taken out, set these eggs in a moist place, or cellar, and the powder will resolve into a yellow liquor. This admirable liquor heals all green wounds, if soon after a wound is made, it be put therein with a soft feather, and the wound well covered with a styptic or other preservative plaister. All fresh wounds inflicted either by prick or cut, are healed by this liquor, without putrefaction, inflammation, or any superfluity of filth, so perfectly. As unto him, who created heaven and earth, and in them incite such a medicine, due thanks and praise deservedly ought to be given. In all old, malignant, and corrosive wounds, use this extraction or balsam of antimony, and it will never fail thee in thy necessity. And thou thyself after me wilt write an encomium of its praises and publish the virtues thereof, by which externally applied miserable mortals may be made happy, for the wolf and 25 cancer yield to it. Rottenness in the bones, malignant ulcers corroded and perforate with worms fly from it, and it restores to pristine health, and provides entertainment for that with itself, when its fixedness shall be duly used inwardly, and other convenient means duly applied outwardly. Also glass of antimony is by me 2 ways reduced to an oil, in distillation, as they call it, by Alembeck. Take glass of antimony, as it is made of the minera of antimony, subtly pulverized, and extract its tincture with distilled vinegar. Afterward abstract the vinegar thence and adulterate the remaining powder. Then pour on spirit of wine, with which extract the tincture, and circulate it in a pelican well closed, for an entire month. Afterward, distill it per se, without any addition, with a certain singular 26 dexterity, and you will thence receive a wonderful grateful and sweet medicine, in the form of a red oil, of which after may be formed the stone of fire. This oil is the quintessence, and the highest, that can be written of antimony. As you may find in my former writings, wherein I have made a short declaration of antimony, and in which I showed also, that there are 4 instruments required for its preparation, and the 5th is that, in which Vulcan hath fixed his residence. Understand thus, 4 preparations must be made before it can be perfected, and the 5th is the utility, and effect of the work in the body of man. The first labor is calcination and liquefaction into glass. The second is digestion, by which extraction is performed. The third is coagulation. The fourth is distillation into oil, and after that separation follows fixation, by the ultimate coagulation, through which the matter is deduced to a pellucid fiery stone, which that it may operate upon metals, must be fermented, for acquiring its penetrative property, but not so much, as that ancient stone of the philosophers, because it is not universal, but only tingeth particularly. Touching which, about the end of this book, more shall be spoken when we treat of the stone of fire. This distilled oil 27 of which we have now spoken, affects all things, that are necessary to be known by a physician, and which he hath need of, in his cures. The dose of it before coagulation is 8 grains taken in wine. It makes a man very young again, delivers him from all melancholy, and whatsoever in the body of man grows and increaseth, as the hairs and nails, fall off, and the whole man is renewed as a phoenix, if such a feigned bird, which is only here for example's sake named by me, can anywhere be found upon earth, is renewed by fire. And this medicine can no more be burned by the fire, than the feathers of that unknown salamander, for it consumes all symptoms in the body, like consuming fire, to which it is deservedly likened. It drives away every evil, and expels all that, which aurum potable is capable to expel. The 28 astrum of soul only exceeds every medicine of the world when rightly prepared to perfect fixation, for the astrum of soul, and the astrum of mercury arise almost from the very same blood of their mother, and from one original of vivific sanity. Now, no man hath cause to fear, that this oil of antimony extracted first with distilled vinegar, and afterward with most pure and subtle spirit of wine, and then further exalted, as highly as possible, by Vulcan, will in any wise purge, or excite frequent stools, or make any alterations, for it effects nothing of all this, but by sweat, urine, and spittle, expels the very root of the disease to amazement, and restores whatsoever is corrupted by any symptom. But common glass of antimony, being ground to powder, put into a little wine, viz. 6 grains or more of the glass, according to the strength of nature, and that mixture set in heat for 1 night, and in the morning the wine 29 poured off clear from the remaining powder, and so drunk by the patient, purgeth downward exciting several stools, and oftentimes also provokes vomiting, by reason of the mercurial immature property, which is yet inherent in the glass, as every intelligent physician will easily judge. And indeed he ought to further to examine how this glass, when he would purge with it, ought to be provoked, and administered in a due dose. Many men are required for the searching out the powers and virtues of this subject. For I alone, by reason of the shortness of my time, could not dive into and search out all things. Do you thyself set about the work, and after me, yea with me, thou wilt praise me and I thee, if you find out any more. I praise you by these my writings, and shall commend you out of the sepulchre to which I am destinated, although in body thou art to me unknown, nor ever had I any discourse with thee, because perhaps not yet born. Common glass of antimony is also by addition distilled into a laudable and salutary oil, which may be used without peril, with very great profit in the epilepsy, as here following I shall teach. Grind the glass of antimony to as subtle a powder as possibly you can, then put it into a glass vessel with a flat bottom, and pour upon the powder the juice of unripe grapes, then having well luted the vessel digest it for certain days. This being done abstract all the juice, afterward, grind it well moistened with spirit of vinegar, and a double weight of clarified sugar. Then, having put it into a retort, in the name of the Most High begin to distill, and at last administer a vehement fire, and you will acquire a most red oil, which must be clarified unto transparency with 30 spirit of wine. The use of this, given in a small quantity, is found to be most profitable. With this oil spirit of salt may be joined, and the mixture poured upon a subtle prepared calx of gold, which how it should be made I have already taught in other of my writings, which hath before, together with its water, passed by Alembeck. If this be done, this menstruum take to itself the tincture 31 of gold only, and leaves the body untouched. When the fermentation is made, I shall have need of a vast quantity of paper to declare all the arcanums of nature, which by this medicine are effected beyond the opinion of all men. I urge this so much the more earnestly to the physician, that he may consider those things which I propose philosophically, betake himself to labor, perform this preparation of antimony, and deduce it to use. Then, he himself will daily find more praise, and learn from it more operations than any of the other physicians could have prescribed him. When you shall have brought antimony so far, and duly perfected your work, in which you are to act prudently, and the matter is to be largely and profoundly weighed, that by labor you may acquire experience. Then may you boast that you have obtained the magistery, which is known or communicated to few. This magistery mixed with a solution or tincture of corals, and exhibited with cordial water effects wonders in diseases, that are to be cured by purifying the blood. And whatsoever distemper is offered to you, in which the blood is corrupted by any accident, this magistery heals it, exhilarates the heart, promotes chastity and honesty, and renders man apt and fit for everything he takes in hand. For all these benefits to the Creator and Conserver of all things, thanks is always to be given from the bottom of our heart. Because he hath with so great compassion respected his creatures, infirm both in body and mind, and supplied us with means, by which the diseases of either may be healed, and we in every necessity obtain solace, assistance, and perfect help. Now my intention is to proceed, and speak somewhat of the Arcanum of Antimony, but with very great brevity. Take of antimony most subtly pulverized 1 part, of sal armoniac 32, so called, which is brought from Armenia, also pulverized. Mix these, and putting them into a retort distill them together 33 and upon that which comes forth in the distillation pour common distilled rain water, but let it first be made hot, and so by adulterating remove all the salt. That no acrimony may remain, and the antimony will appear like pure, white shining feathers. Dry them with subtle heat, and having put them in a glass circulatory or pelican, pour on them good and perfectly rectified spirit of vitriol, and circulate the mixture till both be well conjoined 34 and united, then distill the whole. And pour on spirit of wine, circulate again. Then let separated be made, and remove the feces settling to the bottom, but keep the arcanum which remains mixed with the spirit of wine and vitriol. Now when you again rectify this arcanum, 1 drop of it exhibited with rose water, is more available than a pot full of the decoction of herbs. For it causeth a good appetite, corrects the stomach, and concocts all malignity in it, drives away sadness and melancholy, makes good blood and a good digestion. In the suffocation of the matrix and cholic passion, both which it wonderfully appeaseth, it is instead of a treasure of inestimable price and deserves commendation, not easily expressible by words. After the Arcanum of Antimony next in order follows the elixir 35 of the same, which you may prepare in this manner. Take, in the name of the Lord, good Minera of Antimony, grind it subtly, and sublime it with half so much sal armoniac. Whatsoever shall be sublimed put into a glass retort, and thrice distill it, separating the feces every time. Afterward remove from it the sal armoniac by adulteration, and reverberate the matter of antimony in a vessel well closed, with moderate fire, not forcing too much, until it become like the earth of cinnabar. This being done, pour on it strong distilled wine vinegar, and extract its redness, afterward abstract the vinegar, until a powder remain. This abstraction must be made in balneo. Then, extract this powder with spirit of wine, that the feces may be separated, and you will have a pure and clear extraction. Having finished this operation, put this spirit of wine together with the extraction into a cucurbit, and add thereto a little of the tincture of corals, and of the quintessence of rhubarb, and then administer the dose of 3 or 4 grains. It causeth gentle stools, and purgeth without gripings of the belly, and indeed if you have proceeded well in preparing, it renders the blood agile, and is a medicine apt for those who desire gentle purgations. Here perhaps some physician may wonder, how 'tis possible, that this medicine should cause moderate and easy purgations, when as antimony is a matter vehement and forcible, and to it is joined rhubarb, which of itself also hath a purging property. But let him cease his admiration, and know that the venomous purging power of antimony is by this preparation so mortified, as it can apprehend or expel nothing. But as soon as some purging simple is adjoined to it, it then according to the powers of its own nature performs the office of opening and purging. But antimony prepared hath no action upon the 36 stomach, thence to expel its impurities. But by the purging medicine, its adjunct, acquires a more open field, and therein can operate without impediment any other way, and discern, yes search out the way of effecting that better, to which it was ordained and prepared, without hindrance. I would have all men to credit these words, since I have no necessity to write other than the truth. This elixir in such manner prepared, as I have taught, penetrates and purgeth the body, as antimony purgeth gold, and frees it from all impurity, so that if I would at large commemorate all the powers and virtues thereof, I must put up my supplications to the God of heaven, and entreat him to vouchsafe me a longer life, that I might laud his wonderful works, and search out further, and according to verity communicate to others what I have found. That they with me excited to admiration, may publicly render thanks to their Creator, for his so great blessings. But to proceed in my purpose, having once begun, I here describe the virtues of antimony, as far as I have experienced them, yet what is hid from my knowledge, I ought to pass over in silence. For it becomes me not to give my judgment of things unknown, and which I have not with myself experimented, but I leave them, commending the same to other judges, who with study and labor in this subject, have made some good progress. No one man can be so expert in knowing the virtues of antimony, as nothing shall remain unknown by him, not only by reason of the shortness of his life, as I before said, but also, and chiefly because some new thing is daily found in it. Therefore, let men know, that antimony not only purgeth gold, cleanseth and frees it from every peregrine matter, and from all other metals, but also, by a power innate in itself, affects the same in men and beasts. If a farmer purpose in himself to keep up and fatten any of his cattle, as for example an hog, 2 or 3 days before, let him give to the swine a convenient dose of crude antimony, about half a dram mixed with his food, that by it he may be purged. Through which purgation he will not only acquire an appetite to his meat, but the sooner increase and be fattened. And if any swine labor with a disease about his liver or other parts, or else be leprous, antimony causeth the leprosy to be dried up and expelled. This example seems indeed to sound somewhat gross and rustical, to the ears of great men especially. But my purpose in proposing it was only to the end, that private men and lakes, whose brains were not by nature fabricated to the most subtle philosophy of the learned, may see the truth hereof, in the very operation itself, with their own eyes. Also that by this rude proposal, they might give greater credit to my other writings, in which I have spoken a little more subtly of these things. Yet I would have no man, following me as his author, to give a medicine of crude antimony to men. For mute animals can in their stomach concoct much more hard foods, than the tender complexion of men is able to digest. Wherefore, he who would rightly and with profit use antimony, he must learn the preparation thereof first, and afterward know the dose, as what is convenient for the young, and what for the old. How much may be given to robust bodies, and how much to the weak, in which no small mystery of this art consists, the ignorance of which will do more hurt than an imprudent physician can do good. Should I confirm all things by examples, that would be the cause of a very prolix writing, therefore I will break off this discourse, and pass on to another preparation of antimony, and describe its fixedness. Which acts like wine, from which its spirit is substract and separated from its body. This spirit heals the body internally, and if externally applied, draws to itself all the heat of a part inflamed, but, on the contrary, when of the wine, vinegar is made, it cools, either inwardly or outwardly applied. Although the wine and vinegar have their original from the same root, and proceed from the same stock. The reason of this diversity is, because vinegar is made through digestion only, by which putrefaction of the wine follows, together with a vegetable fixation, but on the contrary, spirit of wine is made with separation by distilling. Or vegetable subliming, which renders the spirit volatile. By like reason antimony is prepared, and according to its diverse preparations hath diverse effects, and diversely communicates its gifts to us, which are scarcely comprehensible by the humane intellect. But the fixedness thereof, touching which I here treat, is thus prepared. Take of antimony as much as you will, grind it to a subtle powder, which put into a cucurbit, and pour on it of aqua fortis so much as will stand above it the breadth of 6 fingers. And having well and firmly closed the vessel, place it in a subtle heat for 10 days, that the matter may be extracted. Decant off this extraction pure and clear, and filter it, that it may be free from all feculencies and impurities. Then put this extraction into a glass body, and abstract all the aqua fortis by distillation in ashes or sand, and in the bottom the powder of antimony will remain yellow and dry. Upon this pour distilled rain water, and put it in a like glass in moderate heat, and you will have a red extraction. This again filter, and gently distill off the rain water by bm and the powder will remain red in the bottom. Upon this red powder pour strong distilled vinegar. This vinegar will in some time draw to itself the color red as blood, and put down feces. Afterward distill off the vinegar, and there will again remain a red powder. This powder reverberate continually for 3 days together without ceasing in an open fire. This being done, abstract the tincture from it by spirit of wine, and separate the feces remaining from the tincture. All these works being with so great labor performed, again separate the spirit of wine by distillation in balneo, and a fixed 37 red powder will remain, which operates wonderfully. Half a dram of this being taken thrice a day, viz. morning, noon, and night, or oftener, hurts no man, for it expels all clotted blood out of the body, and being long taken securely opens all perilous impostums, and expels them. Radically cures the French disease, causeth new hairs to grow, and notably renovates the whole man. Now, since I have taught to make a fixed powder of antimony, and the extraction thereof very commodious for use, leaving this discourse, I purpose briefly to treat of the flowers of antimony, which may be many ways prepared. But the greatest part 38 of men neither can discourse of, nor answer to these, because they have not learned the processes of such operations, but the least part, viz. The disciples, apostles, and followers of the spagyric art, will more esteem my writings, more diligently read them, and more prudently give judgment of the same. But, my disciple and follower, if you will imitate me, my advice is, that you take up your cross, at first, and suffer as I have suffered, learn to bear persecution, as I have already borne it, labor, as all our predecessors with me have done. With continual prayers seek unto the Lord God, and be thou patient, and laborious without weariness, and then the Most High, who hath mercifully heard me, will not forsake thee, for this cause I every hour give thanks to God. As my eyes are filled with tears can and do witness. Now, to proceed in my instruction, touching the flowers of antimony, it is to be understood, that the true florus of antimony, may be prepared, not one, but various ways, as is known to every spagyrist. There are some who drive them, mixed with sal ammoniac, over by retort, then they adulterate them, by washing away the sal ammoniac, and these they greatly esteem, for these flowers are of a fair and white color. Others have peculiar instruments for this work, prepared with windy caverns, through which the antimony may receive the air, and be sublimed. Others, setting 3 alembics one upon another sublime them with strong fire, and with one and the same labor make white, yellow, and red florus. All which ways I have tried, and found no error in them, but the process, by which I make flowers of antimony, most profitable for medicine, and more efficacious in their operations is this. I mixed the red flowers of antimony with colcathur of vitriol, and sublimed them together thrice. So, the essence of vitriol ascends with them, and the florus are more strong, which being done, I extract the same flowers with spirit of wine. The feces settle to the bottom, and separate themselves from the spirit. These the artificer lays aside, and distills off the spirit of wine in bm until the powder remains dry. These are my prepared flowers of antimony, which I administered to my brethren, and others, who in their necessities, required help of me, for their souls spiritual, in respect of my ecclesiastical state, and for their bodies temporal. By reason of the trust they reposed in my art. These florus purge gently, without frequent, or excessive stools, and have cured many tertian and quartan fevers, also very many other diseases. So that I purposed, by the help of our Saviour Jesus, and his most holy Mother Mary, to ordain in my testament a perpetual monument upon my altar, of all the cures which I have performed by his grace. That I might so doing, not only give thanks to God, but also make my gratitude known to posterity, that they likewise may acknowledge the wonderful works of the Most High, which I, by my diligence, have extracted from the bowels of nature. And which he himself had hid and absconded in her profound and most secret recesses. But touching the sublimations of antimony, which are afterward called flowers, let the reader further observe, viz. That they are like waters, which break out in high mountains. Now, of the difference of waters, which arise in the highest mountains, yea and higher than they, if such can be found, for even unto them would the waters ascend. Since it is known, that in the tops of the highest mountains, springs do very often issue it. And of other waters which are found by digging deep in the earth, and by following their springs must be searched out, matrix peculiar to every element, any man may judge that the matrix of waters in the earth is on one part more abundantly replenished with the riches of waters, than on another. Since every element hath a peculiar matrix, either strong or weak, according as it is produced by the situs, whence elements derive their original and have being. Now, when such a matrix is strong and potent in the earth, it can drive forth its seed strongly and efficaciously from itself, by a vehement pressure, even up to the snowy mountains of the Alps, or to the very top of the Babylonish 39 Tower. If any fatuate man hear this my discourse, he will say, I am either mad or drunk with wine, but this will be no other than a reproach, like to that, which was cast upon the disciples of our Saviour. Of sublimation, the reason is the same. For as waters, which are many times found in the highest mountains, are more salubrious, and more cool than those, which by digging deep into the earth are found in plains, so, if the matter by pressure and force of fire be driven upwards to the mountains of the ancient wise men, who died long before my time, the earth, which for the most part is unprofitable, remains until its salt shall be extracted from it for its proper use. Thus is made separation, by which the evil may be distinguished from the good, the pure from the impure, the thick from the thin, the subtle from that which is not subtle, and the venom from the medicament. We miserable mortals, by death which we have deserved for our sins are put into the earth, until we putrefy by time, and be reduced to filths. And afterward by the heavenly fire and heat raised, clarified, and exalted to a celestial sublimation, where all our feces, all sins, and every impurity shall be separated, and we made the sons of God, and of eternal life. Unto which the Lord of his mercy and goodness bring me with you. But I hope no man will take amiss this comparison of the mundane with the spiritual, viz. the heavenly exaltation with the earthly sublimation. For no man should suppose what I have done, to be done without reason, but rather know, that I am not ignorant what is white or black, how much the tenebrous and dismal air differs from the serene and clear heaven. Therefore let us break off this discourse, and produce another preparation of antimony. Let the disciple, apostle, and faithful imitator of art, understand this instruction, and according to the true philosophic doctrine faithfully consider. That every extraction from antimony, as also from all other things, hath great difference in operation, which neither consists in the matter, nor is known by the matter, from which it is drawn, but consists and remains in the preparation, and in the addition, by which the virtue is extracted from the matter, as is known by experience, as for example, whatsoever is extracted from antimony, or any other thing with spirit of wine, hath a far other virtue of operating, than those, which are extracted with good and sharp vinegar. The causes of this I have already hinted in my other writings. But the principal cause is, because all extractions made with spirit of wine, from antimony, or any purging herbs, roots, or seeds, understand of the first extraction, powerfully expel by sage, but on the contrary. Whatsoever is extracted with vinegar, purgeth not downward but rather prevents that, and retains in a certain peculiar manner, by which the volatile is changed into fixed. This is a singular secret, and an arcanum of great price, but there are none, or very few found, who mind such things. Because many things are hidden, and lie deeply buried in this arcanum, which no one, either master or servant, nor any wise man of this world hath unto this day observed or considered. Therefore the extraction of antimony is made two ways, viz. with vinegar, and with spirit of wine. Vinegar obstructs, and spirit of wine, of itself powerfully expels and causeth urine, as also stools. As elsewhere in another manner is shewed, and especially where I speak of my 12 keys, as namely, that the extraction of glass of antimony moderately purgeth. But on the contrary the extraction of the same glass, which is made with vinegar purgeth not, which is true and not permixed with any falsity. But this experience gives occasion of thinking and reflecting, by which way of reasoning, nature gives promotion and production to a true philosopher. But it is a thing much to be admired, that every subject, which is first of all extracted with spirit of wine, should have a purging property. Yet when glass of antimony is from the beginning extracted with distilled vinegar, and that vinegar again abstracted, and then the antimony extracted with spirit of wine, all its venomous purging virtue passeth away, and no sign thereof remains. Nor assumes it to itself any power of provoking stools. But it performs its operations by sweat, and other ways, chiefly by salivation and ejection by the mouth. It searcheth out all hurtful evils in the body, purgeth the blood, heals the diseases of the lungs, and profits those who are straight-breasted, and troubled with a frequent cough. In a word, it cures very many disease, also assuageth a malignant cough, and whatsoever is of that disposition, and is a medicine very admirable. Moreover, there is another extraction of antimony made in this manner. Grind crude antimony to powder, and pour upon it strong vinegar, not of wine, but made of its proper minera, and expose the mixture in a vessel well closed to the solar heat. Then, after some time, the vinegar will be tinged with a blood-like color. Pour off this extraction clear, filter it, and distill by alembic in sant. Then again, in distilling, it shews admirable colors, pleasant to the sight, and wonderful in aspect. This oil 40 at length becomes red as blood and leaves many feces and prevails against many infirmities, for its singular virtue and use is commanded in the leprosy. The new disease lately risen amongst the soldiers is by it consumed and dried up, and indeed it effects wonders. The physician before all things, should diligently contemplate its use, according to his own experience and knowledge. But especially completing its preparation in a due manner, without being weary of his labor, or forgetting any of those things which are prescribed to be performed. Again, another extraction of antimony is thus instituted. Take, in the name of the Lord, of antimony and crude tartar, of each equal parts. Put these well mixed together in powders, into a strong crucible, which will not suffer the spirits to penetrate it, and burn this matter in the fire, until the tartar be wholly combust. This work must be done in a wind furnace. Grind this burnt matter to a subtle powder, and pour on that common water first made hot, and so adulterate the matter by lixiviating. And so it becomes a liver 41, so called by many of our ancestors, who lived long before us. Put this liver dried into a cucurbit, pour thereon most pure spirit of wine, abstract the spirit by distilling in bm so that a third part only may remain. But before distillation, the spirit of wine together with the extraction must be filtered through paper. This extraction may indeed be profitably used, but in a small dose, and with great caution. What happens in this operation is very admirable. For the spirit of wine abstracted, can no more be united with the red extraction, whence it was distilled, but one floats above the other, as water and oil, which cannot be mixed. But if the abstracted spirit of wine be poured upon other liver of antimony, it again attracts the color to itself, yet this, although poured upon the former extraction, cannot be mixed therewith. Which is a thing so strange, as it may be numbered among wonders. But who can declare the wonders of God? Or who will worthily esteem the gifts of the Creator, which he hath implanted in his creatures? By us scarcely prescriptible with deep meditation. I before made mention of the extraction of antimony, from its glass 42 by vinegar, and also by spirit of wine, but I now say, when such an extraction is made by vinegar, and the vinegar is again abstracted by bm. And the powder which remains is resolved in a moist place, into oil or liquor of a yellow color, it effects such wonders in wounds, new and old, as I neither can, nor dare to commit them all to writing. For it represseth all symptoms of what kind soever, suffereth none to take root, and admits no putrefaction in fresh wounds. Also the extraction of this powder, before solution is made by spirit of wine, affects the same, and yields not as inferior to other medicaments, which are administered against internal affects. I have often made mention of this preparation in other of my writings, also in this treatise of antimony, very largely, because I know how great benefits and how great secrets are latent in it. Therefore I hope, no disciple will be affected with tediousness, by reason of repetitions in my writings, which I faithfully open and bring to light. For whatsoever I write is not without reason. And my words are short, but require much consideration, although often repeated. To the ignorant my discourses contribute little understanding, to children and the unexperienced little profit. But to my disciples and apostles, much health and prosperity. There remains another extraction by a caustic water, which experience hath taught me in this manner. Take of vitriol and common salt, equal parts. From these by retort distill a water 43, which being forced out by vehement fire, comes forth a matter like thin butter, or the sediment of oil olive, which keep apart for use. Subtly grind the caput mortuum, and in a cellar permit it to resolve into water, this water keep and filter it through paper. Afterward take Hungarian antimony, grind it to a fine powder, and having put it in a cucurbit with a flat bottom, pour this water thereon, and set the vessel in heat. When it hath stood there for a due time, the matter will be like an amethyst, with a blackish violet color. Then augment the fire much, and you will have a transparent color, like unto a blue sapphire. From this color precipitate a white powder, by pouring on common water. This powder taken, hath the same operation, as the red extraction of glass of antimony, by sage, and it also excites vomiting. In that solution made from the caput mortuum, and kept in a cellar, if thin plates of iron be digested, Mars will be truly transmuted into Venus, as experience will teach. Now further consider. Take that distilled oil or water, as is spoken of above in this process, and pour it upon Crocus martis, with sulfur reverberated to a redness, set the mixture in heat, and you will have an extracted tincture of Mars, red as blood. Take of this extraction 1 part, of the red extraction of antimony, which is prepared with fixed salt nitre and spirit of wine, 3 parts, of the water of mercury 44 leisurely injected through a long pipe, 1 part. And of the calx of gold dissolved in this caustic water, 1/2 part. Mix all these together, and after they are canted off clear, distill the mixture with a moderate fire in sand. All will not pass over by distillation, but a fair clear solution remains fixed 45 in the bottom, which we may use in old open wounds, wherein it lies a foundation for healing to amazement. The caput mortuum which is left, being resolved in an humid place, yields a liquor so sharp, as no aqua fortis may be compared with it in sharpness. But of these enough at this time. For I must now speak of a white powder, which may also be prepared of antimony in this manner. Take pure antimony, which is brought from Hungaria, or found in like mountainous places. Grind it to a subtle powder, take also the same measure of pure salniter, which hath been the 3rd time diligently cleansed. This composition burn in a new glazed pot, which was never infected with fatness, in a circulatory fire. Not all together, but by parts, and at divers time. This way of operating, ancient Spagyrist called detonation, a term of art to be learned by the disciple of art, as being not common to every rustic, in his artifice and experience. This operation being performed, grind the hard matter, which remained in the pot, to a fine powder, and upon it in another glazed pot pour common water warm. Which when the matter is settled again repeat the pouring on of water several times, until all the salniter be extracted. Lastly, dry the remaining matter, and with fresh salniter 46 as much as its own weight is, burn it again. And repeat the same operation the 3rd time. What remains after this 3rd operation grind to a subtle powder, and on that pour the best spirit of wine, circulate the mixture for 1 month, in a cucurbit or circulatory diligently 9 or 10 times, so often pouring on fresh spirit. This being done, dry the powder with gentle heat, and for 1 whole day keep it red hot in a crucible, such as goldsmiths use to melt their metals in. Afterward resolve this powder, in a moist place, upon a stone or glass table, or in eggs boiled to an hardness, into a liquor, which set in heat, again dry, and reduce to powder. This powder effects many egregious and wonderful things, which cannot easily be believed by those, who have not proved the same. 47. But it operates not suddenly, it must have time to exercise its powers, and shew its own virtue, by the testimony of experience, very admirable. Whosoever labors with internal impistoms, let him take of this white fixed powder of antimony in the spirit of wine, or any other rich wine, the 4th part of a dram, 5 or 6 times a day, and he will find his internal impistum opened. And all the coagulated blood to be expelled by degrees, without any peril of life or health. He, who is afflicted in his body with the new disease of soldiers, if he use this powder in the aforesaid manner, will also find this evil consumed throughout the whole body, and by the same expelled. Moreover, it produceth new hairs, and renovates a man to the admiration of all men. It gives new, sound, and pure blood, and is the effector of so much good, as ever the least part of it, although equity seems to require this, cannot by me be described or declared. It is not fit that I should here manifest all things clearly, and in such manner, as any man, without labor and toil, by reading my writings, may become a perfect doctor. No more than it is fit, that a young countryman 48 should be fed with the whitest and best baked bread, which he hath not prepared with his own labor, or the corn of which himself thrashed not out. But I make too large a progress in this open field of doctrine, in which ancient hunters take their larks, and the young ones presently follow them with their nets. For my style, as all my writings witness, hath a certain singular purposed method, like that of all philosophers before me. If anyone think it strange, that I here propose certain singular processes, in which my philosophy differs from other, let him be answered with this, that philosophic speech much differs from the method of other men's discourses, who nakedly and sincerely declare some process, without any ambiguities or cloudings of enigmas. Therefore, consider the difference, and accuse not me, as if I had deviated from order, in my style of philosophy, and of preparations and processes. For in a philosophic discourse, it is not behooveful to learn and judge of what appertains to the theory, but the practice teacheth you the instruction of processes, therefore in them, true, simple, clear and well-grounded words are to be used. Also, of antimony is made a balsam, against grievous diseases very profitable, yet not crude antimony, but of the regulus thereof, whence may be made living mercury, in the following manner. Take of the best Hungarian antimony, and crude 49 tartar equal parts, and of salniter half a part, grind them well together, and afterwards flux them in a wind furnace, pour out the flowing matter into a cone, and there let it cool. Then you will find the regulus, which thrice or oftener purge by fire, with tartar and nitre, and it will be bright and white, shining like cupellate silver, which hath fulminated and overcome all its lead. Grind this regulus to a subtle powder, and having put it into a glass, pour it on oil of juniper, or spirit of turpentine, which comes forth in the first distillation, and is pure as fountain water. Keep the vessel well closed, in a subtle heat of bm, and the oil of juniper, or spirit of turpentine, will become red as blood, which pour off, and rectify with spirit of wine. This is endued with the same virtues, as balsam of sulphur, as I shall then show, when I write of sulphur, because they require one and the same preparation. Of this balsam only 3 or 4 drops, taken thrice in a week with hot wine, heal the diseases of the lungs, cure the frequent cough, and asthma, also they are conducent in the vertigo, prickings of the sides and in diuturnal coughs. Also many oils may be prepared of antimony, some per se and without addition, and many others by addition. Yet they are not endued with the same virtues, but each enjoys its own, according to the diversity of its preparation. Of which I now give you this similitude. There are many kinds of animals, which live only in the earth, as are many creeping things, worms and serpents. Also others, some of which are new kinds, which before were not, and also these proceed from putrefaction of the earth. Some inhabit the waters, as all kinds of fishes, others fly through the air, as every kind of flying things, and birds. Some also are nourished in the fire, as the salamander. And besides these, in the more hot regions and islands, are found many other animals, which to these nations are unknown, which prolong their life by the solar heat, and which die so soon as brought into another air. So antimony, when prepared by the addition of water, assumes another nature and complexion for operating, than when prepared by fire only. And although every preparation of it ought to be made by fire, without which the virtue of it cannot be manifested, yet consider, that the addition of earth gives it wholly another nature, than the addition of water. So also when antimony is sublimed in fire through the air, and further prepared, another virtue, other powers, and another operation follow, than in the preparations already described. Therefore the oil of antimony, per se, without addition, and the true sulfur thereof are prepared after this method. Take crude Hungarian antimony, put that ground to a subtle powder, into a glass cucurbit with a flat bottom, pour thereon the true vinegar of philosophers rendered more acid with its own salt. Then set the cucurbit firmly closed in horse dung, or bm to putrefy the matter for 40 days, in which time the body resolves itself, and the vinegar contracts a color red as blood. Pour off the vinegar, and pour on fresh, and do this so often, as until the vinegar can no more be tinged. This being done, filter all the vinegar through paper, and again set it, put into a clean glass firmly closed in horse dung, or bm. As before, that it may putrefy for 40 days, in which time the body again resolves itself, and the matter in the glass becomes as black as calcanthum, or shoemaker's ink. When you have this sign, then true solution is made, by which the further separation of elements is procured. Put this black matter into another cucurbit, to which apply an alembic, and distill off the vinegar with moderate fire. Then the vinegar passeth out clear, and in the bottom a sordid matter remains. Grind that to a subtle powder, and adulterate it with distilled rain water, then dry it with gentle heat, and put it in a circulatory with a long neck. The circulatory must have 3 cavities or bellies. As if 3 globes were set one above another, yet distinct or apart each from other, as sublimatories, with their aludel, or head, are wont to be made, and it must have a long neck like a file, or bolt head, and pour on it spirit of wine highly rectified, till it riseth 3 fingers above the matter, and having well closed the vessel, set it in a moderate heat for 2 months. Then follows another new extraction, and the spirit of wine becomes transparently red as a ruby, or as was the first extraction of the vinegar, yea more fair. Pour off the spirit of wine thus tinged, filter it through paper, and put it into a cucurbit, the black matter which remains set aside, and separate from this work. For it is not profitable therein, to which apply in head and receiver, and having firmly closed all junctures, begin to distill in ashes with moderate fire, then the spirit of wine carries over the tincture of antimony with itself. The elements separate themselves each from other, and the alembic and recipient seem to resemble the form of pure gold transparent in aspect. In the end some few feces remain, and the golden color in the glass altogether fails. The red matter, which in distilling passed over into the receiver, put into a circulatory for 10 days, and as many nights. By that circulation separation is made, for the oil thereby acquires gravity, and separates itself to the bottom from the spirit of wine, and the spirit of wine is again clear, as it was at first, and swims upon the oil. Which admirable separation is like a miracle in nature. Separate this oil 50 from the spirit of wine by a separatory. This oil is of a singular and incredible sweetness, with which no other thing may be compared. It is grateful in the use, and all corrosiveness is separated from it. No man can by cogitation judge, by understanding comprehend, what incredible effects, potent powers, and profitable virtues are in this royal oil. Therefore this sulfur of antimony, I have given no other name, than my balsam of life. Because it affects very much, by the grace of God, in those, in whom was no help to be hoped for, but by the mercy of God, and nothing remained by a most certain expectation of changing life with death. As my brethren can witness hath been often done. It refresheth a man so, as if he were new born, it purifies the blood. Mixed and exhibited with the tincture of corals, it cleanseth leprosy, and expels every scab, which through impurity of the blood takes root in man. It drives away melancholy and sadness of heart, it confirms the junctures, and above all strengthens the heart, when given with the magistery of pearls. Also it helps the memory, and in swooning a more noble medicine is not found, if 6 drops of it mixed with equal parts of oil of cinnamon be put upon the tongue, and the nostrils and arteries be anointed with a little of the essence of saffron. Ah, good God, what moves me to speak, write, and invent many things? For I suppose I shall find few among the doctors, who will give absolute credit to these my writings, which I have declared faithfully, instead of a testament, to my disciples, apostles, and followers. But others, who before knew these wonderful effects, and have often in truth experienced these virtues, will more accurately attend, and more easily believe, and for this bounty of mine, viz. Because I have opened, by the permission of God, the powers and virtues which are infused in the creatures, and have as it were freed them from prison, brought them to light and unto free operation, give me thanks, and speak honorably of me. After I am reduced to dust in the grave. Another way to drive antimony, without addition, over by alembic is this. Make a regulus of antimony, by tartar and salniter, as I have above taught, grind this subtly, put it in a great round glass, and place it in a moderate heat of sand. This way the antimony will be sublimed, whatsoever shall be sublimed, that daily put down with a feather, that at length it may remain in the bottom, and there persist until nothing more of it can be sublimed. But the whole remains fixed in the bottom. Then is your regulus fixed, and precipitated per se. But consider, here is required a sufficient time, and repetition of the labor often, before you can obtain that. This red precipitate take out, grind it to a subtle powder, which spread upon a flat and clean stone, set in a cold moist place and there let it remain for 6 months. At length the precipitate begins to resolve itself into a red and pure liquor, and the feces or earth is separated from it. The salt of antimony, I say, only resolves itself into liquor, which filter, and put into a cucurbit, that it may be condensed by extraction of the phlegm, and again set it in moist place, then will yield you fair crystals. Separate these from their phlegm, and they will be pellucid, mixed with a red color, but when again purified become white. Then is made the true salt 51 of antimony, as I have often prepared it. This salt dry, and mix with it Venetian earth, which is called Triumphal, 3 parts, and in strong fire distill it. First a white spirit comes off, afterward a red spirit, which also resolves itself into white. Rectify this spirit gently and subtly in a dry or moist balneo, and so you will have another white oil distilled from the salt of antimony. This oil, but why do I call it oil? This spirit, I should rather say, since the salt is distilled in a spiritual manner, in quartans and other fevers often manifests its virtues, and is very conducent in breaking the stone of the bladder. It provokes urine, and is profitable in the gout. Outwardly applied to old corrosive wounds, which have their operation from Mars, it purifies them. Also this spirit of the salt of antimony purifies the whole blood, as the salt of gold doth. And although, in healing very many other diseases it may be profitably applied, yet it is not so perfect, as the above described red oil of antimony, in which its sulfur is deduced to the highest, purified and separated, as I said. Therefore I forbear to speak more of this. Now, since I have treated of the sulfur and salt of antimony, and shewed how they may be reduced into oil and spirit, to be subservient to medicine, I here treating further, purpose to speak of its mercury also, and to manifest what medicine lies absconded, and as it were buried in it. Take the regulus of antimony, made in such manner, as I above taught, 8 parts. Salt of humane urine clarified and sublimed, 1 part. Sal ammoniac 1 part, and 1 part of salt of tartar. Mix all the salts together in a glass, and having poured on strong wine, vinegar, lute it with the luting of sapience, and digest the salts with the vinegar for an entire month in convenient heat. Afterward put all into a cucurbit, and in ashes distill off the vinegar, that the salts may remain dry. These dry salts mix with 3 parts of Venetian earth, and by retort distill the mixture with strong fire, and you will have a wonderful spirit. This spirit pour upon the aforesaid regulus of antimony reduced to a powder, and set the whole in putrefaction for 2 months. Then gently distill the vinegar from it, and with what remains mix a 4-fold weight of the filings of steel, and with violent fire distill by retort, then the spirit of salt, which passeth out, carries over with itself the mercury of antimony in the species of fume. Wherefore in this operation you must apply a great recipient with a large quantity of water in it, so doing, the spirit of salt will be mixed with the water, but the mercury collected in the bottom of the glass into true living mercury. 52. Behold, O lover of art, I have showed you, how of antimony may be made running mercury, which very many have so long, and in so many parts of the world sought. And how we may use this mercury with praise in medicine, I will here discover and set down in writing. Take in the name of the Lord, of this mercury 1 part, express it through a skin, and pour on it of red oil of vitriol highly rectified, 4 parts. Extract the oil, and the spirits of the oil will remain with the mercury, force it with vehement fire, and somewhat will be sublimed. Thus sublimate again put down upon the earth in the bottom. Then pour on other oil, of the same weight as before, and repeat this labor a 3rd time. The 4th time, put the sublimate which ascends with the earth, and grind both together, and the whole will be clear and pure, like a speculum or crystal. Put this into a circulatory, and pour on it a like weight of oil of vitriol, and thrice so much spirit of wine. Circulate until separation be made, and at length the mercury resolve itself into oil, and float about like oil olive. When you see this, separate this oil from the other liquor, and put it into a circulatory, and there pour on strong distilled vinegar, and permit it so to rest for about 20 days. Then this oil again acquires its own gravity, and settles to the bottom, and whatsoever veniosity was in it, remains in the vinegar, which will be tenebrous and altogether confused. 53. This is a great arcanum, and seems repugnant to nature, that this oil should first swim, and afterward being rendered more ponderous, settle to the bottom. But consider, the oil of vitriol is also heavy, yet when the mercury in its separation is not altogether pure, it stands above it. But when the impure lightness is taken from it by vinegar, because the vinegar assumes that, then the oil receives its just weight, becomes compact, and settles to the bottom. This is the oil of the mercury of antimony, which is the 4th column of medicine. Now come hither you lepers. Where be you? I will supply you with means for health. This oil is profitable against the apoplexy, comforts the brain, makes a man industrious, and cherisheth the vital spirits of the ehad. If anyone hath labored long with grievous diseases, and will for some time daily use this oil, his hairs and nails will fall off, and he will be renovated, as a man newborn. All the blood in the humane body is by it so purified, as every evil is taken off from it, and expelled. This heals the French disease, which we have lately inherited, for by this medicine it is radically extirpated. And, to comprehend much in few words, the praise of this oil is greater in medicine, than can be expressed in speech or writing. Why do we, miserable mortals, taken from the earth, and ready to return into earth, stick here? Why do we not hasten to give thanks to God our Creator, for this medicine so mercifully granted to us? You doctors, if it please the gods, of either medicine, come to me a religious man and servant of God, I will manifest to you what your eyes never saw, and will show you the way of health and sanity, which before you never knew. Yet if anyone be found among you, who understands my processes, and the way of preparation, better than I, let him, I pray, not be silent, or set a seal to his lips, for here I stand ready to learn, nor am I ashamed further to inquire, and desire that light, which before I knew not. For I have often said, that this our life is circumscribed with more strait limits, than that one man should be able to search out all things, which nature bears absconded in her bosom. But on the contrary, I being the author, let them be silent, who have experienced less than the author, let them be silent, who have experienced less than I, and if they have not attained to a solid understanding of my writings, let them not attempt to amend them, or, like brawlers, with inconsiderate words reprehend, what they never learned in the schools, and the processes of which they never received from men skilled in the law. For my terms otherwise sound, and signify other than theirs, who oppose themselves against me, and who are shamed of the labor of planting trees, and of grafting fruitful sprouts thereon. Therefore they always abide among dry and withered wild trees, and can never attain to any branch of green, sappy, and well-manured fruit trees. Hasten not, I say, O man experienced in our art, to pass your sentence of judging, and be not willing to condemn, what you have not yet yourself acquired by thoughts, or gained by discipline. Many imprudent men frequently say, fishes are frozen in waters, but these discover their own imprudence and want of knowledge. For it will never be proved, that a fish, even in the bitterest winter will ever be frozen in waters, as long as the ice of those waters is daily broken by the diligence of mortals. But the reason why fishes die, is because, when the ice is not opened, their respiration is hindered, and they thence are suffocated. For it may easily be proved, that no animal can live, when to it the use of air is denied. Whence it may well be concluded, that those fishes, which are found dead under the water, in an extreme cold season, die not of cold, as men of little understanding think, but because they are deprived of air. By like reason, that we may apply this example, I say, since antimony is to produce such admirable fruits, it is to be taken out of the mountains. But first, by the care of the miners spiracles, or breathing places, are to made for it, and afterward it must be prepared with water, air and fire, as with auxiliary mediums, lest its fruitlessness be suffocated in the earth. But with many and laborious preparations of artifice, it must be manifested and brought to light, for the expected sanation of diseases, by reason of which it hath been so long sought into. Where now, O wretch, who contemnest antimony, and among all men accusest it as mere venom, where is thy rhetoric, or dialect, wherewith to defend thyself? But since thou understandest neither white, nor black, nor green, nor red, nor yellow, nor knowest which way to go about to justify antimony, its virtue, power and utility, being unknown to thee, thou doest well, if thou keepest silence, and permittest this reprehension of thy ignorance. As a wave driven with vehement wind to fly over thy head. Fearing, that if those winds and waves should be predominant, thy own weak and frail bark would be sunk and submerged. To avoid this peril, seasonably call upon thy sleeping master, as the disciples of our Saviour Jesus Christ did, when they feared they should perish. Yet this must not be done with a dissembled and feigned, but with a true and pure heart, without all hypocrisy. Then your redemption and help will undoubtedly follow, so that in all verity you will see and find the winds and the sea to obey you, and all things be brought to the desired end. I wish man were but so disposed, as he would study to obtain somewhat with labor and diligence, then certainly the gods, the presidents of prosperity in art would give success, by which such a disciple and follower of art might be assured. That in the wished school of art and desired domicile of grace, felicity and health should not be denied him, but that he himself should certainly see and find the foundation of the corner-stone, upon which he might commodiously build up all the other orders of stones. Then would cease the so many evilly founded impertinencies of babblers, which in the schools stun the ears of disciples, and in houses the ears of the sick. And the matter itself would speak, as it were with open mouth, and by certain experience confirm, that a castle or palace of stone cannot so easily be set on fire and burnt, as a pigeon house, or the old nest of a stork composed of rotten wood, and daily dried more and more by the sun. But my auditor and disciple, do thou with sharp judgment weigh this my sincere information, and with fervent desire strive to penetrate the inmost center of art, which by the external face can be known to no man. Prosecute and press after the virtue and power thereof, no otherwise, than as a hunter pursues a wild beast. Search out its footsteps through the snow, that you may rightly distinguish, and not take an hart instead of an hind, or an hare instead of a fox, or give a false estimate thereof, by erring from its footsteps. Well, cast out your nets, and take a multitude of fishes, according to your own wish or desire. Place your threads as is behooful, and dispose of the birds, which allure others to their place, and by this way of fowling you will fulfill your desire with profit. That by these, to every searcher I may briefly propose my admonition and advice, I say, my friend the hunter, dispose rightly your nets and instruments for hunting as behoveth. And you mariner, who night and day sail through the vast seas, and are often driven hither and thither by the winds, give heed to the point of your compass, and undoubtedly you will reap profit and not bring home your ship, swiftly returning, without great gain of merchandise. But why do I treat of many things, or spend time unprofitably, as tattling sophisters are wont to do, in beating out the empty chaff? I am deceived, I do not unprofitably spend my time. For all the words in my writings are of use, and in them are found few empty letters, which contain not some utility together with a profitable instruction, so that the time I spend in writing will rather be a recreation, than a burthen to me. Therefore now, after the manner of fencers, I will step back one pace, and into the chemical laboratory infer a new doctrine of external things, viz. Show, that antimony is of such a nature, as may be prepared so, as to yield present help in medicine pertinent to external wounds, which manifoldly offer themselves to us, and are declared by chirurgy. Therefore I will begin and briefly explain my processes, viz. How that is to be used in medicine, and how it may profitably be prepared. Whosoever thou art, among junior students, that desirest to search out the occult things of nature, and to bring her hidden secrets to light, attend to what I say, that thou mayest be able to distinguish day from night, and what is clear from the obscure. Take of Hungarian antimony 1 part, common salt half a part, and 6 parts of argilla not burnt, grind all together. And distill vehemently with a continual fire without intermission, and at length an oil will come forth, from this abstract its phlegm by distillation, that a red dry powder may remain in the bottom of the cucurbit. This powder grind subtly, and resolve it into a liquor, upon a marble stone, and you will have a red shining balsam for wounds, which far excels very many other balsams. Its use 54 is principally in wounds, which have been a long time open, and in the cure of which the doctors with their plaisters, unguents, oils and ligaments could effect nothing, but with very great disgrace they at length take off the horse's bridle and saddle, and return him to the stable, whence they had him. My form of speaking savours of simplicity, for I am a man religious, to whom the method of secular men is unknown, therefore cannot so clearly detect and describe all things, as the matter itself seems to require. Such a man as I, as to the terms, because he cannot so formally use them, desires to be pardoned in this, and if he neglect anything therein, he craves the candid acceptation of all men. And in respect of his state offers himself willing and ready to serve all Christians day and night, and by his prayers to God, to recompense this their benevolence. This oil is salutary in many grievous accidents, and especially in old wounds, so that few medicines are found, which must not give place to this. Only that oil, which is prepared with the vulgar sublimate of apothecaries, is equal unto it in effects, and is oftentimes by experience found to be better, especially in the wolf and cancer, and in the noli me tangere. But in ordinary fistulas, and the herpes the superior oil effects wonders, which were they not confirmed by experience, could not be believed, and all which I recite not, lest someone or other should judge me to do it from ambition. Or that thence I hunt after fame, which was never by me either sought or desired. Nor at this time, as I can holily affirm, is it aimed at by me. Now I will give you the preparation of another oil. Take mercury mortified, which is sublime to clearness and splendor, and sold by apothecaries, and antimony, of each equal parts. Grind them together, and distill them by such a retort, as will retain the spirits thrice, and afterward rectify this oil with spirit of wine. Then the operation is absolved, and the oil becomes red as blood. But at first it is white, and like ice or congealed butter. This oil effects wonders in many affects, where nature gave no hope of amendment, and it always mostly shows its force, virtue, power, and efficacy, in the perfect emendation of evil into good. By addition may be prepared another oil very profitable in external wounds. Take of antimony 1 part, sulphur 1 part, sal ammoniac, or salt of urine purified half a part, and calx vive 2 parts. Expel the oil strongly, whatsoever is sublimated, that grind with the caput mortuum, and thereon again pour the oil distilled off, and thrice distill it, then the oil is prepared. When old wounds can in no wise be healed, then use this oil. For it is strong, potent and penetrative, and lays a good ground, even as oil of vitriol doth, for future sanation. An admirable balsam of divers ingredients, among which is antimony, very useful in old wounds, is thus prepared. Take of sulphur, 4 ounces, set it over a moderate fire to melt, and put into it half a pound of mercury, and stir the mixture so long together, as until both become one mass. This mass grind to powder, for it is made as cinnabar is wont to be prepared, then grind with it 4 ounces of antimony, of red arsenic 4 ounces, of crocus martis 2 ounces and of powder of tiles 8 ounces. Put all these into a glass cucurbit, and sublime them, as such things are wont to be sublimed, and in this sublimation you will have rubies in color not inferior to the oriental, but they are not fixed. For they are volatile, and fly from the fire. Let the artificer separate these rubies from the cinnabar, which ascends in the sublimation, grind them to powder and extract them with strong vinegar. This being done, let him abstract the vinegar leisurely in bm and a powder will remain. This powder grind small as before, and having put it into another glass, extract its tincture with spirit of wine, and separate the remaining feces. This extraction with spirit of wine digest in bm well closed for 1 month. Then abstract the spirit of wine, as you abstracted the vinegar, and put the remaining powder into a flat glass dish, and set that dish in a cellar into a pail full of water, that it may swim upon the water, as a boat. So doing, the powder which is in the glass will in a few days resolve itself into a clear and perlucid liquor. This liquor is salutary in old open wounds, and is a vulnerary balsam in like accidents, if put into them, and they covered round with a common styptic plaister. In diuturnal open wounds, it leaves no man destitute of help, although such, as in the cure of which all other remedies have been tried in vain. Of open ulcers, which have their original from within, I speak not here. For they cannot perfectly be healed without internal remedies, which dry up all flux ions, and radically extirpate the disease, although at this time few are found, who bend their thoughts this way. Or take any course to touch the root itself of those diseases, of which I now treat. If men would in their minds well consider the calamities of life, into which the fall of our first parents precipitated us, and seriously weigh that original sin, and the great troop of evils thence issuing, viz., of sadness, anguish, diseases and miseries, they certainly would spend their time better, and employ more labor to search out the health of their neighbors, so strictly commended to them by the supreme ruler of heaven, and by him commanded as their proper duty. But how many, with grief be it spoken, shunning labor, consume their time unprofitably, and do not what was to be done by them, but what they formerly have done, and still have a lust to do, being afraid to do so much, as will soil their fingers' ends. As if they did envy the tradesman, who perhaps gets a small gain by selling soap, which they would not willingly buy, to wash their delicate hands. Are not all we miserable mortals, that live here, strangers in the earth, possessing nothing, that we can call ours? Are not all things we here use, the goods of our Lord, lent to us, whilst we live and no longer? Therefore we ought so to behave ourselves in using them, that supported with a good conscience we may be able to stand in that day, in which an account is to be given for them. And be not for our ingratitude cast into prison, and utter darkness where shall be weeping and gnashing teeth. If this were the meditation, and this the intention of every man, he would be like a monster, if he should think of admitting sin in himself, or of neglecting his office. And all men would, with a certain emulation strive to pleasure their neighbors, with the gifts received from God. But these things are remote from the thoughts of the world, and worldly men, money, is the scope of all their intentions. This the potent seek directly or indirectly, and for this the poor are subservient to them, that they also may participate of the mammon of iniquity. Yet take heed, I advise you to take heed, lest the bones of that flesh, sticking in your throat, suffocate you, or the backbones of fishes pierce your heart. But what doth admonition help which the world little esteems of and derides? Here, I pray you in history, or learn a parable. When I, according to my vow, undertook a pilgrimage to St. James, to visit that holy place as a stranger, I prayed to God, and bound myself with a vow, that if he granted me an happy return to my monastery, I would render him due praise. He granted my request, and I daily returned thanks to him. But I thought many more would have rejoiced with me, and have given thanks to the same God, for the famous relics, which at that time I brought with me to our monastery, for consolation of the poor. And many others, that it might procure to itself a name, in this perishing valley of tears, that could not be wiped out by any oblivion. Yet hence few were rendered either better, or more grateful to God, for so great a benefit, but persevered in derision and contempt of that, which God will vindicate in the last day. But of these enough at this time, let us proceed in our instruction of antimony, whence yet another medicine may be prepared, which I myself have experienced to be very salutary, and effectual in every kind of fevers, and in the pestilence. Grind antimony subtly, put it into a glass retort, and distill it with a strong fire, without any addition, 3 or 4 times, and always with a large receiving vessel. At length of it is made a red powder, which extract with vinegar, and circulate the extraction with a gentle fire for 10 whole days. Abstract the vinegar by distilling, and that which remains, by a singular 55 artifice in distilling will be changed into an oil. Let this oil be further circulated until all humidity be drawn off therefrom, and it again be reduced to powder, as it was, when the vinegar is abstracted and separated by distillation, then gather the oil in a new receiver. For grains of this oil taken with water of Carduus benedictus, if the sick be well covered and sweated, heal quotidian, tertian and quartan fevers. The same dose is very available for expelling the pest, either given with spirit of wine, or with distilled vinegar, according as the paroxysm of the pest first invades, either with heat, or with cold. Which is witnessed by 3 brethren in our monastery, who recovered of the plague by this arcanum, when they expected no other but death, and had made their wills. This so reconciled their minds to this my art, as they helped me, with greater zeal than before, both by their prayers and labor, and spent the leisure time they had exempt from religious duties, in serving me daily. And in a short time attained to so great experience, that by their own industry, and the industry of their brethren, they gained more true knowledge in searching out the arcanums of nature, than they could before obtain in a longer series of time. Therefore, for these men, I give them thanks, even unto my very old age, and in very deed I return them thanks, because they deserved so well of me, and of others, by their so faithful labor. But they finished their course of this life before me, and entreed the way of all flesh, wherefore I recommend their reward to the Supreme Physician, who dwells in the highest heavens, and there will refresh them with sufficient joy. And make up in heaven that just recompense, which here on earth was denied them by ignorant, and ungrateful men. Another oil of antimony for wounds, is prepared with addition in the following manner. Take of antimony, sulfur, salt niter, of each equal parts, fulminate those under a bell, as oil of sulfur per campan is made. Which way of preparing hath long since been known to the ancients. But consider, you will have a better way, if instead of a bell, you take an alembic 56, and apply to it a recipient. So you will obtain more oil, which will indeed be of the same color, as that which is made of common sulfur, but in powers and virtues not a little more excellent, than it. We use 3 or 4 drops of this inwardly taken with spirit of wine against the phthisic of the lungs. But outwardly, if it first be anointed, and a styptic plaister applied, against all wounds stinking, and tending to putrefaction, and so you will find it to be the most certain remedy of all wounds. Again another oil of antimony against all corroding wounds very profitable, is this way made. Take of antimony, 1 pound, common salt dried, 1/2 pound, tiles broken, 5 pounds. Grind all together, and put them into a retort, whence distill a yellow oil. When all the spirits are come forth, put the matter in another glass. And from it extract the phlegm, and a powder will remain. Which in an humid place spread upon a stone, and you will have an humid balsam, which is a singular remedy in all verminant wounds, and in the cancer, which hath been chiefly in the face of a man, and in the breasts of a woman. Much more might be written of this balsam, did I not fear, that every unskilful man, and the rabble of sophisters would fall foul on me, and say I speak too largely, and commit more to writing, than experience hath taught me. And so that I boast only of speculations, and mere imaginations. Moreover, another oil is made in this manner. Sublime 1 part of antimony, with a 4th part of sal ammoniac, with subtle fire. The salt carries up the sulfur of antimony, red as blood. Grind this sublimate to a fine powder, and if you took at first 1 pound of antimony, grind with it again 5 ounces of sal ammoniac, and sublime as before. The sublimate dissolve in a moist place. Or otherwise, take the sublimate, and edulcorate it from the salt added, gently dry it, and you will have sulfur, which burns like common sulfur, which is sold at the apothecaries. From this sulfur extract its tincture with distilled vinegar, and when you have abstracted the vinegar by gentle heat of bm. And by a subtle operation again distilled the remaining powder, you will have, if in this operation you err not, a most excellent 57 oil, grateful, sweet, and pleasant in its use, without any corrosiveness or peril. It heals the phthisis, remedies the prickings of the sides, and if any one labors with difficulty of breathing, let him take 2 grains in the morning, and as many at night going to bed. In the elixir or spirit of wine, and he shall be healed, for it dilates the passages of the breast, expels all impurities, and phlegms out of the breast, and to me it hath often produced many unlooked for effects. But since in other preparations of antimony, I have described such virtues, as with this are common to them, I judge it needless to repeat them all, lest in the sectators of art I should create tediousness through multiplicity of words, or alien thoughts by an impertinent tautology. In the meanwhile, the liquor, which, as I above said, was resolved in an humid place, is an external medicine, and very profitable. For it cleanseth the impurities of the skin, and if a little oil of tartar be mixed therewith, it heals the phagedina of the fingers, and it often anointed therewith, it purifies the skin and cures scrophulae. Also, sulphur of antimony is prepared in another manner. Grind antimony to a fine powder, which boil for 2 hours or a little longer, in a sharp lixivium made of the ashes of beechwood. When boiled, filter the antimony clear, and pour vinegar upon the filtered liquor, and then the sulphur will settle to the bottom wholly red. Pour off the phlegm and gently dry the powder. Distill this powder with vinegar of wine. Extract the tincture, and do as you did with the former sulphur. To reduce the same into an oil by distilling, is worth your while, although the oil above mentioned hath greater virtues, because its body, by the sal ammoniac, in the beginning of the sublimation was better dissolved and opened. There yet remain many things to be written of antimony, and especially 3, necessary to be known by the spagyric physician and philosopher, viz. The preparation of vinegar, which is made of its minera. And then the philosophic cyanate star, which is not to be omitted, and lastly the lead of philosophers, of which we shall speak somewhat. Touching which many have imagined great things, and though, in their way of reasoning, and speculation, to prepare the true and sincere mercury of philosophers of it. Which indeed cannot be done, since so great efficacy is not from above insight in antimony, as that in it can exist that mercury, or of it be prepared. That mercury is the first ens, or first water of metals, which is perfect, otherwise the great stone of the ancient wise men could not be made of it. That first ens, I say, and the seeds thereof, are found in another mineral, in which the operation, according to the genius metals, is particular, and most profitable operation. And besides in it you may find whatsoever appertains to internal and external medicine. For it is the column of every shop of apothecaries, if duly prepared, as I often admonish. Nor is anything wanting in it, provided the artist hath learned well to distinguish the disposition of metals and minerals, and diligently observes both the preparation and use of antimony. Because then, and not before, follows a perfect judgment of it. Therefore I will stand to my promise and comfort my disciples, according to their wish, by satisfying and instructing them, which way the separation of good from evil may be known to them, and giving information touching the vinegar of philosophers, which is made of antimony. Melt the minera of antimony, and purify it, grind it to a subtle powder, this matter put into a round glass, which is called a phial, having a long neck, pour upon it distilled water, that the vessel may be half full. Then having well closed the vessel, set it to putrefy in horse dung, until the mineral begins to wax hot, and cast out a froth to the superficies, then 'tis time to take it out, for that is a sign the body is opened. This digested matter put into cucurbit, which will close, and extract the water, which will have an acid taste. When all the water is come off, intend the fire, and a sublimate will ascend. This again grind with the feces, and again pour on the same water, and a second time abstract it, then it will be more sharp. This operation must be repeated, until the water be made as acid, as any other sharp distilled vinegar of wine. But the sublimate, the oftener the operation is repeated, the more it is diminished. When you have obtained this acid vinegar, take fresh minera as before and pour this vinegar on it, so as it may stand above it 3 fingers. Put it into a pelican, and digest it 2 days in heat, then the vinegar becomes red, and much more sharp than before. Cant this clean off, and distill it without addition in bm. The vinegar comes off white, and the redness remains in the bottom, which extract with spirit of wine is an excellent medicine. Again rectify the vinegar in bm that it may be freed from its phlegm. Lastly dissolve in its proper salt, viz., in 4 ounces of it, 1 ounce of the salt, and force it strongly by ashes, then the vinegar 58 becomes more sharp, and acquires greater strength, and virtue. This vinegar cools vehemently, not as common vinegar, but with great admiration, and certain experience, especially for assuaging the gangrene, produced from gunpowder. Also it heals other enraged wounds and members, when joined with the soul of Saturn, wrought up into an unguent, and applied outwardly. And mixed with water of endive, to which salt prunella is added, it consumes the squinancy, and extinguisheth its great heat, besides, it assuageth the motion of the blood inflamed. In time of the pestilence, taken inwardly, the dose of 1 spoonful, several times, and outwardly applied to the swellings by linen clothes moistened therein, extracts the venom, and most excellently cools, but consider. When you would use it in this manner outwardly, it must be mixed with 1/3 part of water distilled from frog's pawn. Many highly esteem the cyanate star of antimony, and very many have endeavored to prepare it, sparing no labor to attain the same. Which some have acquired with good success, others have lost all their labor and cost, many have assumed an opinion, that this star is the true matter, whence the Stone of Philosophers may be made, induced hereunto, by this thought or imagination. Viz. Because nature herself hath signed it into a star, therefore they could not choose but esteem of it, and by these cogitations were led into the way of error, but I sincerely denounce, that it is nothing so. For these kind of searchers err from the king's highway, and kill themselves in clambering up rocks and cliffs, in which wild goats inhabit, and birds of prey build their nests. It is not given to this star to contain in itself so great potency, or from itself to form so precious a stone. Yet I affirm, that in it lies absconded a famous medicine, which may be made of it. The star is thus made. Take of Hungarian antimony 3 parts. Of steel 1 part. Melt these together with 4 parts of burnt tartar, when melted pour out the whole into a cone, when cold take out the regulus, and separate it from all impurity, and the scoria. Grind this regulus to powder and weigh it, then add thereto thrice so much of burnt tartar, and pour it out as before. Repeat this labor the 3rd time, then the regulus purgeth itself, and becomes pure and clear. Note, when you have rightly completed the fusion, and have used a manual operation, as is fit, which is of principal concern in this work, you will obtain a fair star 59 bring and shining like cupellate silver, no less artificially formed. Then if some painter had with compasses diligently divided the same. This star 60 with sal armoniac is reduced to red sublimate, for the tincture of Mars ascends. Such a sublimate may be resolved in a moist place into a liquor, which discovers wonderful virtues in chirurgy. This regulus, or cyanate star, melted often with the stone serpent, is brought to such a state, as at length it consumes itself in it, and wholly unites itself with the serpent. 61 This being done, the sectator of art hath a matter altogether hot and fiery in which very much of art is latent. This prepared matter resolves itself into an oil. This very oil ought to be brought over the helm by distillation, and then rectified, that it may be pure and clear. This oil may commodiously and securely be taken inwardly. But with great prudence and caution, and not oftener than 2 or 3 in a week, and no more at one time, than 3 drops in 2 ounces of wine, or other water distilled from herbs, according to the exigency of the disease. For this reason, it is the physician's part to know the causes of diseases, together with the complexion of the sick, that he may the more securely use his remedies. This is a famous acrimony 62 containing in itself many arcanums. But there is no need to reveal all things together and at once to unskilful men. Some arts are to be suppressed, that some secrets and arcanums may remain proper to the philosopher, who in searching them out hath daily sustained grievous toil. But let him, who resolves to tread in my footsteps not be weary of searching, but what I have done, let him do, and what I have so often desired, and what with so earnest wishes I have sought, let him seek. These principles, which I have prescribed you, are sufficient for to search out the end by. Many have failed, yea many have been cut off by death, before they could in their learning attain to the principles only. That is, they are deprived of life, before they could acquire the magistery of art. Therefore, I at first set forth a book of rudiments, that the studious follower of art, who in his first experiences had need of so much time, might the sooner attain his desired end, and wished scope, and next unto God give me thanks. Moreover, in this oil a wonderful effect is latent. For if this oil be circulated with crystals for some time, viz. for 3 days and nights, the crystals being first calcined, it from them extracts a salt, which being done, the oil may again be distilled off by retort. Thus you will have a medicine, which admirably breaks the stone in the bladder, and expels it, and there also affects many other things, by a certain famous virtue in it. But that we may also say something of the lead of philosophers, let the curious searchers of nature know, that between antimony and common lead, there is a certain near affinity, and they hold a strict friendship each with other. As a tree casts out of its side its superfluous rosin, which is the sulfur of that tree. As the cherry tree, and other trees, which give forth such gums, there are other kinds of trees also, which by reason of their abundance of mercury, produce and cast forth from themselves a certain excrescency, which neither in form nor virtue is in any wise like to their fruit, but hath wholly other properties, as in oaks and apple trees is apparent, which produce like bastard fruits, or monsters, so the earth also hath like abortive fruits, which in separation from the pure metals, are severed and cast out. Now although there is so strict an affinity between antimony and Saturn, yet by reason of the too much sulfur, which antimony hath in itself, it is cast out from it, because its viscous body, in its nativity, could not come to perfection. And therefore it was constrained necessarily to consist among minerals, because its abundance of hot sulfur was the cause, that hindered its mercury, that through defect of cold it could neither come to coagulation, nor into a malleable body. Moreover, I say, the lead in antimony is no other, than its regulus, which hath not as yet obtained malleableness. And, as above I said, when the regulus and steel by liquefaction are united, and deduced to a star, there are many, who would thence make the ancient stone of philosophers, which I before denied to be possible. Yet what medicines may be prepared of it, you have already briefly heard, therefore touching them, I shall not add a word more. But the reason, why the regulus is called and accounted lead, is this. When that regulus is taken, which antimony gives forth from itself in making glass, and put into a crucible well closed, which can resist the fire. With the salt of Saturn, having been first cemented with the salt for 3 hours, and these permitted to melt together, in a wind furnace, the regulus 63, when taken out, is found to be rendered soft, and more ponderous, than it was before. For it receives its ponderosity from the spirit of the salt, which also gave it softness, so that its body now is compact and heavy. Therefore I say, there is not much difference between the stignate star, and lead of antimony, which notwithstanding are everywhere distinguished as two diverse things. For either of them is made of the glass of antimony, and prepared into one and the same medicine, as is already by me sufficiently declared. Here therefore I break off my discourse, that I may explain what the stone of fire is, after I shall have declared the appendix which follows. O God, grant thy grace, and open the hearts and ears of men unwilling to hear, and to them impart thy blessing, that they may acknowledge thee in thy omnipotency, and wonderful works of nature, to thy praise, honor and glory, and for the health, solace, and confirmation of the strength of their neighbor, and also for restoring the sick to their pristine health. Amen. The Appendix. For a conclusion you are further to know, that antimony may be applied to many other uses, than as above expressed, as to scripture or printing, for which printers use it. Also under a certain constellation and concourse of the planets, a mixture of metals is made with antimony, of which artists form signatures and characters endued with singular virtues. Of the same mixture also are made speculums, of many and wonderful aspects and properties. Also bells and other instruments may be made thereof, of admirable sound. Likewise images of men, and many other things. 64. But since these things concern not medicine, nor appertain to my order, rule, and calling, I rest well satisfied in my vocation, and commend them to the handling of others, who know them better. Of the triumphant chariot of antimony and what the stone of fire is. Author's parable. When, at a certain time, an abundance of thoughts, which my internal and fervent prayer to God suggested, had set me loose and wholly free from all terrene businesses, I purposed in myself to attend to spiritual inspirations, of which we have need, for the more accurate scrutiny of nature. Therefore I resolved to make myself wings, that I might ascend on high, and inspect the stars 65 themselves, as Icarus, and his father Daedalus in times past did, if credit may be given to the ancient writings of poets. But when I soared to near the sun, my feathers with its vehement heat were consumed, and burnt, I fell headlong into the depth of the sea, yet to me, in this my extreme necessity invoking God, help was sent from heaven, which freed me from all peril and the present destruction. For an angel hastened to my assistance, who commanded the waters they should be still, and instantly, in that deep abyss appeared a most high mountain, upon which at length I ascended, that I might thereon examine whether, as men had affirmed, there was any friendship 66 and familiarity between superiors and inferiors, and whether the superior stars have acquired power from God, their Creator, to produce any one thing like themselves in the earth. And having searched into things, I found, that whatsoever the ancient masters had so many ages since committed to writing, and delivered to their disciples, who earnestly desired to be the true imitators of them, was, as I may say, more true than truth itself. Wherefore, as is fit, I give praise and thanks to my Lord and Heavenly Father, for his incomprehensible works. In very deed, that I may expound the matter in few words, I found all things, which are generated in the bowels of mountains, to be infused from the superior stars, and take their beginning from them, in the form of an aqueous cloud. Few more vapor, which for a very long time fed and nourished by the stars, is at length adducted to a tangible form by the elements. Moreover, this vapor is dried, that the wateriness may lose its dominion, and the fire next, by help of the air, retain the ruling power. Of water fire, and of fire and air earth is produce, which notwithstanding are found in all things consisting of body, before the separation of them. Therefore this, viz. Water is the first matter 67 of all things, which by the dryness of fire and air is formed into earth. But now since my intention is to describe the stone of fire, how it is made of antimony, together with the process of its preparation, which not only heals men, but metals also particularly, it will be necessary before all things, to speak somewhat of these following heads. What properly the stone of fire is, what is its minera, whether a stone can be made without matter or no. What is the extreme difference of stones, and how many species of them are found, and lastly of their use. Author's prayer. In this my purpose, I pray, O Spirit of Heaven, illuminate me, that I may give a true and sincere instruction, viz. according as is fit for me, and the matter itself permits. Indeed I have hopes of eternal absolution from this my supreme confessor, who from eternity possesseth the throne of mercy, and will give testimony of all things, when the decretory sentence shall be pronounced upon all men, in the last judgment, without any appeal. Therefore first know and consider, that the true tincture of antimony, which is the medicine of men and metals, is not made of crude and melted antimony, as it is sold by merchants and apothecaries, but extracted from the minera, as it is taken out of the mountains, and before it is formed into glass. But how that extraction should be made, is the principal work in which the whole art consists. Health and riches attend him, who rightly attains to that. But, my reader, you must diligently mind this, viz. that the tincture of antimony prepared fixed and solid, or the stone of fire, as I name it, is a certain pure, penetrative spiritual and fiery essence, which is reduced into a coagulated matter, like the salamander, which in fire is not consumed, but purified and conserved. Yet the stone of fire tingeth not universally, as the stone of philosophers, which is made of the essence of gold itself. To this no such power is given, as that it should perform such things, but it tingeth particularly. Viz., silver into gold, tin also and lead, but Mars and Venus it toucheth not, nor do they yield more, than from them by separation may be effected. The difference between the stone of fire and the stone of philosophers. As much as heaven is elevated above the earth, so much doth the true stone of the philosophers differ from this stone of fire. I myself do candidly confess, that although I have found this, yet I am very far distant from the other. And this, whatsoever it is, I own to be received from the wisdom of Basilius. Do you take heed you be not deluded by your own fantasy, and that others deceive you not. Moreover, one part of it can tinge no more, than 5 parts of metal, so as to persist in the trial of Saturn and Antimony. Whereas, on the contrary, the great stone of philosophers can transmute to infinity. Also in augmentation it cannot be so far exalted, yet the gold is pure and solid. The Minera, out of which this stone or tincture is made, is no other than, as I above mentioned, the very earth of Antimony, from which, I say, it is made, but how or with what virtue, force, and power it is endued, you shall hear anon. Let the reader consider, that there are many kinds of stones found, which tinge particularly, but all fixed powders, which tinge, I here signify by the name of stones. Yet one tingeth more highly than another, as especially the stone of philosophers, which obtains the principal place, the next is the tincture of Sol, and of Luna. For the white, after these, the tincture of vitriol or Venus. Likewise the tincture of Mars, either of which hath in itself the tincture of Sol, when reduced to fixation. Next to these follow the tinctures of Jupiter and Saturn for coagulation of Mercury, and lastly, the tincture of Mercury itself. This is the difference and multiplicity of stones and tinctures, all which notwithstanding are generated from seed, and from one original matrix, from which the true universal stone proceeds. But out of these no other metallic tincture is to be found. But all other things, by what name soever called, all stones, whether precious or common, I touch not now, nor have I any intention to write or speak anything of them at this time. Because they contain in themselves no other virtues, than what appertain to medicine. Nor shall I here make mention of animal or vegetable stones, because they are only conducent to medicine. But for metallic works unprofitable and void of all virtue. Yet all the virtues of all things, mineral, animal, and vegetable, collected into one, are found in the stone of the philosophers. Salts are endued with no tinging virtue, but are only keys 68 for the preparation of stones, otherwise of themselves they effect nothing. Yet, as for metallic salts, I now speak to the purpose if you rightly understand, what distinction I put between mineral salts, they are not to be slightly esteemed, nor to be rejected in tinctures, since we can in no wise be without them. In their composition, for in them lies that most precious treasure, from which every fixation derives its original. Here some may ask, and indeed very properly, whether such a stone can be made without matter. I answer, no. For everything must have its own matter, but not without distinction. Animals require their matter, vegetables theirs, and minerals theirs. Only consider and before all things observe this, viz. That no body can be profitable for any stone, without fermentation, which I find in the end of the work, I mean as to the preparation of the great stone, cannot be omitted, if I would convert metals with gain, for although intangible is taken. Yet from that formal body must be extracted a certain spiritual and celestial entity, shall I call it, or apparency. For I find no other more fit name to give it, which entity was by the stars, before infused into that body, and by the elements concocted and made perfect. Yet this spiritual entity must again by a lesser fire, and by the regimen and direction of the microcosm, be reduced to a tangible, fixed, solid and inconsumptible matter. But what do I, or what do I speak? I act as if I were deprived of my reason 69, in uttering words so openly. For if I had either reason or judgment, I should not discover so great things with my tongue, or command my hand to proceed in writing them. All tinctures of metals ought to be separated, as that they may be moved with a certain principal love and affection to metals, and have a propensity and desire of uniting themselves with them, and of reducing them to a better state. Will you have an emblem, or example? Behold, here it is of man and woman. If they two be inflamed with mutual love, neither delay, nor rest is admitted, until they be united, and their desire satisfied. After this union they rest, and are multiplied, according to the good pleasure of God, and the promise of his blessing. Man lives obnoxious to many and perilous diseases, some of which debilitate and consume the powers of nature so, as the man can by no remedies be perfectly restored to health and his former strength. But love is a disease, with which no other disease may be compared, which is not healed unless by production of its own like, which either sex desireth, and that desire is not satisfied, unless by fulfilling his will of the enkindled affection. How many testimonies of this violence, which is in love, are daily found? For it not only inflames the younger sort, but it so exagitates some persons far gone in years, as through the burning heat thereof, they are almost mad. Natural diseases are for the most part governed by the complexion of man, and therefore invade some more fiercely, others more gently. But love, without distinction of poor or rich, young or old, seizeth all, and having seized so blinds them, as forgetting all rules of reason, they neither see or fear any snare. Peculiar members are infected with the singular symptoms of other diseases, all the other parts remaining sound and free from that dolour. Whom love infects, it invades all over, penetrates the body in its whole substance, form, and essence, and leaving nothing unoffended. For taking place in the heart there it kindles a fire, the burning heat of which is diffused through the veins, arteries, and all the members of the body, and in a word I say, where love once hath fixed its root, the man is so deprived of all sense, reason and understanding, as he forgets all things, seriously minds nothing. He is unmindful of God and his law, his promises and threats he little regards, the torments of hell and rewards of eternal life he condemns. I speak of inordinate and unlawful love, to which, if a man be once addicted, he adheres so pertinaciously, as nothing can reclaim, nothing can restrain him, he forgets his duty, calling and condition. Derides all admonition, despiseth the counsels of parents, superiors, and others who wish him well, briefly I say, he is so blind with love as he cannot see his own misery. So deaf, as he cannot hear those, who by their faithful advice, endeavor to turn and avert from him, the damage and evil, which would befall him. Love leaves nothing entire, or sound in the man. It impedes his sleep, he cannot rest either night or day, it takes off his appetite, that he hath no disposition either to meat or drink, by reason of the continual torments of his heart and mind. It deprives him of all providence. Hence he neglects his affairs, vocation, and business, he minds neither labor, study nor prayer, casts away all thoughts of any thing but the body beloved, this is his study, this his most vain occupation. If to lovers the success be not answerable to their wish, or so soon and prosperously as they desire, how many melancholies hence arise, with griefs and sadnesses, with which they pine away and wax so lean, as they have scarcely any flesh cleaving to the bones. Yea, at length they lose the life itself, as may by many examples. For such men, which is an horrible thing to think of, slight and neglect all perils and detriments, both of the body and life, and of the soul and eternal salvation. But of these enough, for it becomes not a religious man to insist too long upon these cogitations, or to give place to such a flame in his heart. Hitherto, without boasting I speak it, I have throughout the whole course of my life kept myself safe and free from it, and I pray and invoke God to vouchsafe me his grace, that I may keep holy and inviolate the faith, which I have sworn, and live contented with my spiritual spouse, the Holy Catholic Church. For no other reason have I alleged these, than that I might express the love, with which all tinctures ought to be moved toward metals, if ever they be admitted by them into true friendship, and by love, which penetrates the inmost parts, be converted into a better state. Now let us proceed to the preparation of the stone, and leave its use to the close of this discourse. This stone is of a penetrable and fiery nature, is concocted and brought to maturity by fire, no otherwise, than all other things, which are found in this orb. Which notwithstanding as they are of a diverse nature, so they in diverse manners obtain that, according as the nature of things supplies with diverse fires. The first fire is celestial, by God kindled in our hearts, by which being inflamed we are moved with love and a certain confidence in and of God our Creator, of the most holy and incomprehensible Trinity, and of the mercy grave of our Saviour Jesus Christ. Which confidence kindled is us by love, never fails, never deserts us in our necessities, but will most certainly deliver our souls from everlasting destruction. The second fire is elemental, produced by the sun, and tends to the ripening of all things in the macrocosm. The third fire is corporal, with which all foods and medicines are concocted and prepared, without which men can neither obtain health of body, nor sustentation of life. Of a fourth fire mention is made in the sacred scriptures, viz. That, which before the supreme judgment of God shall consume this visible world, but what fire is, and how it shall operate, that, if we be wise, we must leave to be judged of by his own supreme majesty. A fifth fire is also spoken of in Holy Writ, viz. Eternal fire, in which never to have end, the devils shall never be set at liberty from their infernal prison, and wicked men, their companions, adjudged to those eternal fires, shall be vexed, punished and miserably tormented forever, from which I pray the omnipotent and merciful Lord to preserve us. Here I would admonish all and every creature endued with reason, by their prayers to beg that grace and mercy from the Omnipotent, that they may so conform their life to the divine precepts, and their own duty, as that they may escape this fire and its eternal torments. Our stone of fire, which is to be noted, must be concocted ripened with corporal fire in the microcosm, as all other medicines and foods are prepared by the same. For where the great fire of the macrocosm ceaseth from its operation, there the microcosm begins to produce a new generation, therefore this concoction should seem strange to no man. Corn is augmented and ripened by the elementary fire of the macrocosm. But by the corporal fire of the microcosm a new coction and maturation is effected, that man may use and enjoy that divine gift for his sustentation, and by the same perfect the last and the least, which is produced of the first and the greatest. The true oil of antimony, of which the said stone of fire is made, is above measure sweet, and from its earth is in such wise purged and separated, as if a glass full of it be exposed to the sun. It casts forth various and wonderful rays, as if many fiery speculums were there present, resembling a ruby in other colors. Now attent, O lover of art and truth, and hear what I shall teach. Take in the name of the Lord, of the minera of antimony, which grew after the rising of the sun, and salt niter, of each equal parts, grind them subtly and mix them. Burn them together with a moderate fire very artificially and warily, for in this the principal part of the work consists. Then you will have a matter inclining to blackness. Of this matter make glass, grind that glass to a subtle powder, and extract from it an high red tincture with sharp distilled vinegar, which is made of its proper minera. Abstract the vinegar in bm. And a powder 70 will remain, which again extract with spirit of wine highly rectified, then some feces will be put down, and you will have a fair, red, sweet extraction, which is of great use in medicine. This is the pure sulfur of antimony, which must be separated as exactly as is possible. If of this extraction you have 1 pound 2 ounces take of the salt of antimony, as I taught you to prepare it, 4 ounces and on them pour the extraction, and circulate them, for a whole month at least, in a vessel well closed. And the salt will unite itself with the extracted sulfur. If feces be put down, separate them, and again abstract the spirit of wine by bm. The powder which remains urge with vehement fire, and not without admiration will come forth a varicolored sweet oil, grateful, pellucid and red. Rectify this oil again in bm. So that a fourth part of it may be distilled, and then it is prepared. This operation being completed, take living mercury 71 of antimony, which I taught you how you should make, and pour upon it red oil of vitriol made upon iron, and highly rectified. By distillation in sand remove the phlegm from the mercury. Then you will have a precious precipitate, in color such, as never was any more grateful to the sight, and in chronic diseases and open wounds, it may profitably be used for recovering the pristine sanity. For it vehemently dries up all symptomatical humors, whence martial diseases proceed, in which the spirit of the oil, which remains with the mercury, and conjoins and unites itself thereto, powerfully helps. Take this precipitate, and of the superior sweet oil of antimony, equal parts, pour these together into a phial, which well closed set in convenient heat, and the precipitate will in time resolve and fix itself in the oil. Also the phlegm by the fire will be consumed, and what remains become a red, dry, fixed and fluid 72 powder which will not in the least give forth from itself any fume. Now my follower, and disciple of Arcanums, I will speak after a prophetic manner. When you have brought your philosophic studies, in the method by me prescribed, to this end, you have the medicine of men and metals. Which is grateful and sweet in use, without all peril, it is penetrative, yet causeth not stools, it induceth emendation, and expels evil. Use it as is fit, and it will yield you many commodities, both for health and temporal necessity. By which means you will be freed from want in this world, which is a thing of so great moment, as no sacrifice of gratitude can be found sufficient to answer this favor of God showed to you. Here, O my God, I as a religious man am troubled in mind, and know not whether I do well or ill, whether in speaking 73 I have exceeded or not reached the due bounds, whilst I propose, and show to everyone, as it were, his proper house. Do thou, that art a young follower of art, inquire, search and try, as I have done, if you attain your end, give greatest thanks to God, and after him to me your master. But if you turn aside into devious and by paths, blame yourself, not me. For I am not guilty of your error. Now I have said enough, and writ enough, and taught so clearly and openly, and plainly, as more manifestly or clearly cannot be done by writing, unless some lost and rash man, knowing and willingly would cast himself into hell. To be there submerged and perish, because, by the Creator of all things we are most severely prohibited further to unlock these mysteries, or to eat of the tree which was planted in the midst of paradise. Therefore here I will desist, until others show, what is here to be done by me, and what they judge is to be omitted, and say no more of this, but pass to its use. Its use, dose, etc. Therefore know, that the use consists in observation of the person and his complexion, with relation to what appertains to humane health, that nature be not overpowered with too great a quantity, or not helped by too small. Yet too much is not so religiously to be feared, for it will not readily hurt, because it helps to recover the pristine sanity, and fights against venom, if any be in the body. This I only add, 3 or 4 grains of it, given in one only dose, are sufficient for expelling every evil, if taken in spirit of wine. For this stone or tincture passeth through all the members of the body, and contains in itself the virtues of many arcanums. It remedies the giddiness of the head, and all diseases, which have their original from the lungs. It cures difficulty of breathing, and the cough, the leprosy and French disease are amended by it, in a wonderful manner. The pest, jaundices, dropsies and all kinds of fevers, are often cured by it, likewise it expels venom taken. It profits those, who have drunk a philtrum or love potion, it confirms all the members, brain, head, and all things depending thereon. It helps the stomach and liver, heals all diseases, which proceed from the reins. Clean set the impurity of the blood. Also this tincture of antimony, breaks the stone of the bladder to powder, and expels it, it provokes urine, when stopped by flatuses. It restores the vital spirits, cures suffocation of the matrix, makes the menstrues flow if stopped and stays them if inordinate. It causeth fruitfulness, and makes the seed sound, and available for generation, both in women and in men. Lastly, this stone of fire inwardly taken, convenient plasters being also outwardly applied, heals the cancer, fistulas, rottenness in the bones, and all corroding ulcers, and whatsoever takes beginning from the impurity of the blood. Also the disease itself called nali me tanhair. And that I may comprehend all in few words, this stone, like a particular tincture, is a remedy 74 against all symptoms, which can happen to the humane body. All which experience will very clearly demonstrate to you, and open the way further to you, if you be a physician, called by God to that office. In these, I think I have done my part, and writ more than sufficiently of antimony. If any one follows me, he may add his own experiences to these, that, with the singular favor of God, before the consummation of the world, the mysteries of the Most High may be revealed, to his glory and honor, and the conservation of health. Having finished this discourse, I intend for a time to be silent and return to my monastery, there to learn philosophy further, that I may be able to comment of other things, and as I have already promised, I shall, God willing, write of vitriol, common sulfur, and the lodestone, and open their principle, powers, operations, and virtues. Let God the Lord of heaven and earth grant to us temporal health here, and hereafter eternal salvation for the refreshment of our souls, in the seas of joy and gladness, never to be limited within any bounds of time. Amen. Thus I conclude this treatise of antimony, and all whatsoever I have written of the red oil of antimony, which is made of its sulfur highly purified, and of the spirit, which is prepared of its salt. Incline your mind to those, and with them compare these last, which I have prescribed you touching the stone of fire. If you acutely consider them, you may easily find their union unto the end, by this comparation. For the foundation is the same, the reason the same, the friendship the same, by which health is required, and the stag long sought taken with a pleasant hunting. Finis. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Golden Chain of Homer. Of the Generation of Things, Part 1. Chapter 1. What Nature is. Nature comprehends the visible and invisible creatures of the whole universe. What we call nature especially, is the universal fire or anima mundi, filling the whole system of the universe, and therefore is a universal agent, omnipresent, and endowed with an unerring instinct, and manifests itself in fire and light. It is the first creature of divine omnipotence. Chapter 2. How all things proceed therefrom. Thus God created first this invisible fire and endowed it with an unerring instinct and a capacity to manifest itself in three principles. 1. In its original most universal state it is perfectly invisible, immaterial, cold and occupies no space. In this tranquil state it is of no use to us, yet in this unmoved state it is omnipresent. 2. In its second state it is manifested by motion or agitation into light. In this state it was separated out of the chaos, when God said, "Let there be light." Yet it is still cold. When gently moved or agitated, it manifests warmth and heat, as in the case in all frictions and in fermentation of moist things. 3. When collected in a sufficient quantity, and violently agitated it is manifested into burning fire. This continues burning as long as it is agitated, and has a fit subject to act upon. When that fails, it returns to its first state of tranquil universality. In the character of burning fire it manifests light and heat. Thus, a. We say in its first most universal state it is perfectly invisible and immaterial. b. In its second state of manifestation it is visible in light, but remains cold and immaterial. c. In its third state of heat and burning fire it is visible, hot or burning, and becomes somewhat material as it occupies room or space whilst in this state. You have seen how three distinct powers of a universal spirit, but it possesses still more and even some inconceivable powers. We have told you that the universal spirit endowed with an unerring instinct, working by the most simple and nearest way, it has, also, besides its already mentioned conspicuous qualities, two occult powers, viz., attracting and repulsing. And these two powers are inconceivably great. We see various instances of it in thunder and lightning, in earthquakes, hurricanes, and in the surprising effects of gunpowder. When God created this universal fire, He gave it a power to become material, that is to become vapor, humidity, water and earth, although that fire in its own universal nature, is, and remains centrally the same. Thus you see the beginning of the four elements, viz. 1. Burning fire, vapor or humidity mixed with cold fire constitutes atmospheric air. 2. Air, which still more condensed becomes water. 3. And water inspissated becomes earth. Originally it was but one element fire. Thus the universal fire became a vapor of immense extent, which by further inspissation became chaotic water, and out of this chaotic water the Creator separated the light, that is, separated the universal invisible fire into light. Thus we see here that universal, at first invisible fire manifested in two principles, light and humidity. Therefore out of light and water, God has created all things. Water was the first condensation or corporification of the universal fire, which water nevertheless in its center was, and remains fire, full of life and activity, and the more so, as it was assisted by its equal, the light, separated out of it. As much as was necessary for the creating of all immaterial and material beings, and in success of time for their maintenance. Of the separated light we have spoken before, we have now to consider its first body humidity or water. This water differs at regard to rarefaction or density. If rarefied to a certain degree it constitutes air, that is fire predominating above water, but if condensed to a degree it becomes humid water, or humidity predominating above fire. Nevertheless, in both, that is in their center lays concealed fire or the universal spirit. As soon as the air gets deprived of its universal fire, which animates it and renders it elastic, it becomes immediately putrid, and thereby declines lower down, becomes humidity, mud, earth and immovable. It is the same case with water when deprived of fire, or of animated air, it becomes putride, condenses still further and becomes earth, immovable. God has ordained it so that the universal spirit by means of humidity should work all things, because humidity mixes easily with everything, by means of which the spirit can soften, penetrate, generate, destroy and regenerate all things. Thus humidity or water is the body, the vehicle and tool, but the spirit or fire is the operator, the universal agent and fabricator of all natural things. This universal fire fills that immense space in the universe between the heavenly bodies. And as it has a power to become material, it generates a subtle vapor or invisible most subtle humidity, its first passive principle, it causes therein a gentle reaction, and a general, gentle, most subtle fermentation takes place universally. And by this reaction the universal acid is everywhere generated, which we can deem nothing else than a most subtle incorporeal niter spiritus mundi, outwardly cold and inwardly fire. Thus this spiritual incorporeal niter or universal acid. We deem the second invisible change of the universal fire, generated out of chaotic invisible humidity, and as this approaches the atmospheres of the heavenly bodies, it becomes gradually more and more material, until it meets an alkaline passive principle wherein it fixes itself and forms native niter, so that from spiritus mundi, it becomes niter. Thus we say, not without good reason, that the solar rays of light, are nothing else but a most subtle spiritual mundi, which gradually becomes more and more nitrous, as it approaches the earth, but sea salt in the ocean, animating the atmosphere with fire or life, and thereby giving elasticity to the air, and life and preservation to the water. From this, every man of common understanding may learn what nature is, and its origin. We see that between the firmament and our earth continual vapors, clouds, and fogs, which ascend like a transpiration of the earth, and are sublimed upwards by the central heat of the earth. This chaotic water and vapors, contain, and are the first matter of all things, and although this appears very simple before our eyes, yet it is twofold, as it contains fire and humidity, the invisible and the visible. The fire or spirit is the agent, and the water the patient. Whosoever wishes to arrive at the fountain of secret wisdom, let him mind this well. And let him go with this central point of truth to the circumference, and forever imprint in his memory, that from fire and water, or spirit enclosed in humidity all things in the world are generated, preserved, destroyed and regenerated. Whosoever comprehends this well will find no difficulty in analysing natural things, as he may easily volatilize fixed, and fix the volatile. A stinking subject he may convert into a pleasant-smelling one. Out of poison he can make a salutary medicine because he knows that all things proceed from one root. And return to that root, the distinction is external and regards only the modification of the matter, which is more or less digested or fixed. Therefore the philosophers say that their matter is in all things, yet they have selected such subjects wherein the universal spirit is more abundantly contained and more concentrated, and easier to be obtained, otherwise that spirit is all in all. Chapter 3. How all things are further generated. We have demonstrated that the primordial vapor, or that fire and water, are after God, the first matter of all things. This twofold vapor by inspissation is become water, and this water by the action of the invisible spirit therein diffused, has begun to ferment and then to generate matter. At first, this water was perfectly subtle and pure, but by means of the action of the inward spirit, it becomes turbid, smelled badly, and thus generated earth. It was divided into various parts. Into a spiritual, most subtle, into a half or less subtle, into a half corporeal, and into a body. At first it was 1 and 2, now it is 1, 2, and 3, likewise 4 and 5. It was 1, as a simple humidity. 2, as a water containing a spirit. 3, when it was separated into volatile, half fixed, and fixed, that is, chemically speaking, into volatile, acetum and alkali, anima, spirit, corpus. 4, when it was divided into the 4 so-called elements, fire, air, water, earth. 5, when it is by art, assisted by nature, formed into an indestructible fiery quintessence, thus, unidentified symbol. When the water has attained to its term of putrefaction, we may separate one subtle after another. The most subtle will certainly ascend before the less subtle, and so one principle after another until the least volatile comes last. God had ordained that the different modifications of the universal spirit, in the 4 elements, should continually generate and produce a universal general sperm. For that reason God has given to each individual thing its agent and patient, in order to cause a reaction. This we see by the evaporation of numberless subjects, who send forth whatever humidity then have more than is necessary. This evaporation when from above is called influence, but when from things here below it is called effluvium. God has given each individual its particular sperm, which however all depends on the universal sperm, as their ruler and conductor. Chapter 4. How the universal sperm is generated by the 4 elements. After God had divided or corporified the anima or spirit mundi, the simple chaos, into 4 elements, or predominating, leading principles, he called to them increase and multiply. The heavens and the air, both animated by the universal fire, are the father, the male, the agent or operating principles. Water and earth are the mother, the female or passive principle. These 4 are nevertheless only 2, fire and water. They are forced to engender continually a regenerated chaotic water or primordial chaos out of their center, for the generation, preservation, destruction and regeneration of all things. And this will continue until it pleases God to calcine and regenerate the whole earth. These 4 so-called elements, which must fabricate the universal sperm or regenerate the chaos, when one extreme is considered towards the other, seem quite contrary, and indeed as contraries they cannot effect any good. Yet when they meet orderly, they are fully capable to execute that what God has ordained them for. It is a natural and philosophical axiom, non transire posse ab uno extremo ad alterum absci medio, that is, it is impossible to proceed from one extreme to another extreme without a medium. This axiom every artist ought to mind, thousands err because they do not observe this truth. Fire cannot become water without air, and earth cannot become air without water. If you would unite fire, as being extremely volatile and subtle, with the earth, which is corporeal and fixed, you will never be able to do it, because the most volatile will forsake the fixed and return to its chaos. This is so in all natural things, that the most volatile principle cannot unite with the most fixed without its proper medium. An artist ought to observe this constantly that he may not lose his time, his matter, and expenses. Therefore, if you want to unite heaven or fire with the earth, or convert fire into earth, unite it first with its nearest volatile medium and they will unite immediately. When that is done, give them the water, as a medium between air and earth. And they will also unite. Then add the earth, and thus you may unite fire with earth and fix it therein, and so vice versa turn the earth into water with water, then convert it into air, and the air into fire by means of air. The heaven or fire is extremely subtle, the air is also subtle, but 1 degree more corporeal than the fire, water is again a degree more corporeal than the air, and the earth is a degree more corporeal than the water. Thus we must proceed as nature does, and we may then obtain a quintessentificated operation. If we do not mind this, we can do little or nothing. Nature has its different degrees of subtlety, and mixes the most subtle fire with the less subtle, and that with the least subtle. When they are united, they influence into the most subtle water, then into the less subtle, and into the grossest. Then it mixes gradually with the most subtle earth, with the less and least subtle, until it becomes rocks and stones. In a chemical anatomy we see how the most subtle comes over first, and how nature regulates her operations, and does not confound one principle with another, but lets go the most volatile and most subtle first, and then the next less volatile. And so on, etc. For example, take an earth out of a field or meadow or what earth you please, pour water upon it so as to dilate your earth well, then let it stand a few days and you will find that the coarse heavy earth settles at the bottom of the vessel. You must stir it 3 or 4 times a day. The water will in the meantime dissolve the most subtle earth which is its salt, this does unite with the water, as being a virgin earth. As soon as this salt, or virgin earth is extracted out of the common earth, the water cannot dissolve it any further. Now you must distill this water containing the salt, into a spiritual water, and you must coabate so often until all the salt has come over with the water. This water now has the power to dissolve again the next subtle earth, which can like the first salt be distilled over as a spiritual water. With this water you may proceed in dissolving more of the remaining earth, until by distillations and cohabations, you have dissolved the whole quantity and volatilized it into a spiritual water. This is a tedious operation but of great moment. In the same manner nature operates by dissolving and coagulating, until the universal sperm of all things is generated, which is universal seed. The artist must observe that nature proceeds gradually and regularly. And observes time, weight, and measure. He must transpose the external into the internal and heavenly, and he will obtain more and more knowledge. Chapter 5. In what manner the divided chaotic water is regenerated and becomes the universal and general sperm of all things, called anima, or spiritus mundi. The 4 so-called elements have been separated out of the chaos, but they proceed all from one. The form is but one, and the matter is but one. The form is fire, and the matter is water. The difference consists in their external appearance. By fermentation fire becomes air, and air becomes water, and water is become earth. But when fire is fixed by art or by nature it becomes earth, and when the earth is volatilized by water it becomes air and fire. Because one element can be converted into the other, if this was not true they would differ centrally, but they do not. The chaos which produced these elements was in the beginning fire and water only. These two have been divided into 4b. A further volatilization and inspissation. By volatilization extination or rarefaction, humidity becomes air animated by fire. But by condensation in inspissation of that primordial humidity the earth has been formed with the fire turned downwards, toward the center of the earth. The hieroglyphic characters of the elements explain their nature exactly. There is not a subject under the heavens, whether liquid or dry, which does not contain this universal fire, and primordial humidity. The first is called innate heat, the last is called radical humidity. The universal fire becomes humidity externally, but remained fire internally. Being internally extremely spiritual and volatile, it was of course extremely active and movable, and by that primitive mobility, excited warmth and fermentation, and by that fermentation the universal vinegar was, and is continually generated. And when this meets with a proper body, whether in water or in the earth the universal sperm becomes visible and corporeal, but whilst it is only a vapor in the atmosphere, it is then the universal astral and incorporeal sperm. This is the influence we receive from heaven by means of the air. The heavens give their influence, so does the air, water and earth, and with united efforts they fabricate continually the universal sperm of the world. Chapter 6. Of the heavens and their influence. Heaven, after the separation of the chaos, is the first principle, and became visible in light. It is the most subtle and the highest, as well as the most universal. When it generated humidity it became a most subtle vapor. Pure and extremely volatile, for that reason occupies the highest station, or the remotest from the atmospheres of the heavenly bodies. This most subtle principle is full of life and the most active, for which reason we call heaven the first agent, the male sperm the soul, a subtle air, a subtle water, a volatile earth. Heaven and air have their influence not upwards, but downwards, towards water and earth, but earth and water ascends upwards to meet them. They mix thus in the state of vapors in order to fabricate the chaotic regenerated, and impregnated water or the universal, semi-material sperma mundi. As soon as the air is impregnated and animated with heaven, it communicates immediately with water and earth to impregnate them also. This communication is done in a moment, as the elements are gradually prepared to meet and mix with each other, by a continual circulation. There is no doubt but our atmosphere is continually loaded with vapors, exhalations and clouds for the sake of communication of the elements. As soon as these vapors become condensed into rain, dew, snow or hail and fall down, that same moment the volatilizations and exhalations of water and earth take place and are ready to succeed and meet those, which come down. So that there can never be no want of generation of such vapors, which when sufficiently dilated or extended constitute our common air, which is more or less pure according as it is more or less animated by heaven or fire. The heavens receive the ascending vapors, which as they recede from the atmosphere become more and more subtle and spiritual until they are actually returned to their first universal state of ether or spiritus mundi. The atmospheric air also receives continually the volatilized water and succeeding vapors, until it is satiated and overloaded, when the superfluous humidity is forced down again in dew, rain, hail, snow. Thus fire and air come down into the waters and impregnate them, the waters dispose their thickest part and give it to the earth. The earth thereby becomes overloaded or saturated, which superfluity of earth and water is again volatilized and sublimed upwards by the fire, inverted fire or central heat, into vapors. Which ascension and descension God has implanted into the universal fire, as the great and only agent of nature, or rather nature herself, which causes this perpetual circulation by its attracting and repulsing power. As we have demonstrated in the second chapter. The lover of natural knowledge may clearly learn here how the effluvium of one element becomes the food and nourishment of the others, until converted therein. The same takes place with us in our food, as, for instance, we eat bread and drink wine, we discharge the superfluities of our food, which are used for manure on the land. Seed is sown therein, and out of such superfluities grows again our food. A tree loses its leaves during winter, the leaves fall to the root, where they putrefy and become humidity which penetrates to the root and feeds the tree again. Observe this well and you will fully comprehend the superius and inferius of Hermes, and our catena homeri or Platonic ring. Thus you will see a continual transmutation of matter, that is a conditional change or modification, whilst the inward central fire of nature remains always the same, as it was in the beginning. All things were water at first, and return to water. Apply this throughout our book, which is no small step towards out art. Chapter 7. Of the atmosphere or air, and its influence. Air is the second principle after the separation of the chaos, and is the vehicle or instrument of the first, i.e. fire. We mean here the genuine animated air. This we call male, manly, sperm, and first operator in all things. The heavens or fire is the anima and life, whilst the air or extenuated, rarefied humidity is the spirit and receptacle of the soul and principle of life, and consequently animated fire ought to be named spiritus vitalis macrocosmi. Or the vital spirit of the earth which we inhabit. Air is a most subtle humid vapor or rarefied water wherein fire dwells abundantly. This is more corporeal than the ether beyond the atmosphere, which ether is totally unfit for inspiration, as being too subtle to fill the air vesicles in the lungs of animals, air being the genuine medium between fire and water. As it partakes of both, is therefore capable to receive the most subtle celestial fiery influences as well as the sublimed vapors from below, and by a continual motion or circulation, more and more vapors are converted into air. And more of such air becomes animated by fire, and as soon as it is saturated, the superfluous humidity is condensed again and comes down in the character of animated water, such as rain, dew, hail, and snow. By this you see that atmospheric air is the first medium to unite fire with water and earth, and without it the heavens could never communicate with water and earth. Thus air becomes vapor and water, and the thicker the water gets, the better it mixes with the earth, as on the contrary the earth by subtilization by means of water is again converted into air. Nature operating these perpetual changes and conversions from one extreme to the other, when they unite in vapors they fabricate the universal sperm of the world Spiritus Mundi, which is partly resolved in dew and rain etc. and partly remains in the air for the sake of animation. The atmospheric animated waters fall down upon the earth, as the receptacle of all celestial virtues, and fertilizes it, for the growth and nourishment of animals, vegetables and minerals. The earth itself is a condensed or fixed heaven, and heaven is a volatilized earth, air is a rarefied water, and water is condensed air. We have here to note that one element differs from the other only in this, that the one is volatile, the other fixed, the one is fluid or dissolved, the other is condensed or coagulated. And yet every one is and remains centrally and inwardly what they all were at first, i.e., prima materia or fire. Lastly, the air may be called renes, or the kidneys of the macrocosm, because in the air is chiefly found the conflux of all radical substantial macrocosmical fluids, and the pure extract of essence of the world does meet there, where that ancient primordial chaos is daily and hourly generated and regenerated for generation, preservation, destruction and regeneration of all natural things. What are dew, rain, snow, or hail else but a regenerated chaos? Out of which animals, vegetables, and minerals receive part of the vivifying principle and nourishment, and all this is generated in the air. Chapter 8. Of Water and its Effluvium. Water and earth belong together, as fire and air do, nay, all four stand in need of each other. The earth wants water, and fire cannot do without air. Air without or deprived of fire becomes a putrid humidity, and water without animated air becomes mud and earth. Water is the third principle, but the first passive element, the female sperm and menstruum of the macrocosm, which does the office of conveying food and nourishment to all sublunary creatures, and is, with the earth, the mother of all things. Water is condensed air and a fluid earth. Water is a medium between air and earth. As soon as fire is become air, and air been converted into water, dew, rain, or snow, they fall down on the inferior grosser waters and earth and mix therewith, begin to ferment by means of the primogenial implanted spirit or fire. And one element operates into the other, until they have produced their fruit from convenient matrices. Here the artist may learn wisdom from nature, which is not satisfied with one medium of union, viz., air to convert fire into earth, but makes use of water also. Thus the artist must follow nature. If he wants to unite and fix his principles together, let him look for a medium of union, which is easily found. And if one medium is not enough, let him employ two, and if two prove inadequate, let him take three, but homogeneals and not heterogeneals, as minerals agree with minerals, vegetables with vegetables etc. Minerals agree also with vegetables, and vegetables with animals, as the vegetables stand between animals and minerals. The difference between them all is but external, not central, as they proceed originally all from one and the same universal spirit. Minerals are fixed vegetables, vegetables are volatile minerals, and one kingdom is transmutable into the other, in regard to its internal qualities. Men and beasts make use of vegetables for food, and by their inward nature, they change those vegetables into flesh and blood. Now when man and beasts die, they are buried underground, and vegetables are again produced, which receive by means of their fibers and roots mineral vapors, which are thus converted again into vegetables. This is the true Pythagorean metempsychosis. Vegetables again. When they putrefy, assume a nitrous saline nature which is dissolved by rain and carried downwards through the pores, into the earth, or into the sea. If near hand, from whence it ascends again as a mineral vapor, and thus vegetables are frequently changed into minerals, as well as into animals, although more frequently into animals. Heaven and air are male sperm, water is the female sperm and menstruum, the earth is the womb or matrix, wherein the two first, by means of the third operate every generation. Chapter 9. Of the earth and its effluvium. Earth is the fourth and last principle of the chaos. It is the second passive element, the matrix, and mother of all sublunary creatures. Earth is a coagulated fixed heaven, a coagulated fixed water, and condensed air. The center and receptacle of all the heavenly influences and of the universal sperm, which takes here a body as well as in the ocean. Heaven by its extreme subtlety, is of all elements the most movable and omnipresent. Its own motion, on account of its subtlety is imperceptible, although visible in light. This universal fire is never idle, but perpetually active, pervading all things, although its action is generally imperceptible. This is the original cause of all motion in nature. It moves the most subtle air on the outward superficies of the atmospheres of the opaque celestial bodies. This outward subtle air set in motion, moves the next towards the region of clouds and vapors, yet as the atmospheres grow gradually thicker, i.e., more loaded with vapors, the nearer to sea and land, the motion is successively and gradually slower. That the air is moved by the ether or fire, is observable on account of the constant motion of the atmosphere. That air set in motion moves the waters is well known to those who navigate the seas and rivers. That water moves the earth appears by the sand, mud and stones which the waters move continually from one place to the other. Here the water carries off, and in other places accumulates sand and whole shores. Now every motion manifests warmth of the omnipresent cold, universal fire, where it be perceptible or imperceptible as this depends on circumstances. In living animals this warmth occasioned by moving the omnipresent fire is perceptible enough, whilst that same motion is imperceptible in vegetables and in minerals. All life proceeds from a motion of the universal fire, as a total privation of action and warmth extinguishes life. From this let the student collect that there exists a perceptible and imperceptible warmth. This we tell you because in all the elements exist innate heat, which is sometimes observable at other times not. This is not always dependent on the collected rays of light, nor on the central heat of the earth. Every subject under the sun, although invisibly small, contains life or fire, and of course the four elements. Now if every subject contains heaven or fire, so every subject has a motion, whether visible and perceptible or not, yet there is a motion in it. Heaven never rests, it must have a motion, let it proceed from what means it will. And although this principle may seem to be inactive or at rest, yet it has its invisible influences, virtues, and powers. For instance, a plant, root, or herb, or mineral tore from the spot where it grew, seems to be dead, because it is hindered from growing to a further perfection. But as heaven is within which is never at rest, it still continues to show its powers and virtues, when that plant or is rendered medicinal. The lover of natural truths sees here, from whence each concrete derives its power, viz. From the implanted heaven within as from without, from its perpetual motion, warmth and heat. Therefore you will look in vain for a subject big, or even so small which is deprived of life, that is of heaven, air, water and earth. It stands to reason that the children resemble father and mother. Now as all things did proceed from the primeval chaos, they must partake of the same properties. This property was fire and humidity, but fire is the mover. Thus fire or the spirit is diffused through the whole system of nature, so that the meanest drop of water, or the smallest atom of sand or earth is filled with that universal spirit. Observe here that the whole difference of things consists only in volatility or fixity. That is, volatility and fixity causes the changes and different modulations of matter, and the whole scope of nature is to corporify and fix heaven, in order to become useful and salutary. Which, heaven could not effect if it were not by the gradual mediums of vapors, as it must communicate with the earth by means of air and water. God has ordained it wisely, that heaven must become corporeal and be converted into all the elements, as vice versa, the inferior elements are by subtilization converted into air and fire or heaven. In order to be reimpregnated and renewed by the celestial influences, for the sake of generation, preservation, destruction, and regeneration of all things. We have explained to you how vapors are converted into air and air into fire. We will now examine the nature of these vapors. We have told you that there exists in the earth an innate heat, which we believe to be the strongest in the center of the earth, by reason of its swift motion. This celestial heat causes a continual transpiration and sublimation of vapors. Such vapors are dews and fogs. These vapors are twofold and fourfold. Twofold because they consist of water and earth, fourfold as they contain the four elements, which four elements cannot do without each other's assistance. That I call these vapors water and earth is, because they contain those two elements volatilized and subtilized, and if they ascend they are still further subtilized and converted into air and fire or heaven. Such vapors have been water will be easily admitted, but that they also contain a subtilized earth, may perhaps be doubted. But note, that I have said before, that one element is the conductor of the other, and that one element dissolves and subtilizes the other. Fire dissolves and subtilizes air, air dissolves and subtilizes water, water dissolves and subtilizes and mollifies the earth, vice versa, the earth condenses the water, water condenses air, air condenses or corporifies heaven or fire. By which means air becomes animated, as we have explained before, and becomes this spiritus mundi. Thus one element is the other's magnet, solvent, volatilizing, condensing, coagulating and fixing principles. You are to note here that nature has its degrees of volatility and fixity. As for instance, that part of fire which is nearest to the atmosphere is not so highly pure or subtle, as that which is 1,000 leagues remote from it. In the same manner, the highest atmospheric air is purer, colder and more subtle as well as drier than that air near us, which we breathe. The superfluities of the water is also lighter, more aerial and more subtle than the thick slimy ground waters, which settle on pebbles, stones, corals, and covering them with a slime or subtle mud. The earth has also its degrees of subtility and fixity. We have therein earth juices, sulfurs, bituminous substances, such as the pit coal, clays, loams, minerals, ores and metals, rocks, stones, and flints. And the precious gems of a wonderful fixity. The most volatile earth is mollified and dissolved by water, further volatilized into air and fire. Vice versa, the lowest fire sooner mixes and corporifies itself with the air, than the remote, whilst the lowest atmospheric air sooner mixes with, and becomes water, than the pure and highest air. The inferior slimy ground waters become earth sooner than the superficial lighter waters. The volatile soluble earth, in particular its virgin earth, i.e., its salt is sooner dissolved by water than a pebble or sand. The volatile water is sooner converted into the lower air than the ground waters can possibly be. If you understand us right, we shew you here the first beginning of nature, and the true first matter. As the four elements proceed from the primordial vapors, they are forced to generate continually such a vapor, of the very selfsame principles and substances, which vapor is converted by nature into a chaotic water, and falls down in showers of rain. In this chaotic water is invisibly contained the universal sperm for the generation, preservation, destruction and regeneration of all things. Now we have treated of the regeneration of the chaos or universal vapors. We shall further show you its power and virtue so that you may touch it with your hands, as well as see it with your eyes. Chapter 10. Discovery of the genuine universal sperm in the regenerated chaos, the corporified animal or spiritus mundi. We have demonstrated how fire, water, air, earth proceed from the first chaotic waters, and how they produce the universal sperm, and how they continually regenerate the chaotic waters for generation, preservation and regeneration of all things. This universal sperm is generated by condensation and evaporation of vapors, which are circulated in the great alembic of the air, until they are sufficiently impregnated or animated by fire, when they are again condensed and resolved into water. This chaotic waters are commonly called dew, rain, showers, hail, snow, but really and truly it is the true regenerated chaos, the genuine spirit in anima mundi animates it, who generates, preserves, kills, and regenerates all sublunary creatures agreeably to their original form, by means of their seed or sperm, and this anima mundi is nature truly. Now to prove that this dew, rain, hail, or snow is actually the regenerated chaos, containing the universal sperm and spirit mundi, we must show you that they were generated first out of the primordial chaos. We must also show, nay, we have done it before, that our regenerated chaos contains the four elements, and if it contains them, it must of course possess all what the four elements contain. We say therefore as a fundamental truth, that everything can be resolved and must return to that, what it was at first. And everything must be resolved and be returned to its first origin by that selfsame principle by which it was made or generated naturally. The elements originate from vapor and fire, and they return to vapor, that is water, and from thence to fire. They proceed from fire and humidity, and by fire and humidity they return to their first origin. Now that dew and rain is fire and water, or such a regenerated chaos as the first chaos was, is proved by its visible effects. Better known to countrymen and gardeners than to citizens, chemical anatomy demonstrates visibly that the four elements are contained in dew and rain water. Daily experience confirms it, that by the effects of those waters every plant prospers and grows, animals cannot do without it, and minerals and metals are generated by their inward fiery principle, as we shall show hereafter. Now let us examine this universal sperm, or regenerated chaotic water by chemical anatomy. Take a quantity of dew, rain, snow or hail, which you like. But the most expeditious way is if you take rain water from a thundershower, receive it into clean glazed earthen vessels, and filter it in order to separate the dirt from it which intermixes from the roofs of houses, and you will after filtration have a clear crystalline water, of no particular taste, in fact a fine clear water, fit to be used like any other water. Place this collected water in a warm garret, where neither sun nor moon can shine upon it, cover the vessels with a linen cloth, to prevent the dust getting into it. Let it stand a month unmoved, and if the place is warm enough, you will by this time perceive an alteration in the water, because this water begins by the power of the implanted fire or spirit grow warm although imperceptibly and to break. It begins to ferment and putrefy and acquires a bad smell, and you will observe that it becomes turbid, although it was perfectly clear at first, and a brown spongy earth ascends swimming at the top, which increases daily and from its weight falls to the bottom. Here you see a separation, occasioned by the engrafted spirit of the gross from the subtle. The separated earth is brown, spongy or like wool slimy and slippery, and this slimy earth is the universal gur of nature. Here the artists may observe two things, viz. Water and earth, which conceal fire and air. Here the air animated by the fire is extended in the water. Now you have two passive elements, water and earth. In the beginning you had only a volatile water, but by a gentle putrefaction in a warm place you have manifested the earth also. Fire and air we must look for in another way. When you see now your rain water in that state of putrefaction that the slimy earth is separated and falls to the bottom. Then stir it up with a clean wooden handle. Separation and distillation. Now pour your troubled water and earth in that state of putrefaction into a large glass body, which place in an earthenware pot, fixed into a charcoal distilling furnace. Apply a large alembic and receiver and light your fire, which keep so gentle that only the stream or vapors arise. Let this all come over first as a pure water, which contains animated air, that is air and fire. Distill no more of the very volatile water over. Then what will go with the gentlest degree of heat, whilst the subject in the body only vapors away but must not be suffered to boil, in this manner you vapor over about the fourth part of the whole, or less. Take the receiver off with this very volatile water, this water the more so, if you afterwards rectify it per se over a steam bath, is more luminous and clearer than common distilled water, which is a proof that it contains much air and fire. Now apply another receiver and continue the distillation, raising your heat sufficiently, so as to cause the thickish water in the glass body to boil, and in this manner you must distill all the water over, which will appear like water and in drops in the alembic. Continue the distillation until it remains in the body like melted honey and looks brown, but beware of distilling until it remains dry, because you would burn the young and tender virgin earth in the bottom of the vessel, which is not yet fixed. Take the distilled water away and put it by as the element water. The honey-like matter, or the moist earth remaining in the glass body, take out cleanly and put it into a china basin and set it in the sun to evaporate until it is perfectly dry. Then grind it in a glass mortar to a subtle earth. Now you have separated the elements out of your chaos. Now it remains to be proved that they are truly elements, or else it must be false what I have written, that all sublunary subjects proceed from them. To produce heavenly subjects out of this chaos, or meteors, as this water itself is a meteorical production, let no one undertake, but we will demonstrate that animals, vegetables and minerals may, and can be generated, and that is what we pretend and no further. To generate minerals. Take your dried earth, put it into a glass body and humect it a little with a few drops of your dist water, but not with the element air and fire, and put the body in a warm room facing the south. But let not the sun's rays shine upon the body. After your earth is dry, humect or imbibe it again with the element water. Then set it to dry, and this humecting and drying you may repeat several times every day and continue so doing during the whole summer, and you can mineralize the whole earth. You will find by your imbibitions and exsications, that the earth becomes more ponderous and sandy. N.B. The glass body must be covered with paper only to keep the dust out, as there must be left access of air. As soon as you perceive that the earth is become sandy, you may know that it is mineralized. This sandy earth is neither animal nor vegetable, consequently mineral. If you have a few ounces of this earth, try it as Glauber tries the sun-containing sands, and you will find a grain or two of sun and moon. To produce vegetables out of your earth. Take your before-mentioned earth dried in the sun. Put it into a glass body, make a mixture of 2 parts of water and 1 part of air, which you rectified in the beginning, with this humect or unbibe your earth as the gardeners do, by sprinkling only, not too wet, not too dry. Place your body, open, on the air not so that the sun can shine upon it, and you will find several vegetables production spring up in a few weeks, although you have sown no seed. If you like to produce animals, take your before-mentioned dried and powdered earth, pour first together, 1 part of water, and 3 parts of air, with this mixture humect your earth so copiously that it may become like liquid or melted honey. Place the glass body which contains this mixture in the air where it is warm, the sun may shine on it but not too hot, nor at the meridian, and the glass is left open. You will perceive that in a few days, there will be different kinds of small vermine, in the thick water. When the earth diminishes and dries up you must humect it again, so that it may remain of the same consistence like honey or syrup, as before. And you will perceive that the first small vermine will die and loose themselves, and others will be produced who will feed on their putrefaction and become larger and more in number. I could reveal here something, but as it would be abused by profligate men, I am obliged to be silent. You may be convinced by these experiments that our water or regenerated chaos, rain water, or dew, or snow is, and contains the mundi and universal sperm, out of which all things were, and are generated. It appears from this that this water and earth are endowed with the principle of fertility for the 3 departments of nature, as all things are produced thereof. Few there are that know the secret powers of these things, and what it is that causes and gives fertility. It is a spirit or fire, but as a volatile unembodied spirit, he can effect nothing in natural productions. All what is to be serviceable in visible bodies, must be, or become corporeal with them, it must become visible and palpable, therefore this great and wonderful universal spirit must take a visible and palpable body. As well as the animal and vegetable sperm is visible and palpable. Few know this although they handle it often enough. This corporified anima mundi or universal sperm according to its origin is but little known, although it may be got in great quantity. The cause of this obscurity is that it bears a different name from what it ought to have. According to its root and origin it ought to be called the sperm of the macrocosm, the sperm of the world, the cause of fertility. This title belongs to it as it is the concentrated corporified sperm, and spirit mundi in a transparent visible crystalline body, a dry water, which does not wet the hands, an earth, a fiery pure earth, full of light and fire also full of cold. Like ice, a coagulated or congealed fire, a condensed and animated air, which is better and more valuable than all the treasures in the world. But that I may show you this embodied spirit and that you may touch it with your hands, proceed as I teach you. Process to demonstrate the corporified anima mundi. Take your putrefied rain water, put it into a large glass body cut off low, or into a china basin of a large size, which place in an earthenware pot, and evaporate this putrefied water gently, until there remains only a 1/3 part of the whole. Let the fire die away whilst it is yet lukewarm, filter it through blotting paper. Pour the clear into a clean pewter basin, or into an earthen glazed dish, which place in a cool cellar or room, and during the night the celebrated Spiritus Mundi will shoot in crystals and appear under 2 different forms. The first is of a perfect crystalline transparent form. This shoots around the sides of the basin and settles on small sticks. If you place any on the water, the second fixes itself on the bottom of the basin, and is darker and not so transparent. Here now you see that celebrated spirit, the universal spirit, the sperm of the macrocosm, the regenerated chaos visible and bodily. Pour the water off gently, and let the crystals dry. Those crystals which hang all round the sides or on the sticks keep by themselves separately. Those that are fixed on the bottom of the basin keep separately also. With both sorts of crystals go to old lame Vulcan and he will tell you their names. Take some of those crystals which hung all round the sides of the basin, or were fastened to the sticks and throw them on lighted charcoal, and they will tell you what they are called niter. The bottom crystals throw also on fiery coals, they have a harsh voice and spit about them. They are called common salt or alkaline salt. Here you have both names of the corporified spirit mundi. This niter out of the rain water fulminates with sulfur, like any other salpeter, and has no other, or greater effect than common purified universal seed. The salt cracks and flies from the fiery coals like any other common salt, and shows the same effect in all other operations like good common salt. By this experiment you may perceive clearly the center and sperm of all things, the sperm of the world, visibly incorporified before your eyes, and you may touch it with your hands. Both generate, preserves, destroy and regenerate everything that is on earth. In the atmosphere it is volatile and incorporeal, and produces volatile meteors in water and earth, it assumes a crystalline body. And produces corporeal subjects. According to different degrees of fixity, no objects under the sun in their last resolution are found without one or the other. Everything in nature does consist of these two. The one is niter, the other is salt. The one is acid, the other is alkaline. The one is spirit, the other is body. This is the father, this is the mother. This is the male sperm, this is the female sperm. This is the universal agent, this the universal patient. Primordial sulfur, primordial mercury and salt. Fire and air the magnet. Caleb Sendivogii the magnet. The hammer the anvil. Sulfur naturi mercury and salt naturi. In the beginning this chaotic water was entirely volatile. Because if you did distill it before putrefaction, every drop of it ascends like volatile water. By fermentation and putrefaction it gets a basis of fixation and precipitates its subtle earth. The most volatile part of this water generates animals, when it becomes a little fixer it generates vegetables, and when it becomes quite fixed it generates minerals and metals. Whosoever like to generate minerals, let him take the fixest parts, such as earth and water. If you like to produce vegetables, add to the earth and water some air and fire. If you want to bring forth animals, add still more of the most volatile, that is more air and fire, as containing more of the universal. The vegetable department stands between animals and minerals. Because out of them a mineral or stone may as soon be produced as an animal, as we shall show hereafter. The efficient cause which has enabled us to see and feel the universal corporified sperm, is putrefaction, the principal key whereby the lock of natural subjects may be opened. The cause of fermentation and putrefaction is the implanted spirit which is never idle whenever he meets with humidity, his own instrument, by means of which this spirit is ever busy, either visibly or invisibly, either sensibly or insensibly. This causes fermentation and putrefaction. And out of a volatile makes a fixed, and out of a fixed again a volatile, and this mutation is continued without ceasing. This spirit breaks and dissolves stone and rocks, which he himself has coagulated and reduces them into sand and dust. This same spirit reduces trees into mold and earth, and putrefies animals, and again from such putrefied substances produces vegetables and minerals, and this continues from one thing into another. I have said that the universal corporified sperm of the world, produced out of the regenerated chaos of rain water, that is our niter and salt, is not better than common niter, and common salt. And it is truly so because they produce the same effect and operation, and there is no difference between them, except if the one should be more purified than the other, but if they were equally pure, there could be no difference. Therefore let the artist not be deceived, if anyone would tell him, this from the chaotic water is the niter of the philosophers, and the other is vulgar niter, we say that such a distinction is folly and superstition. If common pure niter produces the same effects as the other does, then common niter is philosophical niter. But that the reader may be convinced that the universal niter out of the rain water is not better than purified vulgar niter, let him consider that the universal niter is the father and generator of vulgar niter. And he must then naturally conclude that the blood of the infant must be like that of father and mother, and that it must contain the very same principles and consequently must produce the same effects as the father, nay, it is itself the father. And is centrally one and the same with the Father and omnipresent. Now if out of the universal niter and salt all things are produced, animals, vegetables and minerals, all things of course are reducible into these their first principles. And still further into vapor. That all things proceed from universal seed is demonstrated by niter and salt being found everywhere in all things. Chapter 11. That niter and salt are found in the air and in all things in this world. As we cannot ascend towards the heavenly bodies, we must judge of what is above by that which is below within our reach. The firmament is full of light, light is nothing else but attracted and repulsed, moved and manifested fire of nature or universal spirit. This further agitated and concentrated produces heat and fire. Niter is coagulated fire concealed in air and humidity. Therefore we say and conclude, that the heavens or intermediate space between us and the heavenly bodies consists of, or is filled with a most volatile incorporeal niter, which as it descends into our atmosphere and probably other atmospheres of heavenly bodies becomes gradually more and more corporeal. Let this suffice concerning the spiritual heavenly niter. That there is niter and salt in the air is plain by lightning, thunder and hail. Here on earth we cannot find another subject which fulminates, thunders, and hails besides niter or salteous things. Niter is born spiritual and volatile in the heavens, in the atmosphere it becomes acid but remains spiritual and volatile, in water and earth it assumes a visible and palpable body. How that happens that it inflames, hails, fulminates and thunders in the atmosphere, we will first demonstrate theoretically by physical reasons, and then mechanically by practice. Niter does not fulminate, except it meets with a contrary agent and is excited by heat. The more volatile and subtle the niter is, the more vehemently it fulminates and is the easier inflamed. In the same manner volatile and subtle its contrary agent is the more vehement, sudden and powerful in their mutual operation. The light heavenly fire and life of all things is condensed in the atmosphere in the form of a subtle volatile niter, and this must have a contrary agent for its operation. In order that this volatile niter may obtain a contrary agent, there ascends continually out of the earth, ocean and rivers an equally subtle, volatile, sulphureous, alkaline earth in the shape of vapors, fumes, and fogs, filled with salt alcalicum volatile. This is the natural evaporation of the earth excited by the central heat of the earth. This ascends continually to meet the volatile incorporeal niter. Now, when they do meet in a dry rarefied atmosphere they are moved by the sun's rays, which by those ascending vapors are collected and concentrated. Whereby these vapors become more and more heated until the subtle niter takes fire and fulminates with this contrary sulphureous, volatile, alkaline agent, rarefies the air all round and thunders with dreadful explosions as we observe during hot, dry, summer days. When on the contrary the atmosphere is dense and loaded with humidity. These two universal agents meet peaceably, the subtle niter joins itself and embraces quietly the volatile sulphureous alkali without any vehement concussions, as is the case in winter, when humidity and cold prevail in our atmosphere. Humidity and cold hinder the inflammation and, consequently the fulmen. Take niter, let it melt in a crucible, in an open fire, add to it a volatile alkaline sulphureous niter, such as sal ammoniac or volatile niter of urine, which is also sulphureous, or a volatile earth. Such are charcoal, mineral sulfur, vegetable and animal oils, and the niter will take fire and fulminate like gunpowder. The more volatile the earth or the niter is, but in a dry state, the more violently does the niter fulminate, and this reaction takes place only in a dry heat, but in humidity they unite peaceably and quietly. Humidity is here a third medium which prevents the fulmen. If you dissolve volatile salt of urine, or sal ammoniac with niter in water, both are dissolved without violence or alteration, but if this humidity or water is evaporated and coagulated over the fire to dryness, so that they only commence to melt, they inflame and fulminate immediately. Another evident proof we have in aurum fulminans. The reason of its fulmen many have sought to explain, but few have known it. Many chemists have attributed this fulmen to the sun itself, some to compressed air, but here is the true reason. The fulmen explained. Sun is dissolved in aqua regia, which must contain calm, niter or sal ammoniac in order to become aqua regia. The sun when dissolved is precipitated with fixed oil of tartar or with any other alkali, such as a volatile salt of urine, or so-called spirit of urine, and the soul falls to the bottom as a spongy quicklime. Although this quicklime is adulterated or washed 100 times with water, yet you will not take its fulmen from it by washing because some of the vinegar and alkaline salt remain fixed therein so that such a sun quicklime becomes heavier than the sun employed. Now let us examine the quicklime or sun fulminans. It is on the same foundation of niter and sal ammoniac dissolved in, and then evaporated to dryness, with this difference, that here in the progress of the sun fulminans, the ingredients or principles are subtilized. And in the former solution only crude. The aqua regia is composed of aqua fortis and sal ammoniac or sea salt. Aqua fortis is spirit of niter, the oil of tartar for the precipitation is a fixed alkali. Now when the sun is dissolved in the aqua regia containing a highly volatile niter by means of sal ammoniac as being a volatile alkaline earth, it is then precipitated with the oil of tartar, which is a subtle fixed alkaline earth. The vinegar spirit in the aqua fortis are here partly saturated, precipitated and fixed by the salt of tartar their enemy in contrary, and as this fixed salt is more porous than the earth of sun, it lets go the sun after having impregnated it first strongly with fixed vinegar nitrous and volatile alkaline spirits, as much as the atoms of sun will receive. For that reason it precipitates the sun to the bottom and detains it as an earth. Every dry earth is greedy to receive a salt, arid as these two salts of the aqua fortis and sal ammoniac are very subtle and volatile, they are easily excited and inflamed by the least motion or smallest heat. As soon as they feel that heat, they fulminate and break forth downwards, as gunpowder shows its greatest force upwards. Thus the volatile niter and volatile alkali in the sal ammoniac as powerful reagents cause the fulmen and explosion and not the sun. The cause of the sun's explosion downwards is because it is a fixed earth which inclines downwards, whilst the charcoal in the gunpowder being a volatile sulphureous earth explodes upwards. We also observe a great difference between the force of the explosion of sun fulm, and of common gunpowder. The explosion of sun fulm being 3 times as violent as that of gunpowder because in the sun fulm is a spiritual volatile highly subtilized niter, whilst the gunpowder is composed of crude corporeal niter. Therefore the more subtle, volatile and spiritual the counteragents are, the greater must be the effect. If you precipitate to the sun quicklime, in the room of taking a fixed alkali such as the oil tartary with a subtilized, volatilized alkali, such as a salt volatile urinii or a vol, salt of hartshorn, the fulmen and explosion will be still more violent. Thus we have demonstrated that the fulmen and explosion proceeds from the universal principles and not from the sun. On the contrary, if you want to take the fulminating power from the sun quicklime, proceed in this way. After having well washed your sun fulm, let the humidity drain from it on blotting paper. Then make a strong alkaline lye of fixed salt of tartar and water, or of pure potash and water, or oil of tartar and water, and boil your sun fulminans is such a lye for about 15 or 20 minutes. Then wash and dry the quicklime and its fulmen is entirely gone and lost. The reason of this phenomenon is, that the fixed alkaline lye dissolves the volatile vinegar and alkaline counteragents, which had fixed themselves in the golden earth, and dissolving them destroys their union. And by its fixity destroys the power of fulminating any more. From all this it appears plain that the fulminating quality proceeds from volatile niter and a subtle, volatile alkali or a volatile sulphureous earth, such as the charcoal sulfur, and the more volatile those agents are, the stronger is the fulmen. And the fixer they are, the less the fulminate. If you project an oil, sulfur, charcoal dust, arsenic, unidentified symbol, antimony, etc. into fluid niter, they repel each other and cause a violent reaction according to the volatility and oiliness of the projected agent. On the contrary, if you project common niter or fixed salt of tartar or any fixed alkali, or a fixed earth, such as terra sigillata, chalk, quicklime, which contains nothing volatile into melted niter, you will see no reaction. But they will soon unite peaceably and fix each other, without fulminating. We have now proved theoretically and practically that there is a volatile niter and salt in the air, and that the fulmen proves it, as well as the experiment with thunder rain water. Chapter 12. That there is niter and salt in all waters and earths. That niter and salt is in rain water we have proved by an experiment. That it is in all earths and waters can easily be demonstrated. If you take any earth whether from fields, meadows, marshes, hills or valleys, a sufficient quantity, and dissolve as much as you can of such an earth in distilled rain water, and then filter the solution and evaporate it, until there remains no more than a third part of the whole quantity of water employed, pour it off into basins or dishes and let it stand to cool overnight in a cold place. And you will find crystals of niter and salt in a lesser or greater quantity, according as the earth was less or more impregnated with niter and salt. The saltpetre boilers understand this best, as they boil no earth but such as is rich in niter, to pay them for their labor. It is the same with all waters, springs and wells, which are all more or less impregnated with niter and salt. Nay, some springs are thoroughly saline and nitrous. Rivers flow out of the earth, dissolve the niter and salt and carry it along with them into the ocean. Why the ocean more salt calm than niter is because the sun reverberates it continually, principally between the tropics, where the rays of light fall more perpendicularly. This along with the motion occasioned by the winds and tides convert the aerial incorporeal niter into sea salt, it loses its fulmen and becomes alkaline. Experiment. Take niter with its own earth, before it is purified, and boil it often in water, until it is dry, and increase your heat more and more as you advance with your boilings. And you will see that the niter loses gradually its fulmen and becomes more and more fixed, until after 40 or 50 boilings it becomes quite fixed and alkalist and fulminates no more, but is converted into common salt. Therefore we say that common or sea salt is nothing else but niter originally, reverberated and alkalized by the rays of light. Fixation in vesica. This fixation of niter is done more expeditiously with quicklime viva, than by the detonation with charcoal or sulfur. Take fiery stone lime fresh from the kiln, which reduce to powder and niter finely powdered, in equal parts, mix the two powders by rubbing them together in a mortar, 1/2 pound of each. Put this mixture in a roomy crucible, in a wind furnace and begin your fire gradually, a lid must be luted on which must have a small hole in the middle, let the fire be gentle the first 2 hours to season the crucible. Then keep it moderate during 2 hours more, so that the coals lay no higher than the upper part of the carrot dash. After that, i.e., after the first 4 hours, cover the crucible with coals and keep up a good fire during 4 hours more, so that the crucible keeps always glowing hot like the fiery coals. Then let the fire go out gradually. Towards night take out and break the crucible, and you will find your niter alkalized or fixed in a lump which is outwardly green and inwardly purple. Elixivate this mass with hot water, or powder it and let it flow per delig. This is best. During the first 3 or 4 hours of the operation the vinegar spirit is forcibly driven out of the small hole in the cover and even through the luting, and displays various beautiful colors on the fiery cough the generation. You may also fix niter if you melt it with common salt, in equal parts, or with fixed niter of tartar, in equal parts, and the niter becomes fixed. If you let the mass flow per delig, evaporate your oil of fixed niter to a dry fat salt, and melt that, and if you project sulfur or powdered charcoal, it does no longer fulminate. N.B. Such a niter fixes sulfur by degrees. Chapter 13. That niter and salt is found in animals, that animals proceed from niter and salt, and are resolved into niter and salt. Whatsoever is intended to cause fertility must be saline or nitrous, or it can be no manner. All animals are nitrous or saline, as by their chemical anatomy, by distillation, we find they contain a certain quantity of volatile, and some a fixed salt and a stinking oil or sulfur. The fixed salt appears, when we calcine the ashes. That this animal oil is a liquid salt is proved by its inflammation, because it burns, and nothing can burn but what is either nitrous, or sulphureous. The fixed salt and fixed earth cannot burn. We have a still stronger proof in the phosphorus made out of animal salts. That the animal department is very nitrous is proved by the saltpetre boilers in Germany, who dig up the floors of stables and cowhouses in the country, such as have been abandoned, and by boiling such an earth, they find it very rich of niter. The same is done on old forsaken burying grounds, and they find such an earth, if it has but laid long enough, very rich of niter. Which are sufficient proofs that the animal department is nitrous, and that animal substances are reduced into niter. And whereinto a concrete is reduced, from that very principle it has its origin, and this resolution and mutation is performed bid the archeus of nature, or universal spirit in the air. Chapter 14. That niter and salt is found in vegetables. That vegetables consist of niter and salt, and are resolved into niter and salt. That vegetables grow by dew and rain out of water and earth is known to all husbandmen and gardeners. We have shown you that the pure and real essence of dew and rain niter and salt, and that all waters and earths do conceal either one or both. Now it is known that the universal sperm, that is, dew, rain, snow, or rather the niter and salt concealed therein causes fertility and the growth of vegetables. Niter and salt are found in all waters and earths. If this be true, it is also true that vegetables grow and live by those salts, as a pure or empty earth or an empty water without sperm are insufficient for their production and preservation. And this sperm is nothing else but niter and salt. Experiment. Take 2 parts of salt and 1 part of niter, melt these 2 together in a roomy crucible. When cold, beat the mass into a powder, and dissolve 1 pound, weight of it in 10 pounds, of rain water. Keep this for use. In this water soak any seeds, until then swell, then dry them in the sun, and sow them in the ground. Now take some of the same seeds not soaked in this spermatic water, and sow them close to the others, but mark both places. You will soon perceive the sudden growth of the soaked seeds, the beauty of the fruit and the quantity in comparison to the unprepared seeds. If you will pour about a quart of the above water to the root of a fruit tree or vine, and repeat that once a month, for instance in February, March and April, you will perceive a wonderful fertility of that tree that season. That vegetables are very nitrous in general, yet some more than others, appears by their ardent spirit, or so-called SV, by their vinegar, by their oiliness and alkaline salt. We see vegetables break forth into a strong flame when they are set on fire. Inflammability, heat and flame proceed from niter and sulfur and from nothing else. Is not the spirit ardens or sv a subtle and heavenly niter? It burns so beautifully like the splendor of the stars. That the oil contains a salt is demonstrated by their alkali, whereby they dissolve sulfurs. We have also given satisfaction to this department and have proved that their first matter is niter and salt, that is, their universal not yet specificated matter, which when united universal seed generate all things. Chapter 15. That niter and salt is found in minerals, that minerals are formed of niter and salt, and are resolved into niter and salt. The more the universal fire of nature approaches the earth, the more it becomes terrestrial and corporeal. The more it becomes corporeal, it becomes more fixed, and the more fixed it is, the less it is inflammable. Thus niter descends from heaven is volatile and incorporeal, although visible in light, and concealed in the water, out of which it becomes manifest by putrefaction. The more terrestrial and fixer this niter becomes, the more it is alkalized, and loses gradually its fulminating power, as appears in minerals and metals. Because the more it descends from its universal nature, the more it alters its nature and quality, and assumes a different nature in animals, a different character in vegetables, and different quality in minerals and metals. Yet it manifests its fiery nature in all three, more or less, according to its degree of volatility of fixity, in the animal and vegetable departments in oils, fats, resin, pitch, and in the minerals in sulphureous substances, such as sulfur etc. As the minerals are of a stony nature and descend gradually to more and more fixity, the inflammable sulfur by gradual and continued fixation is deprived of its inflammability and obtains another quality, an incombustible one. That sulfur and such like adustable substances are of a nitrous origin we have demonstrated before and proved, that all inflammability proceeds from niter. That there is a salt in minerals is perceived, when we elixivate a mineral with water, after having glowed it previously in the fire. But that such a mineral salt is not always found in any considerable quantity and sometimes hardly perceptible, is the reason, because it becomes more and more terrestrial, and the more earth it dissolves, the more it forsakes its original saline nature, to outward appearance. We see plainly, that, if we wish to separate the firmly united mineral and metallic bodies, we are obliged to make use of saline and nitrous menstruums, without which they cannot be opened, and that every menstruum is either saline, nitrous, or mercurial, every good chemist knows. Therefore as the minerals meet and dissolve in a saline menstruum, it is evident that they must possess a nature which is congenial to salt or niter, or they could not be conquered thereby. Thus they can be resolved into a saline or nitrous nature, therefore such is also their first origin. After having dissolved a metallic body in a saline menstruum, if you evaporate your solution to a third part, the solution will shoot into a salt or vitriol, which vitriol by distillation and cohobation becomes in vinegar. Ponderous spirit or oil from ore out of which they proceed at first. Because all minerals and metals proceed originally and are generated from an acid, fermented, putrefied niter and salt, which dissolve a suitable earth, and from vitriol, sulfur, marcasite, metal, which is done by a gradual fixation and nourishment by the original nitrous and saline spirits. Thus as they were generated by an acid, fermented spiritual niter and salt, they are resolved by them and brought back to their first matter. Table of generation. Anima mundi, fire in niter and salt united and fermented become acid and corrosive, dissolve a suitable earth and form a vitriolic soft butyraceous gur. The above vapors becoming more and more corrosive retain their androgynoal nature of niter and salt and constitute now a double sulphureous and arsenical or mercurial vapor. This setting by corroding forms nature vitriol, sulfur, arsenic, and by succeeding sulfur vapors, and also arsenical vapors. They form and generate. When sulfur predominates, when arsenic predominates. Sulphureous macrosites, arsenical, marcasites, cobalt, pyritis, antimony etc., wolfram etc., bismuth etc. Mars, Venus, Sun, Saturn, Jupiter, Moon. When both principles are in equality they form, unidentified symbol, cinnabar mercury. The body of Saturn, Jupiter, Moon, and with more sulfur of Mars, Venus, Sun. Platina I think is of a solar nature from its weight and fixity. Minerals are generated from nitrous and saline waters, which penetrate into the earth through its pores and crevices. This nitrous saline water is heated and fermented by the ascending central heat of the earth. Is resolved into vapors and forced upwards again towards the circumference, but by this continual circulation, these vapors are resolved again into water and ferment more and more, whereby they are subtilized, rendered more acid and corroding. These fermented waters, as they contain a subtle spirit of nitre and salt, they become more and more corrosive. If they were not corrosive, who could they dissolve stones and rocks? Therefore this corrosive water dissolves rocks, stones, and earths, which is condensed and coagulated again by the gentle subterraneous heat into salt, but not into such a salt as it was in the atmosphere or in the ocean, but into a vitriolic salt, which by succeeding vapors is formed into a subtle, corrosive, smeary or unctuous earth, which the miners all gur. This gur is by succeeding vapors dissolved and filled with corrosive acidity until it is changed into native sulfur, because the more corrosive it receives, the more sulphureous it becomes. But when the mercurial alkaline vapors of sea salt predominate over the nitrous sulphureous vapors, the universal gur goes over into arsenic, which is a dry mercury. Both sulfur as well as arsenic, by fixation and succeeding vapors become marcasite, such as antimony, cobalt, bismuth, wolfram, etc. This marcasite is the first and nearest matter toward metals, and not vitriol, which is the remote first matter of minerals and metals. That sulfur is very corrosive, plainly perceived by its smell, which is suffocating, when received in the lungs, and by its spirit and oil, which is a strong corrosive. We see that the spirit and oil of vitriol are dissolved sulphureous vinegar. If you imbibe a fixed earth, such as chalk therewith, and suffer the vinegar to evaporate strongly from that earth in an open fire, you will see an inflammation and burning like that of common sulfur. That sulfur has been a nitrous salt, appears from its vinegar spirit, which is of a universal mineral nature. When this vinegar spirit has forsaken the body of the sulfur, there remains an unctuous earth or the first universal mineral gur behind, in small quantity. The reader may judge whether I understand the generation of minerals or not. Let him proceed either towards or backwards in the anatomy of minerals, and if he works rightly, he will see what he perhaps did not believe before. Our ancestors have written that sulfur, mercury and salt are the first matter of metals. True philosophers understand this properly. Sulfur and mercury proceed from salt and nitre, and metallic salt is vitriol perfected and fixed. We have explained how the earth in the mines by receiving nitre, or corrosive vinegar becomes sulfur, but the more such an earth is alkalized by nitre, so that the vinegar corrosive is overcome, arsenic, mercury, or mercurial subject is generated. Thus it appears plain that nitre and salt are the sperm of the macrocosm, volatile and fixed, the visible elements air, water and earth being the vehicle or dwelling of that universal sperm. All minerals are generated by an acid corrosive vapor and subterraneous air animated by nitre and salt, by the ancients named sulfur and mercury, because nitre and salt contain the very seminal principles of sulfur and mercury, which vapor and air are circulated and sublimed upwards by the central fire become water and ferment, and by their corrosiveness dissolve a suitable earth and generate the mineral gur. And what is it else that performs this generation but the universal fire of nature, corporified in nitre and salt? Chapter 16. Of the principal gate key to nature, the author of destruction and regeneration of all things, called putrefaction. Heaven or fire. Anima and spirit mundi is in its own nature unchangeable, omnipresent, and immortal, but as it gradually unites with humidity, becomes the universal vinegar and incorporeal spiritus mundi. It lends itself then to all those changes the matter or corporified humidity is subsequently liable to, therefore in the air it begins to ferment, and still more so in water and earth, in order to prepare the way for generation. Without this fermentation and putrefaction the universal spirit does generate nothing. Therefore without previous maceration, fermentation, putrefaction in gentle warmth and humidity, whether it be quick or slow, perceptible or imperceptible, no real or genuine anatomy of natural bodies. whether in universal or in specificated subjects, can be affected. Dew, rain, snow, hail, frost, all without distinction ferment and thereby cause a separation of the subtle from the gross, the sign of which is, that a feeble sour smell is perceived. 1. Animals putrefy sooner and easier, and on account of their copious, very volatile nitre they emit a most intolerable smell. 2. Vegetables putrefy easily on account of their humidity, yet not so quickly as animals, nor do they smell so badly. 3. Minerals ferment and putrefy, but do not smell so badly as the former two, except Mars, which when in real putrefaction smells worse than a corpse. From this putrefaction we learn that minerals are changed into vegetables, and vegetables into minerals, and thus nature changes continually, converting the uppermost into the lowest, and the lowest into the highest, nay. The three departments of nature are changed into universal principles. Vapors ascend continually from the center of the earth towards the superficies, some of these are fat and sulphureous, and serve the mineral and vegetable departments, and when they penetrate the superficies of the earth, they ascend in fogs or mists, and ascending still higher they are universalist. Exhalations from decayed trees, leaves, or vegetables, ascend as well as those from putrid animal substances and are circulated in the atmosphere, there to receive the spiritus mundi for reanimation and chaoticization, which afterwards in the character of regenerated atmospheric air return to animals by inspiration, to vegetables by a magnetic attraction, and to minerals by their own penetration and assuming a corrosive nature, as we have explained before. Few amongst the adolescent philosophers as well as common self-conceited chemists will put faith in what we say here, but we ourselves are thoroughly convinced that we write the truth. Putrefaction or fermentation are the wonderful fabricators, which out of earth, produce water, out of water, air, out of air, fire, and convert fire into air, air into water and water into earth, earth into gur, vitriol, sulfur, arsenic, marcasite, and metals, nay, the metals themselves are dissolved and retrograde into vitriol and salt. This mutation is continued, until it will please God to calcine the whole earth and vitrify it into glass. Chapter 17. What putrefaction is. After God had created by divine emanation the universal fire of nature, which on account of its essence, being a simple unity not composed of parts, and consequently omnipresent and immortal, and which has since time immemorial been justly called the soul or spirit of the universe, but one in essence, but threefold in manifestation, resembling its divine origin, its creator. To this universal agent, God has given a power to act by three differently manifested principles. 1. In its omnipresent invisible, most universal state it has a universal power of attracting and repulsion, and thereby is the first cause of every magnetism in the world and of every celestial body's keeping in its proper place, as well as of gravitation and falling bodies in general. 2. In its second manifestation of light, it has power to generate humidity, the first step towards materiality, to move and ferment that humidity and thereby to generate the universal vinegar and to become cold incorporeal spiritus mundi. Inwardly fire, therewith to animate extended or dilated humidity, that is atmospheric air, and further to enliven the whole creation. 3. In this third manifestation of concentrated light into warmth, heat, and burning fire, it does and performs every necessary action what it could not accomplish in its second and first state, nevertheless remaining centrally always one and the same and omnipresent. This universal fire, endowed with an intelligent instinct, called the universal agent of nature, since its first emanation from God, has never been inactive not one moment and produces one alteration after the other. And although it seems to cease in one creature, or recedes from a deceased subject, that same instant it is occupied in producing something else out of such a death or temporal corruption. For which reason the ancient philosophers have said, corruptus unius est generatis alterius. The corruption of one thing brings forth the generation of the other. This universal fire is the author and mover of all changes in natural things, and the Almighty can do with it what he pleases, either for the preservation or destruction of his creatures. This universal spirit begins by fermentation or by putrefaction, by this the spirit causes a separation of the pure from the impure, of the most volatile from the less and least volatile, of the subtle from the gross. When that is done, that same fire unites the pure volatile again with the less and least volatile, and rejects what is not wanted for its present purpose. The above spirit is the generator, preserver, destroyer, and regenerator of all things. When this fire descends into our corporeal elements, it is detained by them and obliged to assume body, wherein it appears in a white, cold, crystalline, transparent form, neither outwardly cold, but inwardly fire. When it inflames, and if there was a sufficient quantity of it and its enemy should meet him, he would become so irritated, that he would overset and break not only rocks, but the whole superficies on the earth. If its sister, cold, fixed, alkali salt, its Venus, whom it loves dearly, which alone can overcome and tame it, was not coexistent and always near at hand, it neither would long ago have destroyed the whole earth. Its sister, or wife, when they embrace each other in Pluto's fiery palace, does not permit him to do mischief much longer, but lays hold of him by his very center, so that he must convert his anger into love and friendship. As soon as he has embraced his Venus and is tied by ties of love, he forgets his passion totally, so that his enemies approach him and even lay hold of him, he does not show the least inclination to hurt them. On the contrary, enters into permanent and everlasting friendship with them. This fire or spirit which is all in all things is distributed in all creatures, and none can do without it. Therefore putrefaction is the first key and gate, by means of which the universal spirit opens to us the palace containing nature's secrets. This spirit is never idle but is continually in action, by action and motion, a warm propriety is communicated. This warmth, whether perceptible or not, opens the pores of all things, so that the implanted spirit can penetrate everywhere, whether it be corruption, regeneration, for death, or life. After this spirit has penetrated everywhere, it begins to dissolve, and continues until the whole substance is dissolved. The subtle volatile particles evaporate, according to the degree of warmth, and emit a smell, by which we know clearly that the spirit is operating and employed to open the body by this natural digestion or fermentation. And this continues until the proposed end is attained. This spirit was in the beginning concealed in vapor and water, and to this moment forms all things by means of vapor and water, and without humidity of water he generates nothing, because water or humidity he wants absolutely for his operations. Mixings and solutions, as all things mix easily with humidity or water. This spirit generates animals out of humidity, as animals consist of humid and soft particles, and after the extinction of the fire of life, they are resolved again into shine and humidity, by means of humidity. It is with vegetables exactly the same, their juices may be compared to the fluids in animals, and their woods and roots to bones and cartilages. Much in the same manner does the universal spirit generate minerals by a corrosive water, and removes them again into water by a corrosive water. The anima mundi in its most universal state is invisible, and when unmoved, for instance in the flint and steel, and in all things where tranquil, is a cold fire. In its moved volatile state becomes visible in light, but remains cold, except it is concentrated and further agitated. In its visible state of light it is called firmament or heaven, volatile and corporeal nitre, ether, anima, agent, male, air. When concentrated and agitated it is heat fire. When inclining towards corporification it is universal acid. When corporified, but remains volatile it is called water, vinegar, sprit, nitre, salt, vitriol, sulfur, etc. But when it inclines towards fixation it is earth, patient, body, salt, female, magnet, and when fixed it is called alkali, female magnet, void. This is the true meaning of the universal spirit and its various forms. In the beginning it was a simple vapor or water, animated by fire, which like Protheus assumes various forms and shapes. Thus we have explained what is the cause of putrefaction, viz. The implanted fire, the moving, altering, warming, heating, inflaming, separating, omnipresent, simple and homogeneous spirit, but in a double twofold appearance, causing a conflict between acid and alkali, sulfur, mercury, salt, anima, spirit, corpus. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes. History of the Tablet. History of the Tablet, largely summarized from Needham 1980. And Homeyard 1957. The tablet probably first appeared in the West in editions of the Pseudo-Aristotelian Secretum Secretorum, which was actually a translation of the Kitab sur Al-Asar, a book of advice to kings which was translated into Latin by Johannes Hispalensis c. 1140 and by Philip of Tripoli c. 1243. Other translations of the tablet may have been made during the same period by Plato of Tivoli and Hugh of Santaya, perhaps from different sources. The date of the Kitab sur Al-Asar is uncertain, though c. 800 has been suggested, and it is not clear when the tablet became part of this work. Homeyard was the first to find another early Arabic version. Rusca found a 12th century recension claiming to have been dictated by Sergius of Nablus, in the Kitab Usticus al-Uss al-Thani, second book of the Elements of Foundation, attributed to Jabir. Shortly after, Rusca found another version appended to the Kitab sur al-Khalika wa Sanad al-Tabia, Book of the Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature, which is also known as the Kitab Balanius al-Hakim fi al-Ilal, Book of Paulinus the Wise on the Causes. It has been proposed that this book may have been written as early as 650, and was definitely finished by the Caliphate of Al-Ma'mun, 813-33. Scholars have seen similarities between this book and the Syriac Book of Treasures written by Job of Odessa, 9th century, and more interestingly the Greek writings of the Bishop Nemesius of Emesa in Syria from the mid-4th century. However, though this suggests a possible Syriac source, none of these writings contain the tablet. Paulinus is usually identified with Apollonius of Tyana, but there is little evidence to connect him with the Kitab Balabius, and even if there was, the story implies that Paulinus found the tablet rather than wrote it. And the recent discoveries of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi texts suggest that hiding texts in caves is not impossible, even if we did not have the pyramids before us. Rusca has suggested an origin further east, and Needham has proposed an origin in China. Homeyard, Davis and Annan all consider that this tablet may be one of the earliest of all alchemical works we have that survives. It should be remarked that apparently the Greeks and Egyptians used the term translated as emerald for emeralds, green granites, and perhaps green jasper. In medieval times the emerald table of the Gothic kings of Spain, and the Sacro Catino, a dish said to have belonged to the Queen of Sheba, to have been used at the Last Supper, and to be made of emerald, were made of green glass, steel and Singer, 488. Translations. From Jabir ibn Hayyan. 0. Paulinus mentions the engraving on the table in the hand of Hermes, which says 1. Truth. Certainty. That in which there is no doubt. 2. That which is above is from that which is below, and that which is below is from that which is above, working the miracles of one. 3. As all things were from one. 4. Its father is the sun and its mother the moon. 5. The earth carried it in her belly, and the wind nourished it in her belly. 7. As earth which shall become fire. 7a. Feed the earth from that which is subtle, with the greatest power. 8. It ascends from the earth to the heaven and becomes ruler over that which is above and that which is below. 14. And I have already explained the meaning of the whole of this in 2 of these books of mine. Homeyard 1923, 562. Another Arabic version, from the German of Rusca, translated by Anonymous. 0. Here is that which the priest Sagigus of Nablus has dictated concerning the entrance of Paulinus into the hidden chamber. After my entrance into the chamber, where the talisman was set up, I came up to an old man sitting on a golden throne, who was holding an emerald table in one hand. And behold the following, in Syriac, the primordial language was written thereon. 1. Here is a true explanation, concerning which there can be no doubt. 2. It attests, the above from the below, and the below from the above, the work of the miracle of the one. 3. And things have been from this primal substance through a single act. How wonderful is this work! It is the main principle of the world and is its maintainer. 4. Its father is the sun and its mother the moon, the 5. Wind has borne it in its body, and the earth has nourished it. 6. The father of talisman and the protector of miracles. 6a. Whose powers are perfect, and whose lights are confirmed. 7. A fire that becomes earth. 7a. Separate the earth from the fire, so you will attain the subtle as more inherent than the gross, with care and sagacity. 8. It rises from earth to heaven, so as to draw the lights of the heights to itself and descends to the earth. Thus within it are the forces of the above and the below. 9. Because the light of lights within it, thus does the darkness flee before it. 10. The force of forces, which overcomes every subtle thing and penetrates into everything gross. 11. The structure of the microcosm is in accordance with the structure of the macrocosm. 12. And accordingly proceed the knowledgeable. 13. And to this aspired Hermes, who was threefold graced with wisdom. 14. And this is his last book, which he concealed in the chamber. Anon 1985, 24-5. 12th century Latin. 0. When I entered into the cave, I received the tablet Zarati, which was inscribed, from between the hands of Hermes, in which I discovered these words. 1. True, without falsehood, certain, most certain. 2. What is above is like what is below, and what is below is like that which is above. To make the miracle of the one thing. 3. And as all things were made from contemplation of one, so all things were born from one adaptation. 4. Its father is the sun, its mother is the moon. 5. The wind carried it in its womb, the earth breastfed it. 6. It is the father of all works of wonder, telesmi, in the world. 6a. Its power is complete, integra. 7. If cast to, turn towards, versa furit, earth. 7a. It will separate earth from fire, the subtle from the gross. 8. With great capacity it ascends from earth to heaven. Again it descends to earth, and takes back the power of the above and the below. 9. Thus you will receive the glory of the distinctiveness of the world. All obscurity will flee from you. 10. This is the whole most strong strength of all strength, for it overcomes all subtle things, and penetrates all solid things. 11a. Thus was the world created. 12. From this comes marvelous adaptations of which this is the procedure. 13. Therefore I am called Hermes, because I have 3 parts of the wisdom of the whole world. 14. And complete is what I had to say about the work of the sun, from the book of Gallieni Alfacimi. From Latin in Steele and Singer 1928, 492. Translation from Aurelium Occulti Philosophorum Giorgio Beato. 1. This is true and remote from all cover of falsehood. 2. Whatever is below is similar to that which is above. Through this the marvels of the work of one thing are procured and perfected. 3. Also, as all things are made from one, by the consideration of one, so all things were made from this one, by conjunction. 4. The father of it is the sun, the mother the moon. 5. The wind bore it in the womb. Its nurse is the earth, the mother of all perfection. 6a. Its power is perfected. 7. If it is turned into earth. 7a. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle and thin from the crude and coarse, prudently, with modesty and wisdom. 8. This ascends from the earth into the sky and again descends from the sky to the earth, and receives the power and efficacy of things above and of things below. 9. By this means you will acquire the glory of the whole world, and so you will drive away all shadows and blindness. 10. For this by its fortitude snatches the palm from all other fortitude and power. For it is able to penetrate and subdue everything subtle and everything crude and hard. 11a. By this means the world was founded. 12. And hence the marvelous conjunctions of it and admirable effects, since this is the way by which these marvels may be brought about. 13. And because of this they have called me Hermes Trismegistus, since I have the 3 parts of the wisdom and philosophy of the whole universe. 14. My speech is finished which I have spoken concerning the solar work. Davis 1926, 874. Translation of Isaac Newton c. 1680. 1. 'Tis true without lying, certain and most true. 2. That WCH is below is like that WCH is above, and that WCH is above is like that WCH is below, to do ye miracles of one only thing. 3. And as all things have been and arose from one by ye mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation. 4. The sun is its father, the moon its mother. 5. The wind hath carried it in its belly, the earth its nurse. 6. The father of all perfection in ye whole world is here. 7. Its force or power is entire if it be converted into earth. 7a. Separate thou ye earth from ye fire, ye subtle from the gross sweetly with great industry. 8. It ascends from ye earth to ye heaven, and again it descends to ye earth, and receives ye force of things superior and inferior. 9. By this means ye shall have ye glory of ye whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from you. 10. Its force is above all force. For it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. 11a. So was ye world created. 12. From this are and do come admirable adaptations, whereof ye means, or process, is here in this. 13. Hence I am called Hermes Trismegistus, having the 3 parts of ye philosophy of ye whole world. 14. That WCH I have said of ye operation of ye sun is accomplished and ended. Dobbs 1988, 183-4. Translation from Kriegsmann. Allegedly from the Phoenician. 1. I speak truly, not falsely, certainly and most truly. 2. These things below with those above and those with these join forces again, so that they produce a single thing, the most wonderful of all. 3. And as the whole universe was brought forth from one by the word of one God, so also all things are regenerated perpetually from this one according to the disposition of nature. 4. It has the sun for father and the moon for mother. 5. It is carried by the air as if in a womb, it is nursed by the earth. 6. It is the cause, this, of all perfection of all things throughout the universe. 6a. This will attain the highest perfection of powers. 7. If it shall be reduced into earth. 7a. Distribute here the earth and there the fire, thin out the density of this the suavest, suavissima, thing of all. 8. Ascend with the greatest sagacity of genius from the earth into the sky, and thence descend again to the earth, and recognize that the forces of things above and of things below are one. 9. So as to possess the glory of the whole world, and beyond this man of abject fate may have nothing further. 10. This thing itself presently comes forth stronger by reasons of this fortitude, it subdues all bodies surely, whether tenuous or solid, by penetrating them. 11a. And so everything whatsoever that the world contains was created. 12. Hence admirable works are accomplished which are instituted, carried out, instituunter, according to the same mode. 13. To me therefore the name of Hermes Trismegistus has been awarded, because I am discovered as the teacher of the 3 parts of the wisdom of the world. 14. These then are the considerations which I have concluded ought to be written down concerning the readiest operations of the chymic art. Davis 1926, 875 slightly modified. From Sigismund Backstrom, allegedly translated from Chaldean. 0. The secret works of Chirum, 1 in essence, but 3 in aspect. 1. It is true, no lie, certain and to be depended upon. 2. The superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior agrees with the superior, to effect that one truly wonderful work. 3. As all things owe their existence to the will of the only one, so all things owe their origin to the one only thing, the most hidden by the arrangement of the only God. 4. The father of that one only thing is the sun, its mother is the moon. 5. The wind carries it in its belly, but its nurse is a spirituous earth. 6. That one only thing is the father of all things in the universe. 6a. Its power is perfect. 7. After it has been united with a spirituous earth. 7a. Separate that spirituous earth from the dense or crude by means of a gentle heat, with much attention. 8. In great measure it ascends from the earth up to heaven, and descends again, newborn, on the earth, and the superior and the inferior are increased in power. 9. By this wilt thou partake of the honors of the whole world. And darkness will fly from thee. 10. This is the strength of all powers. With this thou wilt be able to overcome all things and transmute all what is fine and what is coarse. 11a. In this manner the world was created. 12. The arrangements to follow this road are hidden. 13. For this reason I am called Chiram Telet Mekasat, one in essence, but three in aspect. In this Trinity is hidden the wisdom of the whole world. 14. It is ended now, what I have said concerning the effects of the sun. Finish of the Tabula Smaragdina. See Hall 1977, CLVAI. From Madame Blavatsky. 2. What is below is like that which is above, and what is above is similar to that which is below to accomplish the wonders of the one thing. 3. As all things were produced by the mediation of one being, so all things were produced from this one by adaptation. 4. Its father is the sun, its mother the moon. 6a. It is the cause of all perfection throughout the whole earth. 7. Its power is perfect if it is changed into earth. 7a. Separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, acting prudently and with judgment. 8. Ascend with the greatest sagacity from earth to heaven, and unite together the power of things inferior and superior. 9. Thus you will possess the light of the whole world, and all obscurity will fly away from you. 10. This thing has more fortitude than fortitude itself, because it will overcome every subtle thing and penetrate every solid thing. 11a. By it the world was formed. Blavatsky 1972, 507. From Fulcanelli, translated from the French by Sieveking. 1. This is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. 2. As below, so above, and as above so below. With this knowledge alone you may work miracles. 3. And since all things exist in and emanate from the one who is the ultimate cause, so all things are born after their kind from this one. 4. The sun is the father, the moon the mother. 5. The wind carried it in his belly. Earth is its nurse and its guardian. 6. It is the father of all things. 6a. The eternal will is contained in it. 7. Here, on earth, its strength, its power remain one and undivided. 7a. Earth must be separated from fire, the subtle from the dense, gently with unremitting care. 8. It arises from the earth and descends from heaven, it gathers to itself the strength of things above and things below. 9. By means of this one thing all the glory of the world shall be yours and all obscurity flee from you. 10. It is power, strong with the strength of all power, for it will penetrate all mysteries and dispel all ignorance. 11a. By it the world was created. 12. From it are born manifold wonders, the means to achieving which are here given. 13. It is for this reason that I am called Hermes Trismegistus. For I possess the three essentials of the philosophy of the universe. 14. This is the sum total of the work of the sun. Sedul 1972, 25-6. From Fulcanelli, New Translation. 1. It is true without untruth, certain and most true. 2. That which is below is like that which is on high, and that which is on high is like that which is below, by these things are made the miracles of one thing. 3. And as all things are, and come from one, by the mediation of one, so all things are born from this unique thing by adaptation. 4. The sun is the father and the moon the mother. 5. The wind carries it in its stomach. The earth is its nourisher and its receptacle. 6. The father of all the theleme of the universal world is here. 6a. Its force, or power, remains entire. 7. If it is converted into earth. 7a. You separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, gently with great industry. 8. It climbs from the earth and descends from the sky, and receives the force of things superior and things inferior. 9. You will have by this way, the glory of the world and all obscurity will flee from you. 10. It is the power strong with all power, for it will defeat every subtle thing and penetrate every solid thing. 11a. In this way the world was created. 12. From it are born wonderful adaptations, of which the way here is given. 13. That is why I have been called Hermes Trismegistus, having the three parts of the universal philosophy. 14. This, that I have called the solar work, is complete. Translated from Fulcanelli 1964, 312. From Iders Shah. 1. The truth, certainty, truest, without untruth. 2. What is above is like what is below. What is below is like what is above. The miracle of unity is to be attained. 3. Everything is formed from the contemplation of unity, and all things come about from unity, by means of adaptation. 4. Its parents are the sun and moon. 5. It was born by the wind and nurtured by the earth. 6. Every wonder is from it. 6a. And its power is complete. 7. Throw it upon earth. 7a. And earth will separate from fire. The impalpable separated from the palpable. 8. Through wisdom it rises slowly from the world to heaven. Then it descends to the world combining the power of the upper and the lower. 9. Thus you will have the illumination of all the world, and darkness will disappear. 10. This is the power of all strength, it overcomes that which is delicate and penetrates through solids. 11a. This was the means of the creation of the world. 12. And in the future wonderful developments will be made, and this is the way. 13. I am Hermes the threefold sage, so named because I hold the three elements of all wisdom. 14. And thus ends the revelation of the work of the sun. Shah 1964, 198. Hypothetical Chinese original. 1. True, true, with no room for doubt, certain, worthy of all trust. 2. See, the highest comes from the lowest, and the lowest from the highest, indeed a marvelous work of the Tao. 3. See how all things originated from it by a single process. 4. The father of it, the elixir, is the sun, Yang, its mother the moon, Yin. 5. The wind bore it in its belly, and the earth nourished it. 6. This is the father of wondrous works, changes and transformations, the guardian of mysteries. 6a. Perfect in its powers, the animator of lights. 7. This fire will be poured upon the earth. 7a. So separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, acting prudently and with art. 8. It ascends from the earth to the heavens, and orders the lights above, then descends again to the earth. And in it is the power of the highest and the lowest. 9. Thus when you have the light of lights darkness will flee away from you. 10. With this power of powers, the elixir, you shall be able to get the mastery of every subtle thing, and be able to penetrate everything that is gross. 11a. In this way was the great world itself formed. 12. Hence thus and thus marvelous operations will be achieved. Slightly altered from Needham 1980, 371. Textual remarks. On number 3 some Latin texts have meditation, contemplation, others mediation, mediation. Some texts have adaptation, by adaptation, some have adoptions, by adoption. On number 6 telesmi is a Greek word, some texts have thelesmi. On number 6, 7 in some texts its power is complete, is a separate line. In the generally accepted reading, this runs into number 7 producing, its power is complete if versa furit to earth. Where possible this has been indicated by diving these lines in 6, 6a, 7, and 7a. On number 7, 8 in some texts the wisdom, capacity, magno ingenio, is read as referring to number 7, and hence the operation of separation is to be carried out carefully. In other readings the wisdom is held to refer to number 8 and the product of the separation which thus ascends with wisdom. Needham quotes Ruska to the effect that sections 3, 12 and 14 are probably late additions, op. cit. Commentaries. On number 1. Hortulanus, the most true sun is procreated by art. And he says most true in the superlative degree because the sun generated by this art exceeds all natural sun in all of its properties. Medicinal and otherwise, Davis modified by Linden. On number 2. Albertus Magnus, Hermes says, the powers of all things below originate in the stars and constellations of the heavens, and that all these powers are poured down into all things below by the circle called Allure. Which is, they said, the first circle of the constellations. This descent is noble when the materials receiving these powers are more like things above in their brightness and transparency, ignoble when the materials are confused and foul, so that the heavenly power is, as it were, oppressed. Therefore they say that this is the reason why precious stones more than anything else have wonderful powers, 60-61. While the 7 kinds of metals have their forms from the 7 planets of the lower spheres, 168. Hortulanus, the stone is divided into 2 principal parts by the magistracy, into a superior part which ascends above and into an inferior part which remains below fixed and clear. And these 2 parts moreover are concordant in their virtue, since the inferior part is earth which is called nurse and ferment, and the superior part is the spirit which quickens the whole stone and raises it up. Wherefore separation made, and conjunction celebrated, many miracles are effected. Burckhardt, this refers to the reciprocal dependence of the active and the passive, essential form cannot be manifested without passive materia. The efficacy of the spiritual power depends on the preparedness of the human container and vice versa. Above and below are thus related to this one thing and complement one another in its regard. Shoemaker, there are corresponding planes in various levels of creation, hence it is safe to draw analogies between macrocosm and microcosm, the mineral kingdom and the human, animal and vegetable kingdoms etc. Needham, the whole affirmation looks remarkably like the doctrine that extreme of yang generates yin, and vice versa. On number 3. Hortulanus, our stone, which was created by God, was born and came forth from a confused mass, containing in itself all the elements, and hence our stone was born by this single miracle. Trithemius, is it not true that all things flow from one thing, from the goodness of the one, and that whatever is joined to unity cannot be diverse, but rather fructifies by means of the simplicity and adaptability of the 1 inch, what is born from unity? Is it not the ternary? Take note, unity is unmixed, the binary is compounded, and the ternary is reduced to the simplicity of unity. I, Trithemius, am not of 3 minds, but persist in a single integrated mind, taking pleasure in the ternary, which gives birth to a marvelous offspring, Bran. Burckhardt, the undivided. Invisible light of the unconditioned one is refracted into multiplicity by the prism of the spirit. As the spirit contemplates the unity without full comprehension, it manifests the many-sided all, just as a lens transmits the light it receives as a bundle of rays. Shoemaker, as God is one, all created objects come from one thing, an undifferentiated primal matter. On number 4. Hortulanus, as one animal naturally generates more animals similar to itself, so the sun artificially generates sun by the power of multiplication of the stone. In this artificial generation it is necessary that the sun have a suitable receptacle, consonant with itself, for its sperm and its tincture. And this is the Luna of the philosophers. Redgrove, sun and moon probably stand for spirit and matter respectively, not gold and silver. Burckhardt, sun is the spirit, nous, while the moon is the soul, psyche. Shoemaker, if the moon is associated with water, as because of its moisture, as was usual, and the sun with fire, the prima materia is understood to have been generated by fire, born of water, brought down from the sky by wind, and nourished by earth. On number 5. Albertus Magnus, by this Hermes, means the levigatio, making light weight, of the material, raising it to the properties of air. And why he says the wind carries the material, of the stone, in its belly is that when the material is placed in an alembic, which is a vessel made like those in which rosewater is prepared, then by evaporation it is rendered subtle and is raised towards the properties of air. And there distills and issues from the mouth of the alembic a watery or oily liquor with all the powers of the elements. 17. In metals the moisture is not separated from the dryness, but is dissolved in it. And being so dissolved, it moves about there as if it had been swallowed by the earth and were moving about in its bowels. And on this account Hermes said, the mother of metal is earth that carries it in her belly. Hortulanus, it is plain that wind is air, and air is life, and life is spirit. And thus it is necessary that the wind should bear the whole stone. However, our stone without the ferment of the earth will never come to the effect, which ferment is called food. Trithemius, the wind carries its seed in her belly. Meyer, by the wind carried him in its belly. Hermes means, he, whose father is the sun, and whose mother is the moon, will be carried before he is born, by wind and vapor, just as a flying bird is carried by air. From the vapors of winds, which are nothing else but wind in motion, water proceeds, when condensed, and from that water, mixed with earth, all minerals and metals arise. The substance carried by the wind is, in chemical respect, the sulfur, which is carried in mercury. Lull says, the stone is the fire, carried in the belly of the air. In physical respect it is the unborn child that will soon be born. To be clearer, all mercury is composed of vapors, that is to say of water, which the earth raises along with it into the thin air, and of earth, which the air compels to return into watery earth or earthy water. As the elements contained within are each reduced to a watery condition, they either follow the volatile elements upward as in common mercury, or they stay below with the solid elements as in philosophical mercury, and in the solid metals. So mercury is the wind which receives the sulfur, as the unripe fruit from the mother's womb, or from the ashes of the burnt mother's body, and takes it to a place where it may ripen. Ripley says, our child shall be born in the air, that is the belly of the wind, de Jong 1969, 55, 7. Meyer, second comment, on the earth is its nurse, food changes into the substance of the eater and is then assimilated. This harmony dominates the whole of nature, for the like enjoys the like. The same happens in the work in nature, just as is the growth of the child in the mother's womb. So also a father, a mother and a nurse have been attributed to the philosophical child. It comes into being from the twofold seed and then grows as an embryo does. As a woman must moderate her diet to avoid miscarriage, in the same way one must set about philosophical work with moderation. The seeds also have to be united. Philosophers say that the one comes from the east and the other from the west and become one. What does this mean but combining in a retort, a moderate temperature and nourishment? One may wonder why the earth is referred to as the nurse of the philosophic child, since barrenness and dryness are the main properties of the element earth. The answer is that not the element, but the whole earth is meant. It is the nurse of heaven not because it resolves, washes and moistens the fetus, but because it coagulates, fastens and colors the latter and changes it into sap and blood. The earth contains a wonderful juice which changes the nature of the one who feeds on it. As Romulus is believed to have been changed by the wolf's milk into a bellicose individual, de Jong 1969, 63-5. Burckhardt, the wind which carries the spiritual germ in its body, is the vital breath. Vital breath is the substance of the realm between heaven and earth. It is also quicksilver which contains the germ of gold in a liquid state. The earth is the body, as an inward reality. On number 6. Burckhardt, the word talisman is derived from telesma. Talismans work by corresponding to their prototype, and by making a condensation, on the subtle plane, of a spiritual state. This explains the similarity between the talisman, as the bearer of an invisible influence, and the alchemical elixir, as the ferment of metallic transformation. On number 7. Hortulanus, the stone is perfect and complete if it is turned into earth, that is if the soul of the stone itself is turned into earth, namely of the stone, and is fixed so that the whole substance of the stone becomes one with its nurse, namely the earth. And the whole stone is converted to ferment. Trithemius, it is the seed from number 5 that must be cast upon the earth. Backstrom, process, first distillation. Burckhardt, when the spirit is embodied, the volatile becomes fixed. Shoemaker, if the prime matter is to be used it must be fixed into a substance capable of being handled. On #7a. Hortulanus, you will separate, that is, you will dissolve, because solution is separation of parts. Burckhardt, the separation means the extraction of the soul from the body. Shoemaker, since the volatile principle is fire or sometimes, air, stability is produced by its removal. Or, alternatively but less probably, the earth is impurity, the gross, and a purified fire, the subtle, is. What is wanted? On number 8. Albertus Magnus, in intending to teach the operations of alchemy Hermes says the stone ascends to heaven, when by roasting and calcination it takes on the properties of fire. For alchemists mean by calcinatio the reduction of material to powder by burning and roasting. And the material again descends from heaven to earth, when it takes on the properties of earth by inhumatio, for inhumation revives and nourishes what was previously killed by calcination. Hortulanus, and now he deals with multiplication, of the stone. Although our stone is divided in the first operation into 4 parts, there are really 2 principal parts. The ascending, non-fixed, and the earth or ferment. It is necessary to have a large quantity of this non-fixed part and to give it to the stone which has been made thoroughly clean from dirt. Until the entire stone is borne above by the virtue of the spirit. Afterwards it is necessary to incerate the same stone. With the oil that was extracted in the first operation, which oil is called the water of the stone, roast or boil by sublimation until the entire stone descends, and remains fixed and fluent. That which is corporeal is made spiritual by sublimation, and that which is spiritual is made corporeal by descension. Trithemius, when the ternary has at last returned to itself it may, by an inner disposition and great delight, ascend from the earth to heaven, thereby receiving both superior and inferior power. Thus will it be made powerful and glorious in the clarity of unity, demonstrate its ability to bring forth every number, and put to flight all obscurity. Backstrom, last digestion. The azoth ascends from the earth, from the bottom of the glass, and redescends in veins and drops into the earth, and by this continual circulation the azoth is more and more subtilized. Volatilizes soul and carries the volatilized solar atoms along with it and thereby becomes a solar azoth, i.e., our third and genuine sophic mercury. The circulation must continue until it ceases of itself, and the earth has sucked it all in, when it becomes the black pitchy matter, the toad, the substances in the alchemical retort and also the lower elements in the body of man, Hall. Which denotes complete putrefaction or death of the compound. Reed suggests this section describes the use of a keratakis, in which metals are suspended and subject to the action of gases released from substances heated in the base, and from their condensation and circulation. Burckhardt, dissolution of consciousness from all formal coagulations is followed by the crystallization of the spirit, so that active and passive are perfectly united. Shoemaker, separate the volatile part of the substance by vaporization but continue heating until the vapor reunites with the parent body, whereupon you will have obtained the stone. On number 9. Trithemius, when the ternary has returned to unity cleansed of all impurities, the mind understands without contradiction all the mysteries of the excellently arranged arcanum. Backstrom, the black matter becomes white and red. The red, having been carried to perfection, medicinally and for metals, is capable of supporting complete mental and physical health, and provides ample means, infinitum multiplicable to be benevolent and charitable. Without any diminution of our inexhaustible resources, therefore well may it be called the glory of the whole world. Contemplation and study of the philosopher's stone, L.P. elevates the mind to God. The philosophers say with great truth, that the LP either finds a good man or makes 1 inch. By invigorating the organs the soul makes use of for communicating with exterior objects, the soul must acquire greater powers, not only for conception but also for retention. If we pray and have faith, all obscurity must vanish of course. Burckhardt, Thus the light of the Spirit becomes constant, and ignorance, deception, uncertainty, doubt and foolishness will be removed from consciousness. On number 10. Trithemius, the philosopher's stone, is another name for the one thing, and is able to conquer every subtle thing and to penetrate every solid. This very noble virtue consists of maximal fortitude, touching everything with its desirable excellence. Backstrom, the LP, does possess all the powers concealed in nature, not for destruction but for exaltation and regeneration of matter, in the three departments of nature. It refixes the most subtle oxygen into its own fiery nature. The power increases, in a tenfold ratio, at every multiplication. So it can penetrate gold and silver, and fix mercury, crystals and glass fluxes. Burckhardt, alchemical fixation is nevertheless more inward. Through its union with the spirit, bodily consciousness itself becomes a fine and penetrating power. He quotes Jabir, the body becomes a spirit, and takes on fineness, lightness, extensibility, coloration. The spirit becomes a body and acquires the latter's resistance to fire, immobility and duration. From both bodies a light substance is born, which precisely takes up a middle position between the two extremes. Shoemaker, the product of the distillation and reunion will dominate less solid substances, but because of its own subtlety it will penetrate and hence dominate other solid things less pure and quasi-spiritual than itself. On number 11. Burckhardt, the little world is created according to the prototype of the great world, when the human realizes their original nature is the image of God. Shoemaker, the alchemical operation is a paradigm of the creative process. We may note the sexual overtones of what has preceded. On number 12. Burckhardt, in the Arabic text this way is traversed by the sages. On number 13. Hortulanus, he here teaches in an occult manner the things from which the stone is made. The stone is called perfect because it has in itself the nature of minerals, of vegetables and of animals. For the stone is 3 in 1, triple and single, having 4 natures. And 3 colors, namely black, white and red. It is also called the grain of corn because unless it shall have died, it remains itself alone. And if it shall have died, it bears much fruit when it is in conjunction. Newton, on account of this art Mercurius is called thrice greatest, having 3 parts of the philosophy of the whole world, since he signifies the Mercury of the philosophers. And has dominion in the mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, and the animal kingdom. Backstrom, the wisdom of the world, is hidden in Chiram and its use. Hermes signifies a serpent, and the serpent used to be an emblem of knowledge or wisdom. Burckhardt, the 3 parts of wisdom correspond to the 3 great divisions of the universe, namely, the spiritual, psychic and corporeal realms, whose symbols are heaven, air and earth. Shoemaker, the usual explanation of Trismegistus is that Hermes was the greatest philosopher, the greatest priest, and the greatest king. General Trithemius, our philosophy is celestial, not worldly, in order that we may faithfully behold, by means of a direct intuition of the mind through faith and knowledge, that principle which we call God. Trithemius, study generates knowledge, knowledge prepares love, love, similarity, similarity, communion, communion, virtue, virtue, dignity, dignity, power, and power performs the miracle. Newton, inferior and superior, fixed and volatile, sulfur and quicksilver have a similar nature and are one thing, like man and wife. For they differ from one another only by degree of digestion and maturity. Sulfur is mature quicksilver, and quicksilver is immature sulfur, and on account of this affinity they unite like male and female, and they act on each other. And through that action they are mutually transmuted into each other and procreate a more noble offspring to accomplish the miracles of this one thing. And just as all things were created from one chaos by the design of one God, so in our art all things are born from this one thing which is our chaos, by the design of the artificer and the skillful adaptation of things. And the generation of this is similar to the human, truly from a father and mother. Blavatsky, the mysterious thing, is the universal, magical agent, the astral light, which in the correlations of its forces furnishes the alchest, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. Hermetic philosophy names it Azoth, the soul of the world, the celestial virgin, the great Magnus, etc. It appears to be that which gives organization, the maze of force correlations, and form, i.e., the perfect geometry of snowflakes. Sherwood Taylor, the operation of the sun was carried out by a spirit, universal, the source of all things, having the power of perfecting them. Its virtue is integral, #6a, i.e. having the power to convert the diverse into a single substance, if it be turned into earth, i.e. solidified. This conveyed that the stone was to be a solidified pneuma. Pneuma was the link between earth and heaven, having the virtue of the celestial and subterranean regions, the power of the whole cosmos from the fixed stars to the center of the earth. It overcomes every nature and penetrates every solid. It is the source of the whole world, and so it can be the means of changing things in a wonderful way. The three parts of the philosophy of the whole world are presumably of the celestial, terrestrial, and subterranean regions. Shah, the table is the same as the Sufi dictum. Man is the microcosm, creation the macrocosm, the unity. All comes from one. By the joining of the power of contemplation all can be attained. This essence must be separated from the body first, then combined with the body. This is the work. Start with yourself, end with all. Before man, beyond man, transformation. A commentary of Ibn Umayl. Hermes said the secret of everything and the life of everything is water. This water becomes in wheat, ferment, in the vine, wine, in the olive, olive oil. The beginning of the child is from water. Regarding this spiritual water and the sanctified and thirsty earth, Hermes the Great, crowned with the glorious wisdom and the sublime sciences, said, #1, truth it is, indubitable, certain and correct. #2, that the high is from the low and the low is from the high. They bring about wonders through the one, just as things are produced from that one essence by a single preparation. Later by his statement, #4, its father is the sun and its mother the moon, he meant their male and their female. They are the two birds which are linked together in the pictures given regarding the beginning of the operation, and from them the spiritual tinctures are produced. And similarly they are at the end of the operation. Later in his statement, #7. The subtle is more honorable than the gross, he means by the subtle the divine spiritual water, and by the gross the earthly body. As for his later statement, #8, with gentleness and wisdom it will ascend from the earth to the sky, and will take fire from the higher lights, he means by this the distillation and the raising of the water into the air. As for his later statement, #8a, it will descend to the earth, containing the strength of the high and the low, he means by this the breathing in, istinshak, of the air, and the taking of the spirit from it. And its subsequent elevation to the highest degree of heat, and it is the fire, and the low is the body, and its content of the controlling earthly power which imparts the colors. For there lie in it those higher powers, as well as the earthly powers which were submerged in it. The natural operation and decay causes it to be manifest, and hence the strength of the earth, and of the air, and of the higher fire passed into it. Later he said, #9, it will overcome the high and the low because in it is found the light of lights, and consequently the darkness will flee from it. See Stapleton et al. p. 74, 81. Appendix. Translation from Roger Bacon's edition of Secretum Secretorum made c. 1445. 1. Trouth hath Hym so, and it is no doubt. 2. That the lover is to the hayer, and the hayer to the lower onceran. The Warshare Furzoth of all miracles is the one and sole God, of and fro whom cometh all marvelous operations. 3. So all things were created of Oat Sule substance, and of Oat Sule disposition. 4. The fader whereof is the sown, and the moon motor. 5. That brought Hym forth by blast or air in the womb, the earth taken fro it. 6. To whom is side the increate fader, Tracer of miracles, and Yever of virtues. 7. Of fire is made earth. 7a. Depart the earth fro the fire, for the sodeler is worthier than the more gross, and the fine thinge than the thick. This most be do wisely and discreetly. 8. It ascendeth fro the earth into the heaven, and falleth fro heaven to the earth, and thereof sleeth the higher and the lower virtue. 9. And yf it lordship in the lower and in the higher, and thou shalt lordship above and beneath, which first off is the light of lights, and therefore fro the wall fle all darkness. 10. The higher virtue ouer cometh all, for soth all fine thing doth in dense things. 11a. After the disposition of the more world rinneth this working. 13. And for this prophetizing of the Trinite of God Hermogenes it called triplex, treble in philosophy, as Aristotle saith. See Manzalui 1977, 65-6. Translation of same source, made c. 1485. 1. The truth is so, and that it is no doubt. 2. That lower thing is to higher thing, and higher to lower be correspondent. But the worker of miracles is on God alone, fro whom descendeth Uri Merulus work. 3. And so alle thingis be creed of one only substance, be an only disposition. 4. Of whom the fader is the son, and the moan the mater. 5. Which bar her be the wetter in the womb. The earth is priuid fro hertu. 6. This is clepid or save the fader of enchantmentis, tracer of miracles, the Yeshua of virtuis. 7. Be a lidle it is made earth. 7a. Depart that which is earthly fro that which is fry, for that which is sotel is more worthy han that which is gross, and that rar, porous, or lyght, is more better than which is thyk of substance. This is done wisely or discreetly. 8. It ascendeth fro the earth into hewen and falleth fro hewen into earth, and thereof it sleth the were virtue and the netter virtue, so it hath lordship in the low thingis and high thingis. 9. And Thursday lordshipest puward and downward. And with thee is the lyght of lyghtys. And for that alle dirkness shall fle fro the. 10. The overveta workemeth alle, for Uri rar rhng worketh into Uri thyk thing. 11a. And after the disposition of the more world renneth these working. 13. And for that Hermogenes is clepid threefold in philosophy, and of the Marulis of the world. See Manzalui 1977, 174-5. Bibliography. Albertus Magnus, Book of Minerals, trans. D. Wyckoff, OUP, 1967. Anon Meditations on the Tarot. Amity House, 1985 pp 21-6. Bran, N.L., George Ripley in the Abbot Trithemius, Ambics, Vol 26, No. 3, pp 212, 220, 1979. Blavatsky, H.P. Isis Unveiled. Theosophical University Press, 1972. pp 507-14. Burkhardt, T. Alchemy. Stewart and Watkins, London 1967 pp 196-201. Davis, Tenny L. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, 3 Latin versions which were current among later alchemists, Journal of Chemical Education, Volume 3, No. 8, pp 863-75, 1926. De Jong, H.M.E. Michael Myers's Atlanta Fusions, Sources of an Alchemical Book of Emblems. E. J. Brill, Leiden, 1969. Dobbs, B. J. Newton's Commentary on the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, in Merkel, I. and D. Bus A. G. Hermeticism and the Renaissance. Folger, Washington 1988. Fulcanelli. Les Demeures Philosophales. Jean-Jacques Pavert, Paris, 1964. Hall, M.P. The Secret Teachings of All Ages. Philosophical Research, L.A. 1977 pp CLVI. Home Yard, E.J. The Emerald Table, Nature, October 6 pp 525-6, 1929. Homeyard, E. J. Alchemy, Pelican, Harmondsworth 1957. pp 95-8. Linden, Stanton J. Edition, The Mirror of Alchemy composed by the thrice-famous and learned Friar Roger Bacon, 1597, Garland, New York. 1992. Manzalui, M.A. Secretum Secretorum, 9 English versions, Early English Text Society. OUP, 1977. Needham, J. Science and Civilization in China Vol. 5, Part 4, Spagyrical Discovery in Invention, Apparatus, Theories and Gifts. Cup, 1980. Reed, John Prelude to Chemistry, G. Bell, London, 1939 pp 15, 51-5. Redgrove, S. Alchemy, Ancient and Modern. William Ryder, London, 1922. pp 40-42. Sadul, J. Alchemists and Gold. G. P. Putnam's, New York 1972 pp 25-6. Shoemaker, Wayne. The Occult Sciences in the Renaissance. University of California, Berkeley 1972, pp 179-80. Shah, Iders. The Sufis. Octagon, London 1977, p. 198. Sherwood Taylor, F. The Alchemists. Paladin, London, 1976, pp 77, 8. Stapleton, H. E. Lewis, G. L. Sherwood Taylor, F. The Sayings of Hermes quoted in the Ma al-Waraqi of Ibn Umayl. Ambics, Vol. 3, pp 69-90, 1949. Steele, R., and Singer, D. W., The Emerald Table. Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine Vol. 21, 1928. See also. MacLean, A. and Tehil, P. Amphitheater Engravings of Heinrich Kunrath. Pages 28, 73-6. Anon, Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians, i.e. Paul Allen A Christian Rosenkreutz Anthology, Steiner Books, 3rd edition pp 228-30. Amorc Supplementary Monograph, Hermetic Teachings RAD, 13, Lecture No. 2, Inner Hermetic Teachings. Glory of the World. The Emerald Table. It is true, without any error, and it is the sum of truth. That which is above is also that which is below, for the performance of the wonders of a certain one thing, and as all things arise from one stone, so also they were generated from one common substance, which includes the 4 elements created by God. And among other miracles the said stone is born of the first matter. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind bears it in its womb, and it is nursed by the earth. Itself is the father of the whole earth, and the whole potency thereof. If it be transmuted into earth, then the earth separates from the fire that which is most subtle from that which is hard, operating gently and with great artifice. Then the stone ascends from earth to heaven, and again descends from heaven to earth, and receives the choicest influences of both heaven and earth. If you can perform this you have the glory of the world, and are able to put to flight all diseases, and to transmute all metals. It overcomes mercury, which is subtle, and penetrates all hard and solid bodies. Hence it is compared with the world. Hence I am called Hermes, having the 3 parts of the whole world of philosophy. Explanation of the Emerald Table of Hermes. Hermes is right in saying that our art is true, and has been rightly handed down by the sages. All doubts concerning it have arisen through false interpretation of the mystic language of the philosophers. But, since they are loath to confess their own ignorance, their readers prefer to say that the words of the sages are imposture and falsehood. The fault really lies with the ignorant reader, who does not understand the style of the philosophers. If, in the interpretation of our books, they would suffer themselves to be guided by the teaching of nature, rather than by their own foolish notions, they would not miss the mark so hopelessly. By the words which follow, that which is above is also that which is below, he describes the matter of our art, which, though one, is divided into two things, the volatile water which rises upward, and the earth which lies at the bottom, and becomes fixed. But when the reunion takes place, the body becomes spirit, and the spirit becomes body, the earth is changed into water and becomes volatile, the water is transmuted into body, and becomes fixed. When bodies become spirits, and spirits bodies, your work is finished, for then that which rises upward and that which descends downward become one body. Therefore the sage says that that which is above is that which is below, meaning that, after having been separated into two substances, from being one substance, they are again joined together into one substance, i.e., an union which can never be dissolved, and possesses such virtue and efficacy that it can do in one moment what the sun cannot accomplish in 1,000 years. And this miracle is wrought by a thing which is despised and rejected by the multitude. Again, the sage tells us that all things were created, and are still generated, from one first substance and consist of the same elementary material. And in this first substance God has appointed the four elements, which represent a common material into which it might perhaps be possible to resolve all things. Its development is brought about by the distillation of the sun and moon. For it is operated upon by the natural heat of the sun-moon, which stirs up its internal action, and multiplies each thing after its kind, imparting to the substance a specific form. The soul, or nutritive principle, is the earth which receives the rays of the sun and moon, and therewith feeds her children as with mother's milk. Thus the sun is the father, the moon is the mother, the earth the nurse, and in this substance is that which we require. He who can take it and prepare it is truly to be envied. It is separated by the sun and moon in the form of a vapor, and collected in the place where it is found. When Hermes adds that, the air bears it in its womb, the earth is its nurse, the whole world its father, he means that when the substance of our stone is dissolved, then the wind bears it in its womb, i.e., the air bears up the substance in the form of water, in which is hid fire, the soul of the stone, and fire is the father of the whole world. Thus, the volatile substance rises upward, while that which remains at the bottom, is the whole world, seeing that our art is compared to a small world. Hence Hermes calls fire the father of the whole world, because it is the son of our art, and air, moon, and water ascend from it, the earth is the nurse of the stone, i.e., when the earth receives the rays of the sun and moon, a new body is born, like a new fetus in the mother's womb. The earth receives and digests the light of sun and moon, and imparts food to its fetus day by day, till it becomes great and strong, and puts off its blackness and defilement, and is changed to a different color. This child, which is called our daughter, represents our stone, which is born anew of the sun and moon, as you may easily see, when the spirit, or the water that ascended, is gradually transmuted into the body, and the body is born anew, and grows and increases in size like the fetus in the mother's womb. Thus the stone is generated from the first substance, which contains the four elements, it is brought forth by two things, the body and the spirit. The wind bears it in its womb, for it carries the stone upward from earth to heaven, and down again from heaven to earth. Thus the stone receives increase from above and from below, and is born a second time, just as every other fetus is generated in the maternal womb, as all created things bring forth their young, even so does the air, or wind, bring forth our stone. When Hermes adds, its power, or virtue, is entire, when it is transmuted into earth, he means that when the spirit is transmuted into the body, it receives its full strength and virtue. For as yet the spirit is volatile, and not fixed, or permanent. If it is to be fixed, we must proceed as the baker does in baking bread. We must impart only a little of the spirit to the body at a time, just as the baker only puts a little leaven to his meal, and with it leavens the whole lump. The spirit, which is our leaven, in like fashion transmutes the whole body into its own substance. Therefore the body must be leavened again and again, until the whole lump is thoroughly pervaded with the power of the leaven. In our art the body leavens the spirit, and transmutes it into one body, and the spirit leavens the body, and transmutes it into one spirit, and the two, when they have become one, receive power to leaven all things, into which they are injected, with their own virtue. The sage continues, if you gently separate the earth from the water, the subtle from the hard, the stone ascends from earth to heaven, and again descends from heaven to earth, and receives its virtue from above and from below. By this process you obtain the glory and brightness of the whole world. With it you can put to flight poverty, disease, and weariness, for it overcomes the subtle mercury, and penetrates all hard and firm bodies. He means that all who would accomplish this task must separate the moist from the dry, the water from the earth. The water, or fire, being subtle, ascends, while the body is hard, and remains where it is. The separation must be accomplished by gentle heat, i.e., in the temperate bath of the sages, which acts slowly, and is neither too hot nor too cold. Then the stone ascends to heaven, and again descends from heaven to earth. The spirit and body are first separated, then again joined together by gentle coction, of a temperature resembling that with which a hen hatches her eggs. Such is the preparation of the substance, which is worth the whole world, whence it is also called a little world. The possession of the stone will yield you the greatest delight, and unspeakably precious comfort. It will also set forth to you in a typical form the creation of the world. It will enable you to cast out all disease from the human body, to drive away poverty, and to have a good understanding of the secrets of nature. The stone has virtue to transmute mercury into gold and silver, and to penetrate all hard and firm bodies, such as precious stones and metals. You cannot ask a better gift of God than this gift, which is greater than all other gifts. Hence Hermes may justly call himself by the proud title of Hermes Trismegistus, who holds the 3 parts of the whole world of wisdom. The 6 Keys of Eudoxus. The first key. 1. The first key is that which opens the dark prisons in which the sulfur is shut up, this is it which knows how to extract the seed out of the body, and which forms the stone of the philosophers by the conjunction of the spirit with the body, of sulfur with mercury. 2. Hermes has manifestly demonstrated the operation of this first key by these words, in the caverns of the metals there is hidden the stone, which is venerable, bright in color, a mind sublime, and an open sea. 3. This stone has a bright glittering, it contains a spirit of a sublime original, it is the sea of the wise, in which they angle for their mysterious fish. 4. But the operations of the 3 works have a great deal of analogy one to another, and the philosophers do designedly speak in equivocal terms, to the end that those who have not the lynx's eyes may pursue wrong, and be lost in this labyrinth, from whence it is very hard to get out. In effect, when one imagines that they speak of one work, they often treat of another. 5. Take heed, therefore, not to be deceived here, for it is a truth, that in each work the wise artist ought to dissolve the body with the spirit. He must cut off the raven's head, whiten the black, and vivify the white, yet it is properly in the first operation that the wise artist cuts off the head of the black dragon and of the raven. 6. Hence, Hermes says, what is born of the crow is the beginning of this art. Consider that it is by separation of the black, foul, and stinking fume of the blackest black that our astral, white, and resplendent stone is formed, which contains in its veins the blood of the pelican. It is at this first purification of the stone, and at this shining whiteness, that the work of the first key is ended. The second key. 1. The second key dissolves the compound of the stone, and begins the separation of the elements in a philosophical manner. This separation of the elements is not made but by raising up the subtle and pure parts above the thick and terrestrial parts. 2. He who knows how to sublime the stone philosophically, justly deserves the name of a philosopher, since he knows the fire of the wise, which is the only instrument which can work this sublimation. No philosopher has ever openly revealed this secret fire, and this powerful agent, which works all the wonders of the art. He who shall not understand it, and not know how to distinguish it by the characters whereby it is described, ought to make a stand here, and pray to God to make it clear to him. For the knowledge of this great secret is rather a gift of heaven, than a light acquired by the natural force of reasoning. Let him, nevertheless, read the writings of the philosophers, let him meditate. And, above all, let him pray. There is no difficulty which may not in the end be made clear by work, meditation, and prayer. 3. Without the sublimation of the stone, the conversion of the elements and the extraction of the principles is impossible. And this conversion, which makes water of earth, air of water, and fire of air, is the only way whereby our mercury can be prepared. 4. Apply yourself then to know this secret fire, which dissolves the stone naturally and without violence, and makes it dissolve into water in the great sea of the wise, by the distillation which is made by the rays of the sun and moon. 5. It is in this manner that the stone, which, according to Hermes, is the vine of the wise, becomes their wine, which, by the operations of art, produces their rectified water of life, and their most sharp vinegar. The elements of the stone cannot be dissolved but by this nature wholly divine, nor can a perfect dissolution be made of it, but after a proportioned digestion and putrefaction, at which the operation of the second key of the first work is ended. The third key. 1. The third key comprehends of itself alone a longer train of operations than all the rest together. The philosophers have spoken very little of it, seeing the perfection of our mercury depends thereon. The sincerest even, as Artephius, Trevisan, Flammel, have passed in silence the preparation of our mercury, and there is hardly one found who has not feigned, instead of showing the longest and the most important of the operations of our practice. With a design to lend you a hand in this part of the way, which you have to go, and where for want of light it is impossible to know the true road, I will enlarge myself more than others have done on this third key. Or at least I will follow in an order, that which they have treated so confusedly, that without the inspiration of heaven, or without the help of a faithful friend, one remains undoubtedly in this labyrinth, without being able to find a happy deliverance from thence. 2. I am sure, that you who are the true sons of science will receive a very great satisfaction in the explaining of these hidden mysteries, which regard the separation and the purification of the principles of our mercury, which is made by a perfect dissolution and glorification of the body, whence it had its nativity, and by the intimate union of the soul with its body, of whom the spirit is the only tie which works this conjunction. 3. This is the intention, and the essential point of the operations of this key, which terminate at the generation of a new substance infinitely nobler than the first. 4. After the wise artist has made a spring of living water come out of the stone, and has pressed out the vine of the philosophers, and has made their wine, he ought to take notice that in this homogeneous substance, which appears under the form of water, there are 3 different substances, and 3 natural principles of bodies, salt, sulfur and mercury, which are the spirit, the soul, and the body. And though they appear pure and perfectly united together, there still wants much of their being so. For when by distillation we draw the water, which is the soul and the spirit, the body remains in the bottom of the vessel, like a dead, black, and dredgy earth, which, nevertheless, is not to be despised. For in our subject there is nothing which is not good. 5. The philosopher, John Pontanus, protests that the very superfluities of the stone are converted into a true essence, and that he who pretends to separate anything from our subject knows nothing of philosophy. For that all which is therein superfluous, unclean, dredgy, in fine, the whole compound, is made perfect by the action of our fire. 6. This advice opens the eyes of those, who, to make an exact purification of the elements and of the principles, persuade themselves that they must only take the subtle and cast away the heavy. But Hermes says that power of it is not integral until it be turned into earth. Neither ought the sons of science to be ignorant that the fire and the sulfur are hidden in the center of the earth, and that they must wash it exactly with its spirit, to extract out of it the fixed salt, which is the blood of our stone. This is the essential mystery of the operation, which is not accomplished till after a convenient digestion and a slow distillation. 7. You know that nothing is more contrary than fire and water. But yet the wise artist must make peace between the enemies, who radically love each other vehemently. Cosmopolite told the manner thereof in a few words. All things must therefore being purged make fire and water to be friends, which they will easily do in their earth, which had ascended with them. Be then attentive on this point. Moisten oftentimes the earth with its water, and you will obtain what you seek. Must not the body be dissolved by the water, and the earth be penetrated with its humidity, to be made proper for generation? According to philosophers, the spirit is Eve, the body is Adam, they ought to be joined together for the propagation of their species. Hermes says the same in other terms, for water is the strongest nature which surmounts and excites the fixed nature in the body, that is, rejoices in it. 8. In effect, these two substances, which are of the same nature but of different genders, ascend insensibly together, leaving but a little feces in the bottom of their vessel. So that the soul, spirit, and body, after an exact purification, appear at last inseparably united under a more noble and more perfect form than it was before. And as different from its first liquid form as the alcohol of wine exactly rectified and actuated with its salt is different from the substance of the wine from whence it has been drawn. This comparison is not only very fitting, but it furthermore gives the sons of science a precise knowledge of the operations of the third key. 9. Our water is a living spring which comes out of the stone by a natural miracle of our philosophy. The first of all is the water which issueth out of this stone. It is Hermes who has pronounced this great truth. He acknowledges, further, that this water is the foundation of our art. 10. The philosophers give it many names. For sometimes they call it wine, sometimes water of life, sometimes vinegar, sometimes oil, according to the different degrees of preparation, or according to the diverse effects which it is capable of producing. 11. Yet I let you know that it is properly called the vinegar of the wise, and that in the distillation of this divine liquor there happens the same thing as in that of common vinegar. You may hence draw instruction, the water and the phlegm ascend first, the oily substance, in which the efficacy of the water consists, comes the last, etc. 12. It is therefore necessary to dissolve the body entirely to extract all its humidity which contains the precious ferment, the sulfur, that balm of nature, and wonderful unguent. Without which you ought not to hope ever to see in your vessel this blackness so desired by all the philosophers. Reduce then the whole compound into water, and make a perfect union of the volatile with the fixed. It is a precept of seniors, which deserves attention, that the highest fume should be reduced to the lowest. For the divine water is the thing descending from heaven, the reducer of the soul to its body, which it at length revives. 13. The balm of life is hid in these unclean feces. You ought to wash them with this celestial water until you have removed away the blackness from them, and then your water shall be animated with this fiery essence, which works all the wonders of our art. 14. But, further, that you may not be deceived with the terms of the compound, I will tell you that the philosophers have two sorts of compounds. The first is the compound of nature, whereof I have spoken in the first key. For it is nature which makes it in a manner incomprehensible to the artist, who does nothing but lend a hand to nature by the adhibition of external things, by the means of which she brings forth and produces this admirable compound. 15. The second is the compound of art. It is the wise man who makes it by the secret union of the fixed with the volatile, perfectly conjoined with all prudence, which cannot be acquired but by the lights of a profound philosophy. 16. The compound of art is not altogether the same in the second as in the third work, yet it is always the artist who makes it. Geber defines it, a mixture of argent vive and sulfur, that is to say, of the volatile and the fixed, which, acting on one another, are volatilized and fixed reciprocally into a perfect fixity. Consider the example of nature. You see that the earth will never produce fruit if it be not penetrated with its humidity, and that the humidity would always remain barren if it were not retained and fixed by the dryness of the earth. 17. So, in the art, you can have no success if you do not in the first work purify the serpent, born of the slime of the earth. If you do not whiten these foul and black feces, to separate from thence the white sulfur, which is the sal ammoniac of the wise, and their chaste Diana, who washes herself in the bath. And all this mystery is but the extraction of the fixed salt of our compound, in which the whole energy of our mercury consists. 18. The water which ascends by distillation carries up with it a part of this fiery salt, so that the effusion of the water on the body, reiterated many times, impregnates, fattens, and fertilizes our mercury, and makes it fit to be fixed. Which is the end of the second work. 19. One cannot better explain this truth than by Hermes, in these words. When I saw that the water by degrees did become thicker and harder, I did rejoice, for I certainly knew that I should find what I sought for. It is not without reason that the philosophers give this viscous liquor the name of Pontic water. Its exuberant ponticity is indeed the true character of its virtue, and the more you shall rectify it, and the more you shall work upon it, the more virtue will it acquire. It has been called the water of life, because it gives life to the metals. But it is properly called the great lunaria, because of its brightness wherewith it shines. 20. Since I speak only to you, ye true scholars of Hermes, I will reveal to you one secret which you will not find entirely in the books of the philosophers. Some of them say, that of the liquor they make two mercuries, the one white and the other red. Flammel has said more particularly, that one must make use of the citron mercury to make the imbibition of the red. Giving notice to the sons of art not to be deceived on this point, as he himself had been, unless the Jew had informed him of the truth. 21. Others have taught that the white mercury is the bath of the moon, and that the red mercury is the bath of the sun. But there are none who have been willing to show distinctly to the sons of science by what means they may get these two mercuries. If you apprehend me well, you have the point already cleared up to you. 22. The lunaria is the white mercury, the most sharp vinegar is the red mercury. But the better to determine these two mercuries, feed them with flesh of their own species, the blood of innocents whose throats are cut, that is to say, the spirits of the bodies are the bath where the sun and moon go to wash themselves. 23. I have unfolded to you a great mystery, if you reflect well on it. The philosophers who have spoken thereof have passed over this important point very slightly. Cosmopolite has very wittily mentioned it by an ingenious allegory, speaking of the purification of the mercury. This will be done, says he, if you shall give our old man gold and silver to swallow, that he may consume them. And at length he also dying may be burnt. He makes an end of describing the whole magistery in these terms: let his ashes be strewed in the water, boil it until it is enough, and you have a medicine to cure the leprosy. You must not be ignorant that our old man is our mercury. This name indeed agrees with him because he is the first matter of all metals. He is their water, as the same author goes on to say, and to which he gives also the name of steel and of the lodestone. Adding for a greater confirmation of what I am about to discover to you, that if gold couples with it 11 times it sends forth its seed, and is debilitated almost unto death. But the Chalybes conceives and begets a son more glorious than the father. 24. Behold a great mystery which I reveal to you without an enigma. This is the secret of the two mercuries which contain the two tinctures. Keep them separately, and do not confound their species, for fear they should beget a monstrous lineage. 25. I not only speak to you more intelligibly than any philosopher before has done, but I also reveal to you the most essential point in the practice, if you meditate thereon, and apply yourself to understand it well. But above all, if you work according to those lights which I give you, you may obtain what you seek for. 26. And if you come not to these knowledges by the way which I have pointed out to you, I am very well assured that you will hardly arrive at your design by only reading the philosophers. Therefore despair of nothing, search the source of the liquor of the sages, which contains all that is necessary for the work. It is hidden under the stone, strike upon it with the red of magic fire, and a clear fountain will issue out. Then do as I have shown you, prepare the bath of the king with the blood of the innocents, and you will have the animated mercury of the wise, which never loses its virtue, if you keep it in a vessel well closed. 27. Hermes says, that there is so much sympathy between the purified bodies and the spirits, that they never quit one another when they are united together, because this union resembles that of the soul with the glorified body. After which faith tells us, there shall be no more separation or death, because the spirits desire to be in the cleansed bodies, and having them, they enliven and dwell in them. 28. By this you may observe the merit of this precious liquor, to which the philosophers have given more than 1,000 different names, which is in sum the great alkahest, which radically dissolves the metals, a true permanent water which, after having radically dissolved them, is inseparably united to them, increasing their weight and tincture. The fourth key. The fourth key of the art is the entrance to the second work, and a reiteration in part and development of the foregoing. It is this which reduces our water into earth. There is but this only water in the world, which by a bare boiling can be converted into earth, because the mercury of the wise carries in its center its own sulfur, which coagulates it. The terrification of the spirit is the only operation of this work. Boil them with patience. If you have proceeded well, you will not be a long time without perceiving the marks of this coagulation. And if they appear not in their time, they will never appear, because it is an undoubted sign that you have failed in some essential thing in the former operations. For to corporify the spirit, which is our mercury, you must have well dissolved the body in which the sulfur which coagulates the mercury is enclosed. But Hermes assumes that our mercurial water shall obtain all the virtues which the philosophers attribute to it if it be turned into earth. An earth admirable is it for fertility, the land of promise of the wise, who, knowing how to make the dew of heaven fall upon it, cause it to produce fruits of an inestimable price. Cultivate then diligently this precious earth, moisten it often with its own humidity, dry it as often, and you will no less augment its virtue than its weight and its fertility. The fifth key. The fifth key includes the fermentation of the stone with the perfect body, to make thereof the medicine of the third order. I will say nothing in particular of the operation of the third work, except that the perfect body is a necessary leaven of our paste, and that the spirit ought to make the union of the paste with the leaven in the same manner as water moistens meal, and dissolves the leaven to compose a fermented paste fit to make bread. This comparison is very proper. Hermes first made it, saying, that as a paste cannot be fermented without a ferment. So when you shall have sublimed, cleansed and separated the foulness from the feces, and would make the conjunction, put a ferment to them and make the water earth, that the paste may be made a ferment. Which repeats the instruction of the whole work, and shows, that just so as the whole lump of the paste becomes leaven, by the action of the ferment which has been added, so all the philosophic confection becomes, by this operation, a leaven proper to ferment a new matter, and to multiply it to infinity. If you observe well how bread is made, you will find the proportions also, which you ought to keep among the matters which compose our philosophical paste. Do not the bakers put more meal than leaven, and more water than the leaven and the meal? The laws of nature are the rules you ought to follow in the practice of our magistery. I have given you, upon the principal point, all the instructions which are necessary for you, so that it would be superfluous to tell you more of it. Particularly concerning the last operations, about which the adepts have been less reserved than at the first, which are the foundations of the art. The sixth key. The sixth key teaches the multiplication of the stone, by the reiteration of the same operation, which consists but in opening and shutting, dissolving and coagulating, imbibing and drying. Whereby the virtues of the stone are infinitely augmentable. As my design has been not to describe entirely the application of the three medicines, but only to instruct you in the more important operations concerning the preparation of mercury, which the philosophers commonly pass over in silence. To hide the mysteries from the profane which are only intended for the wise, I will tarry no longer on this point, and will tell you nothing more of what relates to the projection of the medicine, because the success you expect depends not thereon. I have not given you very full instructions except on the third key, because it contains a long train of operations which, though simple and natural, require a great understanding of the laws of nature, and of the qualities of our matter, as well as a perfect knowledge of chemistry and of the different degrees of heat which are fitting for these operations. I have conducted you by the straight way without any winding, and if you have well minded the road which I have pointed out to you, I am sure that you will go straight to the end without strain. Take this in good part from me, in the design which I had of sparing you 1,000 labors and 1,000 troubles, which I myself have undergone in this painful journey for want of an assistance such as this is, which I give you from a sincere heart and a tender affection for all the true sons of science. I should much bewail, if, like me, after having known the true matter, you should spend 15 years entirely in the work, in study, and in meditation, without being able to extract out of the stone the precious juice which it encloses in its bosom. For want of knowing the secret fire of the wise, which makes to run out of this plant, dry and withered in appearance, a water which wets not the hands, and which by a magical union of the dry water of the sea of the wise, is dissolved into a viscous water, into a mercurial liquor, which is the beginning, the foundation, and the key of our art, convert, separate and purify the elements, as I have taught you. And you will possess the true mercury of the philosophers, which will give you the fixed sulfur and the universal medicine. But I give you notice, moreover, that even after you shall be arrived at the knowledge of the secret fire of the wise, yet still you shall not attain your point at your first career. I have erred many years in the way which remains to be gone, to arrive at the mysterious fountain where the king bathes himself, is made young again, and retakes a new life exempt from all sorts of infirmities. Besides this you must know how to purify, to heal, and to animate the royal bath. It is to lend you a hand in this secret way that I have expatiated under the third key, where all those operations are described. I wish with all my heart that the instructions which I have given you may enable you to go directly to the end. But remember, ye sons of philosophy, that the knowledge of our magistery comes rather by the inspiration of heaven than from the lights which we can get by ourselves. This truth is acknowledged by all artists. It is for good reason that it is not enough to work, pray daily, read good books, and meditate night and day on the operations of nature, and on what she may be able to do when she is assisted by the help of our art. And by these means you will succeed without doubt in your undertaking. This is all I have now to say to you. I was not willing to make you such a long discourse as the matter seemed to demand. Neither have I told you anything but what is essential to our art. So that if you know the stone which is the only matter of our stone, and if you have the understanding of our fire, which is both secret and natural, you have the keys of the art, and you can calcine our stone. Not by the common calcination which is made by the violence of fire, but by a philosophic calcination which is purely natural. Yet observe this, with the most enlightened philosophers, that there is this difference between the common calcination which is made by the force of fire and the natural calcination. That the first destroys the body and consumes the greatest part of its radical humidity, but the second does not only preserve the humidity of the body in calcining it, but still considerably augments it. Experience will give you knowledge in the practice of this great truth, for you will in effect find that this philosophical calcination, which sublimes and distills the stone in calcining it, much augments its humidity. The reason is that the igneous spirit of the natural fire is corporified in the substances which are analogous to it. Our stone is an astral fire which sympathizes with the natural fire, and which, as a true salamander receives it nativity, is nourished and grows in the elementary fire, which is geometrically proportioned to it. Freher's process in the philosophical work. The process in the philosophical work. Considered as thoroughly analogical with that in man's redemption through Jesus Christ, and represented by positions given thereof. As to its principal points in Bayman's Signatura Rerum, chapters 7, x, 11, 12. 1. Adam's primeval state in paradise, and the manner of his spoiling himself, his whole created being, by his lustful imagination after the knowledge of good and evil, is rightly by this author not only spoken of in the first beginning of his description, but also frequently repeated and variously expressed throughout his whole discourse. For if man understandeth not his own corrupted nature, and that curse which he himself leeth under, how can he be imagined to be able for an understanding of the nature and curse of the earth? Or upon what ground can he presume to deliver such or such a particular thing from that curse, or to be instrumental in this deliverance? Which is the true artist's chiefest, nay only business. 2. As long as Adam stood in a pure paradisical innocency, the eternal word and power of life, called by the author the heavenly Mercury, was his leader, and had predominance in him. His life, which was a clear flaming fire, burned in and was nourished by that pure spiritual oil of the divine substantiality, which, together with the holy water of eternal life, is generated in the angelical world, and this, therefore, could not but give forth a glorious bright shining light. 3. Through the power of his imagination, or lust after the knowledge of good and evil, that which then was still kept under in him, and was so hidden from him, viz. the outward watery property, came to be manifest in his holy oil, and got predominance therein. This oil therefore, now overpowered thereby, could no more be such an agreeable food, and well-doing to his fire, as it could and did before. And so his fire not only lost its shining light, but came also to be spoiled itself, for it was obscured, and made all impotent. And his mercury, which before in his holy oil, had caused and raised up paradisical joy and triumph, according to his moving and stirring property, was now made a stinging anguishing poison, according to his own natural constitution. Which he doth and must stand in, when before or without the light. For, nothing of the divine substantiality was hereby spoiled, poisoned, or turned into evil, though sometimes this or that expression, which must be made use of with respect to man, may seem in outward appearance, to say something the like. For that which was in man of the divine substantiality, faded disappeared, or died indeed, but only with respect to man. Seeing that this disappearing, was but an entering into its own secret original, and so but a returning unto God the giver thereof. When contrariwise the creatural mercury, that is, man's own life, went forth with its will, desire and lust, out of eternity into time, so that the former union was broken, and upon this breach, its own natural property and propriety could not but be made manifest immediately, and because of this manifestation, which never should have been made, according to the will of God, it is now rightly called spoiled, poisoned, and turned into evil. When yet all this doth not reach the divine substantiality, nor the holy life of God, but only that of man. 5. This is the sum and substance of what Behmen largely and more circumstantially declareth concerning man's paradisical state, and falling away from it under the curse. Where he brings in also for a clearer illustration hereof, not only the fall of Lucifer, saying of him, that his desire was to try the fiery mercury, like as man desired to try the watery. But also the serpent with its poison, saying, that in the strongest and most poisonous mercury, the highest tincture lieth, yet not in its own natural property, etc. All which he represents as a most proper, and pertinent introduction to this discourse of the philosophical work. 6. Immediately after the fall of man, God said unto the serpent, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. And herein the philosopher's stone or tincture lieth implicitly. For though this primarily concerneth man, yet secondarily it concerneth the whole creation also. And this bruising of the serpent's head is done both spiritually and corporeally, and both in time and in eternity, and though in different degrees, yet in a parallel process or method, both here and there. 7. The serpent's sting points at the wrath fire, and the woman's seed at the light and love fire. These two are in everything, and in the curse that former came to be predominant in outward nature. This latter must now be raised up again, and, by its shining through the wrath, it must subdue and keep it under, and take away from it its predominant power, so that it may keep and exercise only its true natural office. As a servant in and to the light. And that these two may no more stand in contrariety and opposition to each other, but be one only thing, reharmonized by light and love, and reintroduced into paradise. And when now thus the dark poisoned mercury is tinctured, his anguishing death is turned into triumphing life and joy, and his former dark desire into a new light and love desire, which of itself is now able to make in itself a pure love and light substantiality, viz., a heavenly body out of an earthly. 8. The whole work consists summarily therein, that two things must be reduced back into one, even into such a one as they were from the beginning before they came to be two. A heavenly thing and an earthly one are to be joined. That former must be admitted or received into itself by this latter, and must change it into its own heavenly quality. Earth must be turned in, and heaven out, etc. Which the mercury, that is therein, doth all himself. The artist is not to do it, neither can he do it, he is only to join together those ingredients that are requisite, and to leave the work to be done by that workman, which is therein already. Yet nevertheless understanding and faith is in him required, and by this latter especially he is to cooperate, if his design shall take effect. For his design is nothing less than to fetch out a body from the curse, and to raise it up from the dead, which never can be done by him, that is still dead himself, both in his understanding, and as to his internal life. 9. With all this, the process in the regeneration of man runs parallel exactly. Consider only with thyself the heavenly humanity of the regenerator, and the earthly of poor fallen man, that is to be regenerated. Consider, that the former must be received or taken in by the latter, and that this must suffer itself to be subdued, changed, kept under, and turned in by that. Consider that faith in man is absolutely required, by which he must in a sense cooperate indeed, but that for all this he cannot make himself a child of God, but must suffer himself to be made so by the eternal speaking word, which in the philosophical process is called by Baman, the heavenly Mercury. Which also at the end of time, as in the completest period of the regeneration, will raise up his body again, which then shall no more be earthly, but heavenly, and conformable to his own glorified body. Consider, I say, all this in its true coherence, and dependence upon the only love and free grace of God, and you will certainly find, that all the description of this process, is nothing else but a sound, true and solid paraphrase and explanation of these words of St. John, saying, As many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe in his name. 10. In these words also lieth plainly, the possibility for obtaining the perfection in the philosophical work, which is rightly and firmly grounded hereupon by Baman. For if God gave us, out of his infinite love, that which is the greatest and the highest, how could he have withheld from us, that which is much lesser and lower? If man, in this divine power, bestowed upon him by free grace, can verily rule and triumph again over sin, death, devil, and hell, whom he made himself subject unto by his lust, why should he not also be enabled thereby to rule and triumph again over the curse in the earth, he brought into it by the same lust, when this latter is but a natural consequence of that former, nay an inconsiderable one in comparison to that? Truly it is inseparable therefrom, if that former be really attained unto, and provided that all the qualities that are requisite thereto, be verily found in the artist or philosopher. 11. All these qualities are, as in their principle sum and substance, concentrated in this, that the artist first must have the curse in himself transmuted into the heavenly blessing, through the holy tincturing blood of Jesus Christ. Which Baman sometimes also thus expresses, he must first be, and have really that same in himself, which he will make or introduce into metals without himself. And this he frequently presseth home unto every one, warning earnestly in calling heaven and earth to witnesses, that none shall presume to meddle with the curse in the earth, before he be really delivered, as to his inward man, from that curse in himself. Or else he may expect to earn nothing else but curse instead of blessing. Before this his own internal deliverance, he may have indeed so many fine notions of this work in his brain, but the real process cannot be manifest in him, and so not understood by him, in that experimental fullness and exactness which is required. 12. The same he offers also to the serious consideration of such a one, under these and the like philosophical terms. He is to know that his Mercury is kindled in the fiery Mars, and burns in the eternal Saturn, in the terrible impression of darkness. His Venus is captivated, his water dried up, his Jupiter is become a fool, his sun is darkened, and his moon turned into a black night. And now there is no other remedy but to take Venus, the eternal love of God, and to introduce that into his poisoned Mercury and Mars, that they may be tinctured thereby, and then his sun will shine again and Jupiter rejoice, etc. Which he further illustrates, by plain intelligible words, all representing most excellently his own way, practice, and experience. 13. Yet all this, though really attained unto, will not be yet fully sufficient. For there is not only such a sufficient ability for this work, and a sufficient understanding of its process required, which I doubt not but Baman had, but there is also required an especial calling thereunto, which he had not. Without this calling the artist goes but in his own will, though his meaning and intent, as to his thinking were never so good and pure. And this call he must be able to discern, by his own internal character, which it carrieth along with and in itself, from his own natural impulse. Which easily may delude him, under the specious appearance of a divine call. And whereby the spirit of this world, which from its own internal constitution, is mightily for such an undertaking, will certainly mislead him into various dangers. 14. When now these two more general requisites viz. 1. An experimental understanding, from the artist's process in his own regeneration, and, 2. A divine call for this understanding, are truly found in him, 2 other more particular qualities will still be required in him, when he now is to make a beginning of his work. And these are represented by Baman from that parable of our Lord, concerning a man which went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and was robbed and wounded by highwaymen. Saying, that the artist must truly and wholly stand in the figure of the merciful Samaritan and must have both his will and eyes. His will, that he may desire nothing else, but to heal and restore that which is wounded and broken. And his eyes, that he may be able to discern that wounded body which he is to heal, and which is not easily to be discerned, and not by everyone, because of its great corruption. 15. These eyes he shall have the greatest need of in his very first beginning, when he is to choose the proper matter for this philosophical work. This is called by Baman and described parabolically, that evil child, which is run from its mother's house, from Jerusalem to Jericho, and desired to be in self, or to stand by itself upon its own bottom. And this must be sought for in Saturn. Which Saturn therefore, the artist must have sharp and piercing eyes to look into, both as to eternal and temporal nature. For the wrath of God, by its strong astringent impression, says he further, hath shut it up into the chamber of death. Not hath it turned the same into Saturn. Which I think is to say so much, as that it is not turned into lead, but it keeps it imprisoned in the Saturnish death, in the first cold, hard, dark, astringent property. Which is called the great still-standing death, because as yet there is no mobility of life therein. 16. When this proper matter is found in Saturn, the artist may go to work, but so, that he do consider and follow that same process, which God observed in the redemption and restoration of mankind through Jesus Christ, in which twofold holy name. The general process was clearly understood by Baman from the language of nature, even from his conception and nativity, unto his resurrection and ascension. So doing, he may come to find the joyful feast of Pentecost, viz. That desirable tincture in outward nature, which is answering unto that holy spiritual tincture, whereby St. Peter, in his first public sermon, on the day of Pentecost, tinctured 3,000 souls at once. 17. When the human mercury, the outspoken word of the human life, was infected and poisoned by the serpent, or manifest and predominant in its own natural quality, which it hath in itself, before and without the light, God did not reject the humanity, so as to annihilate it wholly, and to make another new, and strange Adam, but he restored or regenerated that which thus was spoiled. And this he effected not by any such new or strange thing, as which the humanity had not had in it before, but by that selfsame holy divine mercury, which was at first breathed into Adam, for to make him an image and likeness of God. This he reintroduced into the poisoned humanity, and made thereby a good, sure and solid disposition to the new regeneration thereof. And this was done in the Immaculate Conception of Jesus Christ. For therein conjunction was made, between the eternal speaking, and the human outspoken word, mercury, or human life, now poisoned in man, and full of self or own will. 18. This must be the first consideration of the artist, well to be observed, that so he may be sure to act accordingly, and to bring not his subject matter to the fire, without such a previous conjunction. If he will not work in vain, and make himself ridiculous. And for an illustration hereof this may serve, in the second principle, of light, the love-desire, that is, the first property of eternal nature, but considered as in the fifth, makes a pure crystalline substantiality. And therein the divine mercury is the eternal holy word and understanding, but in the first principle, wherein the harsh astringent desire makes a dark obscure substantiality, the same mercury is a principal part. or chief property of the wrath of God, and an original of all mobility, and moving power. This Mercury therefore, considered as in the outspoken word, or life of man, after it was turned away from the second principle, of love and light, and was made manifest according to its own wrathful property in the first, could not have been restored or brought back again, but by that very same Mercury, which was first breathed into man, and was not altered in the light and love of God, though it was altered in man, in whom it disappeared and lost its former predominion. Now the getting this lost predominion again, either in man, or in any other creature, according to its own kind, is nothing else, but that same tincturing and transmuting, which in all this discourse is spoken of. And which restored predominion therefore of that heavenly Mercury must needs reproduce again such a pure light substantiality, as that which disappeared in man, by his fall, and in the earth by the curse. 19. In the relation of St. Luke, concerning what the child Jesus did with his parents, in the 12th year of his age, a representation is seen of the inward and outward world, and of their different wills. For the inward will in Jesus broke first the natural will of his parents, when he remained in the temple, without their knowing and consent, nay said also, like as rebuking them, How is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business? And then again, the will of this outward world in his parents, broke the inward will in Jesus, for he went down with them to Nazareth, and was subject unto them. This showeth to the artist, that in his work he shall soon find such a twofold will also. The will of the inward world, will not in the beginning presently condescend and be subject to his will. But if he saith not to seek after it, as Mary did, and wrestleth with it all the night like Jacob, with a full resignation of his own will, which is the will of this outward world, this divine will at length condescend to him, and go down with him. For it is as it were broken or conquered by his will, according to what was said to Jacob, Thou hast wrestled with God and man and hast prevailed. 20. Here the artist, or magus is to know, that he is not to bring that will or tendency to the perfection, into his matter from without, but that it lieth therein already before. He must only first in himself be capable of the divine will, and then with his renewed, or tinctured will, which here is his magical faith, he must handle his subject matter. That so thereby the will towards perfection, which lieth in the matter indeed, but still and unmovable, may be stirred up and brought into conjunction with his human tinctured will, and so also with the divine will. And that further this divine will may press forward or outwards, meet with and bless that outward will, which presseth backwards or inwards from the corruption into God's love and mercy. 21. Highly is this point unto the artist recommended, not only for to consider and understand, but also to make it his continual practice. Because herein the philosophical baptism, as to the greatest or chiefest deal consisteth, and this practice is the very first beginning thereof. This only can make him able to baptize truly and rightly, for he is to baptize his matter, not only with the water of the outward, but also with that of the inward world. Of which baptism more must be said now by and by. 22. The poor fallen humanity, considered so barely as it was in and to itself, viz., as broken, spoiled, poisoned, was not cast immediately into the fiery furnace, and melted down by the wrath of God. But, as mentioned above, a conjunction was first made between the earthly and heavenly humanity. Neither came the great fiery trial upon it, immediately after this conjunction. But a long and wonderful process was held, before it came to that great earnest. First, the humanity was to be baptized with water in the Jordan, and with water from above the firmament. Further it was led into the wilderness, for to be tempted by the devil, which devil, N.B. was not put into the humanity, but permitted to stand over against it, and to offer unto it all that the first Adam was tempted with. And all this time of 40 days, no outward food was given to this new baptized humanity, but it was to live upon its own life's mercurius, viz. the eternal word proceeding from the mouth of God, according to the answer the Lord Jesus gave unto the devil. After this he came forth in public, preached, and did great wonders and miracles in all the 7 properties of nature. And though at length even his human body was really glorified upon the holy mount, and seen so by 3 of his disciples, yet by all this, the full perfection was not yet wrought out, but the very greatest, sharpest and most severe trial was still behind, etc. Answerably to all this process, the philosophical work also must be carried on, and the artist will see a continual parallelism. But at length he will find also, that all this, though it was shown him in never so glorious an appearance, is still short of perfection, and all but as it were preliminary, which now further distinctly shall appear. 23. By the philosophical baptism, if it be truly performed, in the dead Mercury, which lieth in impotence, and hungers only after its own property, being of itself not capable either of desiring after, or of admitting into it any other. The hunger after the divine or heavenly substantiality is stirred and raised up again. And by this hunger, that heavenly substantiality is drawn in, with its own peculiar will, desire, or natural inclination, which is nothing else but a readiness or tendency to become manifest with its life in the death. And herein is the first beginning of a new body, or rather of a seed, from which a new body is to come forth in its due time. 24. What this philosophical baptism is, and the absolute necessity thereof, may thus be shortly represented. Every hunger is a desire after such a thing as is agreeable and conformable to that hunger, for after that which is disagreeing and contrary, or destructive to it, no hunger in anything can be. The dead corrupted Mercury then hath a hunger indeed, but only, according to its condition in the curse, after death, wrath and poison, etc. If now to this hunger such a dead and wrathful thing is given, as it hungers after, the death therein must needs increase, and its wrathfulness cannot but be strengthened thereby. But if to this hunger the life is presented, or a loving, heavenly property is offered, the death is not at all able to receive it. Unto this death therefore, the death and wrath of God must be given, but in this death and wrath the heavenly substantiality. And this is the philosophical baptism, for this is that earthly and heavenly water, in the first of which is death, and in the second life, both which must be together. For the reason is now plain, why neither by this nor by that alone, this baptism can be performed. But when it is thus rightly done, this baptism, viz. that which is heavenly swalloweth up into death that which is earthly and wrathful, and exalts its own new life therein, though not immediately, like as it was also not done in Christ immediately after his baptism. 25. This philosophical baptism is nothing else but a conjunction, to be made between the fiery and watery Mercury. The fiery must be baptized with the watery. And this is what Behmen means by saying obscurely, have a care only for this, that thou baptizest the Mercury with his own baptism. For this watery Mercury is his own, viz. It is that, which before the fall and curse he enjoyed and rejoiced in, as his most precious treasure, whereby his fiery poisonous wrath, was kept under, and prevented from being manifest. But when these two were separated from each other, a breach was made, which cannot be healed again, but by a renewed conjunction between them. Like as it is in animals and in fallen man also the same thing, only indifferent in degrees. The conjunction of male and female, which is absolutely required, to the multiplication of every kind of living creatures, which hath in vegetables also something answering thereunto, may be a good illustration thereof. 26. And therefore it is that by Behmen this very same, which here now is called the philosophical baptism, is called also and compared to a matrimony or espousal, when he plainly says, not only that to the earthly wrathful Mercury, a fair loving virgin of his own kind must be given in marriage, but also that this same giving is the philosophical baptism. And again says he, the woman's, not the man's, seed shall bruise the serpent's head. The man hath in his tincture the fire spirit, and the woman in hers the water spirit. This latter must baptize, soften, appease and overcome that former, and so transmute its strong fiery hunger after wrath, into a tender love desire, and herein lieth the baptism of nature. In this steadfast love desire, these two are at last turned into one, so that they are not more male and female, fire and water in contrariety, but a masculine virgin with both tinctures in union. But before this be wholly effected, and as long as they are in the way or process thereunto, Behmen calleth them in all this discourse, the young man and the virgin, or also the bridegroom and the bride. 27. Immediately after the baptism of Christ, he was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, to be tempted by the devil. And a serious consideration of the whole process in this threefold temptation, is highly unto the artist recommended. For in his philosophical work the same must be done also, in a total answerableness to the three particulars therein, relating to the three first properties. All which is largely by Behmen declared, and much insisted upon, but would be too long for to relate particularly. Yet the sum and substance thereof is this. 28. The human soul, or the whole humanity as an image of the eternal speaking word, was now tried, after God had reintroduced into it a spark of his eternal love. Whether it would enter again into its primeval state and place and be an instrument of God, to be played upon by his Holy Spirit, in his love. Or whether it would rather continue in its own will, and suffer the devil to play upon its instrument in the wrath and anger of God. And so in the philosophical work also, the earthly poisonous Mercury, after he is now joined again to the heavenly, is tried, whether he will go out from his own natural wrathful property, and suffer himself to be turned into his first pure and crystalline condition, wherein he stood before the curse, or whether he will rather continue in his own awakened and now predominant quality. 29. In our Lord Jesus Christ, the human will rejected all the devil's presentations and offerings, resigned itself, and entered wholly into the first mother's womb, according to his words to Nicodemus, etc. And so in the philosophical work, if it goes well and right, the artist will see, that when the tempter comes on, the young man, or Mercury gives himself up wholly into the first mother, and that this will swallow him up as into nothing. At which the artist will be amazed and terrified, thinking that all is lost and undone, for he sees nothing, and hath lost all the appearance of heaven. But he must have patience, that which is impossible in his sight, is not so in the powers of nature. 30. The wilderness wherein the temptation is done, is, in this philosophical work, the outward, earthly, dry, desolate and barren body. Wherein the Mercury or young man, is not able to stand against the devil, except he lay hold on his virgin, and be by her supported. He is therefore to unite with her, to cast his will and desire into her love, and to eat of her bread, not of his own natural quality, like as Christ our Lord, all the 40 days of his temptation, did eat only of the eternal speaking word. And would not eat of that bread, which he could have made out of the stones. All which is nothing else but that the Mercury must admit and receive into its own poisonous quality, the heavenly tincture, and suffer the serpent's head, the fiery wrathful property, to be bruised thereby in himself. Which if doth not, the devil will prevail, and detain him captive in that state, wherein he is when separated from his virgin. But if he doth, the devil must withdraw, and the virgin takes his seed from him into her womb. 31. What the devil is in this work, the artist, says Behmen, will easily know, but he calls him not by any plain or distinct name. Doubtless it is such another wrathful dark and poisonous matter, as may be fitly compared to the devil. And may be able to do in this process, the devil's office, because of the qualities alike in both. For this will appear afterwards, as to my thinking, plainly enough, and here also it may be seen in part, from that instruction and warning he gives to the artist, viz., he shall have a care, to suffer not. Thus, says he shall have a care, to suffer not, that his tempting devil be too furious, or too wrathful, but proportionable, etc. And again, on the other hand, that he be not too weak or impotent, for else the Mercury should not be assaulted by him sufficiently, and might as a hungry wolf, swallow up his baptism, return to his own wrathful property. And continue still that same poisonous thing, which he was before. 32. At the end of 40 days, when the devil had ended all the temptation, he must depart from the Lord Christ, and the angels came and ministered unto him. This also the artist is especially well to observe, for he himself stood here in the trial also, and may now perceive infallibly, whether or no, he be fit for, and accounted worthy of this work. If at the end of 40 days, in answerableness to the process of Christ, the angels do not appear, he may surely think of himself, that he is not yet fit and worthy. And of his fiery masculine Mercury, that this doth not yet stand in a due internal union with the watery feminine, but that it is still that same, in its own wrathful quality, which it was before, and that the tempting devil hath prevailed. But if he seeth the sign of the angels, he may rejoice and be sure, that the bridegroom is in his bride, and she in him, and that his work can prosper. What this sign of the angels is, the author doth not tell us expressly. It must be some new delightful appearance, by its own character so intelligible to the artist, as that was intelligible to him, when before he saw nothing, and had lost the appearance of heaven. 33. Immediately after this temptation, and overcoming of the devil, the Lord Christ began his public office, not only by preaching, reproving and instructing the people, but also, by working many great miraculous, amazing things. Through all the properties of nature. For instance, in Saturn, he raised up the dead, in Luna, he transmuted water into wine, and fed with 5 loaves of bread 5,000 men, in Jupiter, he made out of the simple and ignorant fishermen, the most wise and understanding apostles. In Mercury, he made the deaf hearing, the dumb speaking, and healed the lepers. In Mars he expelled devils from the possessed. In Venus, he loved his brethren and sisters, as to the humanity, and gave freely his life for them into death. Only 6 of the properties are here enumerated, and the 7th, which is soul, standing in the midst and uniting 3 and 3, is here not mentioned, because this belongeth to the full perfection, which then only was attained unto. When he was risen from the dead, ascended up to heaven, and had poured out the holy tincturing spirit, on the day of Pentecost. But that there is a good ground for Bayman's referring distinctly to the 7 properties of nature, all the miraculous deeds of Christ, could be made out from him sufficiently, were it needful and not too large. 34. All this now the artist shall distinctly see, that it hath a true and exact answerableness in the philosophical work, when the 40 days' temptation with good success is ended. For instance, in Saturn, he shall see, that now the Mercury riseth up from death that same dead substance, wherein he was shut up before. In Luna, that he feedeth and nourisheth that substance, when there is nothing outwardly wrought, which it could be fed and nourished with, and again, that the deadly water is exalted and turned into wine. By having now got, like as wine hath, an union of a fiery and watery virtue. In Jupiter, he shall see the 4 elements each by itself, and their colors, and the rainbow upon which Christ sitteth for judgment, in the outspoken Mercury. So that he highly shall be amazed at it, and perceive that the wisdom of God playeth and delighteth therein as in a jestful play. For the friendly Jupiter showeth forth herein his properties, after such a manner as that is, in which God will, in its time change this world and transmute it into paradise. In Mercury, he shall see that heaven separates itself from the earth, and that it sinks down again into the earth, and changeth the same into its own color, and that Mercury purifieth the matter, etc. In Mars, he shall see, that Jupiter in the Mercury, casts out from the matter upwards a black fire smoke, which will be coagulated like as a soot in the chimney. And this is the poisonous hunger in the Mercury, rightly to be compared to the devil, because it hath, according to its own kind, the devil's qualities. What Christ did in Venus, the artist shall see most gloriously in the philosophical work. For as soon as this black devil is expelled from the matter, Venus in her virginity appears, in great beauty and glory, which is a fine type or emblem of the great love of Christ. 35. Now here, when this appears, the artist is rejoiced, and thinks reasonably his work is finished, and he hath got the treasure of the world, but soon shall he find himself extremely disappointed. For when he trieth it, he shall find, it is but Venus, still a female, and not yet a pure and perfect virgin, with both tinctures united into one. Like as in Christ, the eternal speaking word had indeed wrought out through his humanity, all these wondrous deeds. And yet the full perfection could not be made manifest therein, his human body could not be glorified, and much less could he have poured out the Holy Ghost, before he was passed through the great anger of God or death and hell. So also in this philosophical work, though all these glorious things have appeared in the properties of nature, yet the universal tincture is not yet fixed and manifest, but all what was seen hitherto, was only transient. And the greatest work to be done, for this fixation and manifestation, is still behind. For all the 7 properties must be made totally pure and crystalline, before they can be paradisical, and each of them hath its own peculiar process, when it is to go out from the wrathful into the paradisical life. Wherein they must all 7 have but one will, viz., that of love, and all their former own will, wherein each was for itself, in opposition to the others, must be utterly swallowed up. And then only they are fixed and able to abide the fire, for then no tubba can be more therein. Which is now further effected by a process answering to that which was observed in the suffering and death of Christ. 36. As soon as the regenerator of mankind came into this world from above, and had the name of a king given unto him, the civil government thereof could not endure him. But presently he was by Herod persecuted, and at length by Pilate crucified, notwithstanding that he had plainly declared that his kingdom was not of this world. And because this newborn king came not with a royal state and splendor, nor in such an outward power, as the Jews expected and hoped for, at the coming of their Messiah, the ecclesiastical government in the high priest and Pharisees would not receive him. And since he owned himself to be the Son of God, and a King of truth, and said he was come to save his people from their sins and darkness, and from the wrath to come, the devil also could not endure him. But he was immediately a strong opposition against these 3 together in conjunction. So also in this philosophical work, as soon as Venus thus appears in her beauty, with her own natural character, and in order to perfection, there is a great alarm, opposition and insurrection against her, manifest in Saturn, Mercury and Mars. The first of which is a true figure of the civil government, the second of the ecclesiastical state, and the third of the devil. And as these 3 jointly were the same chief agents, that brought the Lord of life and glory unto death. So in this philosophical work, the 3 inferior wrathful properties, Saturn, Mercury and Mars, are rightly called by Behmen the 3 murderers of Venus. 37. This great opposition and uproar against the Lord Christ, had, in the internal truth and reality no other ground but this, that he was from above, when all these 3 were from beneath. Deep, great, and many things are in these few words comprised, and the essential nature of a principle, taken in Behemon's sense, is understood therein. If the Lord had been out of their own dark, harsh, bitter and wrathful root, and if he had appeared, for to preserve and establish the same, in its own selfish and wilful qualities, they would have received him very kindly. And no opposition could have been made. But he was from another principle, and came only for to destroy the works of the devil in this world, and to recall its inhabitants unto light, love and truth. Now all this was bad news in the ears of all these 3 parties, for none of them was willing to be stripped of its selfish greatness, dignity, strength and power, and therefore they all 3 at length agreed for his crucifixion. So also in this philosophical work, there is no other ground for this great opposition, but this very same, that Venus is from above, when these 3 are from beneath. United in one wrathful sphere, and unwilling to be deprived of their natural power and predominion. Heaven stands now in hell, upon earth, and will transmute them both into paradise. And hell perceiveth its ruin is inevitable, if it receives into it this child from heaven, and therefore it swelleth up against it, and opposeth all what it can. But by this same opposition, it must and doth but promote its own destruction. As it was done also in the process of Christ. 38. Here might be objected, how can all this be consistent with what was done and declared above, viz., that the matter was purified, the devil expelled, and the sign of the angels appeared, etc. For if so, whence can now such a wrathful, hellish opposition arise? But it is easily to be answered, and the answer Behmen gives to it, though but implicitly and not so directly, is of the greatest importance, not only in this process of the philosophical work, but also especially in that of man's regeneration. When Mercury, says he, is awakened from the death of Saturn's strong impression, and receiveth manna, heavenly food, lights and love substantiality, his own true virgin, the water of life. The philosophical baptism, into the mouth of his poisonous property, a joyful crack ariseth indeed. For it is like as if a light were kindled in the darkness, and a paradisical joy and love springeth in the midst of wrath. When now Mercury thus gets a twinkling glimpse thereof in Mars, the wrathfulness is terrified at the love, and falleth back or sinketh down, like as in the generation of the second principle out of the first. And the angelical properties appear as in a glimpse. And so this is, N.B. not yet a transmutation but, like as a transmutation, but only transient not yet constant or fixed. If therefore a fixed and radical transmutation shall be done, the same process, that was in this like a transmutation, must be repeated again, but in a far higher or rather deeper degree. And the same can also be repeated again, because the harsh, bitter, wrathful hellish properties were hitherto suppressed only in part, but not fully rooted out, and radically turned into one only will. And they therefore are now raised afresh by this appearance of Venus, nay even much more than ever before, they stand up in opposition against her, for to maintain their own natural right. So that here also, in a sense, the words of Christ are true, saying I am come to kindle a fire, and to bring upon earth a sword, enmity, strife, persecution, war and opposition. 39. This opposition is, in this philosophical work, between 3 and 3, like as it is also in the generation of eternal nature. Yet this is to be understood in such a sense, as the foregoing 38th position can bear, wherein there was asserted, that here nothing as yet is permanent and fixed. So it was also in the process with the Lord Christ, when he now was going into the strong severity of the wrath and anger of God, in order to the full consummation of his great work, he said expressly of himself, I am not alone, but the Father is with me. He had then with him on the one side, or as we may say, from above, the Father, and him unalterably, in one sense, though changeably in another, relating to the sensibility of his outward human person. Which may appear, by his woeful crying out on the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? For that which here by some is now objected, concerning a wrong translation of these words, is not to be regarded, because the sense wherein they are taken is not liable to such ill constructions and consequences as they put upon it. And on the other side, or as from beneath, he had with him, though in a very low and inconsiderable sense, the common ignorant people which received and accompanied him with great joy and acclamations, when he came riding upon an ass into Jerusalem. So also in this philosophical work, Venus is not alone, but, as it were, from above, Jupiter is with her, and from beneath Luna, which is a true figure of that vulgar, simple, ignorant crew. This Luna holds with Venus, like as also the disciples themselves did with Christ, so long as it goes well with her, or at least tolerably, that is, so long as Saturn, Mercury, and Mars do not actually and manifestly exert their malice against her. But when these three murderers arise, and will forcibly put her to death, or swallow her up into their wrathful pit, then Luna also changeth her color and inclination. Like as the vulgar people changed their will, and instead of their former, Hosanna, cried now out, Crucify, crucify him. 40. In the process of Christ, when it cometh to the great earnest, not only that which was done with him outwardly, by the Pharisees, high priests, etc., but also that which was done within his own person, in body, soul and spirit must be considered. The two internal worlds or two eternal principles, viz. The strong fire world with the properties of wrath and anger, and the holy light world, with the pure love and light substantiality, or heavenly flesh and blood, were both manifest in him, and stood open the one against the other. And the great work of redemption could not have been performed, except they entered into one another essentially, for else no solid, permanent and fixed transmutation of the first into the second, could have been effected. This now made an inexpressible terror in the humanity of Christ, viz., in his whole person, considered in all the three worlds or principles. For the love was struck with terror, and trembled at the rough, harsh and bitter death, which it was to give up itself into. So as to be swallowed up by the wrathful properties of anger, all now distinctly raised up and qualifying according to their own nature. And the anger also was struck with terror, and trembled at the appearance of love, wherein it was to lose its own wrathful and now predominant life. And so from hence the outward human body also, in this third principle, was so violently struck with terror and trembling, that the sweat thereof was, as it were great drops of blood, falling down to the ground. Yet he said then, Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me, nevertheless not my will, but thine be done. Which words are to be understood, as spoken by the whole person of Christ, viz. In each world and property, according to the different condition of each. For the first principle, or anger said, Let this cup of love be removed from me, that I may keep my dominion in men, because of their transgression. Like as we may see an excellent type thereof in Moses, when the wrath of God said unto him, Let me alone, that I may devour this disobedient people. But Moses in the figure of Christ, and Christ in the highest operation of love, would not let him, but replied, First indeed as it were to the same purpose, if it be possible let this cup of anger pass from me, but added also immediately. Nevertheless not my will, but thine be done. Whereby now the human will of Christ as to this third principle resigned wholly and submitted itself to the will of the angry Father, and was obedient unto him, even unto the death on the cross. And unto all what was to be inflicted upon him outwardly also, by the instruments of God's anger. So also in this philosophical work, when it cometh to this great earnest, the artist shall plainly perceive a great terror and trembling therein. He shall see, that Mercury especially, which is the principal agent against Venus, like as the high priests and Pharisees, were also the principal opposers and persecutors of Christ, trembleth at the appearance of Venus. And that Venus also not only trembleth at this opposition of the three wrathful murdering properties, but also that it is with her like as if a sweat did break out from her body, and that nevertheless she is not stirring, but quiet and patient. Resigned and ready for to suffer all what they can inflict upon her, and to be wholly swallowed up by them into their wrathfulness. 41. In the process of Christ, the devil said, or thought within himself, I am alone the great monarch in the fire, Saturn is my might, and Mercury my life, and I am in, and through them, a prince and god of this world, and will therefore not suffer. That such another one as calls himself a prince of love, should rule therein, but I will devour him in my wrath, together with his love. This he intended indeed, but being he could not effect it as by himself alone, without concurrence of the two chief principalities of this outward world, he stirred up Mercury in Saturn, the ecclesiastical and the civil government. And so these all three went out together, or sent their emissaries, apprehended the Lord, bound and carried him from the one unrighteous judge to the other, etc. Thus also in the philosophical work the artist shall plainly see, that Venus, which is all passive and wholly resigned and ready to enter into the dragon's jaws, is surrounded on every side by Saturn, Mars and Mercury. And so as it were apprehended or captivated by these three in conjunction, nay also further that they lay hold on her, and bind her, by darting their several poisonous rays upon her. And then moreover, that they do, as it were, carry her from the one property of wrathfulness to the other, like as to be by them tried, examined and judged. 42. In the first place, Mars bringeth Venus to Mercury, like as the devil's agents instruments in the wrath of God, brought the Lord Christ first to the high priest. But as this was already beforehand prepossessed with hatred against him, and did not truly or duly try him, nor could look into his internal will and work of love, but looked upon him only from without, examined him superficially, and concluded that since he stood not with them, in the same will, way, and form, he was not to be tolerated among the living. But seeing that he could not bring in execution his design to kill him, he sent him to Pilate, with the character of an evil doer, that had deserved death. So also in this philosophical work, this very same is the true internal signature of Mercury, against Venus. He was already possessed with his own hateful quality, and stood in opposition against her, and is therefore not able to try, much less to approve of the loving property of Venus, but hath only a will and ability to murder her. But seeing that there is in Venus another living Mercury, from above, he cannot destroy her by his own power, but must confederate himself with Saturn, and unto him he delivereth this Venus, for to be killed. Like as Christ was delivered to Pontius Pilate for to be crucified. 43. Pilate, a governor or lord in the dark Satanish impression, did little inquire after, or concern himself about the spiritual doctrine, light, love and truth of Christ, but only about the government. And upon this only account of Christ's being against Caesar, and his own coveting to be accounted Caesar's friend, he sentenced him unto death. So here also in the philosophical work, Saturn, the dark astringent property, does not at all concern itself with this or that internal loving quality of Venus, being not able to receive anything thereof into its own essence. But only for the predominion is all this great contest. Saturn will not lose the friendship of Mars and Mercury, which both are with him in the same sphere, and jointly make up therein their own government, which needs must be overthrown, if Venus should be permitted to arise, and shine therein with her light and love. And therefore he puts in execution that which is well pleasing unto them, and which they think may make for the preservation their wrathful government. 44. Pilate sent the Lord Christ unto Herod, and this mocked him, and put on him a long white garment. In this philosophical work, Herod the king answereth unto Sol, who is a king also in his own principle. And this Sol puts upon Venus a simple, lunarish white colour. For it perceiveth that there lieth in Venus a solarish kingly power, and therefore it giveth unto her the white colour, from the eternal liberty's property, and would fain see, that she might open therein her powers from the fire's centre, and show forth herself in a golden lustre, like as Herod would fain have seen a miracle wrought before him, which, if Venus did, she would be indeed a master and ruler over Mars and Mercury, but only in this outward world, a ruler in the wrath. Like as this soul is also such a one. But as the Lord said unto Pilate, My kingdom is not of this world, and would answer nothing unto Herod, nor his expectation by working any miracle before him. Because in this white garment he stood only before the justice of God, and represented the poor, fallen Adam, in his false love of himself, whereof this white robe was an excellent and very significant figure, deeply by Behmen declared. So also in the philosophical work of breaking forth of the solarish power, in a golden lustre from the fire's centre, and tincturing this white lunarish appearance of Venus, is all in vain expected. Because the pure union, and universal tincture cannot be made manifest, except first all the dark wrath and poison of Saturn, Mercury and Mars, be wholly drowned and swallowed up in blood and death. 45. Herod sent the Lord Christ back again to Pilate, and this, by his soldiers, stripped him, put on him a scarlet robe, scourged him, put upon his head a crown of thorns, and showed him to the multitude, which all cried out, Crucify, crucify him, etc. So also in the philosophical work, Venus is delivered again unto Saturn, and he, with his strong, dark impression, lays hold on her, strips her of her fair robe, and puts on her a scarlet, purple, colour, wherein the wrath of Mars is lodged. This colour, which will be adorned as with a glance or splendour in a flash, is from Saturn's and Mercury's property, mixed with the fiery Mars, as the artist shall distinctly see. When now the Lord Christ, in this royal robe, which was put upon him but in scorn and mockery, was presented to the Pharisees, priests, and common people, they all cried out unanimously, Away with him, he is but a false king. We own no other king but Caesar, etc. So also, when Venus in this royal colour, appears unto Mercury, Saturn and Mars and Luna also. This later being now changed in its will, joined herself with the three chief murdering properties, and all together, with one consent, reject her, and as it were, cry out the very same. Which is as much as to say, they dart forth their malignant, poisonous, fiery rays upon, and imprint the same into her, by the sharp impression of Saturn, so that the artist shall see distinctly, that Venus is like as scourged and full of stripes. And moreover, which is indeed the greatest wonder, he shall exactly see the crown of thorns, with its sharp, stinging prickles, is put upon her. For as the whole process, in the suffering and death of Christ, is a circumstantial representation of all what the first Adam had acted in his transgression, in a quite contrary way, which is distinctly shown and declared by Behmen, and as the condition of man in the fall, is the same with the earth's condition in the curse, only different from it in degree, which he also not only answereth, but also demonstrateth sufficiently. So also the manner and process of their restoration, cannot but be alike in both. And as the Lord Christ in all his sufferings was most profoundly humble, and only passive, opening not his mouth but enduring all things most patiently, in a full submission to the pleasure of his Father, so also, in this philosophical work. The artist shall see that Venus is wholly passive, standing all quiet and unmovable, without any moving or stirring. Many particulars more are by this author observed, and discoursed of, and this even so, that his discourse carried along with itself a plain and perceptible testimony of solidity. But for brevity's sake they shall be but mentioned in short. The 3 nails wherewith Christ was nailed to the cross, are referred to the 3 first sharp, and piercing wrathful properties. The 2 figures of the Virgin Mary and St. John, standing under the cross, are referred to the young man's and the Virgin's life, now appearing in distinction, which the artist, saith he, may see, if he hath eyes and understanding. The words of Christ spoken on the cross, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do, are deeply and excellently declared. 1. As to the redemption of mankind, by showing, when Jesus destroyed death and selfhood in the humanity, he did not throw away that human property, wherein the anger of God was kindled before. But even then he took it rightly and truly unto himself, that is, he took even then rightly the outward, outspoken kingdom of wonders into the inward. And, 2, as to this philosophical work, by showing that the 3 murderers, when drowned in the lion's blood, do not pass away or are not annihilated, but they are forgiven, that is, their former hatred and wrathfulness is turned into the highest love desire, and they keep all their natural qualities, in their true order and office, having lost nothing at all, but only their false and selfish predominion. The 2 thieves, crucified with Christ, the one on the right hand, and the other on the left, the one mocking him, and the other turning unto him, and receiving the gracious promise, this day thou shalt be with me in paradise, are in this philosophical work referred to the kingdom of the devil in the wrath, and to the kingdom of love in the light. Which 2 kingdoms are now separated the one from the other, etc. Thou shalt be with me in paradise, says the love, that is out of thy fiery, anguishing condition, thou shalt be turned and transmuted into me, etc. Here, saith Bayman, Venus in the philosophical work gets her soul, for when Mars and Mercury die to the dark impression of Saturn, then Venus takes them in, then anger and love come to be one only being, Mars and Mercury become the soul of Venus. All the strife saith, the enmity is reconciled, Mercury is now all pure and hath no poison more in it, etc. The words of Christ, saying to his mother, Woman, behold thy son, and to St. John, behold thy mother, are excellently discoursed of by Bayman, not only with reference to the redemption of mankind, and to the universal Christian Church, but also to this philosophical work. Wherein the artist is to know, that he must imitate St. John, that all his work and operation is done only in or about the mother, that is the kingdom of outward nature, from which Christ here departeth. That his work in this world never will become totally and absolutely celestial, that he cannot manifest therein the paradise, so as that God should appear therein face to face. But that he must abide all the time of this world, in the mother only, though he verily obtaineth the universal tincture in this mother. Like as the mother of Christ also obtained it, in her being called by the angel, the blessed among the women. Notwithstanding, which she was afterwards to pass through temporal death, etc. So also the artist obtaineth the blessing in this miserable world, so that he may tincture his corrupted earthly body, and preserve it in health, unto the terminus or end of his highest constellation, which is, N.B., after or under Saturn. When Saturn therefore is at his end and limit, and leaveth that life, which he hath been a leader of, no universal tincture can prolong that life any longer. Concerning the words of Christ, I thirst, and the vinegar mingled with gall, which when he had tasted, he would not drink, are profoundly declared. 1. As an outward, most significant figure of what was transacted inwardly between the holy name Jesus, and the anger of God awakened in the human soul. The name Jesus thirsted after the salvation of men, and would fain have tasted the pure living water in the human property. But the anger of God in the soul, gave itself into this thirsting love desire, which the love would not drink, but yielded up itself, in a full resignation and obedience thereunto. Vinegar and gall are the proper figure of the human soul, viz. Of these properties wherein the human soul essentially standeth, when considered as to its own proper being, without the light. The soul, now here given again into the holy light substantiality, which was in Adam, disappeared, etc. This caused such a twofold great crack, as in the generation of eternal nature was explained. The first terrible crack made the earth to quake, and rent the rocks asunder, etc. The second joyful crack raised the dead bodies of them that had hoped and waited for the coming of the Messias, and rent also the veil in the temple, from the top to beneath, uniting now the human time with eternity, etc. 2. And as to the philosophical work, wherein Venus also thirsteth after the manifestation and predominion of the fire of love. But Mercury, in the sulphur of Mars and Saturn, presseth itself into her, with his killing menstruum, which is the greatest poison, of the dark wrathful source. But Venus, instead of drinking the same down, yieldeth up herself wholly thereunto, as if she did actually die. And from hence the great darkness in the philosophical work ariseth, so that the whole matter cometh to be so black as a raven. When the inward sun of the eternal light's principle, in the humanity, had given up itself into the dark wrath and anger of God, the outward sun in this third principle, which taketh all its glance and lustre from that inward, as a representation, figure, or mirror thereof, could not shine. For if its root or deepest ground, considered as in the region of this world, was gone down into darkness, for to renew this principle into the light, the outbirth of this root, that is the outward sun, must needs have been darkened, contrary to the common course of nature. And this even from the 6th hour of the day unto the 9th, which was the time of the first Adam's sleep, etc. In the philosophical work, as the artist shall see, all what God hath done, in and with the humanity, when he was to redeem and bring it again into paradise. So he shall see also in answerableness to this particular of the great supernatural darkness mentioned above, that when Venus thus yieldeth up her life, which all her glance and lustre dependeth upon, all her beauty must disappear. And darkness cometh up instead thereof. Nay, he shall see also, that not only Venus, in the three wrathful properties, but also that these three themselves, in Venus, do lose their life altogether, and that all is now so black and dark as a coal. For here now life and death lie still and quiet together in the will of God, and to his only disposition. The whole is now reduced to the beginning, and standeth in that order, wherein it stood before the creation. Nature's end is now attained unto, and all is fallen home unto, or into, the power of the first fiat. After this, the Lord cried out, My God, why hast thou forsaken me? The eternal, speaking word stood now still, in the humanity, that is, it did not operate therein, so as to be sensibly felt thereby. For the heavenly humanity, which in Adam was disappeared, and in Christ quickened again, was to bruise the head of the wrath, in the fiery soul, and to change the soul's fire into a clear, shining sun. That now this might be done, the humanity must be introduced into this wrath, by the eternal speaking word, and by the same also, through this wrath and death, into the solariish or paradisical life. When now this was done, the humanity could not but feel that wrath in the soul, and in the same instant of this feeling, it could not feel the presence and power of the eternal speaking word, so as it could and did before, etc. And this was the forsaking. So also in the philosophical work, when the wrathful properties swallow up the life of Venus, which is to change them into soul, and to make that all seven may be one. Venus is forsaken. And this makes her lose her color, and to be turned into darkness, etc. As the Lord Christ, after all his powerful works, miracles, overcoming of the devil in the temptation, and transfiguration of his human body, was to go through all these sufferings, and at length wholly to die on the cross. Whereby he frustrated in a sense and manner, the hope and expectation of all his disciples. And as he had no other way or gate, than death, through which he could have entered into his glory, and drawn after him his members, so also in this philosophical work, the artist hath hitherto seen indeed many wonderful things, and very glorious appearances, which made him to have a very great hope and expectation. Yet for all this, now his expectation is in a sense quite overthrown and frustrated. For now the whole nature dieth in his work, and he must see that all is changed into a dark night. All the properties, powers, and virtues, must now cease to be and do, what they were and did before, and must fall into the end of nature. All yieldeth up its former life and activity, there is no more any stirring, moving, or operating. All the properties are in the crown number, scattered in thousand, and so entered into the first mysterium, in that state wherein they were before the creation. The meaning is not that the outward materiality is made invisible, or quite annihilated, but only, that all the powers therein which the outspoken properties had from the eternal speaking word, and which were raised up against each other. In contrariety, each of them according to its own nature, are now at an end of their activity in self-will, and earthly inclination, and are fallen home again into the power of the eternal speaking word, having no other way, nor gate. But this death, through which they could enter from the curse into their primitive blessing. But when thus they are in death to themselves, and in the hand of the eternal word, this cannot but raise them up again unto glory, as by a new creation, and in answerableness the resurrection of Christ. The Lord Christ died indeed, as to the humanity from this world, but he took the same human body again in his resurrection, and lost or left nothing thereof behind, but only the government of the four elements, wherein the wrath, curse, and mortality lieth, etc. So in this philosophical work also, the first matter is not abolished or annihilated, but only the curse therein is destroyed, in the four elements, and the first life in the one eternal element is raised up again. And therefore it is now fixed, and can abide the fire. A glorious new body is now raised up out of the black darkness, in a fair white color, but such a one as hath a hidden glance in it, so that the color cannot be exactly discerned, until it resolveth itself, and the new love desire cometh up. And then in Saturn's center, but in Jupiter's and Venus's property, the sun ariseth. This is in the fiat, like as a new creation, and when this is done, all the properties cast forth unanimously their desire into soul. And then the color is turned into a mixture of white and red, from fire and light in union, that is, into yellow, which is the color of majesty. The appearance of love, to the wrathful properties of darkness, causeth, as mentioned above, a great crack, or terror. The wrathfulness is mightily exasperated by this appearance of love, and presseth vehemently into her, for to swallow her up into death, which it doth also actually. But seeing that no death can be therein, the love sinketh only down, yieldeth up herself into these murdering properties, and displayeth among them her own loving essentiality, which they must keep in them, and cannot get rid thereof. But even this is a poison unto death, and a pestilence unto hell. For the wrathful properties are also mightily terrified at this entering of love into them, which is so strange and contrary to their own qualities, and which makes them all weak and impotent, so that they must lose their own will, strength, and predominion, etc. So was it done in the death of Christ, and after such a manner, largely and excellently declared by Behmen. Death and curse in the humanity, was killed and destroyed, in and by the death of Christ, who, after his resurrection, had no more the form of a male in his human body, but that of a paradisical virgin, as Adam had before his fall. And so also is it, in this philosophical work. In this terror, crack, and mutual killing, though there is properly no death, but only a transmutation, or union of two into one, when Venus yieldeth up her life to the wrathful properties, and when these, having lost their predominion, are raised up again to a new life, the Virgin giveth her pearl to the young man, for a propriety. And so the life of the anger, and the life of the love, are no more two, but only one, no more a male and female property, but a whole virgin, with both tinctures united into one. When then the artist seeth the red blood of the young man rise from death, and come forth out of the black darkness, together in union with the white color of the Virgin, he may then know that he hath the great arcanum of the world. And such a treasure as is inestimable. Several things more could be brought forth from Behmen, which would afford many excellent considerations. But these may be sufficient to show that harmonious analogy which is between the restoration of fallen man, through Jesus Christ, and the restoration of cursed nature, in the philosophical work. The Golden Tractate of Hermes Trismegistus. The translation here used and followed is from that notable work, A Suggestive Inquiry into the Hermetic Mystery, London, 1850. Aureus or the Golden Tractate of Hermes. Section 1. Even thus saith Hermes, through long years I have not ceased to experiment. Neither have I spared any labor of mind, and this science and art I have obtained by the sole inspiration of the living God, who judged fit to open them to me his servant. Who has given to rational creatures the power of thinking and judging aright, forsaking none, or giving to any occasion to despair. For myself, I had never discovered this matter to anyone had it not been from fear of the day of judgment, and the perdition of my soul if I concealed it. It is a debt which I am desirous to discharge to the faithful, as the Father of the faithful did liberally bestow it upon me. Understand ye, then, sons of wisdom, that the knowledge of the four elements or the ancient philosophers was not corporally or imprudently sought after, which are through patience to be discovered, according to their causes and their occult operation. But, their operation is occult, since nothing is done except the matter be decompounded, and because it is not perfected unless the colors be thoroughly passed and accomplished. Know then, that the division that was made upon the water by the ancient philosophers separates it into four substances, one into two, and three into one, the third part of which is color, as it were a coagulated moisture. But the second and third waters are the weights of the wise. Take of the humidity, or moisture, 1.5 ounces, and or the southern redness, which is the soul of gold, a fourth part, that is to say, 1/2 ounce of the citron cere, in like manner, 1/2 ounce of the aura pigment, 1/2 ounce. Which are 8. That is 3 ounces. And know ye that the vine of the wise is drawn forth in 3, but the wine thereof is not perfected, until at length 30 be accomplished. Understand the operation, therefore. Decoction lessens the matter, but the tincture augments it, because Luna in 15 days is diminished, and in the third she is augmented. This is the beginning and the end. Behold, I have declared that which was hidden, since the work is both with thee and about thee, that which was within is taken out and fixed, and thou canst have it either in earth or sea. Keep, therefore, thy argent vive, which is prepared in the innermost chamber in which it is coagulated, for that is the mercury which is separated from the residual earth. He, therefore, who now hears my words, let him search into them. Which are to justify no evildoer, but to benefit the good. Therefore, I have discovered all things that were before hidden concerning this knowledge, and disclosed the greatest of all secrets, even the intellectual science. Know ye, therefore, children of wisdom, who inquire concerning the report thereof, that the vulture standing upon the mountain crieth out with a loud voice, I am the white of the black, and the red of the white, and the citron of the red. And behold, I speak the very truth. And know that the chief principle of the art is the crow, which is the blackness of the night and clearness of the day, and flies without wings. From the bitterness existing in the throat the tincture is taken, the red goes forth from his body, and from his back is taken a thin water. Understand, therefore, and accept this gift of God which is hidden from the thoughtless world. In the caverns of the metals there is hidden the stone that is venerable, splendid in color, a mind sublime, and an open sea. Behold, I have declared it unto thee. Give thanks to God, who teacheth thee this knowledge, for he in return recompenses the grateful. Put the matter into a moist fire, therefore, and cause it to boil in order that its heat may be augmented, which destroys the siccity of the incombustible nature, until the radix shall appear. Then extract the redness and the light parts, till only about 1/3 remains. Sons of science. For this reason are philosophers said to be envious, not that they grudged the truth to religious or just men, or to the wise, but to fools, ignorant and vicious, who are without self-control and benevolence, lest they should be made powerful and able to perpetrate sinful things. For of such the philosophers are made accountable to God, and evil men are not admitted worthy of this wisdom. Know that this matter I call the stone. But it is also named the feminine of magnesia or the hen, or the white spittle, or the volatile milk, the incombustible oil in order that it may be hidden from the inept and ignorant who are deficient in goodness and self-control. Which I have nevertheless signified to the wise by one only epithet, viz., the philosopher's stone. Include, therefore, and conserve in this sea, the fire and the heavenly bird, to the latest moment of his exit. But I deprecate ye all, sons of philosophy, on whom the great gift of this knowledge being bestowed, if any should undervalue or divulge the power thereof to the ignorant, or such as are unfit for the knowledge of this secret. Behold, I have received nothing from any to whom I have not returned that which had been given me, nor have I failed to honor him, even in this I have reposed the highest confidence. This, O son, is the concealed stone of many colors, which is born and brought forth in one color. Know this and conceal it. By this, the Almighty favoring, the greatest diseases are escaped, and every sorrow, distress, and evil and hurtful thing is made to depart. For it leads from darkness into light, from this desert wilderness to a secure habitation, and from poverty and straits to a free and ample fortune. Section 2. My son, before all things I admonish thee to fear God, in whom is the strength of thy undertaking, and the bond of whatsoever thou meditatest to unloose, whatsoever thou hearest, consider it rationally. For I hold thee not to be a fool. Lay hold, therefore, of my instructions and meditate upon them, and so let thy heart be fitted also to conceive, as if thou wast thyself the author of that which I now teach. If thou appliest cold to any nature that is hot, it will not hurt it. In like manner, he who is rational shuts himself within from the threshold of ignorance, lest supinely he should be deceived. Take the flying bird and drown it flying and divide and separate it from its pollutions, which yet hold it in death. Draw it forth, and repel it from itself, that it may live and answer thee, not by flying away into the regions above but by truly forbearing to fly. For if thou shalt deliver it out of its prison, after this thou shalt govern it according to reason. And according to the days that I shall teach thee, then will it become a companion up to thee, and by it thou wilt become to be an honored lord. Extract from the racy its shadow, and from the light its obscurity, by which the clouds hang over it and keep away the light. By means of its construction, also, and fiery redness, it is burned. Take, my son, this redness, corrupted with the water, which is as a live coal holding the fire, which if thou shalt withdraw so often until the redness is made pure, then it will associate with thee, by whom it was cherished, and in whom it rests. Return, then, O my son, the coal being extinct in life, upon the water for 30 days, as I shall note to thee, and henceforth thou art a crowned king, resting over the fountain and drawing from thence the auripigment dry without moisture. And now I have made the heart of the hearers, hoping in thee, to rejoice even in their eyes, beholding thee in anticipation of that which thou possessest. Observe, then, that the water was first in the air, then in the earth. Restore thou it also to the superiors by its proper windings, and not foolishly altering it, then to the former spirit, fathered in its redness, let it be carefully conjoined. Know, my son, that the fatness of our earth is sulphur, the auripigments cereti, and chalcother, which are also sulphur, of which auripigments, sulphur, and such like, some are more vile than others, in which there is a diversity. Of which kind also, is the fat of gluey matters, such as our hair, nails, hoofs, and sulphur itself, and of the brain, which too is auripigment. Of the like kind also are the lion's and cat's claws, which is cereti, the fat of white bodies, and the fat of the two oriental quicksilvers, which sulphurs are hunted and retained by the bodies. I say, moreover, that this sulphur doth tinge and fix, and is held by the conjunction of the tinctures. Oils also tinge, but fly away, which in the body are contained, which is a conjunction of fugitives only with sulphurs and albuminous bodies, which hold also and detain the fugitive ends. The disposition sought after by the philosophers, O son, is but one in our egg, but this, in the hen's egg, is much less to be found. But lest so much of the divine wisdom as is in a hen's egg should not be distinguished, our composition is, as that is, from the 4 elements adapted and composed. Know, therefore, that in the hen's egg is the greatest help with respect to the proximity and relationship of the matter in nature, for in it there is a spirituality in conjunction of elements, and an earth which is golden in its tincture. But the sun, inquiring or Hermes, saith, the sulphurs which are fit for our work, whether are they celestial or terrestrial, To whom the Father answers, certain of them are heavenly, and some are of the earth. Then the Son saith, Father, I imagine the heart in the superiors to be heaven, and in the inferiors earth. But saith Hermes, it is not so, the masculine truly is the heaven of the feminine, and the feminine is the earth of the masculine. The Son then asks, Father, which of these is more worthy than the other, whether is it the heaven or the earth? Hermes replies, both need the help one of the other, for the precepts demand a medium. But, saith the Son, if thou shalt say that a wise man governs all mankind. But ordinary men, replies Hermes, are better for them, because every nature delights in society of its own kind, and so we find it to be in the life of wisdom where equals are conjoined. But what, rejoins the Son, is the mean betwixt them? To whom Hermes replies, in everything in nature there are three from two, the beginning, the middle, and the end. First the needful water, then the oily tincture, and lastly, the feces, or earth, which remains below, but the dragon inhabits in all these, and his houses are the darkness and blackness that is in them, and by them he ascends into the air. From his rising, which is their heaven. But whilst the fume remains in them, they are not immortal. Take away, therefore, the vapor from the water, and the blackness from the oily tincture, and death from the feces. And by dissolution thou shalt possess a triumphant reward, even that in and by which the possessors live. Know then, my son, that the temperate unguent, which is fire, is the medium between the feces and the water and is the prescrutinator of the water. For the unguents are called sulphurs, because between fire and oil and this sulphur there is such a close proximity, that even as fire burns so does the sulphur also. All the sciences of the world, O Son, are comprehended in this my hidden wisdom. And this, and the learning of the art, consists in these wonderful hidden elements which it doth discover and complete. It behoves him, therefore, who would be introduced to this hidden wisdom, to free himself from the hidden usurpations of vice. And to be just, and good, and of a sound reason, ready at hand to help mankind, of a serene countenance, diligent to save, and be himself a patient guardian of the arcane secrets of philosophy. And this know that except thou understandest how to mortify and induce generation, to vivify the spirit, and introduce light, until they fight with each other and grow white and freed from their defilements. Rising as it were from blackness and darkness, thou knowest nothing nor canst perform anything. But if thou knowest this, thou wilt be of a great dignity so that even kings themselves shall reverence thee. These secrets, Son, it behoves thee to conceal from the vulgar and profane world. Understand, also, that our stone is from many things, and of various colors, and composed from 4 elements which we ought to divide and dissever in pieces, and segregate, in the veins, and partly mortifying the same by its proper nature. Which is also in it, to preserve the water and fire dwelling therein, which is from the 4 elements and their waters, which contain its water. This, however, is not water in its true form, but fire, containing in a pure vessel the ascending waters, lest the aspirates should fly away from the bodies, for by this means they are made tinging and fixed. O, blessed watery form, that dissolvest the elements, now it behoves us, with this watery soul, to possess ourselves of a sulphureous form, and to mingle the same with our acetum. For when, by the power of the water, the composition is dissolved, it is the key of the restoration, then darkness and death fly away from them, and wisdom proceeds onwards to the fulfillment of her law. Section 3. Know, my son, that the philosophers bind up their matter with a strong chain, that it may contend with the fire, because the spirits in the washed bodies desire to dwell therein and to rejoice. In these habitations they verify themselves and inhabit there, and the bodies hold them, nor can they be thereafter separated any more. The dead elements are revived, the composed bodies tinge and are altered, and by a wonderful process they are made permanent, as saith the philosopher. O, permanent watery form, creatrix of the royal elements! Who, having with thy brethren and a just government obtained the tincture, findest rest. Our most precious stone is cast forth upon the dunghill, and that which is most worthy is made vilest of the vile. Therefore, it behoves us to mortify 2 argent vives together, both to venerate and be venerated, viz. The argent vive of aura pigment, and the oriental argent vive of magnesia. O, nature, the most potent creatrix of nature, which containest and separatest natures in a middle principle. The stone comes with light, and with light it is generated, and then it generates and brings forth the black clouds or darkness, which is the mother of all things. But when we marry the crowned king to our red daughter, and in a gentle fire, not hurtful, she doth conceive an excellent and supernatural son, which permanent life she doth also feed with a subtle heat, so that he lives at length in our fire. But when thou shalt send forth thy fire upon the foliated sulphur, the boundary of hearts doth enter in above, it is washed in the same, and the purified matter thereof is extracted. Then is he transformed, and his tincture by help of the fire remains red, as it were flesh. But our Son, the King begotten, takes his tincture from the fire, and death even, and darkness, and the waters flee away. The dragon shuns the sunbeams which dart through the crevices, and our dead son lives. King comes forth from the fire and rejoins with his spouse, the occult treasures are laid open, and the virgin's milk is whitened. The Son, already vivified, is become a warrior in the fire and of tincture super-excellent. For this Son is himself the treasury, even himself bearing the philosophic matter. Approach, ye sons of wisdom, and rejoice. Let us now rejoice together, for the reign of death is finished, and the Son doth rule. And now he is invested with the red garment, and the scarlet color is put on. Section 4. Understand, then, O Son of Wisdom, what the stone declares. Protect me, and I will protect thee, increase my strength that I may help thee. My soul and my beams are most inward and secretly in me, my own Luna, also, my light, exceeding every light, and my good things are better than all other good things. I give freely, and reward the intelligent with joy and gladness, glory, riches, and delights, and them that seek after me I make to know and understand, and to possess divine things. Behold, that which the philosophers has concealed is written with 7 letters, for Alpha and Eta follow 2, and Soul, in like manner, follows the book. Nevertheless, if thou art willing that he should have dominion, observe the art, and join the Son to the daughter of the water, which, Jupiter and a hidden secret. Auditor, understand, let us use our reason. Consider all with the most accurate investigation, which in the contemplative part 1 have demonstrated to thee, the whole matter I know to be the one only thing. But who is he that understands the true investigation and inquires rationally into this matter? It is not from man, nor from anything like him or akin to him, nor from the ox or bullock, and if any creature conjoins with one of another species, that which is brought forth is neutral from either. Thus saith Venus, I beget light, nor is the darkness of my nature, and if my metal be not dried all bodies desire me, for I liquefy them and wipe away their rust, even I extract their substance. Nothing therefore is better or more venerable than I, my brother also being conjoined. But the king, the ruler, to his brethren, testifying of him, saith, I am crowned, and I am adorned with a royal diadem, I am clothed with the royal garment, and I bring joy and gladness of heart. For being chained, I caused my substance to lay hold of, and to rest within the arms and breast of my mother, and to fasten upon her substance, making that which was invisible to become visible, and the occult matter to appear. And everything which the philosophers have hidden is generated by us. Hear, then, these words, and understand them, keep them, and meditate thereon, and seek for nothing more. Man in the beginning is generated of nature, whose inward substance is fleshy, and not from anything else. Meditate on these plain things, and reject what is superfluous. Thus saith the philosopher, Botry is made from the citron which is extracted out of the red root, and from nothing else. And if it be citron and nothing else, wisdom was with thee, it was not gotten by the care, nor, if it be freed from redness, by thy study. Behold, I have circumscribed nothing, if thou hast understanding, there be but few things unopened. Ye sons of wisdom! Turn then the brain body with an exceeding great fire, and it will yield gratefully what you desire. And see that you make that which is volatile, so that it cannot fly, and by means of that which flies not. And that which yet rests upon the fire, as it were itself a fiery flame, and that which in the heat of a boiling fire is corrupted, is cambar. And know ye that the art of this permanent water is our brass, and the colorings of its tincture and blackness is then changed into the true red. I declare that, by the help of God I have spoken nothing but the truth. That which is destroyed is renovated, and hence the corruption is made manifest in the matter to be renewed, and hence the melioration will appear, and on either side it is a signal of art. Section V. My son, that which is born of the crow is the beginning of art. Behold, how I have obscured matter treated of, by circumlocution, depriving thee of the light. Yet this dissolved, this joined, this nearest and furthest off I have named to thee. Roast those things, therefore, and boil them in that which comes from the horse's belly for 7, 14, or 21 days. Then will the dragon eat his own wings and destroy himself. This being done, let it be put into a fiery furnace, which lute diligently, and observe that none of the spirit may escape. And know that the periods of the earth are in the water, which let it be as long as until thou puttiest the same upon it. The matter being thus melted and burned, take the brain thereof and triturate it in most sharp vinegar, till it becomes obscured. This done, it lives in the putrefaction, let the dark clouds which were in it before it was killed be converted into its own body. Let this process be repeated, as I have described, let it again die, as I before said, and then it lives. In the life and death thereof we work with the spirits, for as it dies by the taking away of the spirit, so it lives in the return and is revived and rejoices therein. Being arrived then at this knowledge, that which thou hast been searching for is made in the affirmation, I have even related to thee the joyful signs, even that which doth fix the body. But these things, and how they attain to the knowledge of this secret, are given by our ancestors in figures and types. Behold, they are dead. I have opened the riddle, and the book of knowledge is revealed, the hidden things I have uncovered, and have brought together the scattered truths within their boundary, and have conjoined many various forms, even I have associated the Spirit. Take it as the gift of God. Section 6. It behoves thee to give thanks to God who has bestowed liberally of his bounty to the wise, who delivers us from misery and poverty. I am tempted and proven with the fullness of his substance and his probable wonders, and humbly pray God that whilst we live we may come to him. Remove thence, O sons of science, the unguents which we extract from fats, hair, verdigris, tragacanth, and bones, which are written in the books of our fathers. But concerning the ointments which contain the tincture coagulate the fugitive, and adorn the sulfurs it behooves us to explain their disposition more at large. And to unveil the form, which is buried and hidden from other unguents. Which is seen in disposition, but dwells in his own body, as fire in trees and stones, which by the most subtle art and ingenuity it behoves to extract without burning. And know that the heaven is to be joined mediately with the earth, but the form is in a middle nature between heaven and earth, which is our water. But the water holds of all the first place which goes forth from this stone. But the second is gold, and the third is gold, only in a mean which is more noble than the water and the feces. But in these are the smoke, the blackness and the death. It behoves us, therefore, to dry away the vapor from the water, to expel the blackness from the unguent, and death from the feces, and this by dissolution. By which means we attain to the highest philosophy and secret of all hidden things. Section 7. Know ye then, O sons of science, there are 7 bodies, of which gold is the first, the most perfect, the king of them, and their head, which neither the earth can corrupt nor fire devastate, nor the water change, for its complexion is equalized. And its nature regulated with respect to heat, cold, and moisture. Nor is there anything in it which is superfluous, therefore the philosophers do buoy up and magnify themselves in it, saying that this gold, in relation of other bodies, is, as the sun amongst the stars, more splendid in light. And as, by the power of God, every vegetable and all the fruits of the earth are perfected, so gold by the same power sustaineth all. For as dough without a ferment cannot be fermented, so when thou sublimest the body and purifiest it, separating the uncleanness from it, thou wilt then conjoin and mix them together, and put in a ferment confecting the earth and water. Then will the elixir ferment even as dough doth ferment. Think of this, and see how the ferment in this case doth change the former natures to another thing. Observe, also, that there is no ferment otherwise than from the dough itself. Observe, moreover, that the ferment whitens the confection and hinders it from turning, and holds the tincture lest it should fly, and rejoice the bodies, and makes them intimately to join and to enter one into another. And this is the key of the philosophers and the end of their work, and by this science, bodies are meliorated, and the operation of them, God assisting, is consummate. But, through negligence and a false opinion of the matter, the operation may be perverted, as a mass of leaven growing corrupt, or milk turned with rennet for cheese, and musk among aromatics. The sure color of the golden matter for the red, and the nature thereof, is not sweetness, therefore we make of them sericum, i.e. elixir. And of them we make the enamel of which we have already without and with the king's seal we have tinged the clay, and in that have set the color of heaven, which augments the sight of them that see. The stone, therefore is the most precious gold without spots, evenly tempered, which neither fire nor air, nor water, nor earth is able to corrupt, for it is the universal ferment rectifying all things in a medium composition, whose complexion is yellow and a true citron color. The gold of the wise, boiled and well digested with a fiery water, makes elixir. For the gold of the wise is more heavy than lead, which in a temperate composition is a ferment elixir, and contrariwise, in our intemperate composition, is the confusion of the whole. For the work begins from the vegetable, next from the animal, as in a hen's egg, in which is the greatest help, and our earth is gold, of all which we make sericum, which is the ferment elixir. Finis. The Hermetic Arcanum. The secret work of the Hermetic philosophy. Wherein the secrets of nature and art concerning the matter of the philosopher's stone and the manner of working are explained in an authentic and orderly manner. The work of an anonymous author, Penis nos undetagi. 1. The beginning of this divine science is the fear of the Lord, and its end is charity and love toward our neighbor. The all-satisfying golden crop is properly devoted to the rearing and endowing of temples and hospices, for whatsoever the Almighty freely bestoweth on us, we should properly offer again to Him. So also countries grievously oppressed may be set free, prisoners unduly held captive may be released, and souls almost starved may be relieved. 2. The light of this knowledge is the gift of God, which by His will He bestoweth upon whom He pleaseth. Let none therefore set himself to the study hereof, until having cleared and purified his heart, he devote himself wholly unto God, and be emptied of all affection and desire unto the impure things of this world. 3. The science of producing nature's grand secret, is a perfect knowledge of universal nature and of art concerning the realm of metals. The practice thereof is conversant with finding the principles of metals by analysis, and after they have been made much more perfect to conjoin them otherwise than they have been before, that from thence may result a Catholic medicine, most powerful to perfect imperfect metals, and for restoring sick and decayed bodies, of any sort soever. 4. Those that hold public honors and offices or be always busied with private and necessary occupations, let them not strive to attain unto the acme of this philosophy. For it requireth the whole man's, and being found, it possesseth him, and he being possessed, it debarreth him from all other long and serious employments, for he will esteem other things as strange, and of no value unto him. 5. Let him that is desirous of this knowledge, clear his mind from all evil passions, especially pride, which is an abomination to heaven, and is as the gate of hell. Let him be frequent in prayer and charitable. Have little to do with the world, abstain from company keeping, enjoy constant tranquility, that the mind may be able to reason more freely in private and be highly lifted up. For unless it be kindled with a beam of divine light, it will not be able to penetrate these hidden mysteries of truth. 6. The alchemists who have given their minds to their well-nigh innumerable sublimations, distillations, solutions, congelations, to manifold extraction of spirits and tinctures, and other operations more subtle than profitable, and so have distracted themselves by a variety of errors, as so many tormentors, will never be inclined again by their own genius to the plain way of nature and light of truth. From whence their industrious subtlety hath twined them, and by twinings and turnings, as by the Libyan quicksands, hath drowned their entangled wits, the only hope of safety for them remaineth in finding out a faithful guide and master, who may make the sun clear and conspicuous unto them and free themselves from darkness. 7. A studious tyro of a quick wit, constant mind, inflamed with the study of philosophy, very skilful in natural philosophy, of a pure heart, complete in manners, mightily devoted to God, though ignorant of practical chemistry, may with confidence enter into the highway of nature and peruse the books of the best philosophers. Let him seek out an ingenious and sedulous companion for himself, and not despair of obtaining his desire. 8. Let a student of these secrets carefully beware of reading or keeping company with false philosophers. For nothing is more dangerous to a learner of any science, than the company of an unskilled or deceitful man by whom erroneous principles are stamped as true, whereby a simple and credulous mind is seasoned with false doctrine. 9. Let a lover of truth make use of few authors, but of the best note and experienced truth. Let him suspect things that are quickly understood, especially in mystical names and secret operations, for truth lies hid in obscurity. For philosophers never write more deceitfully, than when plainly, nor ever more truly, than when obscurely. 10. As for the authors of chiefest note, who have discoursed both acutely and truly of the secrets of nature and hidden philosophy, Hermes and Maurianus Romanus amongst the ancients are in my judgment of the highest esteem. Amongst the moderns, Count Trevisan and Raymundus Lullius are in greatest reverence with me, for what that most acute doctor hath omitted, none almost hath spoken. Let a student therefore peruse his works, yea let him often read over his former testament, and codicil, and accept them as a legacy of very great worth. To these 2 volumes let him add both his volumes of practice, out of which works all things desirable may be collected, especially the truth of the first matter, of the degrees of fire, and the regimen of the whole, wherein the final work is finished, and those things which our ancestors so carefully labored to keep secret. The occult causes of things, and the secret motions of nature are demonstrated nowhere more clearly and faithfully. Concerning the first and mystical water of the philosophers he hath set down few things, yet very pithily. 11. As for that clear water sought for by many, found by so few, yet obvious and profitable unto all, which is the basis of the philosopher's work, a noble Pole, not more famous for his learning than subtlety of wit, who wrote anonymously, but whose name notwithstanding a double anagram hath betrayed, hath in his Novum Lumen Chemicum, Parabola and Enigma, as also in his tract on sulphur, spoken largely and freely enough. Yea, he hath expressed all things concerning it so plainly, that nothing can be more satisfactory to him that desireth knowledge. 12. Philosophers do usually express themselves more pithily in types and enigmatical figures, as by a mute kind of speech, than by words. See for example, Senior's Table, the allegorical pictures of Rosarius, the pictures of Abraham Judaeus in Flamel, and the drawings of Flamel himself. Of the later sort, the rare emblems of the most learned Michael Mairis, wherein the mysteries of the ancients are so fully opened, and as new perspectives they present antiquated truth. And though designed remote from our age yet are near unto our eyes, and are perfectly to be perceived by us. 13. Whosoever affirmeth that the philosopher's grand secret is beyond the powers of nature and art, he is blind because he ignores the forces of Sol and Luna. 14. As for the matter of their hidden stone, philosophers have written diversely, so that very many disagreeing in words, do nevertheless very well agree in the thing. Nor doth their different speech argue the science ambiguous or false, since the same thing may be expressed with many tongues, by divers expressions, and by a different character, and also one and many things may be spoken of after diverse manners. 15. Let the studious reader have a care of the manifold significations of words, for by deceitful windings, and doubtful, yet contrary speeches, as it should seem, philosophers wrote their mysteries, with a desire of veiling and hiding, yet not of sophisticating or destroying the truth. And though their writings abound with ambiguous and equivocal words, yet about none do they more contend than in hiding their golden branch. which all the groves with shadows overcast, and gloomy valleys hide. Nor yieldeth it to any force, but readily and willingly will follow him, who knows Dame Venus' birds, and him to whom of doves a lucky pair, sent from above shall hover, bout his ear. 16. Whosoever seeketh the art of perfecting and multiplying imperfect metals, beyond the nature of metals, goes in error, for from metals the metals are to be derived, even as from mankind, and from an ox only, is that species to be obtained. 17. Metals, we must confess, cannot be multiplied by the instinct and labor of nature only. Yet we may affirm that the multiplying virtue is hid in their depths, and manifested itself by the help of art. In this work, nature standeth in need of the aid of art, and both do make a perfect whole. 18. Perfect bodies as Sol and Luna are endued with a perfect seed, and therefore under the hard crust of the perfect metals the perfect seed lies hid. And he that knows how to take it out by the philosopher's solution, hath entered upon the royal highway, for in gold the seeds of gold do lie, though buried in obscurity. 19. Most philosophers have affirmed that their kingly work is wholly composed of Sol and Luna, others have thought good to add Mercury to Sol, some have chosen sulfur and Mercury. Others have attributed no small part in so great a work to salt mingled with the other two. The very same men have professed that this clear stone is made of one thing only, sometimes of two, or of three, at other times of four, and of five. And yet though writing so variously upon the same subject, they do nevertheless agree in sense and meaning. 20. Now that, abandoning all blinds, we may write candidly and truly, we hold that this entire work is perfected by two bodies only. To wit, by Sol and Luna rightly prepared, for this is the mere generation which is by nature, with the help of art, wherein the union of male and female doth take place, and from thence an offspring far more noble than the parents is brought forth. 21. Now those bodies must be taken, which are of an unspotted and incorrupt virginity, such as have life and spirit in them, not extinct as those that are handled by the vulgar, for who can expect life from dead things? And those are called impure which have suffered combination, those dead and extinct which, by the enforcement of the chief tyrant of the world, have poured out their soul with their blood by martyrdom. Flee then a fratricide from which the most imminent danger in the whole work is threatened. 22. Now Sol is masculine forasmuch as he sendeth forth active and energizing seed, Luna is feminine or negative and she is called the matrix of nature, because she receiveth the sperm, and fostereth it by monthly provision. Yet doth Luna not altogether want in positive or active virtue. 23. By the name of Luna philosophers understand not the vulgar moon, which also may be positive in its operation, and in combining acts a positive part. Let none therefore presume to try the unnatural combination of two positives, neither let him conceive any hope of issue from such association. But he shall join Gabricius to Bia, and offer sister to brother in firm union, that from thence he may receive Sol's noble son. 24. They that hold sulfur and mercury to be the first matter of the stone, by the name of sulfur they understand Sol. By mercury the philosophic Luna, so, without dissimulation, good Lullius adviseth his friend, that he attempt not to work without mercury and Luna for silver, nor without mercury and Sol for gold. 25. Let none therefore be deceived by adding a third to two, for love admitteth not a third, and wedlock is terminated in the number of two, love further extended is not matrimony. 26. Nevertheless spiritual love polluteth not any virgin. Bia might therefore without fault, before her betrothal to Gabricius, have felt spiritual love, to the end that she might thereby be made more cheerful, more pure and fitter for union. 27. Procreation is the end of lawful wedlock. Now that the progeny may be born more vigorous and active, let both the combatants be cleansed from every ill and spot, before they are united in marriage. Let nothing superfluous cleave unto them, because from pure seed comes a purified generation, and so the chaste wedlock of Sol and Luna shall be finished when they shall enter into combination, and be conjoined. And Luna shall receive a soul from her husband by this union. From this conjunction a most potent king shall arise, whose rather will be Sol and his mother Luna. 28. He that seeks for a physical tincture without Sol and Luna, losseth both his cost and pains, for Sol afforded a most plentiful tincture of redness, and Luna of whiteness, for these two only are called perfect. Because they are filled with the substance of purest sulphur, perfectly clarified by the skill of nature. Let thy Mercury therefore receive a tincture from one or other of these luminaries. For anything must of necessity possess a tincture before it can tinge other bodies. 29. Perfect metals contain in themselves two things which they are able to communicate to the imperfect metals. Tincture and power of fixation. For pure metals, because they are dyed and fixed with pure sulphur to wit both white and red, do therefore perfectly tincture and fix. If they be fitly prepared with their proper sulphur and arsenic, otherwise they have not strength for multiplying their tincture. 30. Mercury is alone among the imperfect metals, fit to receive the tincture of Sol and Luna in the work of the philosopher's stone, and being itself full of tincture can tinge other metals in abundance. Yet ought it, before that, to be full of invisible sulphur, that it may be the more colored with the visible tincture of perfect bodies, and so repay with sufficient usury. 31. Now the whole tribe of philosophers do much assert and work mightily to extract tincture out of gold, for they believe that tincture can be separated from Sol, and being separated increases in virtue, but vain hope. At last the hungry ploughman cheats with empty husks, instead of lusty meats. For it is impossible that Sol's tincture can at all be severed from his natural body, since there can be no elementary body made up by nature more perfect than gold. The perfection whereof proceedeth from the strong and inseparable union of pure coloring sulphur with mercury. Both of them being admirably predisposed thereunto by nature, whose true separation nature denieth unto art. But if any liquor remaining be extracted, by the violence of fire or waters, from the sun, it is to be reputed a part of the body made liquid or dissolved by force. For the tincture followeth its body, and is never separated from it. That is a delusion of this art, which is unknown to many artificers themselves. 32. Nevertheless it may be granted, that tincture may be separable from its body, yet, we must confess, it cannot be separated without the corruption of the tincture, as when artists offer violence to the gold destroying by fire, or use aqua fortis. Thus rather corroding than dissolving. The body therefore if despoiled of its tincture and golden fleece, must needs grow base and as an unprofitable heap turn to the damage of its artificer, and the tincture thus corrupted can only have a weaker operation. 33. Let alchemists in the next place cast their tincture into mercury, or into any other imperfect body, and as strongly conjoin both of them as their art will permit, yet shall they fail of their hopes in two ways. First, because the tincture will neither penetrate nor color beyond nature's weight and strength, and therefore no gain will accrue from thence to recompense the expense and countervail the loss of the body spoiled, and thus of no value. So, want is poor mortal's wages, when his toil produces only loss of pain and oil. Lastly, that debased tincture applied to another body will not give that perfect fixation and permanency required to endure a strong trial, and resist searching Saturn. 34. Let them therefore that are desirous of alchemy, and have hitherto followed impostors and mountebanks, found a retreat, spare no time nor cost, and give their minds to a work truly philosophical, lest the Phrygians be wise too late. And at length be compelled to cry out with the prophet, strangers have devoured his strength. 35. In the philosopher's work more time and toil than cost is expended, for he that hath convenient matter need be at little expense. Besides, those that hunt after great store of money, and place their chief end in wealth, they trust more to their riches than their own art. Let, therefore, the too credulous tyro beware of pilfering pickpockets, for while they promise golden mountains, they lay in wait for gold, they demand bright gold, viz., money beforehand, because they walk in evil and darkness. 36. As those that sail between Scylla and Charybdis are in danger from both sides, unto no less hazard art they subject who pursuing the prize of the golden fleece are carried between the uncertain rocks of the sulphur and mercury of the philosophers. The more acute students by their constant reading of grave and credible authors, and by the radiant sunlight, have attained unto the knowledge of sulphur but are at a stand at the entrance of their search for the philosopher's mercury. For writers have twisted it with so many windings and meanderings, involved it with so many equivocal names, that it may be sooner met with by the force of the seeker's intuition, than be found by reason or toil. 37. That philosophers might the deeper hide their mercury in darkness, they have made it manifold, and placed their mercury, yet diversely, in every part and in the forefront of their work, nor will he attain unto a perfect knowledge thereof. Who shall be ignorant of any part of the work? 38. Philosophers have acknowledged their mercury to be threefold, to wit, after the absolute preparation of the first degree, the philosophical sublimation, for then they call it, their mercury, and, mercury sublimated. 39. Again, in the second preparation, that which by authors is styled the first, because they omit the first, soul being now made crude again, and resolved into his first matter, is called the mercury of such like bodies, or the philosopher's mercury. Then the matter is called rebes, chaos, or the whole world, wherein are all things necessary to the work, because that only is sufficient to perfect the stone. 40. Thirdly, the philosophers do sometimes call perfect elixir and coloring medicine, their mercury, though improperly, for the name of mercury doth only properly agree with that which is volatile. Besides that which is sublimated in every region of the work, they call mercury, but elixir, that which is most fixed cannot have the simple name of mercury. And therefore they have styled it, their mercury, to differentiate it from that which is volatile. A straight may is only laid down for some to find out and discern so many mercuries of the philosophers, for those only, whom just and mighty Jove advanceth by the strength of love, or such who brave heroic fire makes from dull earth to heaven aspire. 41. The elixir is called the philosopher's mercury for the likeness and great conformity it hath with heavenly mercury. For to this, being devoid of elementary qualities, heaven is believed to be most propitious, and that changeable Proteus puts on and increaseth the genius and nature of other planets, by reason of opposition, conjunction, and aspect. In like manner this uncertain elixir worketh, for being restricted to no proper quality, it embrasseth the quality and disposition of the thing wherewith it is mixed, and wonderfully multiplieth the virtues and qualities thereof. 42. In the philosophical sublimation or first preparation of mercury, Herculean labor must be undergone by the workman, for Jason had in vain attempted his expedition to Colchos without Alcides. One from on high a golden fleece displays, which shews the entrance, another says, how hard a task you'll find. For the entrance is warded by horned beasts which drive away those that approach rashly thereunto, to their great hurt. Only the ensigns of Diana and the doves of Venus are able to assuage their fierceness, if the fates favor the attempt. 43. The natural quality of philosophical earth and the tillage thereof, seems to be touched upon by the poet in this verse. Let sturdy oxen when the year begins plough up the fertile soil, for Zephyrus then destroys the sodden clods. 44. He that calleth the philosophers Luna or their mercury, the common mercury, doth wittingly deceive, or is deceived himself. So the writings of Geber teach us, that the philosopher's mercury is argent vive, yet not of the common sort, but extracted out of it by the philosopher's skill. 45. The philosopher's mercury is not argent vive in its proper nature, nor in its whole substance, but is only the middle and pure substance thereof, which thence hath taken its origin and has been made by it. This opinion of the grand philosophers is founded on experience. 46. The philosopher's mercury hath divers names, sometimes it is called earth, sometimes water, when viewed from a diverse aspect, because it naturally ariseth from them both. The earth is subtle, white and sulphureous, in which the elements are fixed and the philosophical gold is sown. The water is the water of life, burning, permanent, most clear, called the water of gold and silver. But this mercury, because it hath in it sulphur of its own, which is multiplied by art, deserves to be called the sulphur of argent 5. Last of all, the most precious substance is Venus, the ancient hermaphrodite, glorious in its double sex. 47. This argent vive is partly natural, partly unnatural, its intrinsic and occult part hath its root in nature, and this cannot be drawn forth unless it be by some precedent cleansing, and industrious sublimation. Its extrinsic part is preternatural and accidental. Separate, therefore, the clean from the unclean, the substance from the accidents, and make that which is hid, manifest, by the course of nature. Otherwise you make no further progress, for this is the foundation of the whole work and of nature. 48. That dry and most precious liquor doth constitute the radical moisture of metals, wherefore by some of the ancients it is called glass. For glass is extracted out of the radical moisture closely inherent in ashes which offer resistance. Except to the hottest flame, notwithstanding our inmost or central mercury discovers itself by the most gentle and kindly, though a little more tedious, fire of nature. 49. Some have sought for the latent philosophical earth by calcination, others by sublimation, many among glass, and some few between vitriol and salt, even as among their natural vessels, others enjoin you to sublime it out of lime and glass. But we have learned of the prophet that, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, and God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and he divided the light from the darkness, etc. Joseph's blessing spoken of by the same prophet will be sufficient to a wise man. Blessed of the Lord be his land, for the apples of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that liveth beneath, for the apples of fruit both of sun and moon, for the top of the ancient mountains, for the apples of the everlasting hills, etc. Pray the Lord from the bottom of thy heart, my son, that he would bestow upon thee a portion of this blessed earth. 50. Argent vive is so defiled by original sin, that it floweth with a double infection. The first it hath contracted from the polluted earth, which hath mixed itself therewith in the generation of argent vive, and by congelation hath cleaved thereunto. The second borders upon the dropsy and is the corruption of intercudal water, proceeding from thick and impure water, mixed with the clear, which nature was not able to squeeze out and separate by constriction, but because it is extrinsic. It flies off with a gentle heat. The mercury's leprosy infesting the body, is not of its root and substance, but accidental, and therefore separable from it. The earthly part is wiped off by a warm wet bath and the laver of nature. The watery part is taken away by a dry bath with that gentle fire suitable to generation. And thus by a threefold washing and cleansing the dragon putteth off his old scales and ugly skin is renewed in beauty. 51. The philosophical sublimation of mercury is completed by two processes, namely by removing things superfluous from it, and by introducing things which are wanting. In superfluities are the external accidents, which in the dark sphere of Saturn do make cloudy glittering Jupiter. Separate therefore the leaden colour of Saturn which cometh up out of the water until Jupiter's purple star smile upon thee. Add hereunto the sulphur of nature, whose grain and ferment it hath in itself, so much as sufficeth it, but see that it be sufficient for other things also. Multiply therefore that invisible sulphur of the philosophers until the virgin's milk come forth, and so the first gate is opened unto thee. 52. The entrance of the philosopher's garden is kept by the Hesperian dragon, which being put aside, a fountain of the dearest water proceeding from a sevenfold spring floweth forth on every side of the entrance of the garden. Wherein make the dragon drink thrice the magical number of 7, until having drunk he put off his hideous garments, then may the divine powers of light-bringing Venus and horned Diana, be propitious unto thee. 53. 3 kinds of most beautiful flowers are to be sought, and may he found in this garden of the wise, damask-colored violets, the milk-white lily, and the purple and immortal flower of love, the amaranth. Not far from that fountain at the entrance, fresh violets do first salute thee, which being watered by streams from the great golden river, they put on the most delicate color of the dark sapphire, then soul will give thee a sign. Thou shalt not sever such precious flowers from their roots until thou make the stone, for the fresh ones cropped off have more juice and tincture, and then pick them carefully with a gentle and discreet hand. If the fates frown not, this will easily follow, and one white flower being plucked, the other golden one will not be wanting. Let the lily and the amaranth succeed with still greater care and longer labor. 54. Philosophers have their sea also, wherein small fishes plump and shining with silver scales are generated, which he that shall entangle, and take by a fine and small net shall be accounted a most expert fisherman. 55. The philosopher's stone is found in the oldest mountains, and flows from everlasting brooks. Those mountains are of silver, and the brooks are even of gold, from thence gold and silver and all the treasures of kings are produced. 56. Whosoever is minded to obtain the philosopher's stone, let him resolve to take a long peregrination, for it is necessary that he go to see both the Indies, that from thence he may bring the most precious gems and the purest gold. 57. Philosophers extract their stone out of 7 stones, the 2 chief whereof are of a diverse nature and efficacy, the one infuseth invisible sulphur, the other spiritual mercury. That one induceth heat and dryness, and this one cold and moisture, thus by their help, the strength of the elements is multiplied in the stone. The former is found in the eastern coast, the latter in the western, both of them have the power of coloring and multiplying, and unless the stone shall take its first tincture from them it will neither color nor multiply. 58. Recipe then the winged virgin very well washed and cleansed, impregnated by the spiritual seed of the first male, and fecundated in the permanent glory of her untouched virginity, she will be discovered by her cheeks dyed with a blushing color. Join her to the second, by whose seed she shall conceive again and shall in time bring forth a reverend offspring of double sex, from whence an immortal race of most potent kings shall gloriously arise. 59. Keep up and couple the eagle and lion well cleansed in their transparent cloister, the entry door being shut and watched lest their breath go out, or the air without do privily get in. The eagle shall snap up and devour the lion in this combination. Afterwards being affected with a long sleep, and a dropsy occasioned by a foul stomach, she shall be changed by a wonderful metamorphosis into a coal-black crow, which shall begin to fly with wings stretched out. And by its flight shall bring down matter from the clouds, until being often moistened, he put off his wings of his own accord, and falling down again he be changed into a most white swan. Those that are ignorant of the causes of things may wonder with astonishment when they consider that the world is nothing but a continual metamorphosis. They may marvel that the seeds of things perfectly digested should end in greatest whiteness. Let the philosopher imitate nature in his work. 60. Nature proceedeth thus in making and perfecting her works, that from an inchoate generation it may bring a thing by diverse means, as it were by degrees, to the ultimate term of perfection. She therefore attaineth her end by little and little, not by leaps. Confining and including her work between 2 extremes, distinct and severed as by spaces. The practice of philosophy, which is the imitator of nature, ought not to decline from the way and example of nature in its working and direction to find out its happy stone. For whatsoever is without the bounds of nature is either in error or is near one. 61. The extremes of the stone are natural argent vive and perfect elixir, the middle parts which lie between, by help whereof the work goes on, are of 3 sorts. For they either belong unto matter, or operations, or demonstrative signs, the whole work is perfected by these extremes and means. 62. The material means of the stone are of divers kinds, for some are extracted out of others successively. The first are mercury philosophically sublimated, and perfect metals, which although they be extreme in the work of nature, yet in the philosophical work they supply the place of means. Of the former the seconds are produced. Namely the 4 elements, which again are circulated and fixed. Of the seconds, the third is produced, to wit, sulphur. The multiplication hereof doth terminate the first work. The fourth and last means are leaven or ointments weighed with the mixture of the things aforesaid, successively produced in the work of the elixir. By the right ordering of the things aforesaid, the perfect elixir is finished, which is the last term of the whole work, wherein the philosopher's stone resteth as in its center. the multiplication whereof is nothing else than a short repetition of the previous operations. 63. The operative means, which are also called the keys of the work, are four. The first is solution or liquefaction, the second is ablution, the third reduction, the fourth fixation. By liquefaction bodies return into their first form, things concocted are made raw again and the combination between the position and negative is effected, from whence the crow is generated. Lastly the stone is divided into four confused elements, which happeneth by the retrogradation of the luminaries. The ablution teacheth how to make the crow white, and to create the Jupiter of Saturn, which is done by the conversion of the body into spirit. The office of reduction is to restore the soul to the stone exanimated, and to nourish it with dew and spiritual milk, until it shall attain unto perfect strength. In both these latter operations the dragon raggeth against himself, and by devouring his tail, doth wholly exhaust himself, and at length is turned into the stone. Lastly, the operation of the fixation fixeth both the white and the red sulphurs upon their fixed body, by the mediation of the spiritual tincture. It decocteth the leaven or ferment, by degrees ripeneth things unripe, and sweeteneth the bitter. In fine, by penetrating and tincturing the flowing elixir it generateth, perfecteth, and lastly, riseth it up to the height of sublimity. 64. The means or demonstrative signs are colours successively and orderly affecting the matter and its affections and demonstrative passions, whereof there are three special ones, as critical, to be noted, to these some add a fourth. The first is black, which is called the crow's head, because of its extreme blackness, whose crepusculence sheweth the beginning of the action of the fire of nature and solution, and the blackest midnight sheweth the perfection of liquefaction and confusion of the elements. Then the grain putrefies and is corrupted, that it may be the more apt for generation. The white colour succeedeth the black, wherein is given the perfection of the first degree, and of the white sulphur. This is called the blessed stone. This earth is white and foliated, wherein philosophers do sow their gold. The third is orange colour, which is produced in the passage of the white to the red, as the middle, and being mixed of both is as the dawn with his saffron hair, a forerunner of the sun. The fourth colour is ruddy and sanguine, which is extracted from the white fire only. Now because whiteness is easily altered by another colour before day, it quickly faileth of its candour. But the deep redness of the sun perfecteth the work of sulphur, which is called the sperm of the male, the fire of the stone, the king's crown, and the sun of soul, wherein the first labour of the workman resteth. 65. Besides these decoratory signs which firmly inhere in the matter, and shew its essential mutations, almost infinite colours appear, and shew themselves in vapours, as the rainbow in the clouds, which quickly pass away and are expelled by those that succeed, more affecting the air than the earth. The operator must have a gentle care of them, because they are not permanent, and proceed not from the intrinsic disposition of the matter, but from the fire painting and fashioning everything after its pleasure, or casually by heat in slight moisture. 66. Of the strange colours, some appearing out of time, give an ill omen to the work, such as the blackness renewed, for the crow's young ones having once left their nest are never to be suffered to return. Too hasty redness. For this once, and in the end only, gives a certain hope of the harvest. If therefore the matter become red too soon, it is an argument of the greatest aridity, not without great danger, which can only be averted by heaven alone forthwith bestowing a shower upon it. 67. The stone is exalted by successive digestions, as by degrees, and at length attaineth to perfection. Now 4 digestions agreeable to the 4 above said operations or governments do complete the whole work, the author whereof is the fire, which makes the difference between them. 68. The first digestion operateth the solution of the body, whereby comes the first conjunction of male and female, the commixtion of both seeds, putrefaction, the resolution of the elements into homogeneous water, the eclipse of the sun and moon in the head of the dragon, and lastly it bringeth back the whole world into its ancient chaos, and dark abyss. This first digestion is as in the stomach, of a melon colour and weak, more fit for corruption than generation. 69. In the second digestion the Spirit of the Lord walketh upon the waters. The light begins to appear, and the separation of waters from the waters occurs, Sol and Luna are renewed, the elements are extracted out of the chaos, that being perfectly mixed in spirit they may constitute a new world. A new heaven and new earth are made, and lastly all bodies become spiritual. The crow's young ones changing their feathers begin to pass into doves, the eagle and lion embrace one another in an eternal league of amity. And this generation of the world is made by the fiery spirit descending in the form of water, and wiping away original sin, for the philosopher's water is fire, which is moved by the exciting heat of a bath. But see that the separation of waters be done in weight and measure, lest those things that remain under heaven be drowned under the earth, or those things that are snatched up above the heaven, be too much destitute of aridity. Here let slight moisture leave a barren soil. 70. The third digestion of the newly generated earth drinketh up the dewy milk, and all the spiritual virtues of the quintessence, and fasteneth the quickening soul to the body by the Spirit's mediation. Then the earth layeth up a great treasure in itself, and is made like the coruscating moon, afterwards like to the ruddy sun, the former is called the earth of the moon, the latter the earth of the sun. For both of them are beget of the copulation of them both, neither of them any longer feareth the pains of the fire, because both want all spots. For they have been often cleanseth from sin by fire, and have suffered great martyrdom, until all the elements are turned downward. 71. The fourth digestion consummateth all the mysteries of the world, and the earth being turned into most excellent leaven, it leaveneth all imperfect bodies because it hath before passed into the heavenly nature of quintessence. The virtue thereof flowing from the spirit of the universe is a present panacea and universal medicine for all the diseases of all creatures. The digestions of the first work being repeated will open to thee the philosopher's secret furnace. Be right in thy works, that thou mayest find God favorable, otherwise the ploughing of the earth will be in vain, nor will the expected harvest e'er requite. The greedy husbandman. 72. The whole progress of the philosopher's work is nothing but solution and congelation, the solution of the body, and congelation of the spirit. Nevertheless there is but one operation of both, the fixed and volatile are perfectly mixed and united in the spirit. Which cannot be done unless the fixed body be first made soluble and volatile. By reduction is the volatile body fixed into a permanent body, and volatile nature doth at last change into a fixed one, as the fixed nature had before passed into volatile. Now so long as the natures were confused in the spirit, that mixed spirit keeps a middle nature between body and spirit, fixed and volatile. 73. The generation of the stone is made after the pattern of the creation of the world. For it is necessary, that it have its chaos and first matter, wherein the confused elements do fluctuate, until they be separated by the fiery spirit. They being separated, the light elements are carried upwards, and the heavy ones downwards, the light arising, darkness retreats, the waters are gathered into one place and the dry land appears. At length the two great luminaries arise, and mineral, vegetable and animal are produced in the philosopher's earth. 74. God created Adam out of the mud of the earth, wherein were inherent the virtues of all the elements, of the earth and water especially, which do more constitute the sensible and corporeal heap. Into this mass God breathed the breath of life, and enlivened it with the Son of the Holy Spirit. He gave Eve for a wife to Adam, and blessing them he gave unto them a precept and the faculty of multiplication. The generation of the philosopher's stone is not unlike the creation of Adam, for the mud was made of a terrestrial and ponderous body dissolved by water, which deserved the excellent name of terra adamica, wherein all the virtues and qualities of the elements are placed. At length the heavenly soul is infused thereinto by the medium of the quintessence and solar influx, and by the benediction and dew of heaven, the virtue of multiplying ad infinitum by the intervening copulation of both sexes is given it. 75. The chief secret of this work consisteth in the manner of working, which is wholly employed about the elements, for the matter of the stone passeth from one nature into another, the elements are successively extracted, and by turns obtain dominion. Everything is agitated by the circles of humidum and siccum, until all things be turned downwards, and there rest. 76. In the work of the stone the other elements are circulated in the figure of water, for the earth is resolved into water, wherein are the rest of the elements. The water is sublimated into vapor, vapor retreats into water, and so by an unwearied circle, is the water moved, until it abide fixed downwards, now that being fixed, all the elements are fixed. Thus into it they are resolved, by it they are extracted, with it they live and die, the earth is the tomb, and last end of all. 77. The order of nature requireth that every generation begin from humidum and inhumidum. In the philosopher's work, nature is to be reduced into order, that so the matter of the stone which is terrestrial, compact and dry, in the first place may be dissolved and flow into the element of water next unto it. And then Saturn will be generated of soul. 78. The air succeeds the water, drawn about by 7 circles or revolutions, which is wheeled about with so many circles and reductions, until it be fixed downwards, and Saturn being expelled. Jupiter may receive the scepter and government of the kingdom, by whose coming the philosopher's infant is formed, nourished in the womb, and at length is born. Resembling the splendor of Luna in her beautiful and serene countenance. 79. The fire executes the courses of the nature of the elements, extreme fire assisting it, of the hidden is made the manifest, the saffron dyeth the lily. Redness possesseth the cheeks of the blushing child now made stronger. A crown is prepared for him against the time of his reign. This is the consummation of the first work, and the perfect rotation of the elements the sign whereof is, when they are all terminated in sic cum, and the body void of spirit leath down, wanting pulse, and motion. And thus all the elements are finally resolved into terra. 80. Fire placed in the stone is nature's prince, soul's son and vicar, moving and digesting matter and perfecting all things therein, if it shall attain its liberty, for it lieth weak under a hard bark. Procure therefore its freedom that it may succor thee freely, but beware that thou urge it not above measure, for being impatient of tyranny it may become a fugitive, no hope of return being left unto thee. Call it back therefore by courteous words, and keep it prudently. 81. The first mover of nature is external fire, the moderator of internal fire, and of the whole work. Let the philosopher therefore very well understand the government thereof, and observe its degrees and points, for from thence the welfare or ruin of the work dependeth. Thus art helpeth nature, and the philosopher is the minister of both. 82. By these two instruments of art and nature the stone lifteth itself up from earth to heaven with great ingenuity, and slitteth from heaven to earth, because the earth is its nurse, and being carried in the womb of the wind. It receiveth the force of the superiors and inferiors. 83. The circulation of the elements is performed by a double whirl, by the greater or extended and the less or contracted. The whirl extended fixeth all the elements of the earth, and its circle is not finished unless the work of sulphur be perfected. The revolution of the minor whirl is terminated by the extraction and preparation of every element. Now in this whirl there are 3 circles placed, which always and variously move the matter, by an erratic and intricate motion, and do often, 7 times at least, drive about every element, in order succeeding one another, and so agreeable, that if one shall be wanting the labor of the rest is made void. These circulations are nature's instruments, whereby the elements are prepared. Let the philosopher therefore consider the progress of nature in the physical tract, more fully described for this very end. 84. Every circle hath its proper motion, for all the motions of the circles are conversant about the subject of humidum and sic cum, and are so concatenated that they produce the one operation, and one only consent of nature, 2 of them are opposite, both in respect of their causes and the effects. For one moveth upwards, drying by heat, another downwards, moistening by cold, a third carrying the form of rest and sleep by digesting, induceth the cessation of both in greatest moderation. 85. Of the 3 circles, the first is evacuation, the labor of which is in extracting the superfluous humidum and also in separating the pure, clean and subtle, from the gross and terrestrial dregs. Now the greatest danger is found in the motion of this circle, because it hath to do with things spiritual and makes nature plentiful. 86. 2 things are chiefly to be taken heed of in moving this circle. First, that it be not moved too intensely. The other, that it be not moved for too long a time. Motion accelerated riseth confusion in the matter, so that the gross, impure and undigested part may fly out together with the pure and subtle, and the body undissolved be mixed with the spirit, together with that which is dissolved. With this precipitated motion the heavenly and terrestrial natures are confounded, and the spirit of the quintessence, corrupted by the admixture of earth is made dull and invalid. By too long a motion the earth is too much evacuated of its spirit, and is made so languishing, dry and destitute of spirit, that it cannot easily be restored and recalled to its temperament. Either error burneth up the tincture, or turneth it into flight. 87. The second circle is restoration, whose office is to restore strength to the gasping and debilitated body by potion. The former circle was the organ of sweat and labor, but this of restoration and consolation. The action of this is employed in the grinding and mollifying the earth, potter-like, that it may be the better mixed. 88. The motion of this circle must be lighter than that of the former, especially in the beginning of its revolution, lest the crow's young ones be drowned in nest by a large flood, and the growing world be drowned by a deluge. This is the weigher and assayer of measures, for it distributeth water by geometrical precepts. There is usually no greater secret found in the whole practice of the work than the firm and justly weighed motion of this circle. For it informeth the philosopher's infant and inspireth soul and life into him. 89. The laws of this circle's motions are, that it run about gently, and by little and little, and sparingly let forth itself, lest that by making haste it fail from its measure, and the fire inherent be overwhelmed with the waters. The architect of the work grow dull, or also be extinguished, that meat and drink be administered by turns, to the end there may be a better digestion made, and the best temperament of humidum, and sick come. For the indissoluble colligation of them both is the end and scope of the work. Furthermore see, that you add so much by watering, as shall be found wanting in assaying, that restoration may restore so much of the lost strength by corroborating, as evacuation hath taken away by debilitating. 90. Digestion, the last circle, acteth with silent and insensible motion, and therefore it is said by philosophers, that it is made in a secret furnace, it decocteth the nutriment received, and converteth it into the homogeneous parts of the body. Moreover, it is called putrefaction, because as meat is corrupted in the stomach before it passeth into blood and similar parts. So this operation breaketh the aliment with a concocting and stomach heat and in a manner makes it to putrefy that it may be the better fixed, and changed from a mercurial into a sulphureous nature. Again, it is called inhumation, because by it the spirit is inhumated, as a dead man buried in the ground. But because it goeth most slowly, it therefore needeth a longer time. The two former circles do labor especially in dissolving, this in congealing, although all of them work in both ways. 91. The laws of this circle are, that it be moved by the feverish and most gentle heat of dung, lest that the things volatile fly out, and the spirit be troubled at the time of its strictest conjunction with the body. For then the business is perfected in the greatest tranquillity and ease. Therefore we must especially beware lest the earth be moved by any winds or showers. Lastly, as this third circle may always succeed the second straightways and in due order, as the second the first, so by interrupted works and by course those three erratic circles do complete one entire circulation. Which often reiterated doth at length turn all things into earth, and make similarity between opposites. 92. Nature useth fire, so also doth art after its example, as an instrument and mallet in cutting out its works. In both operations therefore fire is master and perfecter. Wherefore the knowledge of fire is most necessary for a philosopher, without which is another Ixion, condemned to labor in vain, he shall turn about the whirl of nature to no purpose. 93. The name fire is equivocal amongst philosophers. For sometimes it is used by metonymy for heat, and so there be as many fires as heats. In the generation of metals and vegetables nature acknowledgeth a threefold fire, to wit, celestial, terrestrial and innate. The first flows from soul as its fountain into the bosom of the earth, it stirreth up fumes, or mercurial and sulphureous vapors, of which the metals are created, and mixeth itself amongst them. It stirreth up that torpid fire which is placed in the seeds of vegetables, and addeth fresh sparks unto it, as a spur to vegetation. The second lurketh in the bowels of the earth, by the impulse and action whereof the subterraneous vapors are driven upwards as through pores and pipes, and thrusts outwards from the centre towards the surface of the earth. Both for the composition of metals, where the earth swelleth up, as also for the production of vegetables, by putrefying their seeds, by softening and preparing them for generation. The third fire, viz., innate, is also indeed solar. It is generated of a vapid smoke of metals, and also being infused with the monthly provision grows together with the humid matter, and is retained as in a prison. Or more truly, as form is conjoined with the mixed body. It firmly inhereth in the seeds of vegetables, until being solicited by the point of its father's rays it be called out, then motion intrinsically moveth and informeth the matter, and becomes the moulder and dispenser of the whole mixture. In the generation of animals, celestial fire doth insensibly cooperate with the animal, for it is the first agent in nature, for the heat of the female answereth to terrestrial fire, when the seed putrefies, this warmth prepareth it. For truly the fire is implanted in the seed, then the Son of Soul disposeth of the matter, and being disposed, he informeth it. 94. Philosophers have observed a threefold fire in the matter of their work, natural, unnatural, and contranatural. The natural they call the fiery celestial spirit innate, kept in the profundity of matter, and most strictly bound unto it, which by the sluggish strength of metal grows dull. Until being stirred up and freed by the philosopher's discretion and external heat, it shall have obtained a faculty of moving its body dissolved, and so it may inform its humid matter, by unfolding penetration, dilatation and congelation. In every mixed body natural fire is the principle of heat and motion. Unnatural fire they name that which being procured and coming from without is introduced into the matter artificially, that it may increase and multiply the strength of the natural heat. The fire contrary to nature they call that which putrefieth the compositum, and corrupteth the temperament of nature. It is imperfect, because being too weak for generation, it is not carried beyond the bounds of corruption, such is the fire or heat of the menstruum, yet it hath the name improperly of fire against nature. Because in a manner it is according to nature, for although it destroys the specific form, and corrupteth the matter, yet it disposeth it for reproduction. 95. It is more credible nevertheless that the corrupting fire, called fire against nature, is not different from the innate, but the first degree of it, for the order of nature requireth that corruption should precede generation. The fire therefore that is innate, agreeable to the law of nature, performeth both. By exciting both successively in the matter, the first of corruption more gentle stirred up by feeble heat to mollify and prepare the body, the other of generation more forcible, moved by a more vehement heat, to animate and fully inform the elementary body disposed of by the former. A double motion doth therefore proceed from a double degree of heat of the same fire, neither is it to be accounted a double fire, for far better may the name of fire contrary to nature be given to violent and destructive fire. 96. Unnatural fire is converted into natural or innate fire by successive degrees of digestion, and increaseth and multiplieth it. Now the whole secret consisteth in the multiplication of natural fire, which of itself is not able to work above its proper strength, nor communicate a perfect tincture to imperfect bodies. For although it be sufficient to itself, yet hath it not any further power. But being multiplied by the unnatural, which most aboundeth with the virtue of multiplying doth act far more powerfully, and reacheth itself beyond the bounds of nature coloring strange and imperfect bodies, and perfecting them. Because of its plentiful tincture, and the abstruse treasure of multiplied fire. 97. Philosophers call their water, fire, because it is most hot, and endued with a fiery spirit. Again water is called fire by them, because it burneth the bodies of perfect metals more than common fire doth, for it perfectly dissolveth them, whereas they resist our fire, and will not suffer themselves to be dissolved by it. For this cause it is also called burning water. Now that fire of tincture is hid in the belly of the water and manifests itself by a double effect, viz., of the body's solution and multiplication. 98. Nature useth a double fire in the work of generation, intrinsic and extrinsic, the former being placed in the seeds and mixtures of things, is hid in their center, and as a principle of motion and life doth move and quicken the body. But the latter, extrinsic, whether it be poured down from heaven or earth, riseth the former, as drowned with sleep, and compels it to action. For the vital sparks implanted in the seed stand in need of an external motor, that they may be moved and act. 99. It is even so in the philosopher's work. For the matter of the stone possesseth his interior fire, which is partly innate, partly also is added by the philosopher's art, for those are united and come inward together. Because they are homogeneous, the internal standeth in need of the external, which the philosopher administereth according to the precepts of art and nature. This compelleth the former to move. These fires are as two wheels, whereof the hidden one being moved by the visible one, it is moved sooner or later, and thus art helpeth nature. 100. The internal fire is the middle agent between the motor and the matter, whence it is, that as it is moved by that, it moveth this, and if so be it shall be driven intensely or remissly, it will work after the same manner in the matter. The information of the whole work dependeth of the measure of external fire. 101. He that is ignorant of the degrees and points of external fire, let him not start upon the philosophical work. For he will never obtain light out of darkness, unless the heats pass through their middle stages, like the elements, whose extremes are not converted, but only their means. 102. Because the whole work consisteth in separation and perfect preparation of the four elements, therefore so many grades of fire are necessary thereunto, for every element is extracted by the degree of fire proper to it. 103. The four grades of heat are called the heat of the water bath, the heat of ashes, of coals, and of flame, which is also called optetic. Every grade hath its degrees, 2 at least, sometimes 3. For heat is to be moved slowly and by degrees, whether it be increased or decreased, so that matter, after nature's example, may go on by degrees and willingly unto formation and completion. For nothing is so strange to nature as that which is violent. Let the philosopher propound for his consideration the gentle access and recess of the sun, whose light and lamp bestoweth its heat to the things of the world, according to the times and laws of the universe. And so bestoweth a certain temperament upon them. 104. The first degree of the bath of heat is called the heat of a fever, the second, of dung. The first degree of the second grade is the simple heat of ashes, the second is the heat of sand. Now the degrees of fire, coals and flame want a proper name, but they are distinguished by the operation of the intellect, according to their intensity. 105. 3 grades only of fire are sometimes found amongst philosophers, viz. The water bath, of ashes and of flame, which latter comprehendeth the fire of coals and of flame. The heat of dung is sometimes distinguished from the heat of the bath in degree. Thus for the most part authors do involve the light in darkness, by the various expressions of the philosopher's fire, for the knowledge thereof is accounted amongst their chief secrets. 106. In the white work, because 3 elements only are extracted, 3 degrees of fire do suffice, the last, to wit the optetic, is reserved for the 4th element, which finisheth the red work. By the first degree the eclipse of Sol and Luna is made, by the second the light of Luna begins to be restored, by the third Luna attaineth unto the fullness of her splendor, and by the 4th Sol is exalted into the highest apex of his glory. Now in every part the fire is administered according to the rules of geometry, so that the agent may answer to the disposition of the patient, and their strength be equally poised betwixt themselves. 107. Philosophers have very much insisted upon secrecy in regard to their fire. They scarce have been bold to describe it but shew it rather by a description of its qualities and properties, than by its name, as that it is called airy fire, vaporous, humid and dry, clear or star-like. Because it may easily by degrees be increased or remitted as the artificer pleaseth. He that desireth more of the knowledge of fire may be satisfied by the works of Lullius, who hath opened the secrets of practice to worthy minds candidly. 108. Of the conflict of the eagle and the lion also they write diversely, because the lion is the strongest animal, and therefore it is necessary that more eagles act together, 3 at least, or more, even to 10, to conquer him, the fewer they are. The greater the contention, and the slower the victory. But the more eagles, the shorter the battle, and the plundering of the lion will more readily follow. The happier number of 7 eagles may be taken out of Lullius, or of 9 out of Senior. 109. The vessel wherein philosophers decoct their work is twofold, the one of nature, the other of art. The vessel of nature, which is also called the vessel of philosophy, is the earth of the stone, or the female or matrix, whereinto the sperm of the male is received putrefies, and is prepared for generation. The vessel of nature is of 3 sorts, for the secret is decocted in a threefold vessel. 110. The first vessel is made of a transparent stone, or of a stony glass, the form thereof some philosophers have hid by a certain enigmatic description. Sometimes affirming that it is compounded of 2 pieces, to wit, an alembic and a bolt head, sometimes of 3, at other times of the 2 former with the addition of a cover. 111. Many have feigned the multiply of such like vessels to be necessary to the philosophical work, calling them by divers names with a desire of hiding the secret by a diversity of operations, for they called it dissolvent of solutions. Putrefactory for putrefaction, distillatory for distillation, sublimatory for sublimation, calcinatory for calcination and 112. But all deceit being removed we may speak sincerely, one only vessel of art sufficeth to terminate the work of either sulphur, and another for the work of the elixir, for the diversity of digestions requireth not the change of vessels. Yea, we must have a care lest the vessel be changed or opened before the first work be ended. 113. You shall choose a form of glass vessel round in the bottom, or cucurbit, or at least oval, the neck a hand's breadth long or more, large enough with a straight mouth made like a pitcher or jug. Continuous and unbroken and equally thick in every part, that it may resist a long, and sometimes an acute fire. The cucurbit is called a blind head because its eye is blinded with the hermetic seal, lest anything from without should enter in, or the spirit steal out. 114. The second vessel of art may be of wood, of the trunk of an oak, cut into 2 hollow hemispheres, wherein the philosopher's egg may be cherished till it be hatched, of which see the fountain of Trevisan. 115. The third vessel practitioners have called their furnace, which keeps the other vessels with the matter and the whole work, this also philosophers have endeavored to hide amongst their secrets. 116. The furnace which is the keeper of secrets, is called Athenor, from the immortal fire, which it always preserveth. For although it afford unto the work continual fire, yet sometimes unequally, which reason requireth to be administered more or less according to the quantity of matter, and the capacity of the furnace. 117. The matter of the furnace is made of brick, or of daubed earth, or of potter's clay well beaten and prepared with horse dung, mixed with hair, so that it may cohere the firmer, and may not be cracked by long heating. Let the walls be 3 or 4 fingers thick, to the end that the furnace may be the better able to keep in the heat and withstand it. 118. Let the form of the furnace be round, the inward altitude of 2 feet or thereabouts, in the midst whereof an iron or brazen plate must be set, of a round figure, about the thickness of a penknife's back. In a manner possessing the interior latitude of the furnace, but a little narrower than it, lest it touch the walls. It must lean upon 3 or 4 props of iron fixed to the walls, and let it be full of holes, that the heat may be the more easily carried upwards by them, and between the sides of the furnace and the plate. Below the plate let there be a little door left, and another above in the walls of the furnace, that by the lower the fire may be put in, and by the higher the temperament of the heat may be sensibly perceived. At the opposite part whereof let there be a little window of the figure of a rhomboid fortified with glass, that the light over against it may shew the colours to the eye. Upon the middle of the aforesaid plate, let the tripod of secrets be placed with a double vessel. Lastly, let the furnace be very well covered with a shell or covering agreeable unto it, and take care that the little doors be always closely shut, lest the heat escape. 119. Thus thou hast all things necessary to the first work, the end whereof is the generation of two sorts of sulfur, the composition and perfection of both may be thus finished. The practice of the sulfur. Take a red dragon, courageous, warlike, to whom no natural strength is wanting. And afterward 7 or 9 noble eagles, virgins, whose eyes will not wax dull by the rays of the sun, cast the birds with the beast into a clear prison and strongly shut them up. Under this let a bath be placed, that they may be incensed to fight by the warmth. In a short time they will enter into a long and harsh contention. Until at length about the 45th day or the 50th the eagles begin to prey upon and tear the beast to pieces, which dying will infect the whole prison with its black and direful poison, whereby the eagles being wounded, they will also be constrained to give up the ghost. From the putrefaction of the dead carcasses a crow will be generated, which by little and little will put forth its head, and the heat being somewhat increased it will forthwith stretch forth its wings and begin to fly. But seeking chinks from the winds and clouds, it will long hover about, take heed that it find not any chinks. At length being made white by a gentle and long rain, and with the dew of heaven it will be changed into a white swan, but the new-born crow is a sign of the departed dragon. In making the crow white, extract the elements, and distill them according to the order prescribed, until they be fixed in their earth, and end in snow-like and most subtle dust, which being finished thou shalt enjoy thy first desire, the white work. 120. If thou intendest to proceed further to the red, add the element of fire, which is not needed for the white work, the vessel therefore being fixed, and the fire strengthened by little and little through its grades. Force the matter until the occult begin to be made manifest, the sign whereof will be the orange color arising. Raise the fire to the 4th degree by its degrees, until by the help of Vulcan, purple roses be generated from the lily. And lastly the amaranth dyed with the dark redness of blood, but thou mayest not cease to bring out fire by fire, until thou shalt behold the matter terminated in most red ashes, imperceptible to the touch. This red stone may rear up thy mind to greater things, by the blessing and assistance of the Holy Trinity. 121. They that think they have brought their work to an end by perfect sulfur, not knowing nature or art, and to have fulfilled the precepts of the secret are much deceived, and will try projection in vain. For the praxis of the stone is perfected by a double work, the first is the creation of the sulfur, the second is the making of the elixir. 122. The aforesaid philosopher's sulfur is most subtle earth, most hot and dry, in the belly whereof the fire of nature abundantly multiplied is hidden. Therefore it deserveth the name of the fire of the stone, for it hath in itself the virtue of opening and penetrating the bodies of metals, and of turning them into its own temperament and producing its like. Wherefore it is called a father and masculine seed. 123. That we may leave nothing untouched, let the students in philosophy know that from that first sulfur, a second is generated which may be multiplied ad infinitum. Let the wise man, after he hath got the everlasting mineral of that heavenly fire, keep it diligently. Now of what matter sulfur is generated, of the same it is multiplied, a small portion of the first being added, yet as in the balance. The rest, a tyro may see in Lullius, it may suffice only to point to this. 124. The elixir is compounded of a threefold matter, namely, of metallic water or mercury sublimated as before, of leaven white or red, according to the intention of the operator, and of the second sulfur, all by weight. 125. There are 5 proper and necessary qualities in the perfect elixir, that it be fusible, permanent, penetrating, tincturing, and multiplying. It borroweth its tincture and fixation from the leaven, its penetration from the sulfur, its fusion from argent vive, which is the medium of conjoining tinctures, to wit of the ferment and sulfur, and its multiplicative virtue from the spirit infused into the quintessence. 126. 2 perfect metals give a perfect tincture, because they are dyed with the pure sulfur of nature, and therefore no ferment of metals may be sought except these 2 bodies, therefore dye thy elixir white and red with Luna and Sol. Mercury first of all receives their tincture, and having received it, doth communicate it to others. 127. In compounding the elixir take heed you change not or mix anything with the ferments, for either elixir must have its proper ferment, and desireth its proper elements. For it is provided by nature that the two luminaries have their different sulfurs and distinct tinctures. 128. The second work is concocted as the first, in the same or alike vessel, the same furnace, and by the same degrees of fire, but is perfected in a shorter time. 129. There are 3 humours in the stone, which are to be extracted successively. Namely, watery, airy, and radical, and therefore all the labour and care of the workman is employed about the humour, neither is any other element in the work of the stone circulated beside the humid one. For it is necessary, in the first place, that the earth be resolved and melted into humour. Now the radical humour of all things, accounted fire, is most tenacious, because it is tied to the centre of nature, from which it is not easily separated. Extract, therefore, these 3 humours slowly and successively, dissolving and congealing them by their whirls, for by the multiplied alternative reiteration of solution and congelation the whirl is extended and the whole work finished. 130. The elixir's perfection consisteth in the strict union and indissoluble matrimony of siccum and humidum, so that they may not be separated, but the siccum may flow with moderate heat into the humidum, abiding every pressure of fire. The sign of perfection is that if a very little of it be cast in above the iron or brazen plate while very hot, it flow forthwith without smoke. Let 3 weights of red earth or of red ferment, and a double weight of water and air well ground up be mixed together. Let an amalgama be made like butter, or metalline paste, so that the earth being mollified may be insensible to the touch. Add 1 weight and a half of fire, let these be transferred to the vessel and exposed to a fire of the first degree, most closely sealed. Afterwards let the elements be extracted out of their degrees of fire in their order, which being turned downwards with a gentle motion they may be fixed in their earth, so as nothing volatile may be raised up from thence. The matter at length shall be terminated in a stone, illuminated, red and diaphanous. A part whereof take at pleasure, and having cast it into a crucible with a little fire by drops give it to drink its red oil and incerate it, until it be quite melted, and do flow without smoke. Nor mayest thou fear its flight, for the earth being mollified with the sweetness of the potion will retain it, having received it, within its bowels, then take the elixir thus perfected into thine own power and keep it carefully. In God rejoice, and be silent. 132. The order and method of composing and perfecting the white elixir is the same, so that thou usest the white elements only in the composition thereof. But the body of it brought to the term of decoction will end in the plate, white, splendid, and crystal-like, which inserated with its white oil will be fused. Cast 1 weight of either elixir, upon 10 times its weight of argent vive well washed and thou wilt admire its effect with astonishment. 133. Because in the elixir the strength of natural fire is most abundantly multiplied by the spirit infused into the quintessence, and the depraved accidents of bodies, which beset their purity and the true light of nature with darkness, are taken away by long and manifold sublimations and digestions. Therefore fiery nature freed from its fetters and fortified with the aid of heavenly strength, works most powerfully, being included in this our 5th element, let it not therefore be a wonder if it obtains strength not only to perfect imperfect things, but also to multiply its force and power. Now the fountain of multiplication is in the Prince of the Luminaries, who by the infinite multiplication of his beams begetteth all things in this our orb, and multiplieth things generated by infusing a multiplicative virtue into the seeds of things. 134. The way of multiplying the elixir is threefold. By the first, mingle 1 weight of red elixir, with 9 times its weight of red water, and dissolve it into water in a vessel suitable for solution. The matter being well dissolved and united coagulate it by decoction with a gentle fire, until it be made strong into a ruby or red lamel, which afterwards incerate with its red oil, after the manner prescribed until it melt and flow. So shalt thou have a medicine 10 times more powerful than the first. The business is easily finished in a short time. 135. By the second manner. What portion thou pleasest of thy elixir mixed with its water, the weights being observed. Seal it very well in the vessel of reduction, dissolve it in a bath, by inhumation. Being dissolved, distill it separating the elements by their proper degrees of fire, and fixing them downwards, as was done in the first and second work, until it become a stone. Lastly, incerate it and project it. This is the longer, but yet the richer way, for the virtue of the elixir is increased even an hundredfold. For by how much the more subtle it is made by reiterated operations, so much more both of superior and inferior strength it retaineth, and more powerfully operateth. 136. Lastly, take 1 ounce of the said elixir multiplied in virtue and project it upon 100 of purified mercury, and in a little time the mercury made hot amongst burning coals will be converted into pure elixir. Whereof if thou castest every ounce upon another 100 of the like mercury, soul will shine most purely to thine eyes. The multiplication of white elixir may be made in the same way. Study the virtues of this medicine to cure all kinds of diseases, and to preserve good health, as also other uses thereof, out of the writings of Arnold of Villa Nova, Lullius and of other philosophers. 137. The significator of the philosopher will instruct him concerning the times of the stone, for the first work, ad album, must be terminated in the house of Luna, the second, in the second house of Mercury. The first work, ad rubium, will end in the second house of Venus, and the last in the other regal throne of Jupiter. From whence our most potent king shall receive a crown decked with most precious rubies. Thus doth the winding of the circling year trace its own footsteps, and the same appear. 138. A 3-headed dragon keepeth this golden fleece, the first head proceedeth from the waters, the second from the earth, the third from the air. It is necessary that these 3 heads do end in one most potent, which will devour all the other dragons, then a way is laid open for thee to the golden fleece. Farewell. Diligent reader. In reading these things invocate the spirit of eternal light, speak little, meditate much, and judge aright. The times of the stone. The interpretation of the philosopher's significator. To every planet 2 houses were assigned by the ancients, Sol and Luna excepted, whereof the planet Saturn hath his 2 houses adjoining. Philosophers in handling their philosophical work, begin their years in winter, to wit. The sun being in Capricorn, which is the former house of Saturn, and so come towards the right hand. In the second place the other house of Saturn is found in Aquarius, at which time Saturn, i.e. the blackness of the work of the magistery begins after the 45th or 50th day. Sol coming into Pisces the work is black, blacker than black, and the head of the crow begins to appear. The 3rd month being ended, and Sol entering into Aries, the sublimation or separation of the elements begin. Those which follow unto Cancer make the work white, Cancer addeth the greatest whiteness and splendor, and doth perfectly fill up all the days of the stone, or white sulphur, or the lunar work of sulphur. Luna sitting and reigning gloriously in her house, in Leo, the regal mansion of the sun, the solar work begins, which in Libra is terminated into a ruby stone or perfect sulphur. The 2 signs Scorpio and Sagittarius which remain are required for the completing of the elixir. And thus the philosopher's admirable offspring taketh its beginning in the reign of Saturn, and its end and perfection in the dominion of Jupiter. Hortulanus' Commentary on the Emerald Tablet. A brief commentary of Hortulanus the philosopher, upon the Smaragdine Table of Hermes of Alchemy. The Prayer of Hortulanus. Laudi, honor, power and glory, be given to thee, O Almighty Lord God, with thy beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost, the Comforter. O Holy Trinity, that art the only one God, perfect man. I give thee thanks that having the knowledge of the transitory things of this world, lest I should be provoked with the pleasures thereof, of thy abundant mercy thou hast taken me from it. But forsomuch as I have known Monnier deceived in this art, that have not gone the right way, let it please thee, O Lord my God, that by the knowledge which thou hast given me, I may bring my dear friends from error. That when they shall perceive the truth, they may praise thy holy and glorious name, which is blessed forever. Amen. The Preface. I Hortulanus, so called from the gardens bordering upon the sea coast, wrapped in a Iacobin skin, unworthy to be called a disciple of philosophy, moved with the love of my well-beloved, do intend to make a true declaration of the words of Hermes. The father of philosophers, whose words, though that they be dark and obscure, yet have I truly expounded the whole operation and practice of the work, for the obscurity of the philosophers in their speeches, doth nothing prevail. Where the doctrine of the Holy Spirit worketh. Chapter 1. That the art of alchemy is true and certain. The philosopher saith. It is true, to wit, that the arte of alchemy is given unto us, without leasing. This he saith in detestation of them that affirm this art to be lying, that is, false. It is certain, that is proved. For whatsoever is proved, is most certain. And most true. For most true gold is engendered by art, and he saith most true, in the superlative degree, because the gold engendered by this art, excelleth all natural gold in all proprieties, both medicinal and others. Chapter 2. That the stone must be divided into two parts. Consequently, he toucheth the operation of the stone, saying, that which is beneath, is as that which is above. And this he saith, because the stone is divided into two principal parts by art, into the superior part, that ascendeth up, and into the inferior part, which remaineth beneath fixed and clear, and yet these two parts agree in virtue, and therefore he saith, that which is above, is like to that which is beneath. And this division is necessary, to perpetuate the miracles of one thing, to wit, of the stone, because the inferior part is the earth, which is called the nurse and ferment, and the superior part is the soul, which quickeneth the whole stone, and riseth it up. Wherefore separation made, and conjunction celebrated, manier miracles are effected in the secret work of nature. Chapter 3. That the stone hath in it the four elements. And as all things have proceeded from one, by the meditation of one. Here giveth he an example, saying, as all things came from one, to wit, a confused globe, or mass, by meditation, that is the cogitation and creation of one, that is the omnipotent God, so all things have sprung, that is, come out from this one thing, that is, one confused lump, by adaptation, that is by the sole commandment of God, and miracle. So our stone is born, and come out of one confused mass, containing in it the four elements, which is created of God, and by his sole miracle our stone is born. Chapter 4. That the stone hath father and mother, to wit, the sun and moon. And as we see, that one living creature begetteth more living creatures like unto itself, so artificially gold engendereth gold, by virtue of multiplication of the foresaid stone. It followeth therefore, the sun is his father, that is, philosopher's gold. And as in every natural generation, there must be a fit and convenient receptacle, with a certain consonancy of similitude to the father, so likewise in this artificial generation. It is requisite that the sun have a fit and consonant receptacle for his seed and tincture, and this is philosopher's silver. And therefore it follows, the moon is his mother. Chapter 5. That the conjunction of the parts of the stone is called conception. The which two, when they have mutually entertained each other in the conjunction of the stone conceiveth in the belly of the wind, and this is it which afterward he saith, the wind carried it in his belly. It is plain, that the wind is the air, and the air is the life, and the life is the soul. And I have already spoken of the soul, that it quickeneth the whole stone. And so it behoveth, that the wind should carry and recarry the whole stone, and bring forth the mastery, and then it followeth, that it must receive nourishment of his nurse, that is the earth, and therefore the philosopher saith. The earth is his nurse, because that as the infant without receiving food from his nurse, should never come to years, so likewise our stone without the fermentation of his earth, should never be brought to effect, which said firmament is called nourishment. For so it is begotten of one father, with the conjunction of the mother. Things, that is, sons like to the father, if they want long decoction, shall be like to the mother in whiteness, and retain the father's weight. Chapter 6. That the stone is perfect, if the soul be fixed in the body. It followeth afterward, the father of all the telesme of the whole world is here, that is, in the work of the stone is a fin alway. And note, that the philosopher calleth the work, the father of all the telesme, that is, of all secret, or of all treasure of the whole world, that is, of every stone found in the world, is here. As if he should say, Behold I shew it thee. Afterward the philosopher saith, Wilt thou that I teach thee to know when the virtue of the stone is perfect and complete? To wit, when it is converted into his earth, and therefore he saith, his power is entire, that is, complete and perfect, if it be turned into earth, that is. If the soul of the stone, whereof we have made mention before, which soul may be called the wind or air, wherein consisteth the whole life and virtue of the stone, be converted into the earth, to wit of the stone, and fixed, so that the whole substance of the stone be so with his nurse, to wit earth, that the whole stone be turned into ferment. As in making of bread, a little leaven nourisheth and fermenteth a great deal of paste, so will the philosopher that our stone be so fermented, that it may be ferment to the multiplication of the stone. Chapter 7. Of the mundification and cleansing of the stone. Consequently, he teacheth how the stone ought to be multiplied, but first he setteth down the mundification of the stone, and the separation of the parts, saying, Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the thin from the thick. And that gently and with great discretion. Gently, that is by little, and little, not violently, but wisely, to wit, in philosophical down. Thou shalt separate, that is, dissolve, for dissolution is the separation of parties. The earth from the fire, the thin from the thick, that is, the lees and dregs, from the fire, the air, the water, and the whole substance of the stone, so that the stone may remain most pure without all filth. Chapter 8. That the unfixed part of the stone should exceed the fixed, and lift it up. The stone thus prepared, is made fit for multiplication. And now he setteth down his multiplication easy liquefaction, with a virtue to pierce as well into hard bodies, as soft, saying, It ascendeth from the earth into heaven, and again it descendeth into the earth. Here we must diligently note, that although our stone be divided in the first operation into 4 parties, which are the 4 elements, notwithstanding, as we have already said, there are 2 principal parts of it. One which ascendeth upward, and is called unfixed, and an other which remaineth below fixed, which is called earth, or firmament, which nourisheth and fermenteth the whole stone, as we have already said. But of the unfixed part we must have a great quantity, and give it to the stone, which is made most clean without all filth, so often by mastery that the whole stone be carried upward, sublimating and subtiliating. And this is it which the philosopher saith, It ascendeth from the earth into the heaven. Chapter 9. How the volatile stone may again be fixed. After all these things, this stone thus exalted, must be inserated with the oil that was extracted from it in the first operation, being called the water of the stone, and so often boil it by sublimation. Till by virtue of the fermentation of the earth exalted with it, the whole stone do again descend from heaven into the earth, and remain fixed and flowing. And this is it which the philosopher saith, It descendeth again into the earth, and so receiveth the virtue of the superiors by sublimation, and of the inferiors, by descension, that is, that which is corporal, is made spiritual by sublimation. And that which is spiritual, is made corporal by descension. Chapter 10. Of the fruit of the art, and efficacy of the stone. So shalt thou have the glory of the whole world. That is, this stone thus compounded, that shalt possess the glory of this world. Therefore all obscurity shall fly from thee, that is, all want and sickness, because the stone thus made, cureth every disease. Here is the mighty power of all power. For there is no comparison of other powers of this world, to the power of the stone. For it shall overcome every subtle thing, and shall pierce through every soulite thing. It shall overcome, that is, by overcoming, it shall convert quick mercury, that is subtle, congealing it, and it shall pierce through other hard, soulide, and compact bodies. Chapter 11. That this work imitateth the creation of the world. He giveth us also an example of the composition of his stone, saying, So was the world created. That is, like as the world was created, so is our stone composed. For in the beginning, the whole world and all that is therein, was a confused mass or chaos, as is above said, but afterward by the workmanship of the sovereign Creator, this mass was divided into the four elements. Wonderfully separated and rectified, through which separation, diverse things were created, so likewise may divers things be made by ordering our work, through the separation of the divers elements from diverse bodies. Here shall be wonderful adaptations, that is, if thou shalt separate the elements, there shall be admirable compositions, fit for our work in the composition of our stone, by the elements rectified, whereof, to wit. Of which wonderful things fit for this, the means, to wit, to proceed by, is here. Chapter 12. An enigmatical insinuation what the matter of the stone should be. Therefore I am called Hermes Trismegistus. Now that he hath declared the composition of the stone, he teacheth us after a secret manner, whereof the stone is made, first naming himself. To the end that his scholars, who should hereafter attain to this science, might have his name in continual remembrance, and then he toucheth the matter saying, having three parts of the philosophy of the whole world, because that whatsoever is in the world, having matter and for me, is compounded of the four elements, hence is it, that there are so infinite parts of the world, all which he divideth into three principal parties, mineral, vegetable, and animal, of which jointly, or severally, he had the true knowledge in the work of the sun, for which cause he saith, having three parts of the philosophy of the whole world, which parts are contained in one stone, to wit, Philosopher's Mercury. Chapter 13. Why the stone is said to be perfect. For this cause is the stone said to be perfect, because it hath in it the nature of minerals, vegetables, and animals, for the stone is three, and one having four natures, to wit, the four elements, and three colors, black, white and red. It is also called a grain of corn, which if it die not, remaineth without fruit, but if it do die, as is above said, when it is ironed in conjunction, it bringeth forth much fruit, the aforenamed operations being accomplished. Thus, courteous reader, if thou know the operation of the stone, I have told thee the truth, but if thou art ignorant thereof, I have said nothing. That which I have spoken of the operation of the sun is finished, that is, that which hath been spoken of the operation of the stone, of the three colors, and four natures, existing in being in one only thing, namely in the Philosopher's Mercury, is fulfilled. Herein doth the commentary of Hortulanus, upon the Smaragdine table of Hermes, the father of philosophers. The Stone of the Philosophers. The Stone of the Philosophers. Edward Kelly. Though I have already twice suffered chains and imprisonment in Bohemia, an indignity which has been offered to me in no other part of the world, yet my mind, remaining unbound, has all this time exercised itself in the study of that philosophy which is despised only by the wicked and foolish, but is praised and admired by the wise. Nay, the saying that none but fools and lawyers hate and despise alchemy has passed into a proverb. Furthermore, as during the preceding 3 years I have used great labor, expense, and care in order to discover for your majesty that which might afford you much profit and pleasure, so during my imprisonment, a calamity which has befallen me through the action of your majesty, I am utterly incapable of remaining idle. Hence I have written a treatise, by means of which your imperial mind may be guided into all the truth of the more ancient philosophy, whence, as from a lofty eminence, it may contemplate and distinguish the fertile tracts from the barren and stony wilderness. But if my teaching displease you, know that you are still altogether wandering astray from the true scope and aim of this matter, and are utterly wasting your money, time, labor, and hope. A familiar acquaintance with the different branches of knowledge has taught me this one thing, that nothing is more ancient, excellent, or more desirable than truth, and whoever neglects it must pass his whole life in the shade. Nevertheless, it always was, and always will be, the way of mankind to release Barabbas and to crucify Christ. This I have, for my good, no doubt, experienced in my own case. I venture to hope, however, that my life and character will so become known to posterity that I may be counted among those who have suffered much for the sake of truth. The full certainty of the present treatise time is powerless to abrogate. If your majesty will deign to peruse it at your leisure, you will easily perceive that my mind is profoundly versed in this study. 1. All genuine and judicious philosophers have traced back things to their first principles, that is to say, those comprehended in the threefold division of nature. The generation of animals they have attributed to a mingling of the male and female in sexual union, that of vegetables to their own proper seed, while as the principle of minerals they have assigned earth and viscous water. 2. All specific and individual things which fall under a certain class, obey the general laws and are referable to the first principles of the class to which they belong. 3. Thus, every animal is the product of sexual union. Every plant, of its proper seed, every mineral, of the mixture of its generic earth and water. 4. Hence, an unchangeable law of nature regulates the generation of everything within the limits of its own particular genus. 5. It follows that, with reference to their origin, animals are generically distinct from vegetables and minerals. The same difference exists respectively between vegetables and minerals and the two other natural kingdoms. 6. The common and universal matter of these three principles is called chaos. 7. Chaos contains within itself the four elements of all that is, viz. Fire, air, water, and earth, by the mixture and motion of which the forms of all earthly things are impressed upon their subjects. 8. These elements have four qualities: heat, coldness, humidity, dryness. The first inheres in fire, the second in water, the third in air, the fourth in earth. 9. By means of these qualities, the elements act upon each other, and motion takes place. 10. Elements either act upon each other, or are acted on, and are called either active or passive. 11. Active elements are those which, in a compound, impress upon the passive a certain specific character, according to the strength and extent of their motion. These are water and fire. 12. The passive elements, earth and air, are those which by their inactive qualities readily receive the impressions of the aforesaid active elements. 13. The four elements are distinguished, not only by their activity and passivity, but also by the priority and posteriority of their motions. 14. Priority and posteriority are here predicated either with references to the position of the whole sphere, or the importance of the result or aim of the motion. 15. In space, heavy objects tend downwards, and light objects upwards. Those which are neither light nor heavy hold an intermediate position. 16. In this way, even among the passive elements, earth holds a higher place than air, because it delights more in rest, for the less motion, the more passivity. 17. The excellence of result has reference to perfection and imperfection, the mature being more perfect than the immature. Now, maturity is altogether due to the heat of fire. Hence fire holds the highest place among active elements. 18. Among the passive elements, the first place belongs to that which is most passive, i.e., which is most quickly and easily influenced. In a compound, earth is first passively affected, then air. 19. Similarly, in every compound, the perfecting element acts last, for perfection is a transition from immaturity to maturity. 20. Maturity being caused by heat, cold is the cause of immaturity. 21. It is clear, then, that the elements or remote first principles of animals, vegetables, and minerals, in chaos, are susceptible of active movements in fire and water, and of passive movements in earth and air. Water acts on earth, and transmutes it into its own nature, fire heats air, and also changes it into its own likeness. 22. The active elements may be called male, while the passive elements represent the female principle. 23. Any compound belonging to any of these three kingdoms, animal, vegetable, mineral, is female in so far as it is earth and air, and male in so far as it is fire and water. 24. Only that which has consistency is sensuously perceptible. Elementary fire and air, being naturally subtle, cannot be seen. 25. Only two elements, water and earth, are visible, and earth is called the hiding place of fire, water the abode of air. 26. In these two elements we have the broad law of limitation which divides the male from the female. 27. the first matter of vegetables is the water and earth hidden in its seed, these being more water than earth. 28. The first matter of animals is the mixture of the male and female sperm, which embodies more moisture than dryness. 29. The first matter of minerals is a kind of viscous water, mingled with pure and impure earth. 30. Impure earth is combustible sulfur, which hinders all fusion, and superficially matures the water joined to it, as we see in the minor minerals, marcasite, magnesia, antimony, etc. 31. Pure earth is that which so unites the smallest parts of its aforesaid water that they cannot be separated by the fiercest fire, so that either both remain fixed or are volatilized. 32. Of this viscous water and fusible earth, or sulfur, is composed that which is called quicksilver, the first matter of the metals. 33. Metals are nothing but mercury digested by different degrees of heat. 34. Different modifications of heat cause, in the metallic compound, either maturity or immaturity. 35. The mature is that which has exactly attained all the activities and properties of fire. Such is gold. 36. The immature is that which is dominated by the element of water, and is never acted on by fire. Such are lead, tin, copper, iron, and silver. 37. Only one metal, viz., gold, is absolutely perfect and mature. Hence it is called the perfect male body. 38. The rest are immature and, therefore, imperfect. 39. The limit of immaturity is the beginning of maturity, for the end of the first is the beginning of the last. 40. Silver is less bounded by aqueous immaturity than the rest of the metals, though it may indeed be regarded as to a certain extent impure, still its water is already covered with the congealing vesture of its earth. And it thus tends to perfection. 41. This condition is the reason why silver is everywhere called by the sages the perfect female body. 42. All other metals differ only in the degree of their imperfection, according as they are more or less bounded by the said immaturity. Nevertheless, all have a certain tendency towards perfection, though they lack the aforesaid congealing vesture of their earth. 43. This congealing force is the effect of earthy coldness, balancing its own proper humidity, and causing fixation in the fluid matter. 44. The lesser metals are fusible in a fierce fire, and therefore lack this perfect congealing force. If they become solid when cool, this is due to the arrangement of their aforesaid earthy particles. 45. According to the different ways in which this viscous water and pure earth are joined together, so as to produce quicksilver by coagulation, with the mediation of natural heat, we have different metals, some of which are called perfect, like gold and silver, while the rest are regarded as imperfect. 46. Whoever would imitate nature in any particular operation must first be sure that he has the same matter, and, secondly, that this substance is acted on in a way similar to that of nature. For nature rejoices in natural method, and like purifies like. 47. Hence they are mistaken who strive to elicit the medicine for the tinging of metals from animals or vegetables. The tincture in the metal tinged must belong to the same root or genus, and as it is the imperfect metals upon which the philosopher's stone is to be projected, it follows that the powder of the stone must be essentially mercury. The stone is the metallic matter which changes the forms of imperfect metals into gold. As we may learn from the first chapter of The Code of Truth, the philosophical stone is the metallic matter converting the substances and forms of imperfect metals. And all sages agree that it can have this effect only by being like them. 48. That mercury is the first matter of metals, I will attempt to prove by the saying of some sages. In the Tuba Philosophorum, Chapter 1. We find the following words: in the estimation of all sages, mercury is the first principle of all metals. And a little further on, as flesh is generated from coagulated blood, so gold is generated out of coagulated mercury. Again, towards the end of the chapter, all pure and impure metallic bodies are mercury, because they are generated from the same. Arnold writes thus to the King of Aragon: know that the matter and sperm of all metals are mercury, digested and thickened in the womb of the earth. They are digested by sulphureous heat, and according to the quality and quantity of the sulfur different metals are generated. Their matter is essentially the same, though there may be some accidental differences, such as a greater or less degree of digestion, etc. All things are made of that into which they may be resolved, e.g. ice or snow, which may be resolved into water, and so all metals may be resolved into quicksilver, hence they are made out of quicksilver. The same view is set forth by Bernard of Treviso, in his book on the transmutation of metals. Similarly, quicksilver is the substance of all metals. It is as a water by reason of the homogeneity which it possesses with vegetables and animals, and it receives the virtues of those things which adhere to it in decoction. A little further on the same Trevisan affirms that gold is nothing but quicksilver congealed by its sulfur. And, in another place, he writes as follows: the solvent differs from the soluble only in proportion and degree of digestion, but not in matter, since nature has formed the one out of the other without any addition. Even as by a process equally simple and wonderful she evolves gold out of quicksilver. Again, the sages have it that gold is nothing but quicksilver perfectly digested in the bowels of the earth, and they have signified that this is brought about by sulfur, which coagulates the mercury, and digests it by its own heat. Hence the sages have said that gold is nothing but mature quicksilver. Such also is the consensus of other authorities. The sounding of the trumpet gives forth no uncertain note. Extract quicksilver from the bodies, and you have above the ground quicksilver and sulfur of the same substance of which gold and silver are made in the earth. The way of ways leads to the same conclusion. Reverend Father, incline thy venerable ears, and understand that quicksilver is the sperm of all metals, perfect and imperfect, digested in the bowels of the earth by the heat of sulfur. The variety of metals being due to the diversity of their sulfur. We find in the same tract a similar canon: all metals in the earth are generated in mercury, and thus mercury is the first matter of metals. To these words Avicenna signifies his assent in chapter 3. As ice, which by heat is dissolved into water, is clearly generated out of water, so all metals may be resolved into mercury, whence it is clear that they are generated out of it. This reasoning is confirmed by the sounding of the trumpet. Every passive body is reduced to its first matter by operations contrary to its nature. The first matter is quicksilver, being itself the oil of all liquid and ductile things. So also the third chapter of the Correction of Fools, the nature of all fusible things is that of mercury coagulated out of a vapor, or the heat of red or white incombustible sulfur. In chapter 1 of the Art of Alchemy, we read, all sages agree that the metals are generated from the vapor of sulfur and quicksilver. Again, a passage in the Tuba Philosophorum runs thus: it is certain that every subject derives from that into which it can be resolved. All metals may be resolved into quicksilver, hence they were once quicksilver. If it were worth while, I might adduce hundreds of other passages from the writings of the sages, but as they would serve no good purpose, I will let these suffice. Those persons make a great mistake who suppose that the thick water of antimony, or that viscous substance which is extracted from sublimed mercury, or from Mercury and Jupiter dissolved together in a damp spot, can in any case be the first substance of metals. Antimony can never assume metallic qualities, because its water and moisture are not tempered with dry, subtle earth, and want, moreover, that unctuosity which is characteristic of malleable metals. But, as Chambard well says in the Code of Truth, it is only through jealousy that sages have called the stone antimony. In the same way, those who destroy the natural composition of mercury, in order to resolve it into a thick or limpid water, which they call the first matter of metals, fight against nature in the dark, like blinded gladiators. As soon as mercury loses its specific form, it becomes something else, which cannot thenceforth mingle with metals in their smallest parts, and is made void for the work of the philosophers. Whoever is taken up with such childish experiments, should listen to the sage of Treviso in his Transmutation of Metals. Who can find truth that destroys the humid nature of mercury? Some foolish persons change its specific metallic arrangement, corrupt its natural humidity by dissolution, and disproportionate quicksilver from its original mineral quality, which wanted nothing but purification and simple digestion. By means of salts, vitriol, and alum, they destroy the seed which nature has been at pains to develop. For seed in human and sensitive things is formed by nature and not by art, but by art it is united and mixed. Seed needs no addition, and brooks no diminution. If it is to produce a new thing of the same genus, it must remain the very same thing that was formed by nature. All teaching that changes mercury is false and vain, for this is the original sperm of metals, and its moisture must not be dried up, for otherwise it will not dissolve. Too much fire will cause a morbid heat, like that of a fever, and change the passive into active elements, thus the balance of forces is destroyed, and the whole work marred. Yet these fools extract from the lesser minerals corrosive waters, into which they project the different species of metals, and thus corrode them. The only natural solution is that by which out of the solvent and the soluble, or male and female, there results a new species. No water can naturally dissolve metals except that which abides with them in substance and form, which also the dissolved metals can again congeal. This is not the case with aqua fortis, seeing that it only destroys the specific arrangement. Only that water can rightly dissolve metals which is inseparable from them in fixation, and such a water is mercury, but not aqua fortis, or anything else which those fools are pleased to call mercurial water. Thus far Trevisan. Persons who have fallen into this fatal error may also derive benefit from the teaching of Avicenna on this point. Quicksilver is cold and humid, and of it, or with it, God had created all metals. It is aerial, and becomes volatile by the action of fire, but when it has withstood the fire a little time, it accomplishes great marvels, and is itself only a living spirit of unexampled potency. It enters and penetrates all bodies, passes through them, and is their ferment. It is then the white and the red elixir and is an everlasting water, the water of life, the virgin's milk, the spring, and that alum of which whosoever drinks cannot die, etc. It is the wanton serpent that conceives of its own seed, and brings forth on the same day. With its poison it destroys all things. It is volatile, but the wise make it to abide the fire, and then it transmutes as it has been transmuted, and tinges as it has been tinged, and coagulates as it has been coagulated. Therefore is the generation of quicksilver to be preferred before all minerals. It is found in all ores, and has its sign with all. Quicksilver is that which saves metals from combustion, and renders them fusible. It is the red tincture which enters into the most intimate union with metals, because it is of their own nature, mingles with them indissolubly in all their smallest parts, and, being homogeneous, naturally adheres to them. Mercury receives all homogeneous substances, but rejects all that is heterogeneous, because it delights in its own nature, but recoils from whatsoever is strange. How foolish, then, to spoil and destroy that which nature made the seed of all metallic virtue by elaborate chemical operations. The Rosary bids us be particularly careful, lest in purifying the quicksilver we dissipate its virtue, and impair its active force. A grain of wheat, or any other seed, will not grow if its generative virtue be destroyed by excessive external heat. Therefore, purify your quicksilver by distillation over a gentle fire. Says the sage of Trevisa, if the quicksilver be robbed of its due metallic proportion, how can other substances of the same metallic genus be generated from it? It is a mistake to suppose that you can work miracles with a clear limpid water extracted from quicksilver. Even if we could get such a water, it would not be of use either as to form or proportion, nor could it restore or build up a perfect metallic species. For as soon as the quicksilver is changed from its first nature, it is rendered unfit for our operation, since it loses its spermatic and metallic quality. I do, indeed, approve of impure and gross mercury being sublimed and purified once or twice with simple salt, according to the proper method of the sages, so long as the flexibility or radical humor of such mercury remains unimpaired. That is to say, so long as its specific mercurial nature is not destroyed, and so long as its outward appearance does not become that of a dry powder. In the Ladder of the Sages, we are told to beware of vitrification in the solution of bodies, with the odor and taste of imperfect substances. And also of the generative virtue of their form being in any way scorched and destroyed by corrosive waters. If you have been trying to do any of these things, you may see how grievous your mistake has been. For the water of the sages adheres to nothing except homogeneous substances. It does not wet your hands if you touch it, but scorches your skin, and frets and corrodes every substance with which it comes in contact. Except gold and silver, it would not affect these until they have been dissipated and dissolved by spirits and strong waters, and with these it combines most intimately. But the other mixture is most childish, it is condemned by the concert of the sages, and by my own experience. I now propose to shew that quicksilver is the water with which, and in which, the solution of the sages takes place, by putting before the reader the opinions of many philosophers living in different countries and ages. Says Menelates in the Tuba, whoever joins quicksilver to the body of magnesia, and the woman to the man, extracts the hidden nature by which bodies are colored. Know that quicksilver is a consuming fire which mortifies bodies by its contact. Another sage, in the Tuba, says, divide the elements by fire, unite them through the mediation of mercury, which is the greatest arcanum, and so the magistery is complete, the whole difficulty consisting in the solution and conjunction. The solution, or separation, takes place through the mediation of mercury, which first dissolves the bodies, and these are again united by ferment in mercury. Rosinus makes gold address mercury as follows, dost thou dispute with me, Mercury? I am the Lord, the stone which abides the fire. Says Mercury, thou sayest true, but I have begotten thee, and one part of me quickens many of thee, since thou art grudging in comparison with me. Whoever will join me to my brother or sister shall live and rejoice, and make me sufficient for thee. In the 5th chapter of the Book of Three Words, we read, I tell thee that in Mercury are the works of the planets, and all their imaginations in its pages. Aristotle says that the first mode of preparation is that the stone shall become mercury. He calls mercury the first body, which acts on gross substances and changes them into its own likeness. If mercury did nothing else than render bodies subtle and like itself, it would suffice us. Senior, our stone, then, is congealed water, that is to say, mercury congealed in gold and silver, and, when fixed, resistant to the fire. The sounding of the trumpet, mercury contains all that the sages seek, and destroys all flaky gold. It dissolves, softens, and extracts the soul from the body. The book on the art of alchemy, the sages were first put upon attempting to clothe inferior bodies in the glory and splendor of the perfect body when they discovered that metals differ only according to the greater or smaller degree of their digestion, and are all generated from mercury, with which they extracted gold and reduced it to its first nature. The correction of fools observe that crude mercury dissolves bodies and reduces them to their first matter or nature. Being made of clear water, it always strives to corrode the crude, and especially that which is nearest to its own nature, viz. Gold and silver. The same book observes, you can make use of crude mercury as follows, to seal up and open natures, since similar things are helpful one to another. Once more, quicksilver is the root in the art of alchemy, for the sages say that all metals are of it, and through it, and in it, it follows that the metals must first be reduced to mercury, the matter and sperm of all metals. Again, the reason why all metals must be reduced to the nature of vapor is because we see that all are generated of quicksilver, though the mediation of which they came into being. Gratianus, purify latent, i.e. copper, or, with mercury, for latent is of gold and silver, a compound, yellow, imperfect body. The sounding of the trumpet, common mercury is called a spirit. If you do not resolve the body into mercury, with mercury, you cannot obtain its hidden virtue. Art of Alchemy, Chapter 6. The second part of the stone we call living mercury, which, being living and crude, is said to dissolve bodies, because it adheres to them in their innermost being. This is the stone without which nature does nothing. Rosary, mercury never dies, except with its brother and sister. When mercury mortifies the matter of the sun and moon, there remains a matter like ashes. The sage of Treviso, add nothing above ground for digesting and thickening mercury into the nature of gold or of metals. Again, this solution is possible and natural, that is to say, by art as handmade to nature, and is unique and necessary in the work. But it is brought about only by quicksilver, in such proportions as commend themselves to a good workman who knows the inmost properties of nature. Art of alchemy, who can sufficiently extol mercury, for mercury alone has power to reduce gold to its first nature. From these quotations it is clear what the sages meant by their water, and what they thought of this wonderful liquid, viz. Mercury, to which they ascribed all power in the magistery, for nothing can be perfected outside its own genus. Men digest vegetables, not in the blood of animals, but in water which is their first principle, nor are minerals affected by the vegetable liquid. In the words of the sounding of the trumpet, the whole magistery consists in dividing the elements from the metals, and purifying them, and in separating the sulfur of nature from the metals. Furthermore, as Hermes says, only homogeneous substances cohere, and only they can produce offspring after their own kind, i.e. if you want a medicine which is to generate metals, its origin must be metallic, since species are tinged by their genus, as the philosopher testifies. In short, our magistery consists in the union of the male and female, or active and passive, elements through the mediation of our metallic water and a proper degree of heat. Now, the male and female are two metallic bodies, and this I will again prove by irrefragable quotations from the sages. Dantius bids us prepare the bodies and dissolve them. Rhasis, change the bodies into water, and the water into earth, then all is done. Gallienus, prepare the bodies, and purify them of the blackness in which is corruption, till the white becomes white and red, then dissolve both, etc. Khalid, Chapter 1. If you do not make the bodies subtle, so that they may be impalpable to touch, you will not gain your end. If they have not been ground, repeat your operation, and see that they are ground and subtilized. If you do this, you will be directed to your desired goal. Aristotle, bodies cannot be changes except by reduction into their first matter. Khalid, Chapter 5. Similarly, the sages have commanded us to dissolve the bodies so that heat adheres to their inmost parts, then we proceed to coagulation after a second dissolution with a substance which most nearly approaches them. Menabodus, make bodies not bodies, and incorporeal things bodies, for this is the whole process by which the hidden virtue of nature is extracted. Ascanius, the conjunction of the two is like the union of husband and wife, from whose embrace results golden water. Anthology of Secrets, wed the red man to the white woman, and you have the whole magistery. The sounding of the trumpet, there is another quicksilver and permanent tincture which is extracted from perfect bodies by dissolution, distillation, sublimation, and subtilization. Hermes, join the male to the female in their own proper humidity, because there is no birth without union of male and female. Plato, nature follows a kindred nature, contains it, and teaches it to resist the fire. Wed the man to the woman, and you have the whole magistery. Avicenna, purify husband and wife separately, in order that they may unite more intimately, for if you do not purify them, they cannot love each other. By conjunction of the two natures you get a clear and lucid nature, which, when it ascends, becomes bright and serviceable. Art of alchemy, two bodies provide us with everything in our water. Trevisanus, only that water which is of the same species, and can be thickened by bodies, can dissolve bodies. Hermes, let the stones of mixture be taken in the beginning of the first work, and let them be equally mixed into earth. Mirror, our stone must be extracted from the nature of two bodies, before it can become a perfect elixir. Democritus, you should first dissolve the bodies over white-hot ashes, and not grind them except only with water. Rosary of Arnold, extract the medicine from the most homogeneous bodies in nature. I have thus proved the number of the bodies from which the elixir is obtained. I will now shew by quotations what these bodies are. Exposition of the letter of King Alexander, in this art you must wed the sun and the moon. The sounding of the trumpet, the sun only heats the earth and imparts to it his virtue through the mediation of the moon, which, of all stars, most readily receives his light and heat. The correction of fools, sow gold and silver, and they will yield to your labor 1,000-fold, through the mediation of that thing which alone has what you seek. The tincture of gold and silver exhibits the same metallic proportions as the imperfect metals, because they have a common first matter in mercury. Again, tinge with gold and silver, because gold gives the golden and silver the silver color and nature. Reject all things that have not naturally or virtually the power of tinging, as in them is no fruit, but only waste of money and gnashing of teeth. Senior, I, the sun, am hot and dry, and thou, the moon, art cold and moist. When we are wedded together in a closed chamber, I will gently steal away thy soul. Rosinus Tesseratant, from the living water we obtain earth, a homogeneous dead body, composed of two natures, that of the sun and that of the moon. Again, when the sun, my brother, for the love of me, silver, pours his sperm, i.e. his solar fatness, into the chamber, i.e. my lunar body, namely, when we become one in a strong and complete complexion and union, the child of our wedded love will be born. Hermes, its humidity is of the empire of the moon, and its fatness of the empire of the sun, and these two are its coagulum and pure seed. Astratus says, whoever would attain the truth, let him take the humor of the sun and the spirit of the moon. Tuba Philosophorum, both bodies in their perfection should be taken for the composition of the elixir, whether orange or white, for neither becomes liquid without the other. Again, gold says, no one kills me but my sister. Aristotle, if I did not see gold and silver, should certainly say that alchemy was not true. The sage, the foundation of our art is gold and its shadow. Art of alchemy, we have already said that gold and silver must be united. Rosary, there is an addition of orange color by which the medicine is perfected from the substance of fixed sulfur, i.e., both medicines are obtained from gold and silver. The sage, whoever knows how to tinge sulfur and quicksilver has reached the great arcanum. Gold and silver must be in the tincture, and also the ferment of the spirit. Rosary, the ferment of the sun is the sperm of the man, the ferment of the moon, the sperm of the woman. Of both we get a chaste union and a true generation. The sounding of the trumpet, you want silver to subtilize your gold, and make it volatile by removing its impurity, since the silver has a greater need of the light of gold. Therefore Hermes, as also Aristotle in his treatise on plants, says that gold is its father, and silver its mother, nothing else is needed for our stone. Silver is the field in which the seed of gold is sown. And a little further on, in my sister, the moon, grows your wisdom, and not in any other of my servants, saith the Lord Sun. I am like seed sown in good and pure soil, which sprouts and grows and multiplies and yields great gain to the sower. I, the sun, give to thee, the moon, my beauty, the light of the sun, when we are united in our smallest parts. And the moon says to the sun, thou hast need of me, as the cock has need of the hen, and I need thy operation, who art perfect in morals, the father of lights, a great and mighty Lord, hot and dry, and I am the waxing moon, cold and moist. But I receive thy nature by our union. Avicenna, in order to obtain the red and the white elixir, the two bodies must be united. For though gold is the most fixed and perfect of the metals, yet if it be dissolved into its smallest parts, it becomes spiritual and volatile, like quicksilver, and that because of its heat. This tincture, which is without number, is called the hot male seed. But if silver be dissolved in warm water, it remains fixed as before, and has little or no tincture, yet it readily receives the tincture in a temperament of hot and cold, and is called the cold, dry, female seed. Gold or silver by themselves are not easily fusible, but a mixture of the two melts readily, as is well known to goldsmiths. Hence if our stone did not contain both gold and silver, it would not be liquid, and would yield no medicine through any magistery, nor tincture, for if it yielded tincture it would still have no tinging power. And a little further on, take heed, then, and operate only on gold, silver, and quicksilver, since all the profit of our art is derived from these three. I may add that crude mercury is the water which the sages have used for the purpose of solution. I have proved that two bodies must be dissolved, and that they are no other than gold and silver. Now I will describe the conjunction of these two bodies by means of the crude mercury of the sages. The light of lights, know that it is gold, silver, and mercury that whiten and redden within and without. The dragon does not die, unless he be killed with his brother and sister, and it must be not by one, but by both together. The ladder of the sages, others say that a true body must be added to these two, to strengthen and shorten the operation. Treasury of the sages, our stone has body, soul, and spirit, the imperfect body is the body, the ferment the soul, and the water the spirit. The way of ways, the water is called the spirit, because it gives life to the imperfect and mortified body, and imparts to it a better form. The ferment is the soul, because it gives life to the body, and changes it into its own nature. Again, the whole magistery is accomplished with our water, and of it. For it dissolves the bodies, calcines and reduces them to earth, transforms them into ashes, whitens and purifies them, as Morinus says, azoth and fire purify latent, that is to say, wash it and thoroughly remove its obscurity. Latent is the impure body, azoth is quicksilver. The sounding of the trumpet, as without the ferment there is no perfect tincture, as the sages say, so without leaven there is no good bread. In our stone the ferment is like the soul, which gives life to the dead body through the mediation of the spirit, or mercury. The Rosary and Peter of Zelentum say, if the ferment, which is the medium of conjunction, be placed in the beginning, or in the middle, the work is more quickly perfected. The sounding of the trumpet, the elixir of the sages is composed of three things, viz., the lunar, the solar, and the mercurial stone. In the lunar stone is white sulfur, in the solar stone red sulfur, and the mercurial stone embraces both, which is the strength of the whole magistery. Eximinus, the water, with its adjuncts, being placed in the vessel, preserves them from combustion. The substances being ground with water, there follows the ascension of the athelia, and the imbibition of water is sufficient by itself to complete the work. Plato, take fixed bodies, join them together, wash the body in the bodily substance, and let it be strengthened with the incorporeal body, till you change it into a real body. Pandolphus, the fixed water is pure water of life, and no tinging poison is generated without gold and its shadow. Whoever tinges the poison of the sages with the sun and its shadow, has attained the highest wisdom. Again, separate the elements with fire, unite them by means of mercury, and the magistery is complete. Exercit, 14, the spirit guards the body and preserves it from fire, the clarified body keeps the spirit from evaporating over the fire, the body being fixed and the spirit incombustible. Hence the body cannot be burnt, because the body and spirit are one through the soul. The soul prevents them from being separated by the fire. Hence the three together can defy the fire and anything else in the world. Rhasis, Book of Lights, our stone is named after the creation of the world, being three and yet one. Nowhere is our mercury found purer than in gold, silver, and common mercury. When bodies and spirits are dissolved, they are resolved into the four elements, which become a firm and fixed substance. But when they are not both dissolved, there is a particular mixture which the fire can still separate. Rosinus, in our magistery are a spirit and bodies, whence it is said, it rejoices being sown in the three associated substances. Khalid, prepare the strown bodies with the dissolved humidity, till either shall be reduced to its subtle form. If you do not subtilize and grind the bodies till they become impalpable, you will not find what you seek. Rosinus, the stone consists of body, soul, and spirit, or water, as the philosophers say, and is digested in one vessel. Our whole magistery is of, and by, our water, which dissolves the bodies, not into water, but by a true philosophical solution into the water whence metals are extracted, and is calcined and reduced to earth. It makes yellow as wax those bodies into whose nature it is transformed, it substantializes, whitens, and purifies the latent, according to the word of Morinus. Aristotle, take your beloved son, and wed him to his sister, his white sister, in equal marriage, and give them the cup of love, for it is a food which prompts them to union. All pure things must be united to pure things, or they will have sons unlike themselves. Therefore, first of all, even as Avicenna advises, sublime the mercury, and purify in it impure bodies. Then pound and dissolve. Repeat this operation again and again. Ascanius, stir up war between copper and mercury till they destroy each other and devour each other. Then the copper coagulates the quicksilver congeals the copper, and both bodies become a powder by means of diligent imbibition and digestion. Join together the red man and the white woman till they become ethelia, that is, quicksilver. Whoever changes them into a spirit by means of quicksilver, and then makes them red, can tinge everybody. As to the nature of this copper, Hortulanus instructs us in the following words: make latent white, i.e., whiten copper with mercury, because latent is an orange imperfect body, composed of gold and silver. I advise all and sundry to follow my teaching, as to the correctness of which my quotations from the ancients can leave no doubt, which also has received further confirmation from my own experiments. Any deviation from this course leads to deception, except only the work of Saturn, which must be performed by the subtilization of principles. The sages say that homogeneous things only combine with each other, make each other white and red, and permit of common generation. The important point is that Mercury should act upon our earth. This is the union of male and female, of which the sages say so much. After the water, or quicksilver, has once appeared, it grows and increases, because the earth becomes white, and this is called the impregnation. Then the ferment is coagulated, i.e., joined to the imperfect prepared body, till they become one in color and appearance. This is termed the birth of our stone, which the sages call the king. Of this substance it is said in the Art of Alchemy, that if any one scorches this flower, and separates the elements, the generative germ is destroyed. I conclude with the words of Avicenna: the true principle of our work is the dissolution of the stone, because solved bodies have assumed the nature of spirits, i.e., because their quality is drier. For the solution of the body is attended with the coagulation of the spirit. Be patient, therefore, digest, pound, make yellow as wax, and never be weary of repeating these processes till they are quite perfect. For things saturated with water are thereby softened. The more you pound the substance, the more you soften it, and subtilize its gross parts, till they are thoroughly penetrated with the spirit and thus dissolved. For by pounding, roasting, and fire, the tough and viscous parts of bodies are separated. Finally, I do you to wit, sons of knowledge, that in the work of the sages there are three solutions. The first is that of the crude body. The second is that of the earth of the sages. The third is that which takes place during the augmentation of the substance. If you diligently consider all that I have said, this magistery will become known to you. As for me, how much I have endured on account of this art, history will reveal to future ages. Mary the Prophetess. The practice of Mary the Prophetess in the alchemical art. Aros the philosopher had a meeting with Mary the Prophetess, the sister of Moises, and approaching to her, he paid her respect and said unto her: O Prophetess, I have truly heard many say of you that you whiten the stone in one day. And Mary said, Yea, Aros, even in a part of one day. Aros said, O Lady Mary, when will the work be which you affirm? How shall we whiten and afterwards add blackness? Mary said, O Aros, oftentimes nations have dyd about this part. Know you not, O Aros, that there is a water or a thing which whitens hendrigum? Then Aros answering said to her: O Lady, it is so as you say, but in a long time. Mary answered, Hermes in all his books has said that the philosophers whiten the stone in 1 hour of the day. Aros said to her, Oh, how excellent is that! Mary said, It is most excellent to him that is ignorant of it. Aros said, If men have all the 4 elements, he, Hermes, said that their fumes might be complete, and complexioned, and coagulated, and retained in 1 day, until they do fulfill the consequence, i.e. attain the end. Mary said, O Aros, by God, if thy senses or understanding were not solid, you should not hear these words from me, until the Lord should fill my heart with the grace of his divine will. Nevertheless take the alum of Spain, the white gum and the red gum, which is the kibric of the philosophers, and their soul and the greater tincture, and marry gum with gum together with a true matrimony. Mary said, Make them like a running water, and vitrify this water which has been labored or wrought upon for 1 day, out of the 2 lubecks, upon the fixed body, and liquefy them by the secret of nature in the vessel of philosophy. Did you understand us? Yes, lady. Mary said, keep the fume and take care that none of it fly away. And let your measure be with a gentle fire such as is the measure of the heat of the sun in the month of June or July, and stay by your vessel and behold it with care how it grows black, grows red, and grows white in less than 3 hours of the day, and the fume will penetrate the body, and the spirit will be bound up, and they will be like milk, inserating, and liquefying and penetrating, and that is the secret. Aros said, I do not say that this will be always. Mary said unto him, Aros, and this is more wonderful concerning this, that it was not among the ancients, nor did it come to him by curing, or by the medicinal art, and that is take the white, clear and honored herb growing on the hillocks, and pound it fresh as it is in its hour, and that is the true body not flying from the fire. And Aros said, it is the stone of truth. And Mary said, yes. But yet men know not this regimen, rule or way of working, with the speediness thereof. Aros said, and what afterwards? Mary said, vitrify upon it kibric or zabiac, and there are the 2 fumes comprehending the 2 lights, and project upon that the complement of the tinctures of the spirits, and the weights of truth, and pound it all, and put it to the fire. And you shall see wonderful things from them. The whole government consists in the temper of the fire. Oh, how strange it is, how it will be moved from one color to another, in less than an hour of the day, until it arrive at the mark of redness and whiteness. And cast away the fire and permit it to cool, and open it, and you will find the clear pearly body to be of the color of the poppy of the wood mixed with whiteness, and that is it which is inserating, liquefying and penetrating. And 1 golden piece thereof, the weight of a small golden coin, falleth upon 1,000,000 and 200,000. That is the hidden secret. Then Aros fell down upon his face. And Mary said to him, lift up your head, Aros, because I will shorten for you the thing, as that clear body which is thrown upon the hillocks, and is not obtained by putrefaction or motion. Take and pound it with gum elceron, and with the 2 fumes, because the body comprehending or retaining them is gum elceron, and grind it all. Therefore approach, because it all melts. If you project its wife upon it, it will be as a distilling water, and when the air shall strike it, it will be congealed and be one body, and make projection of it, and you will behold wonders, O Aros, that is the hidden secret of Scholia. And know that the said 2 fumes are the root of this art, and they are the white kibric and the humid calx, but the fixed body is of the heart of Saturn comprehending the tincture, and the fields of wisdom or of Scholia. And the philosophers have named it by many and all names, and received or gathered from the hillocks it is a clear white body, and these are the medicine of this art, part is procured and part is found upon the hillocks. And know, Aros, that the wise men have not called it the fields of wisdom, or of Scholia, unless because Scholia will not be complete but by it, and in the Scholia there are nothing but wonderful things. For there also enters into them the 4 stones, and its true regimen is as I have said. And that is first square, ade, and zephyt. By that make your allegory as Hermes has done in his book Scoias, and the philosophers have always made the regimen longer, and have resembled the work to everything which ought not to make the work, and they make the magistery to be in 1 year. And this but only for hiding it from the ignorant people, until it be confirmed in their hearts and their senses, till they believe the art, because the art will not be complete except only in gold. Because it is the great secret of God, and they who hear of our secrets do not verify them, nor believe them to be true, by reason of their ignorance. Did you understand, Aros? Aros said yes. But tell me about that vessel, without which the work will not be accomplished. Mary said that the vessel of Hermes which the Stoics have concealed, and it is not a necromantical vessel, but it is the measure of your fire. Aros said, O lady, you have obeyed, been a scholar, in the society of Scoiari, O prophetess, have you found among the secrets of the philosophers, which they have set down in their books, that anyone can make the art out of one body? And Mary said, yes, which Hermes has not taught, because the root of Scholia is a body which cannot be made smooth or plain and incurable, unconquerable, and it is a poison mortifying all bodies. And it pulverizes them and coagulates mercury with its odor. And she said, I swear to you by the eternal God, that poison when it is dissolved until it is made a subtle water, I care not by what dissolution it is done, does coagulate Mercury into Luna with the strength of truth. And it falls into the throne of Jupiter, and forms him into Luna. And the science is in all Bodis, but the Stoics, by reason of the shortness of their lives, and the length of the work, have concealed this. And they found out these tinging elements, and they increased them, and all the philosophers teach them, except the vessel of Hermes, because it is divine, and of the wisdom of the Lord hidden from nations, and they who are ignorant of it know not the regimen of truth, because of their ignorance of the vessel of Hermes. Mary briefly soundeth forth strange things like thunder round the earth. She with 2 gums makes the bottom stay. What else would fly away? 3 things if you 3 hours attend are chained together in the end. Mary the light of dew, and art has got in 3 hours to tie the knot. Pluto's daughter, it is she who bindeth love's confederacy. Joined with 3 seeds she does aspire to be exalted in the fire. An alchemical mass. Introitus. Our Lord, fount of goodness, inspirer of the sacred art, from whom all good things come to your faithful, have mercy. Christ. Christ, Holy One, blessed stone of the art of the science, who for the salvation of the world hast inspired the light of the science, for the extirpation of the unbelievers, have mercy. Kyrie. Our Lord, divine fire, help our hearts, that we may be able, to your praise, to expand the sacraments of the art, have mercy. Gradual. He descends like rain upon the fleece, and as showers falling gently upon the earth. Alleluia. O blessed Creator of the earth, whiter than snow, sweeter than sweetness, fragrant at the bottom of the vessel like balsam. O salutary medicine for men, that cureth every weakness of the body, O sublime fount whence gushes forth truly the true water of life into the garden of thy faithful. Ave Maria. Hail beautiful lamp of heaven, shining light of the world. Here art thou united with the moon, here is made the band of Mars and the conjunction of Mercury. From these 3 is born through the magistery of the art, in the river bed, the strong giant whom 1,000 times 1,000 seek, when these 3 shall have dissolved, not into rain water, but into mercurial water, into this our blessed gum which dissolves of itself and is named the sperm of the philosophers. Now he makes haste to bind and betroth himself to the virgin bride, and to get her with child in the bath over a moderate fire. But the virgin will not become pregnant at once unless she be kissed in repeated embraces. Then she conceives in her body, and thus is begotten the child of good omen, in accordance with the order of nature. Then will appear in the bottom of the vessel the mighty Ethiopian, burned, calcined, discolored, altogether dead and lifeless. He asks to be buried, to be sprinkled with his own moisture and slowly calcined till he shall arise in glowing form from the fierce fire. Behold a wondrous restoration and renewal of the Ethiopian. Because of the bath of rebirth he takes a new name, which the philosophers called the natural sulfur and their son, this being the stone of the philosophers. And behold it is one thing, one root, one essence with nothing extraneous added, and from which much that was superfluous is taken away by the magistery of the art. It is the treasure of treasures, the supreme philosophical potion, the divine secret of the ancients. Blessed is he that finds such thing. One that has seen this thing writes and speaks openly, and I know that his testimony is true. Praise be to God for evermore. The Mirror of Alchemy. The Mirror of Alchemy, composed by the famous Freher, Roger Bacon, sometime Fellow of Martin College and Brasenose College in Oxenford. Chapter 1. Of the Definitions of Alchemy. In many ancient books there are found many definitions of this art, the intentions whereof we must consider in this chapter. For Hermes said of this science, alchemy is a corporal science simply composed of one and by one, naturally conjoining things more precious, by knowledge and effect, and converting them by a natural commixtion into a better kind. A certain other said, alchemy is a science, teaching how to transform any kind of metal into another, and that by a proper medicine, as it appeared by many philosophers' books. Alchemy therefore is a science teaching how to make and compound a certain medicine, which is called elixir, the which when it is cast upon metals or imperfect bodies, does fully perfect them in the very projection. Chapter 2. Of the natural principles, and procreation of minerals. Secondly, I will perfectly declare the natural principles and procreations of minerals, where first it is to be noted, that the natural principles in the mines, are argent vive, and sulphur. All metals and minerals, whereof there be sundry in diverse kinds, are begotten of these two, but, I must tell you, that nature always intends and strives to the perfection of gold, but many accidents coming between, change the metals. As it is evidently to be seen in diverse of the philosophers' books. For according to the purity and impurity of the two aforesaid principles, argent vive, and sulphur, pure, and impure metals are engendered, to wit, gold, silver, steel, lead, copper, and iron, of whose nature, that is to say, purity, and impurity, or unclean superfluity and defect, give ear to that which follows. Of the nature of gold. Gold is a perfect body, engendered of argent vive pure, fixed, clear, red, and of sulphur clean, fixed, red, not burning, and it wants nothing. Of the nature of silver. Silver is a body, clean, pure, and almost perfect, begotten of argent vive, pure, almost fixed, clear, and white, and of such a like sulphur, it wants nothing, save a little fixation, color, and weight. Of the nature of steel. Steel is a body clean, imperfect, engendered of argent vive pure, fixed and not fixed clear, white outwardly, but red inwardly, and of the like sulphur. It wants only decoction or digestion. Of the nature of lead. Lead is an unclean and imperfect body, engendered of argent vive impure, not fixed, earthy, dressy, somewhat white outwardly, and red inwardly, and of such a sulphur in part burning, it wants purity, fixation, color, and firing. Of the nature of copper. Copper is an unclean and imperfect body, engendered of argent vive, impure, not fixed, earthy, burning, red not clear, and of the like sulphur. It wants purity, fixation, and weight, and has too much of an impure color, and earthiness not burning. Of the nature iron. Iron is an unclean and imperfect body, engendered of argent vive impure, too much fixed, earthy, burning, white and red not clear, and of the like sulphur, it wants fusion, purity, and weight, it has too much fixed unclean sulphur. And burning earthiness. That which has been spoken, every alchemist must diligently observe. Chapter 3. Out of what things the matter of elixir must be more nearly extracted. The generation of metals, as well perfect, as imperfect, is sufficiently declared by that which has been already spoken. Now let us return to the imperfect matter that must be chosen and made perfect. Seeing that by the former chapters we have been taught, that all metals are engendered of argent vive and sulphur, and how that their impurity and uncleanness does corrupt. And that nothing may be mingled with metals which have not been made or sprung from them, it remains clean enough, that no strange thing which has not his original from these two, is able to perfect them. Or to make a change and new transmutation of them, so that it is to be wondered at, that any wise man should set his mind upon living creatures, or vegetables which are far off. When there be minerals to be found near enough, neither may we in any way think, that any of the philosophers placed the art in the said remote things, except it were by way of comparison, but of the aforesaid two, all metals are made. Neither does anything cleave unto them or is joined with them, not yet changes them, but that which is of them, and so of right we must take argent vive and sulphur for the matter of our stone, neither does argent vive by itself alone, nor sulphur by itself alone, beget any metal, but of the commixtion of them both, diverse metals and minerals are diversely brought forth. Our matter therefore must be chosen of the commixtion of them both, but our final secret is most excellent, and most hidden, to wit, of what mineral thing that is more near than others, it should be made, and in making choice hereof, we must be very wary. I put the case then, if our matter were first of all drawn out of vegetables, of which sort are herbs, trees, and whatsoever springs out of the earth, here we must first make argent vive and sulphur, by a long decoction, from which things and their operation we are excused, for nature herself offers unto us argent vive and sulfur. And if we should draw it from living creatures, of which sort is man's blood, hair, urine, excrements, hen's eggs, and what else proceed from living creatures, we must likewise out of them extract argent vive and sulfur by decoction, from which we are freed, as we were before. Or if we should choose it out of middle minerals, of which sort are all kinds of magnesia, marcasites, of tuscia, coppers, alums, boric, salts, and many other, we should likewise, as afore, extract argent vive and sulfur by decoction, from which as from the former, we are also excused. And if we should take one of the 7 spirits by itself, as argent vive, or sulfur alone, or argent vive and one of the 2 sulfurs, or sulfur vive, or aura pigment, or citron arsenicum, or red alone, or the like, we should never effect it. Because since nature does never perfect anything without equal commixtion of both, neither can we, from these therefore, as from the foresaid argent vive and sulfur in their nature we are excused. Finally, if we should choose them, we should mix everything as it is, according to a due proportion, which no man knows, and afterward decoct it to coagulation, into a solid lump, and therefore we are excused from receiving both of them in their proper nature, to wit, argent vive and sulfur, seeing we know not their proportion, and that we may meet with bodies, wherein we shall find the said things proportioned, coagulated and gathered together, after a due manner. Keep this secret more secretly. Gold is a perfect masculine body, without any superfluity or diminution, and if it should perfect imperfect bodies mingled with it by melting only, it should be elixir to red. Silver is also a body almost perfect, and feminine, which if it should almost perfect imperfect bodies by his common melting only, it should be elixir to white, which it is not, nor cannot be, because they only are perfect. And if this perfection might be mixed with the imperfect should not be perfected with the perfect, but rather their perfections should be diminished by the imperfect, and become imperfect. But if they were more than perfect, either in a 2-fold, 4-fold, 100-fold, or larger proportion, they might then well perfect the imperfect. And forasmuch as nature does always work simply, the perfection which is in them is simple, inseparable, and incommissible, neither may they by art be put in the stone for ferment to shorten the work, and so brought to their former state. Because the most volatile does overcome the most fixed. And for that gold is a perfect body, consisting of argent vive, red and clear, and of such a sulfur, therefore we choose it not for the matter of our stone to the red elixir, because it is so simply perfect, without artificial modification, and so strongly digested and fed with a natural heat, that with our artificial fire, we are scarcely able to work on gold or silver, and though nature does perfect anything, yet she cannot thoroughly modify, or perfect and purify it, because she simply works on that which she has. If therefore we should choose gold or silver for the matter of the stone, we should hard and scantly find fire working in them. And although we are not ignorant of the fire, yet could we not come to the thorough modification and perfection of it, by reason of his most firm knitting together, and natural composition, we are therefore excused for taking the first 2 red, or the second 2 white, seeing we may find out a thing or some body of as clean, or rather more clean sulfur and argent vive, on which nature has wrought little or nothing at all, which with our artificial fire, and experience of our art, we are able to bring unto his due concoction, modification, color and fixation, continuing our ingenious labor upon it. There must therefore be such a matter chosen, wherein there is argent vive, clean, pure, clear, white and red, not fully complete, but equally and proportionably commixed after a due manner with the like sulfur, and congealed into a solid mass. That by our wisdom and discretion, and by our artificial fire, we may attain unto the uttermost cleanness of it, and the purity of the same, and bring it to that pass, that after the work ended, it might be 1,000,000 times more strong and perfect, than the simple bodies themselves, decoct by their natural heat. Be therefore wise, for if you shall be subtle and witty in my chapters, wherein by manifest prose I have laid open the matter of the stone easy to be known, you shall taste of that delightful thing, wherein the whole intention of the philosophers is placed. Chapter II. Of the manner of working, and of moderating, and continuing the fire. I hope ere this time you have already found out by the words already spoken, if you are not most dull, ignorant, and foolish, the certain matter of the learned philosopher's blessed stone, whereon alchemy works. While we endeavor to perfect the imperfect, and that with things more than perfect. And for that nature has delivered us the imperfect only with the perfect, it is our part to make the matter, in the former chapters declared unto us, more than perfect by our artificial labor. And if we know not the manner of working, what is the cause that we do not see how nature, which of long time has perfected metals, does continually work? Do we not see, that in the mines through the continual heat that is in the mountains thereof, the grossness of water is so decocted and thickened, that in continuance of time it becomes argent 5? And that of the fatness of the earth through the same heat and decoction, sulfur is engendered. And that through the same heat without intermission continued in them, all metals are engendered of them according to their purity and impurity? And that nature does by decoction alone perfect or make all metals, as well perfect as imperfect? 0 Extreme madness. What, I pray you, constrains you to seek to perfect the foresaid things by strange melancholical and fantastical regiments? As one says, woe to you that will overcome nature, and make metals more than perfect by a new regiment, or work sprung from your own senseless brains. God has given to nature a straight way, to wit, continual concoction, and you like fools despise it, or else know it not. Again, fire and acid are sufficient for you. And in another place, heat perfects all things. And elsewhere, see, and be not weary. And in another place, let your fire be gentle, and easy, which being always equal, may continue burning, and let it not increase, for if it does, you shall suffer great loss. And in another place, know you that in one thing, to wit, the stone, by one way, to wit, decoction, and in one vessel the whole mastery is performed. And in another place, patiently, and continually, and in another place, grind it 7 times. And in another place, it is ground with fire, and in another place, this work is very like to the creation of man, for as the infant in the beginning is nourished with light meats. But the bones being strengthened with stronger, so this mastery also, first it must have an easy fire, whereby we must always work in every essence of decoction. And though we always speak of a gentle fire, yet in truth, we think that in governing the work, the fire must always by little and little be increased and augmented unto the end. Chapter 5. Of the quality of the vessel and furnace. The means and manner of working, we have already determined, now we are to speak of the vessel and furnace, in what sort and of what things they must be made. Whereas nature by a natural fire decocts the metals in the mines, she denies the like decoction to be made without a vessel fit for it. And if we propose to imitate nature in concocting, wherefore do we reject her vessel? Let us first of all therefore, see in what place the generation of metals is made. It does evidently appear in the places of minerals, that in the bottom of the mountain there is heat continually alike, the nature whereof is always to ascend, and in the ascension it always dries up. And coagulates the thicker or grosser water hidden in the belly, or veins of the earth, or mountain, into argent 5. And if the mineral fatness of the same place arising out of the earth, be gathered warm together in the veins of the earth, it runs through the mountain, and becomes sulfur. And as a man may see in the foresaid veins of that place, that sulfur engendered of the fatness of the earth, as is before touched, meets with the argent 5, as it is also written, in the veins of the earth. And begets the thickness of the mineral water. There, through the continual equal heat in the mountain, in long process of time diverse metals are engendered, according to the diversity of the place. And in these mineral places, you shall find a continual heat. For this cause we are of right to note, that the external mineral mountain is everywhere shut up within itself and stony, for if the heat might issue out, there should never be engendered any metal. If therefore we intend to imitate nature, we must needs have such a furnace like unto the mountains, not in greatness, but in continual heat, so that the fire put in, when it ascends, may find no vent, but that the heat may beat upon the vessel being close shut, containing in it the matter of the stone, which vessel must be round, with a small neck, made of glass or some earth. representing the nature or close knitting together of glass, the mouth whereof must be signed or sealed with a covering of the same matter, or with lute. And as in the mines, the heat does not immediately touch the matter of sulfur and argent vive, because the earth of the mountain comes everywhere between, so this fire must not immediately touch the vessel containing the matter of the aforesaid things in it, but it must be put into another vessel, shut closed in the like manner, that so the temperate heat may touch the matter above and beneath, and wherever it be. More aptly and fitly, whereupon Aristotle says, in the Light of Lights, that mercury is to be concocted in a threefold vessel, and that the vessel must be of most hard glass, or, which is better, of earth possessing the nature of glass. Chapter 6. Of the accidental and essential colors appearing in the work. The matter of the stone thus ended, you shall know the certain manner of working, by what manner and regiment, the stone is often changed in decoction into diverse colors. Whereupon one says, so many colors, so many names. According to the diverse colors appearing in the work, the names likewise were varied by the philosophers, whereon, in the first operation of our stone, it is called putrefaction, and our stone is made black, whereof one says. When you find it black, know that in that blackness whiteness is hidden, and you must extract the same from his most subtle blackness. But after putrefaction it waxes red, not with a true redness, of which one says, it is often red, and often of a citron color, it often melts, and is often coagulated, before true whiteness. And it dissolves itself, it coagulates itself, it putrefies itself, it colors itself, it mortifies itself, it quickens itself, it makes itself black, it makes itself white, it makes itself red. It is also green, whereon another says, concoct it, till it appears green unto you, and that is the soul. And another, no, that in that, green his soul bears dominion. There appears also before whiteness the peacock's color, whereon one says thus, know you that all the colors in the world, or that may be imagined, appear before whiteness, and afterward true whiteness follows. Whereof one says, when it has been decocted pure and clean, that it shines like the eyes of fishes, then are we to expect his utility, and by that time the stone is congealed round, and another says, when you shall find whiteness atop in the glass. Be assured that in that whiteness, redness is hidden, and this you must extract, but concoct it while it becomes all red, for between true whiteness and true redness, there is a certain ash color, of which it is said, after whiteness. You cannot err, for increasing the fire, you shall come to an ash color, of which another says, do not set light by the ashes, for God shall give it to you molten, and then at the last the king is invested with a red crown by will of God. Chapter 7. How to make projection of the medicine upon any imperfect body. I have largely accomplished my promise of that great mastery, for making the most excellent elixir, red and white. For conclusion, we are to treat of the manner of projection, which is the accomplishment of the work, the desired and expected joy. The red elixir turns into a citron color infinitely, and changes all metals into pure gold. And the white elixir does infinitely whiten, and brings every metal to perfect whiteness. But we know that one metal is farther off from perfection than another, and one more near than another. And although every metal may by elixir be reduced to perfection, nevertheless the nearest are more easily, speedily, and perfectly reduced, than those which are far distant, and when we meet with a metal that is near to perfection, we are thereby excused from many that are far off. And as for the metals which of them be near, and which far off, which of them I say be nearest to perfection, if you are wise and discreet, you shall find to be plainly and truly set out in my chapters. And without doubt, he that is so quick-sighted in this my mirror, that by his own industry he can find out the true matter, he does full well know upon what body the medicine is to be projected to bring it to perfection. For the forerunners of this art, who have found it out by their philosophy, do point out with their finger the direct and plain way, when they say, nature contains nature, nature overcomes nature, and nature meeting with her nature exceedingly rejoices, and is changed into other natures, and in another place, every like rejoices in his like, for likeness is said to be the cause of friendship, whereof many philosophers have left a notable secret. Know you that the sour does quickly enter into his body, which may by no means be joined to another body, and in another place, the soul does quickly enter into his own body, which if you go about to join with another body, you shall lose your labor, for the nearness itself is more clear. And because corporeal things in this regiment are made incorporeal, and contrariwise things incorporeal corporeal, and in the shutting up of the work, the whole body is made a spiritual fixed thing, and because also that spiritual elixir evidently, whether white or red, is so greatly prepared and decocted beyond his nature, it is no marvel that it cannot be mixed with a body, on which it is projected, being only melted. It is also a hard matter to project it on 1,000 and more, and incontinently to penetrate and transmute them. I will therefore now deliver unto you a great and hidden secret. One part is to be mixed with 1,000 of the next body, and let all this be surely put into a fit vessel, and set it in a furnace of fixation, first with a lent fire, and afterwards increasing the fire for 3 days, till they be inseparably joined together, and this is a work of 3 days. Then again and finally every part hereof by itself, must be projected upon another 1,000 parts of any near body, and this is a work of 1 day, or 1 hour, or a moment. For which our wonderful God is eternally to be praised. Here ends the Mirror of Alchemy, composed by the most learned philosopher, Roger Bacon.